Alrighty, for those of you who don't know who Chris Watts is and the story around that, it is a middle-aged man who murdered his wife and 2 kids and unborn kiddo as well in cold blood to more or less try to clear the way to live with another gal. It's a very dark story. We're going to go ahead and look at his body language and focus in on a few different aspects of it and what would have alerted me. I went into watching this documentary. It's on Netflix. I suggest you watch it, but don't do so at night and don't do so alone by yourself or anything like that because like I said, it's a little dark. But I went into it not being certain about what the outcome was. I didn't know if he was actually the murderer or if it was something to where he was wrongly accused. I just wasn't sure. So that kind of allowed me to introduce myself to it more unbiasedly. Today I'm going to go and walk through the different points that I found that I thought really stuck out to me. I also went through and watched a series of videos, 2 videos by a channel called JCS Criminal Psychology. They did the videos to where it more or less included all of the interrogation footage. So I spent a lot of hours on this, and I would like to be able to show you kind of what my process is and more or less react to it live with you on camera. But that's enough of my jibber jabbering about it. Let's go ahead and actually watch the video itself. Yeah, let's do that. Maybe.
So you can give me your first and last name.
Chris Watts, W-A-T-T-S.
Do you think she just took off? Do you think?
I mean, right now I don't even want to just like throw anything out there. Like, I hope that she's somewhere safe right now and with the kids. But I mean, because she's just taken off, I don't know. But if somebody has her and they're not safe, like, I want them back now.
Yeah, this might be a tough question, but did you guys get into an argument before she left?
It wasn't like an argument. We had an emotional conversation, but I'll leave it at that. But I just want them back.
All right. So this is the first little blip here, and this happens a few minutes into the actual documentary itself. He, weirdly enough, decided to go ahead and hold interviews right after the announcement that his wife and kids were missing, and stuff seemed wrong right off the bat. And most everybody could feel it. I'm going to tell you why you most likely could feel it. So right off the bat, you could see this sort of duper's delight that he has on his face. It's where when a person's telling a lie to a group of people or to a person, sometimes they will let loose this kind of expression of happiness. It's called duper's delight. I believe that is the case in this. Along with that, he is a very charming person. You can see that throughout the rest of the documentary. How he interacts with people is a very easygoing sort of way. So I think he's trying to maintain that self-image, and also he's probably feeling a bit of duper's delight during this. Along with that, you can see his slowness of blinking. It's almost too methodical. It's very forced. He's trying to seem very, very calm. While that would be understandable in some instances, it would seem more likely that he would be more stressed than not if he just found out that his wife, who was pregnant, and his 2 children are suddenly missing without a trace, seemingly. Along with this, you can see here that he has his arms tightly folded across his body. This is a blocking gesture. Now, not all the time. If you think about it yourself, you can oftentimes just sit with your arms crossed. It's oftentimes very comfortable. Along with that, it can be done like when it's cold, so on and so forth. There's instances that cause this. However, in this sort of situation, it's an extremely tight cross. It's not showing much comfort, and it does seem to be more of a self-hug. All the way around, this little pop of nonverbal communication is odd to me. So right off the bat, I was suspicious. It just goes further from there. Let's keep watching.
Go to show. Probably, you know. Yeah. Do you have a preference? Doesn't matter. Okay. All right, let's do this. So I know it's hard to talk about. You mentioned that there was a hard conversation the two of you had about your marriage. Can you really get into that conversation with me? I talked to her about how I was feeling, about how I felt like what's been going on with us for the last 6 weeks because she was in North Carolina and I was down there just the last week. But just being apart and just like figuring out who people are. It's like the best, honestly, like the best way for people to really find out who they are is to spend time apart. I agree. When we were together, we could feel like it wasn't there, that spark. Mm-hmm. And that's kind of cliche, but that spark wasn't there anymore. Mm-hmm. And that's why I got so emotional right there. Okay. Emotional for you too? Oh yeah, I was bawling my eyes out. Yeah. Looking back on that conversation, can you connect the dots between both of you being upset and crying, and here we are now, she and the kids are gone? I think about like, did I cause this? Like, did I make her feel like she needed to leave? Maybe she sat there and thought about it. Like, do I really need to stay here right now? Like, if he doesn't love me, maybe I should just go.
All right, I'm not going to talk about the verbal side of this. If you want to be able to have more of a verbal analysis as to what's going on, I genuinely suggest you go watch JCS Criminal Psychology's video series on Chris Watts. There's a lot to unpack as far as interrogation techniques, words that are being used, phrasings that the interrogator is using to inspire certain things. Non-verbally, what I'm paying attention to in this is that there's a certain aspect of nonverbal communication called mirroring. It's when two people are in a room in close proximity. Oftentimes, they will mirror one another. This isn't always true. However, it is something that can also be used as a manipulation technique. It can be to where you mirror somebody else and it subconsciously triggers them to think, I like this person, and it's all based off of mirror neurons and blah, blah, blah. We're not going to get into that. However, it's common to see that in any sort of social interaction. People who mirror one another are on the same page. There are situations that pop up to where mirroring doesn't occur. And there's a number of reasons for that, but one of the most prevalent ones is that the person themselves might have a neurological divergence. And what I mean by that is that they could have something like sociopathy or psychopathy. It's very common in those specific instances. I'm not saying that's the case here. I'm not a psychologist and I'm not qualified to diagnose him that way. However, it would seem likely that a person who is charming and a person who has no mirroring body language, and you'll see this throughout all of the interview, he never mirrors the other person, which is more rare than you would think. And to be able to be in this much control of his emotions right after, this is so shortly after he murdered his family, it lends me to think that he might have some sort of mental condition like that, be it psychopathy or sociopathy. So while I'm watching this, that's what stuck out to me on this. I can't see too much detail of their face because it's like a security kind of camera and it's 4 pixels big, so you can't really make out any detail, just the general broadness of it all, and even that seemed odd to me. So you can see where like the interrogator is leaning back with his arms crossed. It would be more common and more expected to see the other person semi-mirror that. Maybe not completely, but at least leaning back. And he never, ever remotely does that. Now we're going to go ahead and move on to the next part of this where this channel is most applicable, and it's a polygraph. Polygraphs are not an exact science. Body language reading is not an exact science. There are those that say that a good body language analyst can be more accurate than a polygraph because they can take in the nuances of things, but both of them are not admissible in a court of law. That's just how that works. We don't have enough understanding of the human brain, emotions, and how it plays out physically to be able to use that as admissible evidence. However, it is a powerful interrogation tool, as is a nonverbal analyst, and we're going to see how a good polygraph analyst will build up the polygraph's weight and intensity so that the read can be more accurate. And then we'll talk about how that plays over into nonverbal reading and how an interrogation using a nonverbal analyst will run very similarly. But let's go ahead and watch the actual job that's done here and pay close attention to the words that this gal is using. It's really brilliant.
Go ahead and have a seat right here, Chris.
Sit on this?
Yep, I know. I'll explain what that is here in a little bit, but you don't have to worry. It's not on or anything right now. It's not gonna buzz you or anything.
I've never done this before.
I know. A lot of people haven't had polygraphs before. It's not like...
I'm going to go ahead and talk about just a couple things so you can see the psychology of what's going on right now. So she's not dressed super professionally. She's also wearing blue, a lighthearted kind of pattern. This is all designed to be able to help make the person comfortable around her. She's also being very sociable. She's laughing, making jokes, just making sure that he feels safe. And this is part of priming him to be able to be more willing to perhaps tell the truth. She's going to switch gears here really soon while maintaining this sociable attitude. And it's really going to put the pressure on Chris to be able to maintain his composure while undergoing what is seemingly an astoundingly accurate and powerful test. It's really good.
A normal thing that people go through.
Okay, so we're going to first start by going over from the beginning and like telling someone, maybe, a friend that you hadn't talked to since any of this has happened, and you're basically having to relay all of the details of exactly what happened.
So like I woke her up after I got ready and everything, and then we had talk about like the selling the house and about separation.
Did she accuse you of anything?
I mean, being a woman, I mean, she's like, is there somebody else? I'm like, no, there's nobody else. I mean, this is me talking to you about it. This isn't like somebody came into my life and took me from you. This is, me talking to you.
Okay, so I want you to have confidence in the fact that you had nothing to do with this disappearance. Like, we're going to find that out today. And obviously, I hope that, if you did have something to do with their disappearance, it would be really stupid for you to come in and take a polygraph today.
Exactly.
Right? Like, it would be really dumb. Like, you should not be here right now sitting in this chair if you had anything to do with Shanann and the little girl's disappearance. Okay?
The coolest thing about this is right now, there's only one person in this room that knows what the truth is. And in about 5 minutes, there's going to be 2 of us. So that's the coolest part, okay? And then I can go share that with them out there. Okay?
Okay.
The test is about to begin. Please remain still. Regarding Shanann's...
Okay, so you can see what I'm talking about in this situation. She really harps on the intense accuracy of the polygraph. In realistic terms, polygraphs are like nonverbal communication, 70% accurate at best. There's so much room for error because all that it does is it measures psychological processing. And that's where the polygraphs can fall short, is that it's just measuring that. And there's not really a way for the machine to pick up on the nuances centered around a situation. That's where a nonverbal analyst sometimes has the edge. But you could see that she's really ramping this up. She's really building the intensity so that when Chris Watts goes into this and he has to lie, he's panicking already. He's already starting to panic a little bit because she's made it very clear that he would be an absolute idiot to come in here and take this test if he was guilty, which is exactly what he's doing. So he's panicking. And this can be done non-verbally as well. This act of upping the intensity of things, it makes lies, deceit, easier to detect because your brain is better at lying when it's more relaxed. As it gets more panicked, it loses the ability to present a more convincing lie. And so when she's doing this very, very intentionally, and it's an excellent job. I commend this polygraph analyst so highly because of what she's able to do on this. And let's go ahead and watch this. She's about to ask some simple, straightforward questions to be able to establish a baseline. This is the same thing that I do for people, is I watch their footage to be able to establish a baseline as to where they're at without being stressed or without lying, and then we go from there. So that's what she's about to do. Now, something that you aren't aware of, frankly, unless you've seen JCS's videos on these, is that they have a system of questions that they ask that helps encourage a more accurate reading as well. I suggest you go and watch that. But there is a question that's in here where if it's any time before 2018, did you ever do ... He's always supposed to lie about that. They tell him to always lie about that. So he does this accidental switch up where he catches himself. He's like, oh, I have to lie about this. And it's all designed to be able to give a more accurate read and to really just kind of mess with him mentally. Let's watch how that plays out.
Disappearance, do you intend to answer all of the questions truthfully?
Yes.
Is your first name Christopher?
Yes.
Did you physically cause Shanann's disappearance?
No.
Are you lying about the last time you saw?
I'm going to go ahead and pause it real quick here, and I won't pause it throughout the rest of these questions until afterwards. Pay attention to the tone and the pitch of his responses. It varies. So when he responds yes to his name being Christopher, or Christopher, whatever she asked, that's an established baseline. He's not under stress in that. That's just, everybody knows his name's Chris. He says his name's Chris. It's a baseline. Right afterwards, she immediately lays on the heat with this very, very pointed question, and his tone drops, and he murmurs it a bit. And it sounds a little bit muddied, and this isn't a for sure sign of deceit, but it is a red flag. She notices it. I noticed it. I hope that you can notice it and pay attention to how he tries to recover that in certain areas as time goes on throughout these questions.
No.
I really need your breathing to be normal.
Okay.
You are like all
Sorry.
over the place. So.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Laying on more pressure.
I'm like, I don't want to do that. So.
Yeah. Before 2018, did you ever say anything out of anger to a loved one?
Yes. No.
Do you know where Shanann is now?
No.
Did you physically cause Shanann's disappearance?
No.
Are you lying about the last time you saw Shanann?
No.
All right, how'd you feel? Same as all of it?
I think it was effect to everything.
For you?
It's kind of hard to relax.
I know, I get it.
All right, so you can hear in that there's a certain instance where she says, did you harm or something like that physically? And when he says no, his pitch increases. This is another sign of strain. It's tenseness. A person's pitch will increase when they're stressed about something or there's a lot of emotion going on about something. So during that point, I paused and I was like, he's absolutely lying. And it was from this point on that I was like, okay, so obviously this isn't one of those twist ending documentaries to where it's like, oh, he actually wasn't lying and it was somebody else. It was the granddad or something like that. It was like, it's this guy. He is lying about what he's done and what he said. And there's more that comes out from it that we get to continue to see. The darkness of this story will come out when he starts talking to his dad, which will happen in a bit. But let's go ahead and watch until that point here.
I got Graham in here because we want to talk about the results, okay?
Okay.
So, it is completely clear that you were not honest during the testing. I think you already know that. He did not pass the polygraph test.
Okay.
Okay. So now we need to talk about what actually happened. I feel like you're probably ready to do that.
I didn't lie to you on that polygraph. I promise.
Chris,
I'm not.
stop. It's time.
Stop
for a minute. Take a deep breath.
I gotta pause it. I'm sorry that I'm pausing so much here. There's just so much. The interrogation that these two played out here is genuinely really, really wonderfully done. So what they're doing here, what the gentleman is doing here, is he's making it to where Chris cannot refute. He doesn't have the option to refute that he failed the polygraph test. And this makes it to where it wears on him mentally. If somebody gets to refute something, sometimes that gives them some confidence so they can keep going on things, and he's removing that option from him. You'll also see this gal here, she's going to build it up to where the polygraph test, the results are so final and so exact that there's no point to him refuting it. And this is also just simply not true. At this point, they still don't have enough to go off of. He could get up and walk out the room. He doesn't know that, and he doesn't feel that way. He could walk out the room if he wants, and if it got bad enough, he could also get a lawyer, but he doesn't feel that he can do that, and they never give him the option to even think of doing that. It's so excellently done on their part. It's almost a work of art on their interrogation, on how they worked it. And we'll just keep watching.
I want you to take a deep breath right now.
There's a reason you feel sick to your stomach. And when people hold stuff inside, it makes you physically ill. And I can just tell on your face, I could tell from the second you walked in that you were wanting to just come clean and just be done with this. And I appreciate that because you knew sitting down in that chair that you weren't going to pass today. And you knew I was going to find out because I told you that. And then you continued to stay knowing that you could, at the end, say, you know what? I just need to get this off my chest. Like, I just need to tell you what happened. We're not here to play games. We're not here to do any of that with you. We just want to know what happened. So can you start from the beginning and tell us what happened?
Everything that I've told you, I did not lie on this polygraph. I don't know how much I could tell you right now. Like, I did not.
It's not even an option right now because you did not pass the polygraph. So I know you were being deceptive. So that's not even an issue right now. The issue right now is what happened to Shanann, Bella, and Celeste. That's the issue right now.
Okay.
Okay. So let's talk about that.
So during this, his nonverbal communication stays pretty constant. He has some stuttering, some stammering. That's pure nerves. He's getting caught in his own lies. He's also maintaining a blocking gesture with his arms the entire time and never once even remotely moves to mirror either of them. This means that he's very isolated. That's exactly where they want him to feel. They want him to feel that he's isolated with one way out, and that one way out is to be able to tell the truth. Now, what they're going to do here is they're going to have his dad come in. And the reason that they have the dad come in is because people feel safer talking to people they know than people that they don't know. So they wanted to be able to bring that safety level up so that he could tell his dad what happened. And I watch this part and I have to think about how the dad must have felt. And it's very upsetting to put yourself into the position of this dad who just found out this terrible thing about his kid. So this is the confession, kind of. You'll see what I mean by kind of.
It's your best friend.
Hey, Chris, we're going to let you have however much time you need, okay?
So Chris is doing a lot of stress gestures, understandably, a lot of covering of his mouth, laying his head on his hands this way. These are all indicators of stress. He's very stressed non-verbally, which is exactly where the interrogators want him to be. And enter Dad.
Yeah, we was in there.
Yeah.
Yes. Sure. I know. Tell what's going on with the thing, and it's polygraph. Failed it. Yeah, because there's just too much emotions. So I mean, they're not gonna let me go. Is there any reason why they shouldn't? They know I had an affair. And they know. I can't complain about that. Anything else you want to tell me? What's going on? Or what happened or anything? Or you know anything about?
You can see a lot of nervous, self-soothing gestures from the dad in this instance as well. He's not happy to be in that situation, understandably so, and it's showing non-verbally. Along with that, once again, notice the lack of mirroring between the two. You'll see a lot of mirroring in family members because they're very close oftentimes, or at least people that you call your family. The people you're closest with or are most in sync with, you'll mirror more likely. And once again, there's no mirroring happening between father and son here. Is Chris a psychopath? Maybe. I don't have the qualifications to do that. If you're here and you're watching this and you're in the comments and you know, let me know. I'm interested. I think so, but perhaps not. This is where it gets dark. This is the part. Just be ready.
We had that conversation that morning. It was emotional and told her about separation and everything like that. Mm-hmm. I don't want to protect her. What? I don't want to protect her. You don't want to protect her? I don't know what else to say. What happened? Huh? She hurt him? Yeah. And then what now? Not her. children. Did she kill him? They were blue. Both of them. She took both of them to death. I freaked out when she hit me. So she killed those who see children to death. We lost it and took her. Mm-hmm. No, just listen. Rage. I'm
Okay.
I'm going to go ahead and pause it here because he lied. And at that point, I had already fairly certainly determined that he was lying about that part, in that his reason for lying made more sense, that he was just trying to find a way to make him less of a terrible person in other people's eyes, rather than that he actually didn't do the thing itself. So earlier on, we established that he cares what people think about him. Along with that, he had just gotten in shape. He was working out. He cares about who he is in other people's eyes. He did this thing that a lot of manipulators will do, is that they will admit a partial truth that has a reason to it. So he says, yeah, I killed my wife, but it's because she killed the kids, so I'm not a terrible person. I was just acting in anger. And it's simply not true, which you will see later on. Now we've got a situation to where the gal who did the polygraph test is coming in, and she's doing a physical reassurance of him. She's trying to make him feel safer, which is something that is done tactfully. It's something that they're doing intentionally to allow him to open up more emotionally to a situation, because the last thing that they want to have happen is for him to shut down completely, clam up, ask for a lawyer, try to get out, or do anything like that. They want him to feel safe enough to stay there and understood enough to be heard, but they're doing so more or less just so that he'll confess. They don't give a rat's ass about this guy. They just want the truth, and they do so wonderfully. The dad's playing into it unintentionally. The dad's just trying to be there for the kid. He's not there to try to make his kid go to jail. He's just trying to be there for his son, and it works out that it encourages him to get the truth out. Let's see how that happens.
That's the hard part. We have left. Can you tell us where they're at?
We can help you get him out of the cold. They're gone. There's no bringing them back.
Well, where are they?
Not that first location I went to that day.
So where did you put them out there? Because that's really important.
I didn't know what else to do.
I know, so tell me what you did. I know.
I didn't know what else to do. I was so scared.
I know.
So this is the emotion that they were trying to encourage from him. This is genuine emotion from him. He likely does feel some level of remorse for what he did. Is he still a monster? Yeah, absolutely a monster. That being said, he is actually probably feeling some level of pain, or at least what he can interpret as a level of pain. I don't have any sympathy for that because of what he's done, but he is experiencing that pain, and they're coaxing that from him, and they're not laying off on the pressure. Like I said, this is a very wonderfully orchestrated interrogation in that they somehow maintain the ability to be unbiased feeling and even nurturing towards him while relentlessly driving towards the truth. They offer him no escapes out. They don't offer him any way out other than telling the truth, which they more or less kind of suspected, and that's why they're pushing it so hard. You could see how these interrogations can sometimes actually coax lies from people that seem to be the truth, because they really don't offer a way out, and people will eventually crack and just be like, you know what, screw it. Here's what you want to hear and go. That's not the case here, but you can see how that happens. Let's continue watching how this plays out.
Are you sure?
What's going to happen? We're going to help them get out of there. Chris, I know they're gone, but they're still your babies, and you're still their dad.
You don't want to go there.
I don't want them there.
And you don't want someone else to find that out there. You don't, I promise you. You give us a second so we can kind of get some things arranged. You do that?
Friday, do you mind staying in here with me? The problem is I don't even know if they believe me or not. Like, arrogant something or arrogant. Like he's, that's what I don't worry about. They're a freaking boiled tank. There's no what else to do. Please, God. Are you kidding me? I think we have a picture. Is it Survey 319?
That looks familiar to you? What is that?
It's the PRC Survey 319.
Okay. Whereabouts? Just Shanann and the girls.
How old is this picture?
Today.
Last today.
The S for Shanann. Okay. And where are the girls at?
Mm-hmm. Are they in the tanks? They're like, it's just the hatch on the top, and they're like 20-foot tanks.
Was a sheet found down here?
Mm-hmm.
Where's that from?
That was what Chanel was wrapped in.
So you're good with the public knowing that Shanann killed her daughters?
I did not hurt these girls.
Are you okay?
Real quick, gonna pause this. So all throughout this recollection of the story, if you listen to the tone of his voice, it stays constant. There's no stressors that are coming in. There's no points of deceit because he's literally just telling where everybody is. He's not lying about that. Now he's going to start lying. He's going to do something verbally, which he's already just said it once, is he said, I did not kill those girls. Those girls. It's not those girls. It's his kids. But it's this verbal detachment from the situation that gives a person, a liar or somebody who's guilty, some essence or some feeling of relief. It's him more or less psychologically separating him from the act that he did to his own family. And he does this again and again. It obviously doesn't hold up for him. Let's see why.
With the public knowing that Shanann.
Yeah, because I did not hurt these girls. What it looks like is that you found a new life, and the only way to get that new life was to get rid of your old life. And I think that you killed these girls before their mom came home, and then killed Chanel. It just doesn't make sense. It just doesn't add up. So either you're this monster, so I just want this young, hot girlfriend, so I'm going to kill everyone and hope it works out, or something. So I think we're very, very close to the truth, but not quite there yet. So if you're not that monster, I'm not a monster. I didn't kill my babies. Okay.
All right. I'm going to stop this video here because it's already a lengthy one. There is so much more footage to these interviews and the documentary itself. I highly suggest you watch both of them. Go to Netflix, find the documentary and watch it, and go to JCS Criminal Psychology, the YouTube page, and watch their series on it as well, because there is a lot and there's so much behind this story, and it's worth it if you're able to kind of weather the dark nature of what is what has been done.
In today's video, we're going to be focusing on the police body cam footage of Chris Watts as he's interacting with the police shortly after he had done the heinous things to his family that he did. Again, if you want to see what that is, go check out the other videos. So during this video, I'm going to break down his nonverbal communication to see what sort of nonverbal indicators and tells were given off by Watts during this period that police may or may not have picked up on, but again, eventually led to his arrest in the future. I think that's enough of the backstory. Let's go ahead and actually just dive into this analysis.
Nothing on there.
What's that?
Nothing on there. You do have my camera. Truck up. Lay down.
Loaded my stuff up in my cooler. My water jugs, my book bag, my computers. Some of the tools that I had from the toolbox. I knew I was going to have to use pumping into rubbers today.
So during this time, there's not too much that Chris is giving off with his movements that is a bit of a red flag. And also, this is a little bit into the interactions that he's had with the law enforcement during this day. So we've got some context on either side to be able to work with. But even with this little blip that we're starting off with here, you could see the sheen of sweat that's on Chris's face. Now, that has a couple of obvious explanations. It could be if he were innocent. It could be, oh, I'm stressed. My family's missing. That's the storyline that was being presented at the time. Something along those lines causing somebody to sweat. It could also be centered around the fact that he's feeling nervous and anxious because he just did a terrible thing and now he's getting stressed that he might get caught out in that. And that line of thinking will continue to flourish throughout this body cam video, even so much so that the neighbor, who is not trained in nonverbal communication, he's not a law enforcement officer, he's just your average everyday guy, can even start to pick up on some of these behavioral anomalies that Chris is presenting at this time. Let's see him.
Well, I was also hard.
Is this on continually
Yep.
recording?
Yep. Well,
It's not. Is it
Any
motion or is it?
event.
Okay, so it's motion.
any motion event that happened, but I get cars driving from this street. And this is him at 517. Why would you follow?
All right, so during that time, you could obviously see that Chris is very focused on his phone. I'm not sure if this is an intentional ploy for him to seem less worried about what's happening here, as in case you haven't gathered even just from context here, they're looking at the security cam footage of the neighbor who is watching Chris Watts's house partially, the security camera is. So during this time, perhaps Chris is trying to seem overtly detached from the scenario that's going on here to indicate that he's not stressed about what may or may not be on that footage. However, to me, it also just stands out as interesting that he is so focused down on his phone during this period, because even if he were innocent in this point and he hadn't done the terrible things that he did, during this point, it would make more sense that he might be engaged with what's around. That also being said, to play devil's advocate for him there's also the distinct possibility that he was interacting with people on his phone about the scenario that's going on here. Now that the footage has actually started, you could see Chris start to put his phone away and kind of focus in here, and this is where things start to light up a little bit more.
Really park out there on the side. I just want to get everything clean. The users still loading everything out there, all the pools that I had to bring in.
These are extremely overt nonverbal signals that he's giving now. So he starts to give an explanation to something which he's not really needed to. Nobody requested him to give that information. But nevertheless, he does still offer that information up, trying to be involved, something along those lines. But then what he does afterwards is much more revealing than I'm expecting he even anticipated. During the time of him even gesturing to the TV, you start to see him shift his body weight back and forth a little bit. That's nervous energy. He's just moving around. His limbic system is having some issues here, so he's moving around a fair bit. Then when you see him turn away, not only one is the sweat so clearly obvious across his face, but also you could see him take a pretty substantial breath in there. And I think he tries to mask it. He doesn't go that you might expect it to be, but you see him take a breath in as he's turning away. And then he does a very overt venting behavior. Now, venting behaviors are done because of agitation in any realm of emotional states. It can be anger, it can be frustration, it can be sadness, it can be surprise, it can be stress, it can be anxiety, what have you. You'll see these venting behaviors come up because under here, you start to become warm. So oftentimes you'll see it much more small. It'll be a little movement off to the side. I like to call it chicken winging. As you see somebody start to do these little kind of movements, it oftentimes indicates that it's warmer under there. They need to ventilate, ergo the venting behaviors, and it's closely related to agitation. He goes so far as to not only vent, but he goes up into arms full overhead. This is a full amplification of the venting gesture and behavior. So with that in there, with the other things that are coupled in here, immediately those are red flags just in general as far as behavior goes. Now, what they're indicating is intense anxiety and stress centered around this area. Now, where that becomes more implicative and indicative of somebody's guilt in something is if that strays from other areas or from the general energy of the group, the general nonverbal communication of the group. If the rest of the group is doing very similar issues, oh, well, maybe it's just warm in the room and people are just feeling warm or high energy, what have you. But his stands out not only one from prior behaviors, but also from the rest of the group. And the environment is not encouraging of him to feel that level of warmth. So something else is triggering that in his mind. So this is likely something that the cops immediately picked up on as they were there, optimistically, if they had any form of nonverbal communication training, which oftentimes they do. So during that time, that would have been at least a little bit of a red flag for them. And those are kind of the contextual clues as to what's making it more of a red flag. This will continue to play out. So now as Watts is watching the screen, you could see him start to do some biting of his lips there. That's a sign of anxiety and agitation. He's feeling obviously stressed, and that starts to couple with the huge venting behaviors, the physiological response of the sweating, and then he's started back into this pacing, this shifting of weight back and forth. Again, another indicator of anxiety and stress. So this huge cluster of anxiety and stress is directed now towards exclusively the security camera footage, which is a massive red flag and was optimistically picked up on by law enforcement. During this time, you could see as Chris is kind of facing perpendicular to the body cam footage, you could see him trying to measure his breathing to calm himself down because he's feeling extremely agitated and he's doing everything that he can to not display that agitation nearly so overtly. But even in those attempts to try to wrestle down his agitation, it almost amplifies other avenues of it. And this highlights a lot of the issues around trying to pull off a successful lie in areas like this where there's so much intensity behind the weight of that lie, what happens, the consequences thereof. And so as he's trying to focus on one aspect of it, the rest of his nonverbal communication is still just oozing that he's feeling overtly anxious and stressed about this. And again, this is a hot point. He does have these moments of overt anxiety throughout this body cam footage and other body cam footages that do exist. And so this would be yet another area as he's trying to measure that breathing and pay attention to that. You see the rest of his body still continuing to do the rest as he can't concentrate on all of the different avenues that it requires you to concentrate on to pull off a successful lie or deceitful narrative in an area like this.
What else can I do with this?
My detective just showed up. But he'll probably want to talk to you. You'd probably, like I said, you might have you call up the bank and see if there's any kind of activity.
Because if there is any sort of action out
on his camera,
I would have got it.
Like
right.
we had issues the other week when people were stealing stuff out of like garages and stuff like that. And I had parked my front.
I had to park right here.
Yeah. So someone,
See if
I could see when someone tried to jimmy with a flathead screwdriver.
Interesting. So now when he turns back towards the officer, he's still obviously maintaining the venting behavior that he was doing the entirety throughout this. But also, if you look at his eyes are fairly wide. That widening of the eyes is indicative of fear. It can be fear, surprise, anything along those lines. But seeing that in there, if you look at other areas where he's looking around at other people, they're a little bit more, his eyelids are a little bit more hooded. They're lowered. They're not as stressed. But when he looks back towards the officer, you see that they're pulled back just a little bit. That's a very subtle one. On top of that, the more overt one that he displays, the more overt expression that he displays is the very substantial and prolonged lip compression. Now, those lip compressions are oftentimes done very briefly. You'll see them like a kind of situation and then move on. But for him, he's sitting there with his lips compressed for a prolonged period. And in nonverbal communication, when you see lip compressions like that, anxiousness, anxiety, fear, and some negative emotion is oftentimes very closely related to that lip compression. It's centered around, as we're growing older, we learn that as we say things that shouldn't be said, we'll lip compress, and that can be a lie. That can be something like a secret. That could be just even speaking out in a public place where you shouldn't, something along those lines. The response is to compress your lip. Shouldn't have said that sort of thing. So seeing that come in there, that is centered around what he's perceiving on the screen here. He's feeling an over amount of stress. Then what he does after that, I find interesting, and again, is another indicator of overt stress that's being extremely poorly managed, is he starts to offer up information that nobody really wanted him to give. Again, this is the neighbor's security camera, and the neighbor is probably going to know the most about what goes on his security camera. However, Chris at this point wants to be able to fill in some space here and probably wants to feel like he's helping or adding to this investigation at the time. And so he starts talking about, oh, there was this one time that people were doing such and such and this and that, and it was caught on the security camera and all this stuff, and nobody asked him. And that's the biggest thing, is that he wasn't asked that question. He's just offering that up. And that is packing a narrative that nobody even asked him to start answering to begin with. So these signs of agitation are so blaringly obvious that at very least, in base stripped back, zero, nothing else, you can't look at any other evidence, the law enforcement at the time could look at that and be like, this person is acting overtly agitated in a scenario that does demand a level of agitation, but where the agitation spikes is more questionable. It's not centered around the entirety of the subject. It's not centered around talking about perhaps somebody breaking in. It's centered around the security camera and what the security camera may or may not have caught. And that, to me, would serve as a red flag, and it likely did serve as a red flag for law enforcement at the time as well. Let's continue.
Over there, and it was funny. But if any action would happen, any cars or anything left at your house, I would have gone like right in that area. This one, I mean, it'll pick up anything coming down the street this way. Or with my turn her through. Oh yeah, okay. Watch, I'll show you. There's nothing on.
Interesting. So Chris is trying to, again, he's offering too much information to the officer when the officer didn't ask. Again, it's the neighbor's camera. And so Chris is, oh, you could see all of this stuff and all of that and all of this. And the neighbor cuts in here and he's like, no, you can actually see further than that. I can see when people go down the road or they come up the road. And Chris is surprised by that. And he's like, oh, you could see that too. And what he does afterwards, again, is very interesting. He starts pacing again, another spike in that shifting of his weight from foot to foot. Anxiety, agitation is creeping up there very suddenly. Again, he breaks eye contact, looks down to the side while doing all of this. So that cluster, again, of agitation, it spikes from his baseline. During that time, again, centered around this concept of, maybe the security camera can see a little bit more than even Chris anticipated. It causes him intense agitation. Yet another red flag in just the police body cam footage.
At the mount here, we've like watched that one. But like, just through this car. What's the phrase that we have? You can see this car stuff right there.
The night one.
Oh, what? You know what I'm saying? It cleared up all the way down there. That's cool.
Maze next door.
Let me go.
I was talking about dispatcher. Heavy football.
Yeah, we can pick up cars from this way out again. Anything from this way at Bay Turner. So, and usually it's night, I pick up the cars pulling the urge. So, unless they pulled right here, but I would have caught her, walked it out.
so many overt manipulators and self-soothing gestures during this time. Obviously, again, Chris is sweating profusely here. You could look at the neighbor, not sweating at all. I'm going to assume, just judging by the size of the house and the location that they were in, it's probably an air-conditioned house. So the sweating that Watts is kind of producing at this time is not, it's not usual and it's not expected. He's not somebody who has a medical condition that encourages him to sweat more in any scenario. This is his agitation showing up in a physiological way that he can't control. Nobody can really control how much they sweat. They could try to do everything to mitigate the sweating, but if sweat's going to happen, it's going to happen kind of whether or not you want it to. And so he's sweating pretty profusely, and you could see him do some dips in there. Again, he's feeling short of breath as he's trying to figure out, how do I measure my breathing here? And he's bending over, he's looking down, he's straightening up, he's tried putting his hands above his head, he's pacing back and forth. All of these agitation gestures are continually escalating as this security footage is being talked about. And again, it's not matching anybody else in the room that we're at least privy to, and it's not matching anybody that Chris is interacting with. So with that in mind, it's not that Chris is trying to mirror or is naturally mirroring the energy of the people around. His environment is not encouraging the sweating. These are all incongruencies with his behavior as to what the environment and the setting is encouraging, and that serves as a red flag non-verbally. He also does another of the pacing away. He breaks attention as soon as there's the opportunity for him to leave that situation. The officer, you could see him click in and talk to somebody on the radio. Chris was like, oh, do I need to go? Do I need to get out of here? As soon as I can get out of here, I want to do that. That's his immediate response. And that lets us know that he wants to escape that situation. He doesn't want to be there. This is very uncomfortable. He's found out the security camera footage captures more than he was expecting, and he's now likely extremely worried that it captured something more than he wanted it to in that morning time that he was doing all of these terrible things to his family. That's what we're seeing non-verbally. I would anticipate, again, that the law enforcement were picking up at least some of these signals at the time, even if they weren't something that they trained to pick up. It is still incongruencies in human behavior. These sorts of agitation spikes centered around these sorts of things kind of trigger most people to feel a little bit at least curious as to what's going on for that person. Why are they feeling so nervous? Why are they feeling so anxious centered around this? There's some contextual things that you could play devil's advocate for Watts during this, but they are insufficient for what he's displaying in regards to what's going on here. Yeah, sure, maybe he's stressed because his wife and kids are missing and things like that, but where they are showing up does not make sense, and the degree to which they're showing up in the areas that they are don't support that narrative. They support something a little bit more nefarious and sinister, which ends up being the truth, unfortunately. But these are some of the signals that were being displayed during the time.
Hazel. Well, I thought nothing.
Nothing for the rest of the day.
Oh, that's it.
She's pregnant as well.
How far along?
14, 15 minutes.
That's a fascinating portion to me, and something that almost just seems as if the universe is saying, you know what, we've got you. To Watts at this point. Again, as in case you didn't hear that, sorry for the audio and the video quality. It's body cam footage. It's always going to be garbage. But during that time, he sees the footage of the womb and the baby, and then it's at that moment that he's like, oh, she's pregnant as well, which to me lets me know that his psychology is definitely elsewhere. He's stressed about something else. That my wife is pregnant would probably be a pretty high level descriptor of the wife's physical state if there wasn't something else going on. But it's only at this point during the security footage that Chris decides to be like, oh, also, I guess, she's also pregnant. And again, if you look at his eyes, the lids have pulled back again. That's again indicating a level of fear and stress or anxiety, something along those lines. And he's trying to break eye contact, walk around again. Another spike of this nonverbal communication then centered around the condition of his wife, which would only serve as another red flag during this scenario.
That's why her friend said it was low blood sugar.
And see, I've got her friend leaving out here at 2 in the morning. So, my camera.
Well,
Did you go check if anything was missing around your house?
It was like all the old planes and the when you
Can't make out a single word that they're saying here. I tried to clean up the audio so I could understand it a little bit more, reduce some of the background noises and bring out their voices a bit more. But because of how distorted and weird and muddy and messy the original audio was, it still doesn't make any sense. However, fortunately for us here on the channel, we don't necessarily need their words. They are beneficial. To look at all avenues of communication during this is only going to be beneficial for understanding. But since we're focusing on nonverbal communication, again, you could look at Chris and see the agitation continue to upwell. And in this area, he's starting to do more pacing. He's walked even further away and backed close in and further away and turning and shifting and again, constantly shifting weight. These are all indicative of a person who's feeling extremely uncomfortable, at least psychologically, in the scenario that they're in, which makes sense mostly for guilt in this area. In this area, this would be a point of we need to hone in and focus in if he's innocent. And he's just like, I need to figure out information. Let's look at this, looking closely at the cameras, doing everything that is possible to see any details. That attentiveness would be expected for somebody who's looking for somebody. For somebody who's not really actually looking for somebody on this footage, you might expect to see a lot more attempt to draw distance, which is what Chris is doing. He's regularly trying to draw as much distance between himself and the source of this footage, the TV screen, which is the source of the negative stimulant in this scenario. You see that regular drawing of distance. He obviously just can't leave, even though he asked earlier, you want me to go over to anywhere else other than here? No, I want you to stay here. But even if he's staying here, he's really trying to move away. And so seeing that sort of dynamic, again, is just yet another massive blaring red flag.
the phone story.
Well, that will.
Where'd he go there? Again, not really a need to go anywhere. He didn't leave. You didn't hear any doors open or shut. He just walked away for a while and then he eventually wanders back. But again, that's another indicator that he's not comfortable in the area that they're in, which I can only watered down play devil's advocate for. If he were stressed about his family missing, sure, I can get wanting to move around some, having some agitation and wanting to do something about it to an extent, but that's what they're doing here, is trying to do something about it. So then I immediately run into a brick wall of like, okay, if he were innocent, this is the point of where it matters. We're collecting the data, we're doing the investigation, we're trying to figure out what happened, and he's trying to draw distance between himself and that scenario. That's a problematic response. And it's not something that he's thinking of here, likely because he didn't do any form of training or studying or research on how to pull off a very convincing lie centered around an extremely intense psychological incident such as a murder. So he's only just oozing every form of nonverbal seepage that we can probably think of here to indicate that he's extremely and overtly agitated and stressed about what's going on here, which is an investigation. That's a red flag.
Yeah. Well,
Because he dropped her off at 1:04.
During this time, look at the difference between the neighbor and Chris and their nonverbal displays during this. The neighbor's feeling fairly stationary. You can kind of tell that the officer is holding fairly stationary as well, since the body cam footage isn't moving and shifting around. And so if two people in that room are fairly stationary and attentively watching the TV screen, there's only one person who's not, and that one person who's not has continually made attempts to get away from this scenario or offer unneeded, useless information, is surprised by things, and has only shown levels of agitation, stress, and anxiety centered around various important points of the security footage or information around that security footage. These are all exclusively red flags. It becomes quite clear as you watch through the footage of the Chris Watts file why he was caught so quickly. He did not do a good job at masking what he had done. He tried to do a good job, and in some areas he did pull off a good job, but even in those areas, it came across as an overcompensation. He was either overtly so extremely anxious like this that it came across as, this is suspicious, or it was the exact flip side of that coin to where he was like, oh man, you know what? This is the chillest day I've had in my life. I've never even had a problem before. And that's an overcompensation, which comes across again as suspicious. Naturally flowing, there would have been a balance between those two of agitation and then lack of like, I don't have anything to be worried about myself. They're not looking at me. And that balance would exist, but he doesn't have that balance because it didn't exist for him. He was exclusively guilty, and it showed up non-verbally extremely clearly. And again, he got caught so quickly because of, I'm sure, partially his nonverbal communication, but also if you've watched the other videos, because of a brilliantly done interrogation period as well.
She's done my doorbell said 148 thing. Okay. So.
This is perfectly at 140.
So as soon as it takes up motion, and like fail.
Okay. How about you? That was the start of the video. I didn't pick her up going into the house, though.
It didn't.
Interesting thing, just to even make note of, that the officer did well. You didn't pick her up going into the house. She didn't. But you watch over at Chris here, and now he's hugging himself. This is extremely closed off nonverbal communication. Anytime you see closed nonverbal communication like that, you can at least start paying attention. It does not mean to disband some of the like misinformation out there. Seeing somebody cross their arms or fold their arms across does not mean that they're lying. It does not mean that they're being deceitful. And in fact, it doesn't even necessarily mean that they're feeling uncomfortable. What you want to pay attention to is the spikes in it and what they're related to understand a little bit better. So in this area, we haven't seen Chris just relaxing this way, nor does he give the energy or his posturing show that he is feeling relaxed. He's extremely closed in and tense. And that's different. That's different than just somebody, I don't know, I'm just sitting here. Many people will just cross their arms because it's the most comfortable way to do so, and it keeps their own body contained. So that's a natural response to any situation. But the way that Chris is doing it is very, very different than somebody who is just relaxedly crossing their arms. And that's where this, let's just black and white nonverbal communication tells becomes extremely dangerous, because crossed arms, black and whited, in this area, it's an indicator of guilt. It's an indicator of stress at very least. He's very anxious in this area, and he's closing himself off. He's doing a self-hug in this area. That's a self-soother as well. So in this area, that's a red flag. If you see somebody standing like that in an airport, for instance, and they're just waiting in line, that's not indicative of anything. That's just indicative of them standing there. So you have to have that context. You have to look at more than just the instant itself. And that's where an instance like this, the longer footage that we can have, the more exposure and more understanding as to their behavior throughout an entire scenario, rather than just one little clip, helps add accuracy and context to the tells that are being seen. Obviously, in this area, he's not relaxing. This sort of posturing and holding of your body is not relaxed. That's stressed, that's self-soothing, that's anxious, that's agitated. So he's feeling agitated in this area. And you could especially see it if you look down at his arm there. He's gripping his arm very, very tightly with his other hand, and that lets you know he's squeezing himself. This is agitation. This isn't relaxation. This is agitation. He's not feeling comfortable with this. And again, now this is spiked up in the area where they're starting to look for activity at the time that it's supposed to be looked at, and they're not really finding the activity that should be found there according to Watts's narrative, and his nonverbal communication is reflecting that that does not sit well with him. All of these are tells that you want to keep track of during instances like this to be able to get a more accurate nonverbal read.
And I usually pick him up when he comes walking through here. I pick him up. So it's not going to show her walking into the house.
Before it shows anything here, notice how the neighbor brings up, and you could see up through here, you could see him walking through here. Oh boy. And boy, does Watts start shifting back and forth. His anxiety has again spiked, and still doing the self-hug that was there before, but now there's been more detail that has been added that Watts at this point knows could be indicative of his guilt. And so we start to see that anxiety and agitation crop up yet again, paying attention to when the spikes in nonverbal communication happen with the narrative that's being presented at the time is yet more context to add more clarity to what's going on behaviorally.
The shooter walked by me. That's all. That's okay. Yeah. They see all these people coming in, but I go.
Yeah.
It's so overt. It's so overt. So he's still doing the self-hugging at the beginning. You also see the shifting back and forth, all agitation, all anxiety. You also then see the lip compression, the prolonged lip compression come in there yet again, centered around this area. And then it's almost like he catches himself. He's like, oh man, I look way too stressed. Because he does. He's sweating. He's hugging himself. He's rocking back and forth. His lips are compressed. He looks so overtly stressed out by this scenario here that it's almost like he catches himself, and he does a number of manipulators. It's hard to say whether or not he's trying to fix his pockets or play off something along those lines. He does a number of manipulators down, and then he tries to shove his hands in his pockets. Yet again, though, if you look at the overall posturing of his body's frame, it's tense. He's not sitting there like, this is okay. He's tense. He's very, very stressed about this. And again, that only plays so far into innocence. A person would only be so stressed about this scenario in their innocence. They would want more action. They wouldn't want to just sit there and feel more and more stressed. So during this time, he's presenting so much more agitation and anxiousness centered around what's being perceived in the security cam footage than somebody who would be wanting to find out what happened during that security cam footage. Had his family been stolen away from his house during this time, he would be focused in on the footage that could possibly reveal that. But everything non-verbally from him is screaming for him to get away and separate himself from that footage. That's not a good sign for him. And sure enough, obviously, again, it wasn't a good sign in general for him. He was guilty. But non-verbally speaking, those are the indicators that show that he didn't perceive that as a source of possible hope. He perceived that security footage as a threat. His nonverbal communication only shows that.
You know it's still right.
Mm-hmm. How long does a typical record for?
30 seconds, I believe. But this is at 148, and then the next one I had. No, I won. So no cars came through, because I guarantee with the headlights, it picks up the head. Oh, yeah.
And my evidence said at 5:27, my garage door left open. But that could have been as well. It says it was shut during the day. But I think when Nikki's son, he may have tried to move the door around, maybe when they were trying to get in the garage door. And if I broke the laser there, that's because my alarm started going off.
Well, I know he said the front door he tried going in.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so as Chris is starting to add all of this extra information into this scenario here, it does again feel a little bit like packing of a narrative, anxious energy, trying to fill up space, things like that. But even in the middle of that, you also see him take a pretty substantial breath in the middle of his speaking, which lets us know that he's feeling somewhat nervous again centered around this area. At this point, they have been interacting around the security footage for, if we're going by just the body cam footage, 8 minutes at least. So optimistically, a lot of the anxiety that would just be centered around looking at a new source of information would have fizzled off a little bit. So the fact that the anxiety is still holding on at full force, enough so to make him interrupt himself to take a deep breath in the middle of a sentence, it's complex to say the least. And again, with him packing a narrative centered around that, it only adds more complexity to it, but it's not really pushing anybody down the avenue of everything's fine in this area. What would be more so the concern is that this person is behaving extremely abnormally during an area that it just does not line up with what they're trying to present. And that desynchronization or disconnection across the narratives as opposed to the behavioral displays is where things start to show up as red flags instead.
Tried going in, but you have to lock up.
That's
So that set it off, right?
Our remote on the outside doesn't work anymore. Got wet and the whole thing pretty long. Yeah, that was it.
All right. Appreciate your time.
Yeah, no problem.
Thanks.
Hopefully, come up.
Okay, so again, Chris offers some unneeded information. Our remote got wet. The outdoor done blah, blah, blah. Nobody again asked. It doesn't really have too much to do with the scenario that's going on here. But Chris is feeling uncomfortable. And people who are feeling uncomfortable do not sit well with silences in persons that they're interacting with. That's an interrogation technique. That's an interview technique. If you ask a question and you get an insufficient answer or one that's just not satisfactory in general, sit silently. Let that person fill the uncomfortable silence. And so he's already immediately falling into that mode of thinking, I gotta fill this silence that's going on here. Then he goes to shake hands with his neighbor. It's a very overt, intentional movement, shake hands. But what I'm paying attention to during that time are his eyes. He only very briefly meets his neighbor's eyes. He shakes hands and immediately diverts his eyes, looks down, and heads off to the side. That diversion of eyes down onto the side like that is often indicative of shame, perhaps guilt, something along those lines. And so seeing that in there, that also is a red flag. Why is he feeling that need to divert his eyes so quickly from his neighbor who, if Chris Watts was innocent in this area, his neighbor is exclusively trying to help? Why would that sort of nonverbal display be present there? It's a red flag to be sure. And now we'll hear some stuff from the neighbor as Chris heads out.
Hopefully, come up here.
If you just want to go talk to him, I'm going to get his info real quick. No.
Back.
And I don't know if you heard that. The neighbor said he's not acting right. No. That rocking back and forth. Those are some of the very overt nonverbal tells that were present during the entirety of this body cam footage. But that's what I'm referring to, where the neighbor, who again, I'm assuming that it's just your average human being that doesn't care about nonverbal communication a bunch. He's not a law enforcement officer. He's not a detective. He's just wanting to be there and be helpful. Even he can pick up on those agitation tells, and they sit unwell with him. They sit as an unnatural display in response to what's going on here. So even at that point, he's picking up on something. So hopefully throughout this video, you were able to see how a person, even a person desperately trying to cover their tracks, desperately trying to pull off a deceitful narrative, a form of a lie, they cannot do so well if they're under intense pressure and if there are multiple avenues that are being paid attention to at the same time. If you listen to just Chris's words, maybe you'll be able to buy into what he's saying. If you listen to or pay attention to just an aspect of what he's doing non-verbally, maybe, perhaps, oh, he's stressed, that's fine, something along those lines. If you pay attention to all of the avenues of nonverbal communication and verbal communication, it becomes so much more difficult for the person who's trying to be deceitful to maintain that lie. There are definitely people who are fantastic at lying. They have no issues with it. There's no psychological trigger of being like, ooh, this is stressful to me. And so they're able to more fluidly pull off deceit. That's not the case with everyone, and that was not the case with Chris Watts. So those are the nonverbal tells during the police body cam footage that could have and hopefully were picked up by the law enforcement at the time.
Okay, now before I begin into the actual analysis, I'll give you a quick crash course of Jeffrey Dahmer, where he came from, and, just a little bit of the events leading up to this here interview that occurred in 1993. So, Jeffrey Dahmer was a serial killer from America who took the lives of 17 men between the years of 1978 and 1991. His childhood was what would be considered happy and average until a personality shift occurred, centered around a surgery, more or less. Noticeably more subdued than before, he became increasingly withdrawn following the birth of his brother and his family's frequent moves. By the time he had reached his early teenage years, he was disengaged, tense, and had very few friends, if any. It was during that time that Dahmer reported first feeling his sinister cravings. Alcoholism controlled his young adult life as he dropped out of college and enlisted in the military. It was in the year of 1978 that he claimed his first victim. Over the next 13 years, Dahmer sought out men at bars, malls, and bus stops, lured them home, gave them laced alcoholic beverages before fatally strangling them. He would then engage in inappropriate and explicit acts with them before dismembering and disposing of them. However, he would often keep specific parts of them as souvenirs. Along with this, he would also take photos of his victims at various stages in his process so he could revel in his prior acts. One late night in 1991, one of Dahmer's victims escaped his captivity and flagged down a police car. He then led the cops back to Dahmer's apartment. They found photos of his victims as well as some of their parts in the refrigerator and freezer. Caught in the act, and with overwhelming physical evidence against him, Dahmer obviously confessed. In 1992, Dahmer entered a guilty but insane plea. However, a jury almost unanimously found him to be sane in each incident. He was then sentenced over 12 consecutive life sentences, but was killed in prison in 1994 by another inmate who was alleged to have used either a broom handle and or a stolen metal bar from the prison gym to beat Dahmer until he was nearly dead. Dahmer was pronounced dead on the way to the hospital due to multiple skull fractures and severe brain trauma. So that's your story. Let's go ahead and start into this actual analysis itself. Let's see what the nonverbal communication is of one of the most well-known serial killers in history.
I had these obsessive desires and thoughts wanting to control them, to, I don't know how to put it, possess them permanently.
Okay, so something that I will point out about Dahmer's nonverbal baseline is that he has a very subdued tone and very subdued nonverbal baseline as well. So that comes into play here and there as we can see him process through various things, but he regularly has halts in his phrasing as he tries to carefully plan out and think out his words. And he is not a very dynamic person non-verbally either. He doesn't have a lot of fidgeting or broad movements, so if we're looking for anything that strays from that to give us any red flags, this one's a pretty clean-cut, straightforward case, but there's still stuff to be able to learn from each incident where a person thinks or processes differently than the normal average population. There's hopefully something that we could still learn. So let's continue forward.
That's why you killed them.
Right, right. Not because I was angry with them, not because I hated them, but because I wanted to keep them with me. And as my obsession grew...
So that actually does seem to line up non-verbally. You can see his head movements are synchronized all the way throughout. There are no other anomalies that are happening besides the soothing gesture, placating gesture would almost be a way to put it, that he's doing with his hand off to the side. And that's a similar gesture to the, hey, now I'm explaining something, back off. I'm a little bit defensive about it, but this is the reason for that whole line of thinking. So that comes out there as well. So far, though, he seems very nonchalant in his actions, and I'll talk a little bit about what I was able to perceive from his psychological state, and then, we'll wrap up the video. Let's continue.
I was saving body parts such as skulls and skeletons. It's a process. It doesn't happen.
So building up to that, he was doing a little no shake in there, and that would be related to the, I don't know, I don't know, and that's where that no comes in there. I don't know, I did blah, blah, blah. So that comes in, and then after he mentions the parts that he was saving, he does lip compressions after each one. Those are interesting. Those are usually related to negative thoughts, or when a person's saying something that they know that they shouldn't, something along those lines, you'll see a lip compression crop up. There are many reasons for lip compression. These are the ones that make sense in context. So with that, he is cognizantly aware of the fact that what he does and had done was very wrong. And that's showing in his nonverbal communication, but what we're not seeing are any signs of shame or guilt during that as well. So let's continue playing.
Overnight, when you depersonalize another person and view them as just an object for pleasure instead of a living, breathing human being, it seems to make it easier to do things you shouldn't do.
Okay, so during this time, we can see that swallows in there. His mouth is getting a little bit dry while he's speaking about his actual murders. And this is interesting because that response indicates nerves, it indicates agitation. So there's some sort of psychological processing that he is doing around that isn't a positive one. It's prepping him for the fight or flight reaction. So there's something going on there. It's not guilt, but it is at least concern or maybe worry. Would it be about getting caught? Yeah, more likely than not, but it's not guilt. He's still not showing any indicators of shame in there. And then here where I have it paused now, he has a pretty substantial lip compression that's in there, and that's still related to what I explained earlier. So what I'm seeing from Dahmer is that he is aware of how wrong he was and how bad his actions were, but he didn't, it's almost like he just didn't care. Let's continue.
You do sound, though, like the kind of person who could have said to himself, "This is wrong. I must stop."
I always knew that it was wrong, but after the first killing was not planned.
So you can hear him having some of those psychophysiological things come in with the increased breathing. That's another sign of agitation or nerves. And he also has that extended, "I always knew it was wrong," which many of us would see that as bored. And that's still the brain needing oxygen in a different way. That sigh is called in from that side of things, but he's still disconnected from it emotionally. And this obviously pushes us to believe that he's either a psychopath or a sociopath, and I'm not a psychologist, so I'm not diagnosing him here, but that's why people believe that. That's why they see him as such, because of this emotional disconnect from what he's talking about. I'm here to really affirm that he's not feeling an emotional connection to it. It's not leaking out in any form or fashion at all. His channels are revealing other things, his emotional state in regards to anxiety or nerves or stress, but nothing in regards to empathy or guilt or shame. It's interesting. Let's continue.
I was coming back from the shopping mall back in '78. I had fantasies about picking up a hitchhiker and taking him back to the house and having complete control and dominance over him. No one had a clue as to what was happening for over a decade.
What happened to you in the 9 years in between that you were able to stop, that you were able to control yourself?
It just wasn't an opportunity to fully express what I wanted to do. There was just not the physical opportunity to do it then.
So something that I will note about Dahmer that is more chilling is that he doesn't feel like he's putting on a show for attention. In many cases, when you watch some of these interviews with serial killers or people who have done atrocious things, they have this complex, it seems, about them where they're asking for attention and they're really hamming up their side of things a lot, trying to make themselves sound creepier or crueler or more evil to garnish more of that attention. Jeffrey doesn't do anything like that in his. He's simply stating facts, it seems, from his side of things, where to us it's atrocious and horrifying what he's done and what he was saying that he would even continue to do. For him, it sounds like he's listing a grocery list, and emotionally speaking, that's all it's pegging in his mind as well, as something as arbitrary as that. It's very fascinating.
And I started, when I moved to Milwaukee in '81, I started reading pornography, going to the bookstores. Eventually that led to frequenting the gay bars. And then one time I brought this young man back to the hotel room, the Ambassador Hotel. Was just planning on drugging him and spending the night with him. I had no intention of hurting him. When I woke up in the morning, he had a broken rib here, was heavily bruised. Apparently I had beaten him to death with my fists.
And you have no memory.
So something that I am noticing that is interesting about Dahmer is that when he's starting to say something that he did that was perhaps seen as more controversial or gruesome and brutal, he locks eye contact with who he's speaking to, almost to see what their response is. And this isn't uncommon for serial killers to want to receive that sort of attention from the people around them. They know that they have done terrible things, and they want to be able to see those reactions in people. Dahmer's thing was all about dominance and having control, and being able to see those emotional responses in the people that he's speaking to now is likely part of what encouraged him to be so forthcoming with what he had done. He knew he was caught. He had no hope to get out of any of his sentences now, but he did have this way of still adding shock value to the people that he spoke to, still lending him the emotional and psychological hand of dominance. I hope that makes sense. It's something that I have just noticed popping up around his whole recollection of things. Let's continue.
No memory of it. But that's what started the whole spree all over again.
When you killed these men, afterwards, were you repulsed? Were you upset?
No, at the time, it was almost addictive. It was almost a surge of energy. I wouldn't have to worry about any of their needs or anything. I just had complete control of the situation.
Why did you photograph them?
He's still being very authentic here. So far, from what I've seen, and it's difficult to say, especially if somebody is possibly sociopathic or psychopathic, to be able to see genuine, authentic body language is a little bit more difficult, as we've all kind of heard. So from what I can see, it seems like he's being very authentic here. Does he have the ability to lie and lie well? I have no doubt. Do I think he's doing so here? No, but let's continue.
It was my way of remembering their appearance, their physical beauty. I also wanted to keep something. If I couldn't keep them there with me whole, at least I felt that I could keep their skeletons. And I even went so far as planning on setting up an altar with the 10 different skulls and skeletons.
And what was the purpose of the altar going to be?
As a sort of memorial.
It's just so fascinating to me. So Dahmer's obviously a very dark human being. His psyche's very dark. But to watch him speak of what he's speaking of and how he's doing it, his nonverbal communication is fully authentic. He's being very authentic from what I can see here, even down to the smaller movements that are giving away like various emotional things. None of them are lending towards deception. It's not a desynchronized leakage. It's just him really amplifying what he's saying. In either one, he's consciously doing this, which is possible, or he's really genuinely being authentic here in what he's saying. And his disconnect between a person and their lives and who they are as a human being is incredible. He has fully disconnected in his mind what they are. They're now something else. They're not people. They're a material, an object. And he mentions that that's what he had to do or attempted to do to make things easier, which would lend us to believe that he was trying to say that it was difficult. I don't know on that one yet. Let's keep watching.
A point where I could, I don't know. It's so bizarre and strange, it's hard to describe. A place where I could collect my thoughts and feed my obsession.
When the bodies were still in your apartment, there was no time when you would see them and say, this is grotesque. What have I done?
There were times, but the compulsive obsession with doing whatever.
Watching the corner of his mouth during that time where he's saying there were times, it starts to creep upwards lightly. This is a sign of contempt, moral, or intellectual superiority. I don't believe that Dahmer has any level of moral superiority in this, but he could still see himself as having such, or just the intellectual superiority of it. Regardless, that really falls in line with Dahmer, this superiority, domination thing, if that makes sense.
What I was doing overpowered any feelings of revulsion.
Before you went out to pick up a man, was there any kind of ritual you went through?
I'd go to the nightclubs, drink, watch the striptease shows, and if I didn't meet anyone at the bars, I'd go to the bath clubs and meet someone there, offer them money, and we'd go back to the apartment, have a few drinks. I'd have the sleeping pill mixture already prepared. Person would drink it, fall asleep, and that's when they would be strangled. I felt so hopelessly evil and perverted that I actually derived a sort of pleasure from watching that tape.
Did you like feeling evil?
So what I'm watching for in this area as he's talking about these things is to see if there are any micro or mini expressions of disgust slipping into his baseline, to see perhaps maybe he does feel some disgust at least towards the actions that he's done. So he's saying verbally that he felt so evil and perverted that he enjoyed watching, and I think it was The Exorcist 3 was the tape that he's referring to here. But I'm not seeing that reflected elsewhere. For a little bit, he does a pretty substantial and large lip compression and furrows his eyebrows and closes his eyes all in one deal, and that would be considered a grimace. That's the closest that I could see towards disgust towards his actions. But for the most part, he doesn't seem to have any negative repercussions in his psychology about his actions. Still just very, it's different. It's different.
No, I didn't. But I had tried to overcome the thoughts, and it worked for a while, but eventually I gave in.
Do you still feel those same urges? Do you still feel that compulsion, that obsession?
I wish I could say that it just left completely, but no, there are times when I still do have the old compulsions. I started having these obsessive thoughts when I was
I'm not so certain that he wishes they were gone or that they're the old compulsions. It seems as though he really does still feel them, and I don't know that they're considered, I don't know what his scale is of old compulsions is what I'm saying, is that if he's still feeling them, then they're not the old compulsions, they're just not able to be enacted on. So I just found that word choice that he had there interesting, but I don't think that they're in any way behind him. I think, well, now obviously, but at this point I don't think they were anywhere near behind him. So let's continue.
I was about 15 and 16, and they got worse and worse.
What were your fantasies about?
They were sexual fantasies of control, power, complete dominance. They became reality.
Was there pleasure in that fantasy?
There was excitement, fear, pleasure, all mixed together. I was branching out, that's when the cannibalism started, eating of the heart and the arm muscle. It was a way of making me feel that they were a part of me. At first it was just curiosity, and then it became compulsive. Then I tried to keep the person alive by inducing a zombie-like state. By injecting first dilute acid solution into their brain or hot water, and it never did completely work.
Could someone like you be stopped? Could you be helped?
No, I was dead set on going with this compulsion. It was the only thing that gave me any satisfaction. I kept the...
It's interesting. Something else that Dahmer does is he never tries to shift his blame to anyone else. He's not a victim in his storyline. He takes almost pride in him doing what he wanted. And that's a fascinating aspect of it, which sometimes you can see somebody, a serial killer or a murderer, or even just a criminal of any level, having a reason for where they are now, if that makes sense. But he doesn't do that. It's another very fascinating facet of Dahmer's mind, how he thought and how he perceived the world. And for him to take borderline pride in what he was doing is just adding another level of, I don't know, sinister value to him. It's a lot, right?
The mummified head and skull of one of the victims in a carrying case in my locker at work.
Were you almost flaunting it?
Yes, but that's how strong the compulsion was. That's how bizarre the desire was. I wanted to keep something of the person with me.
Was there any kind of incident that you can remember?
So he keeps using the words compulsion, and anytime that he describes his acts, except for a few choice areas, he uses words like bizarre or strange instead of dark or twisted, something along those lines. And I don't know if this is him trying to validate it in his own mind, the things that he did, and make it to where it's not as severe. But it's just, he's complex. He's arguably very, very complex. Yeah, we can talk a little bit more later.
To this day, I don't know what started it. And the person to blame is sitting right across from you. That's the only person. Not parents, not society, not pornography. I mean, those are just excuses.
What was the turning point for you that made you suddenly realize that you had done something terribly wrong, something you should be sorry for?
It was the night of the arrest. I have no memory of what happened during the 6 hours before the last victim ran out of the apartment. I heard a knock on the door, and the police were there with the last victim. They asked me where the key was to the handcuffs. My mind was in a haze. I sort of pointed to the bedroom, and that's where they found the pictures. And they yelled, "Cuff him." And I was handcuffed, and it was just the realization that there was no point in trying to hide my actions anymore. The best route was to...
Micro head movements, no, during that entire recollection period there, indicate authenticity just because they are synchronized with the words that he's saying. He's still telling the truth.
To help the police identify all the victims and just make a complete confession.
10 of your 17 victims were black. Were they racially motivated?
It was not racially motivated. It was not sexual preference. It was just to find an obsession with the best-looking young man I could find. Never understood it. There was no use trying to fight it because I couldn't rid myself of it.
So when he's responding to the racial question there, he says it was not, and that's the first time that he uses that sort of prolonged and emphasized wording. It was not, instead it wasn't. He has been using contractions pretty regularly throughout the rest of this with his verbal patterns. So to have it was not, that means that he's really trying to emphasize that. So looking at that, I would have liked to be able to see what he was doing during that time while he was saying that, to see if there's a desynchronization, because all that I can say from his words is that he really wanted to emphasize that. I'd have to ask, why did he really want to emphasize that over anything else? I'm not sure. I'm really not sure why. Besides, maybe that's his line. That's his line, is that this wasn't a racial thing. He's a horrible human being, but he's not a racist. Okay, interesting. Let's keep watching.
It was too powerful and persistent.
Do you dislike it?
Yes, it's caused a lot of problems for me. A lot of conflicts and unanswered questions.
If you were out on the street now, would you still be committing the crimes?
Probably. If this hadn't happened, there's no doubt I probably would be. I can't think of anything that would have stopped me.
Okay, so that's the interview done in 1993. Within the next 365 days, he was murdered in prison. So that is Jeffrey Dahmer. Looking back through this and also considering the other footage that I went through to be able to help study and prepare for this, I do believe that he had a severe psychological disconnect between what his actions were and the emotions that they ought to invoke. He felt no displayable shame during all of that. There was nothing to indicate that level of emotion. He did have plenty of false starts. He had a dry mouth. He had plenty of breathing shifts to where his breathing would become more fluttery or less fluttery. He had a lot of swallows in there and lip compressions, and the list goes on, all related to nerves and agitation, a negative emotion to be sure, but not guilt. I don't believe that Dahmer ever felt genuinely guilty for what he did, at least to what you and I would probably feel. This was interesting to me. I think that I could probably spend most of the rest of my career studying people like Dahmer and finding out more and more and more about how nonverbal communication portrays over severe cases like this, where the brain is obviously processing a little bit differently. I'm going to do my best to maintain as ad-friendly of content as I possibly can, so some of the details and backstories, so on and so forth, that would be considered inappropriate for ads will be left out, and you will have to go and do your own research for that. That being said, I am going to give it my best shot to be able to give you a brief backstory so that you can be caught up, kind of, before I start into this read. So the 20-year-old Amanda Knox decided that she was going to study abroad in Italy. She was your average, everyday American girl who considered herself to be quirky, unique, and cute. When she went to Italy, she found that the scholarly program that she anticipated she was going to be participating in was quite laid back, so instead she approached life there as a chance to be able to live a little and have some experiences along the way. While she was there, she had a few roommates in the upper floor of a small cottage. All the roommates got along quite well, although some of them had differing views on the world themselves. Along with that, she had a boyfriend who she had for 7 days before, quite literally, all hell broke loose. Now, it's at this point that I'm going to, 1, abbreviate everything, and then 2, skirt around some of the more gory details of the crime that happened. Long story short, Amanda, who was at her boyfriend's house according to her, went home to discover that the door to the apartment complex, the upper floor, was ajar, and that there were some odd details. There were some feces in a toilet, there were blood on the floor of a bathroom and around the sink area, but not very much. And last but not least, her roommate's door was locked, which according to her was not very uncommon. She went back to her boyfriend's house, told him about it. He thought it was very suspicious, and they called the police, tried to get into the door. They couldn't get the door in. The police came, kicked the door in, discovered the crime scene. The crime scene was very brutal, so I will not talk about it here. If you would like to know more details about what was in the crime scene, I'd heavily suggest you check out the documentary on Netflix. That being said, after I watched hours and hours of footage and combed through the actual footage that was left from the crime scene, the actual evidence files, including court documents, I came to the point that I realized that the evidence was so contradictory and confusing that it was almost impossible to establish a good direction from the evidence alone. If you'd like to be able to hear a little bit more of a summary as to that side of things, I suggest you go and check out Dr. Grande's video. He does an excellent and very brief job at summarizing the entire proceedings. What I am going to focus on here, quite literally out of necessity, is just Amanda's nonverbal communication in the earliest interview that I could track down, done with Diane Sawyer, and I had to do some things with the footage to hopefully avoid copyright. Now, there's the high chance that the studio that Diane works for is still going to copyright this video, so please, again, consider the links below. I really do appreciate it. Now, even though this is the earliest footage that I was able to track down of Amanda, it is still 4 years after the incident itself, which means that this nonverbal read is going to be 4 years separated from the actual trauma of the event, which means that it's not going to be as accurate. Amanda has had time at this point to be able to rehearse if she needs to. She has had time to psychologically recover if she needs to. And all of this just makes it difficult to be able to establish a solid and accurate nonverbal read. I'm going to do the best that I can here and let you know what I see as I see it, and then at the very end, we'll talk about it and I'll give you my educated opinion. Without further ado, let's go ahead and watch this footage.
Concertante of Sex, Sphinx of Perugia.
I haven't heard those. I mean, I've heard the gist of them. And they're wrong.
I'm going to let you know that in this interview, much of it is just discussing things that aren't exactly relevant to what I would like to see in question form. It's not just asking, did you kill them? Or did you have anything to do with this? Did you do anything about the crime? It's all centered around the situation around it. Now, this serves a purpose still non-verbally because it allows for me to be able to really establish how Amanda interacts with people while she's being interviewed and helps me understand what her baseline is, although be it flawed because of the separation between the incident and this interview. So I have spent over 24 hours just trying to find the footage and establish a baseline, and that leads us to today's read. So as you can see, she's emoting as you would expect somebody who had been called said things to emote. Being called these sorts of names is never comfortable, especially for somebody who is young and still trying to establish who they are in the world. So when we see that reflect on her face through the tenseness in her eyebrows and the corners of her mouth displaying these solemn feelings that she's having in regards to this, this is exactly like we would hope to see in a person who emotes well with situations. That leads me to believe that as I continue forward, either one, she's an excellent actor, or two, she genuinely does emote with the feelings that she's having. And that's good news for a body language analyst. If they're genuinely emoting with the feelings they're having, that means that it's going to make for a more accurate read. So hopefully we'll be able to get some good answers from this.
It's one thing to be called certain things in the media, and then it's another thing to be sitting in a courtroom fighting for your life while people are calling you a devil.
So if you're looking at her face, one of the big tells for her is the movement of her mouth. She's very expressive with her mouth and sometimes her eyes and eyebrows. However, you can see the sadness and pain in the tenseness around the corners, bottom lip and upper lip of her face. This is common in people that are genuinely feeling negative emotions centered around a certain thing. If you took a screenshot of just her eyes, you can tell that she's at very least frustrated, but her mouth is really the deciding factor here, revealing her true emotions. So when she's referring to this, she genuinely is upset about it. She has feelings about being called these things.
It's not true. For all intents and purposes, I was a murderer. whether I was or not. And I had to live with the idea that that would be my life. It was incredibly painful.
As you can see there, all of her head movements and facial expressions are synchronized. As she's saying certain negative things, she shakes her head no. As she's saying positive things, she shakes her head yes. This is just showing synchronicity between her words and her bodily movements, her nonverbal communication. This is still a good sign. Could she be acting well? Quite possibly. Is that possible to determine right now? Not at all. Also, if you're curious, this footage is all broken up, one, to hopefully maintain the ability to not be copyrighted, but then also I wanted to only capture the footage of her talking and her face because that's all that I want to notice during this time. I've looked through the evidence. That did not help. I'm looking at her body language here, and that's kind of why you're here as well.
I felt like after crawling through a field of barbed wire and finally reaching what I thought was the end, it just turned out that it was the horizon, and I had another field of barbed wire that I had ahead of me to crawl through.
What's the first thing you want people to know about you?
I want the truth to come out. I'd like to be reconsidered as a person.
Okay, that line is important and part of the psychology behind Amanda that I think has weight in the case that not many people have talked about. So a little backstory on her. She is from a family that the parents divorced and step-parents come in, and this makes it very important for the child to maintain this sense of self-sufficiency. And I think that that helps lend towards some of Amanda's odd behavior later on, which we'll talk about. But it's this sense of self-sufficiency, and then also Amanda's pretty high opinion of herself that lends to some of the detachment that we're going to see from her. And in her stating that she would like to be able to be reconsidered as a person is revealing as well, because it's very important to her what other people think about her. She has a high self-image, and she wants everybody else to be able to maintain that self-image as well. This has some effect and some play in some of the relationships and reactions later on here, which we'll just about get to. Non-verbally speaking, however, as you can see, she is still emoting and displaying nonverbal communication that aligns with the words that she's saying. As far as I can tell, she's telling the truth in this point. Also, she has no reason to lie here, so it likely is true in and of itself.
The wonderful thing about my family is that we need each other. Always. All of us. And whatever happens to one of us happens to us all.
Fill in the blank.
Not totally certain about that. That is mostly true. However, considering that it is a blended home that she came from, that kinda can lead towards a lot of people clumped together in those homes. There's sometimes favorites and preferences that happen in those situations. Also, she does a lot more pausing in here. This could be due to the emotion, or it could be due to the fact that she doesn't fully believe what she's saying in that sort of situation. But she has no reason to really throw her family under the bus in this sort of situation, so she's trying to dress up that relationship pretty well. That being said, this doesn't really have anything to do with the case at hand, so we're not going to focus on it too much.
An adventure of selfhood, I'd say. I mean, I was at an age where you know, you're both insecure, but you're confident at the same time.
You wrote a sentence in the book that surprised me.
So this is just in regards to what she would term the trip as. This response is after a long period of time has already gone past with this crime, and Amanda changed over this crime. Her entire personality, her demeanor, her outlook on life has definitely been altered by how everything was handled. So what her words are here may not be necessarily as true as what she intended on it being then, but hindsight is always 20/20 as well.
You said, what if I had not gone on a campaign for casual sex?
It was irresponsible. A child's going about a very adult thing.
You thought that's what the liberated,
yes,
free-spirited girls did?
I thought that's what all self-confident, free-spirited women did.
interesting thing here non-verbally. And once again, this is just showing the connectivity between her nonverbal displays and her emotional state. So you can see Sawyer does this like, is this what you feel kind of thing, and raises her chin. And then in response to this, not only mirroring this, but also in relation to the emotion and the motive behind the words, Amanda starts talking about what an empowered person would do. And as many people start talking about empowerment, they do this elevation tell. It's a gravity-defying tell that's common in empowerment or pride or any of these similar feelings. They raise their chin, and this is a defiance gesture. And this is just showing that that is indeed the gesture that most people would use in that time. So her nonverbal communication that is displayed is very synchronized right now. That's important to be able to understand in a nonverbal read, is how they display on certain things that you would expect to see. So in this situation where she's talking about things about empowerment, it's a defiant gesture as you display that you're more confident, so on and so forth. Synchronicity between the nonverbal and the verbal is important to note, and it's been noted here. So that means that later on down the line, as we see things that are nonverbally represented, that means that there's a high chance that it is in fact clearly representing what the emotions are, regardless of the words. Let's keep watching.
And at that point, I still felt like a clueless girl. I was naive enough that I didn't understand the way bad things can happen to regular people for no reason.
Okay, so she says the way that bad things can happen to, and she does this hold, she stops, she processes something. She's been talking smoothly throughout most of this, and then it gets to this point where she stops. She is obviously doing some sort of psychological processing. That's just from the verbal cadence. There's processing that's happening. She also looks down, and her face blanks as she tries to think of something new. Now, the phrase is that bad things happen to good people. That's what she was intending on saying. However, instead she says bad things happen to regular people after thinking about it for a second. Now, the only reason that this is important in a nonverbal read is because now we know that if she's trying to think of something different to say, she's going to display something similar to this cluster of tells, the looking down and the blinking of the face. So if we see that in an area where it should just be a clean answer, like say, did you do the crime itself? Instead of just responding a no, if she looks down and blinks, we know she's processing. She's trying to think of a different answer than what should be said. This is an important tell to be able to take note of, and I've absolutely taken note of it here.
You were going to say good people.
Well, all people are good, but I mean, we also are all regular.
Okay, so something to note about her smile. She has commonly, in all of the footage that I've watched, displayed this contempt smile. And the reason that I say contempt is because it's common in times of contempt. It's a lopsided, one-sided smile. Half of the face, half of the mouth especially, is displaying more of a neutral expression, while the other half is smiling. Now, this is common in both genetic factors, so say some people just have a lopsided smile, that's totally possible. But if it's an actual emotive smile, and they can normally smile very balanced and even, as we can see that she can here, there's a psychological reasoning behind that. And contempt is common in people who feel that they may or may not be a little bit elevated above other people, be that psychologically, physically, mentally, so on and so forth. To see that smile displayed here, that is another indicator towards Amanda having this self-sustained, self-sufficient, high opinion of herself beyond the normal, it's good to have good self-esteem. She might think a little too highly of herself, and that could bleed over into her relationships. We're getting really close to that point, and I'm going to talk about why that's important in just a second.
You look at the picture of the girl who arrived there. What would you want to say?
I want to tell her not to be afraid of what's going to happen, because what happened to me hit me like a train.
Okay, during this time, we're seeing the same wrestle with pain and anguish on Amanda's face that we saw earlier when referring to some of the names that she was being called. And it's again heavily reliant on the action in her mouth. First, we see a lip compression that is a common tell of biting back an emotion, regularly a negative emotion. Along with that, right afterwards, she starts trying to smile and act like it's more lighthearted, but you could see the tenseness in her bottom lip and the corners as she's wrestling back actual pain in relation to the topic at hand. This is still another point that's pointing me towards the direction of her relating her emotions to her nonverbal. Either this is conscious or subconscious or a mixture of both, and I believe it's a mixture of both. I think that she's not only charismatic, so she is in control of her displays of emotion to an extent, but also she does seem to be an emotive person and display it physically. That's good news for an analyst. It makes it harder to lie when you're already a very emotive person.
And there was nothing I could do to stop it. I was really afraid.
Okay, once again, she's saying negative things. Her head is following that. So far, she has been very synchronized. And that's good news because that means that when it comes down to the point of a lie, she's more likely to show that lie more clearly to somebody who knows what they're looking for. But I do want to be very clear with this also. There is the complete possibility that she's just a good liar and she's been lying this entire time. I don't believe that's the case here. I don't have any evidence for that yet. I would rather believe that she's being genuine than not. I have to keep my mind level though and maintain an unbiased approach to Amanda herself. I cannot let my own personal opinions fall in the way of evidence. Let's keep watching and gather that evidence.
I was putting away my things in the room when she came to my door and introduced herself and was immediately very nice. Just this immediate exchange of, wow, this is someone who I can get along with.
She's talking about meeting the roommate Meredith, the one who is the victim of the crime. And you'll notice once again that this smile of contempt slips in, this lopsided smile, this very telling smile, slips in when she starts recounting her first interactions with Meredith. And this smile, I feel, is telling towards the relationship they have. This smile, like the aw, it really is. It's like a aw kind of thing. It's a looking down upon another person smile. This can be a conscious thing that somebody does because they like the way it looks, but if it's not being consciously done, it means that they're looking down on that person. Now, she's about to say that they were good friends, and she probably felt that they were her interpretation of good friends. But she probably isn't used to having the kind of relationship that would be a proper good friend in this situation because of how self-sufficient she has to have been from her childhood. So while they are good friends in her eyes, and they likely were, they probably got along quite well, we also know from the other roommates that Meredith didn't quite approve of how Amanda handled her specifically romantic life. She thought she was a little bit looser than she should have been. That relationship dynamic is important to bring up because later on in the case, it comes out that Amanda was acting inappropriately, or what people thought was inappropriately, for somebody who had just lost an apparently good friend. Let's keep watching.
Were you ever jealous of her?
No.
Were you ever angry at her?
No.
When we take a camera break.
All right. Were you ever jealous of her? No. Good. Synchronization. But once again, with a contempt smile, she wasn't jealous of her because she didn't need to be. She was already, in her own opinion, likely better than her. Why would you be jealous? And then the next question, it was once again all synchronized as well. She's telling the truth here. She wasn't jealous. She had no need to be.
She's looking down. I ask what she's thinking.
It bothers me when people suggest that she wasn't my friend. I was stunned by her death. She was my friend.
Okay, that's true. She was frustrated And it shows. It shows in her face, her facial expression, the squinting of the eyes, the setting around her nose and her mouth. It all expresses subtle frustration. Squinting of the eyes is a very obvious one. The rest of it's a little bit more subtle. And also affirmative nods during that. I was frustrated. That's important. If it was I was frustrated, something else is going on there that we have to think more about. But if it's I was frustrated, that is nodding in affirmation of her own words. She thought they were friends. And they were, according to her opinion at least. But like I said, that does have some dynamic that needs to be unpacked a little further.
Colpe di fulmine?
Un colpo di fulmine. That's a lightning strike. Yeah.
This is now switching. Once again, I apologize for how weirdly this entire interview jumps around. I cut out all of the dialogue that Sawyer adds afterwards and in betweens and befores and all that. Because like I said, I just want to focus on Amanda here. So I apologize that this is suddenly like, oh, now we're hard crashing over into Amanda's boyfriend's writing down of her. But it's still important information to gather because it's nonverbal and it's helping us understand who Amanda is nonverbally, emotionally, and psychologically. And when this is brought up, she does this look down in bashfulness, which bashfulness is a lighthearted and not negative shame expression. When you're a little embarrassed, you look down, you look away, you can sometimes flush, you'll sometimes do a small smile, and she does all of these things in relation to this, and that's largely because most people are uncomfortable with talking about being heavily flattered. Now we know that Amanda probably has a pretty high opinion of herself, so it's not to an extreme, but everybody feels this way in this sort of situation.
He writes about how taken he was with me. And I really liked him as well.
Okay, so she does a weird little cluster of expressions here. She says that he writes that he was really smitten with me. She does a little balanced smile. It is symmetrical on both sides, and this is a good sign. This is a genuine emotion. There's no contempt or anything like that. And then she says, and I was really taken with him as well, and does her same little contempt smile, meaning that maybe there was a little bit more to that relationship than originally believed. And then we find out later on, which you won't find that out in this video, but if you go and do 24 hours of studying on this, you'll find it. Eventually she gets to the point where she's not interested in being with him, and that kind of reveals some of that dynamic after the fact. So chances are at this point, she had already started, if she hasn't already broken up with him, I'm not sure at this point, she's already started to feel that worry or that feeling of being like, you know what, things aren't going to work out. This isn't for us side of things. Whereas he was more, things are going to work out. This is for us. Let's keep watching.
We smoked. We had sex. We were together. We just hung out together. We talked. He talked to me about his mom. We made faces at each other. We were being silly and together.
So this is talking just about their relationship, and it was largely also talking about that night, how that worked. During the more intimate times of that, she looks down. This is a sign of shame or embarrassment, and also licks her lips. This is a sign of a dry mouth or possible nerves, and this is all just to be expected. This is to be expected from a young person who is emoting as people in that culture would normally emote. And on the note of culture, I want to go ahead and point this out. There are universal expressions, and there are cultural expressions, and then there are learned expressions. And during this time, these are both universal, but largely cultural. So the yes shake and the no shake, that's a cultural thing. Many cultures have it lined up to where it's yes and no, but that's not every culture. That is absolutely not every culture. However, with hers, it is. So that's what I'm keeping in mind as I continue on through this read.
How high were you?
I had smoked a joint with Raphael, and what that did to my memories was it made them less concrete, but it didn't black them out and it didn't change them.
So we can see here again that she is psychologically processing. It's the same blank expression, the same looking down. She's coming up with her answer. And the reason for this, and I know that this is accurate because of the study that's been done on cannabis and marijuana, is the psycho effect of marijuana is a memory impairment drug. It makes it to where memories can seem like dreams or something similar if you've had a lot of it. So when she's saying that it didn't black her out, but it made it really darn hard to remember exact details. That's exactly in line with all of the research and study that has been done into marijuana and cannabis. That's truthful, but she was searching to try to find the way to present that well. This isn't a sign of deceit. This is a sign of formulating an answer. Let's keep watching.
You remember with clarity that you did not go out that night. You stayed in the whole night.
We stayed in the whole night.
So, no formulating of answers there. She kept her gaze up. She's nodding in affirmation. And that would be true with a person who has smoked marijuana. They will remember broad things. They will remember if they decided to up and head to the store as opposed to not. Whereas the exact details of the night will fade into this dreamy, wishy-washy style state. So when she's saying, yeah, I remember that I didn't leave, and she's showing the positive and affirmative nonverbal communication, so far from what I've seen and what I've been able to establish, she emotes very clearly, and her nonverbal communication is very synchronized with that. So when I see this sort of synchronicity between her words and her actions, the chances are that's telling the truth, just from what we've already observed. That's why everything that we've observed so far and gathered in is important to note. But this still isn't enough, and there's still some more footage left, so let's keep going.
Did you see the bath mat? Did you
Not
see the
yet.
footprint?
Not yet.
But you know, people look at this and they say, door open, blood in the bathroom. Those are red alarms.
Well, I had never before experienced anything in my life that was drastic.
Because people think you'd be automatically concerned.
Well, and indeed I was. That's why I called my mom.
So both from Sawyer and from Knox in this situation, both of their pitches raise, and that indicates just a heightened state of emotion on either side. Sawyer's asking a more intense probing question, and Amanda's matching that intensity in answering, and the pitch is one of the things that shows that best. Along with that, if you consider the situation that Amanda found herself in with 3 other roommates, and also she reported and others reported that the door was not a reliable door, so they assumed that maybe the door had been left open or blew open or something along those lines, it wouldn't be an immediate thing that you needed to call the police. Even the blood in the bathroom would be easily explainable by somebody accidentally getting hurt, so it's still not enough red flags to warrant calling the police in a foreign country that you're still not really a native to, no matter how long you've been there. So I can see and understand why an American girl would not call the police in this foreign country off of something as small as an open door and a little bit of blood on a faucet. Is it weird? Yeah, it's still weird, 100% weird, but people will try to explain away things as best they can if they're trying to avoid a situation. So that's something that I'm just keeping in mind. I have to try to keep in mind both sides of this coin to try to understand a better, unbiased picture of Amanda's actions.
I remember very distinctly telling her, because she was like, what do you mean a foot? A foot? What does that mean? Is there a what? And I said, I don't know. I don't understand.
So we're talking now about the police talking about the crime scene, and Amanda's understanding of Italian is pretty limited. She's not fluent by any means, so she's only catching a few words, and one of those words is a foot, so she was under the impression that perhaps there was a severed foot in the bedroom and that was the cause of things. She wasn't sure. And during this recollection that she's having, she's not showing any nonverbal misalignment. That would be a red flag for me. And thinking about it, third person view, trying to relate to her and put myself in her shoes, that still also makes sense as well. I'm trying to maintain as unbiased an opinion of this case as I possibly can, especially since I feel like a lot of bias seeped into the investigation. But not going to get into that in this video. Let's keep watching.
There was a body, and that there was an armoire, and there was blood, and there was a blanket. As far as cartwheels or splits, I never did a cartwheel. I did do the splits, and then later on she claimed that I was doing a whole number of gymnastics.
I'm going to start talking about some of the body language that she's displaying here. This is what happens. The police get the door open and they immediately usher Raphael and Amanda out of the apartment, and they're all talking. She's hearing these words and she starts acting quite strangely. To be very fair to everybody who is cynical of Amanda, This is strange. She does the splits. But let's talk about what she's recounting here. She's saying, I never did a cartwheel, and she does the look where it's like, do you catch what I'm saying? Do you understand what I'm saying? Teachers will use this, parents will use this. Anytime that a person has had to say something or tried to tell somebody something multiple times and they're frustrated by it, they're gonna do that look. It's very common. Look out for it and you'll see it a lot. So she does that look as if to be like, okay, do you get what I'm saying? And then she goes and says, I did do the splits. And she looks down and she flashes this expression of shame. She knew that was a dumb decision. She did the splits and her reasoning for it was that she was feeling stiff from standing there all day. And while I think that was a dumb move by her, why would you possibly see yourself needing to do the splits during this sort of situation or stretch like that at all? I also understand that it could just be her being detached. And this boils back down to her mindset in and of herself, regardless of this incident. She herself is very self-sufficient, and she feels detached from those around her on some level. It's been made clear by the contempt smiles that she has, even in the people that are close to her. And she also considers herself to be quirky. She says that in the Netflix documentary herself. So considering all of this, seeing somebody do the splits with that sort of personality complex makes a lot more sense. It's not a sign of guilt. It's literally just a sign of detachment. She doesn't have the emotional attachment to the situation quite yet. Coupled with that, it's a traumatic event and everybody acts differently during trauma. Where you might feel like some people would be screaming and losing their shit, that could be true in some cases. There are other cases where people seem totally fine until a moment, and then they'll snap. That always happens at some point. A person who has gone through trauma will snap. This wasn't her time. She did not snap during this point. It's also going to start talking about a kissing scene that will come up here, and we'll keep talking a little bit more about this.
Cartwheels, back walkovers. I did the splits, and that's once.
Okay, let's talk again here. She's recounting about a female police officer that she says spread all of these rumors about her doing more or less an entire gymnastics routine outside of this crime scene. And she's very defiant as she's doing it. Her gestures are very defiant. She has her chin raised. She's angry and defiant because she didn't do those things. I believe her at this point. I don't think she did any of those things. Also, there's no footage of it. There's no actual proof. It's just a he said, she said sort of situation. So I believe her in this point just because I've seen how synchronized her body is at all other points in the interview itself. Once again, when she mentions the splits, she looks down and flashes her shame expression. She thinks she's an idiot for having done the splits, and frankly, that was just a dumb move. That wasn't a well thought through move on her part, because it was a heavily incriminating look for her to have at that moment. And Sawyer is about to bring that up as well.
But do you see how strange?
Well, what's strange is why these things got mischaracterized.
But again, you can see that this does not look like grief.
This does not look like grief. That's making a fundamental flaw in assumptions that many people have, is that everything on how people compute and handle tragic trauma in their life is going to look the same as the next person. There's not always a normal way of coping with trauma. Ask any psychologist, they will tell you everybody does cope with trauma differently. While there are similarities, there are always differences. And chances are that's the case here, but let's keep watching.
Does not read as grief.
I think everyone's reaction to something horrible is different.
And people kept saying, where is the anguish? Where is what we think we would do if this happened to our friend?
I've seen...
Good question. Once again, let's talk about Amanda's psychology. If, and only if, the theory of her self-assuredness, self-sufficiency, individuality, and emotional separation from those around her due to her childhood, upbringing, and self-beliefs. If all of those are true, she doesn't have the same emotional connection as what you're assuming she would. You're assuming that she's best friends with Meredith. I don't think she was. I think she was friends with Meredith as close as Amanda could get to friendship. This could be the case with Amanda. I'm not saying it is, but so far it does seem to fit the nonverbal evidence.
The same picture, like the kissing just can't stop. And that's not what that was. My friend had been murdered, and it could just have easily been me.
We're going to talk about the kissing here. So what was shot, and you saw the little blip of it there, is that at that point, Amanda and her boyfriend have 3 small kisses. It's a peck, peck, peck. They're both very young. They're both very hormone driven, as everybody is at the beginning of a relationship. Keep in mind, only 7 days into this relationship. Hormones are pretty much all they have to run off of. They only see that they like the way each other looks. Other than that, it's pretty watered down. So during times of stress, it's easier for a person's psychology to fall back on something that makes them happy or makes them feel good. That's a way that we cope with trauma. So during this time when she gives 3 kisses to her boyfriend, they weren't making out. And the media presented it that they were just like in the throes of passion off to the side of this crime scene. They weren't. It was actually just a lie. And I was really disgusted with how the media handled this on this situation. It was just a lie. And afterwards, if you look at her face here, you can see that she's not just like bubbling with joy. She just wasn't. It was still a stressful situation. If anything, she's blank. And that's a sign of detachment from a situation, especially a traumatic situation. So where the media was like, oh, they don't even care. They're just in love. And you could see they're just making out off to the side. It wasn't the case. Was it still odd? Sure. There's not a single part of this case that wasn't odd. But is it the way that they painted it out to be? Absolutely not. Nor was it non-verbally displayed as such.
Somehow, she had died in the house where we were living. And it could have been me.
Did you kill Meredith Kircher?
No.
Were you there that night?
No.
Do you know anything you have not told police that you have not said in this book? Do you know anything?
No.
This is a really important question, and Amanda does not give satisfactory answers non-verbally to this. It's fishy, and I'm not able to say why because there's just not enough evidence, but it is admittedly fishy. So when she says no the first time, it's a no largely, but it's a circular kind of no, and that's okay. The head shake thing is not always 100% reliable. So when she says no that first time, I would say that it's a no. She did not kill her roommate. When she's asked if she was there that night, she does a very odd display of tells. She says no, but it's a no. And then she nods her head down further. Now there's 2 reasons for this that this could possibly be. No could be used in affirmation of like no kind of thing. When you're saying something so authoritatively that you really want to hammer it home, a no is pretty common. And then that second nod, that could be either one, this is a severe nonverbal misalignment point, which is totally possible, and I'm keeping track of it as such as the rest of the read goes. But it could also be subconsciously lowering a head like that is a sign of submission. It's showing that you are in fact lowering your gaze, lowering your head, you're making yourself smaller in the eyes of somebody else. It's a sign of vulnerability. So when she's doing that, she is either 1, lying, or 2, being vulnerable subconsciously. I have to keep both of these in mind throughout the rest of the read and consider this cluster, this odd cluster, in context of everything else. Because context in nonverbal reading is so absolutely crucial that if you don't do it, you can run into so many misunderstandings with it. And that's where a lot of people who do nonverbal reading and aren't as willing to do the context work, it takes more work to watch stuff in context, and they just see a small blip of it, then they'll just go off of that small blip and hang everything on that small blip. I actually want to take a moment here to talk about the prosecution and the lack of respect I have for how the prosecutor handled this and why. So according to the documentary, which he was doing the best he could to present himself as well as he could in this documentary, he started talking about how he's a fan of Sherlock. That's totally fine. Be a fan of Sherlock. But as soon as somebody says that they're a fan of Sherlock, especially on this channel with the amount of video content and study that I personally have done into Sherlock, I always get wary because I always see one common flaw in every Sherlock enthusiast who tries to pull it over into the work realm without enough study. And that's that they try to take small details out of context and hang everything on that. And sure enough, he says that he believes in Sherlock, and then the next line that he says is that he believes that the smallest details can have the largest implications. That can be true. That can absolutely be true. But, and this is a really big but that he ignored completely, is that it has to be observed in context still. For instance, the crime scene. The body was covered by a blanket. Now, his immediate conclusion out of his mouth was that, oh, the body is covered by a blanket? That couldn't have been a man. A man wouldn't think of that. That's just idiocy. That's just idiocy. What the hell? Of course a man can think of that. Do you think that we're incapable of thinking of being like, oh, let's cover something? And then along with that, at a certain point in the interrogation where he was present, he said that she started beating her ears. Now, this is a common sign of extreme distress, and it is usually related to auditory. But his reasoning, and the only one that he allowed to be thought about, was that she was beating on her ears to block out the dying screams of her roommate. So poetic, right? Also totally unfounded, and there are a numerous number of different options for that. For instance, she had been in interrogation for so long that would you not want to get out of that situation audibly, visually, everything if you're innocent? Would you not want to block that out? No, it had to have been that she was blocking out the screams of her dying roommate, which she killed. Along with that, he also does this thing to where he's like, it couldn't have been a break-in because there was a window that was broken, right? Odd. Like I said, there's a lot to this evidence. It's a nightmare. But he said that because the window was broken and he found no scuffs or markings on the wall underneath it, that it couldn't have been a break-in. Obviously, it had to have been an inside job. He didn't even mention that there's the possibility, one, of entering from a different route, or two, that the person just didn't leave any trace on the wall when they climbed up it. He just ruled it out completely. And it's this mindset of taking facts to just kind of cram into an answer that you already have that really overrides everything that he held his prosecution with. He had a mindset. He had an answer when he went into it. He is a famous sex crime prosecutor. He went into this with an answer. He already knew his answer, and he found all the facts he could to fit that answer. And that's a disgusting betrayal of scientific and investigative method. I was disgusted with this prosecutor, and he was one of the biggest reasons that this continued to drag on. Anyway, that's my rant on him. Let's dive back into the body language.
I don't. I wasn't there.
So she says, I don't, and I wasn't there. And she still is doing some odd things, but less odd than the time before. She is doing some lip compressions and some insecure gestures, and these can be explained once again two different ways. One, it could be deceit. She could be lying, and all of this could be explained by that. Lying doesn't line up with the rest of the body language that we've been able to observe from her. Everywhere else, she's been very synchronized, and then this point, she's maybe not being synchronized. Could be lying. It's true. Or alternatively, it could be all synchronized, and all of this body language that we're seeing is her trying to work through an uncomfortable situation. A little tip from people who are doing interviews or have done interviews regularly is to sit quietly. It makes people uncomfortable and fill time. That is what you do. If you ask a difficult question, you just shut up and wait for them to answer it. And if they answer it and you don't like the answer, wait a little longer, they'll fill the time. That's what Sawyer did here, and Amanda filled the time. But she didn't fill it with any other lies. She just said, I wasn't there. She re-says what she already says. She doesn't give away any other extra details. She doesn't try to excuse anything else. She just says what she said before. This leads me, as an interviewer, having been and conducted many interviews myself, this leads me to believe more that she's being honest than dishonest. But this is still only a partial picture. It has to be considered in context, and we're going to continue watching.
I asked them if I should have a lawyer, and they said it would be worse for me. They knew what they were doing. And that is something that is unforgivable to me.
So during this situation, the interrogators leave her with one option, and that's to confess to the crime. This is not unheard of. It's very effective for getting guilty people to confess, this feeling of there's only one way out. But because of the very nature and the psychology behind it, it also can lend to many false confessions. There's only one way out, and that's how they exactly paint it. Everything else is so hopeless that the one way out of this situation is just to be able to tell that they did it, to admit to a crime. I feel like that's probably the case here. I don't know. So I'm not going to say that she's obviously innocent from what I've seen so far. Let's watch and then we'll talk about it.
But you confessed.
Well, I didn't confess. I was interrogated. They acted like my answers.
So real quick here, these are small ones, obvious ones and small ones. She says, I didn't confess, I was interrogated. She says, I didn't confess, and she does that same look. It's a coy, out of the corner of your eye kind of look. This is usually also common in contempt. It has that lopsided smile, but it's also like a playful sort of thing. And do you get what I'm saying? Sort of feel to her words. But then what's more important is that she flashes very briefly and very minutely a disgust expression. The corner of her mouth raises, and that is an expression of disgust. She was not happy with how the interrogators handled it, and if she was innocent, I don't blame her. I don't blame her at all for being unhappy with that. If she was guilty, it's still also easily explained by disgust with the situation of them prying so hard and her not wanting to tell the truth. Regardless, disgust was in there, and I just wanted to make note of it.
Were wrong. They told me I was wrong, that I didn't remember correctly, that I had to remember correctly. And if I didn't, I would never see my family. When they told me I had amnesia, it was the only reason I could think of why they were treating me that way.
All right, so we're seeing a lot of positive, reinforcing head movements. And this, actually, in relation to this, is enforcing the idea that when she said no earlier in regards to her being there that night, that's probably a positive reinforcement head nod. It's an accenting head nod. It's saying no. This is the same sort of case here. She's doing this reinforcing head nod the entire time. And talking about her verbiage here, building up this idea or excuses and avenues for a person to admit is part of interrogating. Making it easier for the person to admit their crime is part of interrogation. And with them being like, no, you're misremembering. Remember, you were high. You can't remember what happened there. So just admit that you were there and you did it. And she was high. She can't remember the exact details. She admitted that herself. And that makes it easier for her to say that she did it. Regardless of whether or not she did it, it just makes it easier. Human nature is that of water. It will take the path of least resistance when possible, especially under pressure. That happened here.
I trusted them. And so when
I trusted them, and flashes another disgust expression. She really doesn't appreciate the law enforcement here.
Pushed me about Patrick's message and told me to think, told me to remember that I had met him. I can only describe it as breaking down.
She's being very careful with her words here. There's two reasons that can be, but both of them kind of have the same mindset behind it. She has to choose her words wisely. And she's doing so. This is either one because of guilt, or two because she doesn't want to incriminate herself any further than she already has by doing this. And so while she's taking breaths and looking down, this is her tell of formulating her answer. Is it a sign of deceit? Absolutely not. Is it a sign of her really trying to figure out what she's wanting to say? 1000%. We know this. We've seen it. This is a pattern for her. So when she's saying that she only had one option out, and they told her this is what must have happened, tell us that it happened this way and she's trying to figure out how to say it that way, she's really just trying to figure out how to choose her words wisely. This is another point that I just have to keep track of and understand in the context, and then by the end of it, hopefully be able to make sense of. Right now, there's just not enough information to be like, oh, she's lying in this or she's not.
I didn't know what I remembered and what I didn't remember anymore.
It's so detailed. I heard Meredith screaming and I was scared and I covered my ears.
I wasn't providing a lot of the detail.
That's not detailed. I'm so sorry. I get what Sawyer's saying here, that it's detailed, but that's not a detailed recollection. Who wouldn't think that they had to cover their ears or wouldn't be screaming? It's such an obvious thing that it's not, wow, this is just so unbelievably detailed that who else could have done it? Literally anybody could have come up with this. Duh. Meredith was murdered via a knife. It's a very loud murder, so there's probably going to be screaming. That's about as far as you need to know to come up with that detail. So this so detailed and the media presenting it as so detailed was just actual horseshit. I wasn't impressed by that. That's bad journalism. That's just clickbait journalism, and I can't stand that sort of stuff. But let's keep watching.
They were asking me if I had heard Meredith scream. And when I said I didn't remember, they said, how could you not remember that she screamed? And I said, okay, I guess I remember that she screamed. It was all like that.
But you signed it.
And I signed it because I was incredibly vulnerable at that time.
This is inconceivable to people, that you lose yourself and then you talk about being there.
I don't know why it's inconceivable to people. Most people that it's inconceivable to just don't understand the pressure of an interrogation, regardless of whether or not you're innocent, especially if the force has shown that they want you to be guilty. If they want you to be guilty, it's an extremely stressful situation. And to be very fair to those people, though, it's very hard to imagine that sort of situation when you haven't been in it. But that pressure when you're innocent and everybody in the law enforcement and everyone that you've talked to and the prosecution, the media, the citizens, everybody thinks you're wrong and that you're lying, it's extremely stressful. It's extremely stressful. So her behavior can be explained by lying and deceit, and perhaps she is. Or it could be explained by she's young, inexperienced, in a foreign land. Also explainable.
You talk about someone else doing it?
I can try to explain what happened, and that's all I can do. I am still sorry to this day that I named Patrick Lumumba. But I was demolished in that interrogation.
All right, she is sorry. That's all affirmative. It's all synchronized. You can hear the emotion coming up in her throat. You can see it start in the tenseness under her eyes. These are all involuntary movements most of the time. Don't get me wrong, could be a brilliant liar. Don't see that, but it could be. Along with that, right afterwards, she shows her defiance again, her individuality. She has to be self-sufficient, and she shows that by raising her chin up. And this is still characteristic and fits the psychological type that I feel she has of this self-sustained, self-sufficient view of herself. And when you see it that way, all of this does make a lot more sense. But I'm not sold totally on it, so I just want to be able to keep observing, keep analyzing, keep gathering data. Data is honestly my best friend.
This is what I'm up against. And when they finally told me they had to take me to the jail, I did not understand why. And they said it's for your protection. We're protecting you.
Did it again. She really does not like the police force. She says, we're protecting you. And then you could see it just before it cuts here. She does a little tiny flash of disgust again. She does not like the police force there. I understand if she's innocent, I wouldn't like the police force that tried their hardest over so many years to try to get me to go to prison for a thing I didn't do. I'd have disgust too. Or she's a liar and she does not like the police force for trying to catch her in her act. Both are possible. One is becoming less and less possible as I observe and continue to watch her body language.
I didn't realize how very intensely I was being scrutinized. I'm not the best speaker.
Does it look hard, hardened, unfeeling?
I can see how it does.
You thought you were going to be acquitted.
How could I be convicted? That's what I was thinking.
That's a good question. Either one, it was never even considered to be a lie because it was so quick. It's just a gut response. Like, what do you mean? Was I anticipating being acquitted? How was I possibly convicted? That's a great question if you're innocent. Or she's rehearsed that so much as a lie that it's just a gut reaction. I don't think she's that good of a liar. From what I've seen so far, from how much she's worn all of her emotions on her sleeve, I don't think she's that good of a liar. I think that's more of a gut reaction. I don't know. I can never know for certain in body language, but from what I've seen, I don't think that was a lie in that situation.
I can't go over all the evidence, but just to hit, they testified it was her DNA.
And it was proven that they were wrong.
They have said that you cleaned the room somehow, or you cleaned the premises of your DNA.
Well, that's impossible.
I'm going to talk about this. It doesn't even matter her body language in this section. The science alone from that dumbass opinion of she cleaned her DNA from a crime scene, the science alone, the difficulty of that alone, just shows that they are trying so desperately to fit a crime to an answer they already have, to fit the facts to their answer. They're implying that this 20-something-year-old American girl in a foreign land somehow, beyond all science and physical possibilities, went into a room, a crime scene, and cleaned up exclusively her DNA without leaving any evidence of any cleaning having happened. That's not possible. It's just not. Even with the best tools and assets, it would be extremely time-consuming and extremely difficult, borderline completely impossible for somebody to remove a specific DNA. So to be able to suddenly go from being pretty sheltered from her parents' home to being abroad and this master killer doesn't make sense. It's such a weird reach. Such a weird reach. But nevertheless, that's the reach that was done again and again and again for 8 years. We're going to watch a little bit more of this, and then I'm just going to summarize, and we'll close it up from here.
It's impossible to see DNA, much less identify whose DNA it is. I remember being both humbled and mortified by that, because in my mind it was still all a big mistake, and it would be shown to be a big mistake.
Guilty?
Colpevole. And it was a roar in the courtroom, people exclaiming, my mom and my sister cry.
This mindset that's being shown here with the courtroom, it's obvious that everybody wanted her to be guilty. They just wanted her to be guilty. The media was one of the biggest culprits for that. The media were just disgusting. One of the head journalists in the propagation of all of this showed very clearly the only thing he cared about beyond checking facts was the clickability of a title, the viewability of a title, and having his name under it. All that he cared about was that it was a good story. He didn't care if it was an accurate story. Sure, he did research, but he only did it so far. His drive was to get it out before other people, and sadly, this is what's true so much in the media. Having worked side by side with the media before, I can say for certainty that this is disgustingly so much of the drive is just getting it out there first, not necessarily getting it out there correctly. And that's frustrating because in this situation, I think the media was one of the biggest reasons that everybody hated on Amanda Knox during this. Everybody wanted her to go to prison for this. And I think it's the fault of the newspapers, the news stations, the social medias, and everything surrounding that. Just trying to maintain clickability, readability, and getting it out there fast. Not maintaining facts, not maintaining truth. Just being clickable. And that's disgusting to me. That's such a slummy kind of mindset to have. I hate that. One of the biggest reasons that I cut ties with doing things in the media.
And I couldn't breathe. And I couldn't reach them. And I lost it. Everything that I thought I knew about the way justice and life worked was gone.
It's going to go off and talk about some more extraneous details that I'm not going to cover in this video because this is already a really long video, and also because I don't think it's relevant to the case. So when it's talking about her losing it, I think that's an important point to talk about here because this is that breaking point. Like I said, everybody has a breaking point. It's just a matter of when and how it's going to happen. This is likely hers. This is the time that people wanted to see. This is the Amanda that people wanted to see at the crime scene. This destroyed, sobbing, broken person. It's not the person they saw there. This only hit home for Amanda once she really got this verdict that she was guilty. She was found guilty. And at that point, she loses it. Like she said, she loses it. And the reason that I think it took so long to get to her, not only one, because she was likely innocent in this situation, all of the nonverbal communication that we've been able to compile seems to point to that more so than her being guilty. Nonverbal communication is at best 70 to 80% accurate, so you have to really look at everything. But from the nonverbals that she's displayed, it's pointing more towards her innocence. So if she's innocent, it won't hit as hard yet because she still feels that she's going to be okay. She's innocent. Along with that, she is that self-sufficient, partially self-absorbed young person from America, and she's defiant against this. She feels like she's going to be okay. And with those types of people, with people that are very self-sufficient and possibly self-absorbed, it takes a little bit longer for the reality of things to kick in. And usually when it does kick in, it's at extreme moments. So when she just found out that she has been found guilty, that's a pretty extreme moment and probably exactly when she found her breaking point. Non-verbally speaking, as we observed throughout all of this information that we just collected, and along with this, the hours and hours and hours of study that I did before this video, I found her to be largely innocent. Suspicious? Totally. I understand that point. But innocent. I don't think she was guilty. She doesn't have the demeanor to do it. She wasn't a violent person. Also, some facts about the roommate. They were similarly sized, and the roommate was known to have taken martial arts. So that kind of implies that she knows how to handle herself, at least to a degree. So to assume that Amanda, who doesn't have martial arts training, is a similar size to the other girl, came in there and killed her, not likely. One of the theories is that she had two other people doing it. She manipulated her boyfriend and this other guy into doing it as some sort of weird satanic cult thing. Also, not really any evidence for that, neither in her past nor physically. It was just like one of those fantastical ones brought up by the amazing prosecution who was known and had a reputation of being a sex crime prosecutor. But here's where it gets really interesting to me. I suggest you go and look up all of the evidence yourself as well so you can kind of hopefully see this. But speaking evidence-wise, there was a gentleman who was there that night and said on record that he was there the night that Meredith was killed. His excuse, his reason for him saying that it wasn't him, was that he said he went to the bathroom with his iPod and he was listening to music on the toilet with his iPod, he said for about 10 minutes. And during that time, Meredith was killed by an intruder, and this gentleman came out of the bathroom just in time to see a figure of a man run out of the house. I was like, wait, hold on. Let's just think critically for just a tiny second on this. This is an upstairs apartment, and it's small. I don't know how many of you have lived on an upstairs apartment that's small, but if somebody, even in the adjacent apartment, which is much further than just the adjacent room, if somebody in the adjacent apartment like drops something heavy, you can feel that. You could just feel that. So say he was in the bathroom and he did have his iPod all the way on full blast to where he couldn't hear the screams of a person being killed next door, like quite literally a room or two over. Say that's all true and he just couldn't hear it because his eardrums were bleeding from the loudest music known to man. Say that's true, he would still have felt it. I don't care. You would feel that kind of struggle. There were evidence of a large struggle in the room. Stuff was tossed about. She was a martial artist. There would have been a very large struggle. All in all, his testimony was way more suspicious. Also, along with that, he has a history for breaking and entering, which a person who does crimes is more likely to do more crimes than a person who does no crimes is to go to the extreme of doing this kind of crime. I'm not saying that that's a reliable stream of thought, but that is a commonality in criminals. They start off somewhere and they escalate. That being said, you tell me what you think. Does that make more sense? The person who had a record and who's admitted to being there that night and whose DNA is found at the scene, including inside the crime scene itself? Or the 20-year-old American girl who had no history of violence, has no record, and has no capability of killing a roommate who knows karate quite well in such a brutal, physical, violent way.
For some of the backstory and some context as to why this is still an ongoing thing, on November 1st of 2007, British student Meredith Kercher was found murdered in her apartment in Perugia, Italy. The initial investigation led to the arrests of Rudy Guede, Amanda Knox, and Rafael Solicito. However, review of the court documents and law enforcement reports revealed that the evidence implicating Knox was tenuous at best. The only person conclusively linked to the murder was Rudy Guede, whose DNA was found on Kercher's body at the crime scene. Guede eventually admitted his presence at the scene and was convicted via a fast-track trial. Knox's involvement, on the other hand, rested primarily on circumstantial evidence that was insufficient at best and forensic findings that were also later discredited. The initial prosecution emphasized an assumed motive related to possible and unverified personal conflicts between Knox and Kercher, also relied on trace DNA evidence supposedly linking Knox to the crime scene, and testimonies from acquaintances suggesting contradictory statements and suspicious behavior. Upon appeal, the Court of Assizes of Appeals found these pieces of evidence unreliable. DNA evidence. Testing procedures were found to be inconsistent, poorly documented, and prone to contamination. Multiple independent experts concluded that Knox's DNA was either absent or present at only trace levels that could not establish contact with the crime scene itself. Witness testimonies, many statements used against Knox were recanted or found contradictory. Investigators had pressured witnesses, and some statements were inconsistent with verified timelines. Circumstantial motive. There was no corroborated evidence linking Knox to any dispute or motive that could explain the murder. Finally, in 2015, Italy's Supreme Court definitively acquitted Amanda Knox and Rafael Solicito. The ruling stated that there was absence of evidence implicating Knox in Meredith Kercher's murder. The court emphasized that the prosecution's case relied on speculation rather than verifiable facts. The tangible, verifiable evidence, DNA, timelines, and eyewitness testimonies pointed to Rudy Guede acting alone. From the standpoint of verified court documents and law enforcement findings, Amanda Knox was not guilty. Knox's initial conviction was overturned due to a lack of credible, tangible evidence connecting her to the murder. Despite the legal conclusion, public perception of Amanda Knox was heavily influenced by media coverage that often framed her as guilty long before the courts delivered their judgments. Headlines around the world repeatedly painted her out as a manipulative foreign femme fatale. For example, the Daily Mail ran a headline describing Knox as evil, cold-blooded, and calculating, highlighting her personality rather than evidence. CNN reported on alleged inconsistencies in her interviews with an implication of guilt, even though the court itself ultimately found these inconsistencies as irrelevant. Some Italian tabloids also use terms like the devil in Perugia to describe Knox, sensationalizing the narrative. The media framing contributed to a widespread cognitive bias. Once the public absorbed the idea of guilt, it became very difficult to update their beliefs even after her acquittal. Psychological factors such as confirmation bias and the desire for a clear narrative villain reinforced these misconceptions. Additionally, Knox's American nationality and her perceived lifestyle, which was studying abroad, socializing rather freely, and romantic flexibility, were often emphasized, creating a stereotype that fueled suspicion. Many readers interpreted her behavior as indicative of moral failing or a possible capacity for violence, despite no legal or forensic basis for these conclusions. The media narrative also magnified the mystery and drama of the murder, positioning Knox as a central character in a story rather than a person facing legal scrutiny. This created a cognitive dissonance between the truth, which was Knox being acquitted, and the public perception of her being potentially guilty. The Amanda Knox case demonstrates a stark divergence between verified evidence and media-driven perception. From all that I could personally unearth, the court documents and law enforcement findings are not characterized by ambiguity. According to those sources, Amanda Knox was not guilty of Meredith Kercher's murder. The evidence in the form of DNA analysis, verified witness statements, and court-reviewed timelines pointed rather conclusively to Rudy Guede as the sole perpetrator. Yet, the media's portrayal of Knox as a manipulative, guilty figure highlights the powerful role of narrative framing in shaping public opinion. Even with the definitive legal rulings, sensationalized reporting, cognitive bias, and cultural stereotypes not only created a persistent perception of guilt, leaving the public torn between the facts and the story they had consumed, it also has led to the questioning of the reliability of the legal system as a whole, issues that I kind of feel are a little too big to cover in this specific YouTube video. While many are willing to relent that the verifiable evidence has cleared Knox from the guilt of the crime back in 2007, there are still countless who view her actions surrounding the case as problematic, to say the least. Some point to her seeming emotional detachment from the case as evidence that while she might not have directly killed Meredith, she must be at very least a psychopath or a narcissist, though the qualifications of those diagnosing this so freely are still up to debate for those viewing. Others bring forth frustrations and concern that she is profiting from another person's murder and should be held accountable for that, though when pressed on what that looks like, the practicality of the sentiment it becomes a little bit more unclear. Regardless of which camp you personally land in, there is no question that the murder of Meredith Kercher is a polarizing case in general. Was Knox the innocent girl in a foreign land who was accused and convicted out of convenience and sensationalism, or was she a monstrous, manipulative murderer who ruthlessly and senselessly butchered her roommate with a knife while traveling abroad? As I have said already, this is not my first analysis on Knox. If you would like to be able to see my conclusions based on an interview Knox participated in only 4 years after the incident itself, please again go and follow the links in the description of this video. I will be working off information gathered then and compiling it with further information I have collected more recently as I step into this specific interview conducted by Entertainment Tonight roughly a week ago at the point of uploading this video. I will be focusing on any verbal inconsistencies, revealing microexpressions, reliable kinesic patterns, and individual idiosyncrasies in order to better understand the person behind the Amanda Knox, just her name. I believe that this is enough of the context and background and disclaimers for this video. Let's go ahead and get into the analysis itself.
This story was everywhere, and you were very much publicly scrutinized. And here we are reliving this turbulent, traumatic chapter in your life, and really something that runs to present day. Why was now?
I'm going to go ahead and pause here to make note of some things that I made note of in the last videos. It is my firm opinion that at least at the time of the incident, the murder, the case itself, Amanda had a very elevated opinion of herself, perhaps a little bit too much. She seemed to be a little bit self-absorbed, and that characterized a lot of her behaviors around that. Again, if you want to hear a little bit better explanation as to why that is, watch those prior videos. Some things that she regularly displayed non-verbally in her prior interview that we watched was a level of contempt when speaking about specifically her roommate and some of the surrounding details around the case, which that contempt is a level of moral or intellectual superiority, feeling like they're above it. So those are things that I want to be able to keep my eye out for here. So at the beginning of this interview, to start off with, as the interviewer is stating these things, you see a polite, tight-lipped smile. Now, that polite smile doesn't reach the eyes. It's fake. It's just there to be able to move the socialization aspect of this interview forward. And then the tight-lipped portion of it lets you know that there's something that's not so positive around that. Whenever you see somebody start to do lip compressions or these tight-lipped smiles like this, it usually is indicative of a negative emotion related to it on some level. That all makes sense, talking about what she was, but these are just some things that I wanted to be able to get out of the way as we're going forward.
Today, why was now the right time to share a scripted story of your life, and what are you hoping to convey to audiences this time around?
This was the right time because back when I first approached doing this series, it was right after the birth of my daughter. And I was very aware of how I didn't want this like dark cloud that had been hovering over me my entire adult life. I didn't want to pass that on to her.
Yeah.
I felt a deep sense of urgency to.
All right. So right when she's starting to answer this question with the back when I first approached this, I had a question predominantly with that was how far back was that? When was her daughter born? And it's only a few years back. I believe it's like 2021, something along those lines. It's not long ago. So there was still a decent amount of time between the incident itself and her pushing for this novelization of her experience with this case. If it was closer to the actual incident itself, say the incident happened in 2007 and she's like in 2010 being like, all right, let's make a movie off of this. To me, that would be much more problematic behavior. So I wanted to kind of check in on that. So for your information, it's only been a few years, something along those lines. But then as she's saying, when I had my daughter, she does a gesture here with both palms forward. Now that both palms forward gesture is oftentimes related to defensiveness. It's centered around the stopping motion. If you stop somebody physically, you stop them this way, stop. All of that is centered around defensiveness on some level, which that would track if she received any form of pushback around that back in the time that her daughter was being born, then maybe that would justify it. Or maybe she's just knowing that this is going to be something that she has to be defensive about. Regardless, we're seeing that defensiveness in there. We don't know what it exactly pertains to yet, but it is something to keep in mind as we're continuing.
Sense of urgency to find closure, to make sense of it, and to reclaim a sense of agency and not just be the girl accused of murder.
And do you feel like after the completion of this, yes, it hasn't been released to the world, but do you feel like you have that sense of completion?
Well, so this is the story of how you arrive at a sense of completion and a sense of regaining agency, right? Like,
she's using very intentional nonverbal communication. I'm wondering if she's been coached. It seems like she has been coached. So a lot of these gestures where you see fingertips to thumbs like this is a coached gesture. I use it a lot myself because things like pointers, that's a turnoff for people. It's a dominating gesture. You don't want to see people pointing and doing things like that. So you'll see these sorts of gestures like this when a person is trying to make a point but not come across as abrasive in that way. And oftentimes it's coached. You'll see this really often in politicians. They'll use these finger touching gestures really regularly. So just pay attention to that. You'll see that coming in there. So seeing those sorts of gestures crop in there a little bit, it does give me that feeling of she's prepped for this specific interview just by these little gestures that I'm seeing kind of flitting about in there. But then also speaking of the reason for her making this, it really depends on what your viewpoint of the case is. If you view her as guilty in some way or another, this dramatization of the storyline of the case can feel insensitive. It feels kind of tone deaf to make that sort of thing and try to get that story out that way. If she's not, if she's just a bystander of it and say she was just the roommate that happened to be caught up in this whirlwind of a case, then that does make a little bit more space for this specific display of I want to get my story out here, because if she's just a victim, then she has the right to tell her story however she wants to. Now, this doesn't sit well with people on the internet because, again, this case is extremely polarizing. You have people that are certain that she did it. I don't understand fully myself why, because even just thinking about outside of all of the evidence, it just doesn't make a bunch of sense as to why a 20-year-old with no history of violence or problematic behavior goes to Italy and kills somebody, stabs them 40 times with a knife. Like it seems unrealistic for her, even just her psychology. And she also has displayed no problematic behaviors since then either. So this would be a huge outlying factor that just does not rest with any form of behavioral patterns that she has ever displayed in her life. That's my reasons for it, but there are still, and obviously there are reasons for people to believe that she is guilty. Otherwise it wouldn't be so polarizing. So I know that I've tried. I've tried my hardest to collect and see and understand all of the different sides to be able to arrive at my own conclusion for this. And I know that I've probably just still missed stuff because it's the internet and it's very difficult to track down things, not the least of which, even on this round of things, I was trying desperately to go through Italy's government websites to read their documentation of things. And a lot of that is either behind paywalls or it's just not accessible to civilians in general. So I continually was butting up against that. So I know that any of you watching this, if you're going through the same thing, then there's a lot of that haziness centered around this case that's just difficult to understand. So we're relying somewhat on videos like this to understand kind of what she might be thinking and feeling at these moments to add context for the messiness that is all of the description of this case online. Regardless, let's continue.
Agency, right? Like this story doesn't just begin and end in the courtroom. This story begins with my choice to go back to Italy to confront my prosecutor. And that's why it's a bigger story, a more personal story than what people might expect. Like, I think that was a key motivator for me and Monica Lewinsky, who came in and executive produced.
So throughout this, Amanda is using spatially consistent emblems and gestures for her nonverbal communication side of things. As she's talking about things, her movements are synchronized, and as she's saying beginning to end, she's using beginning to end gestures, things like that. It's all flowing rather nicely. Now, again, maybe she's just used to speaking now. Could be something that she's done for a minute. I have not been keeping up on Knox's progress, what she's been doing or anything like this. I just saw this come across. Some people asked about it, and here I am now. So I don't know. Maybe she's done a lot of interviews and stuff like that, so she's gotten used to gesturing while speaking. There's that possibility. Not positive on that. However, it is at least synchronized. Want to make note of that. And then on the note of the prosecutor, I mentioned this more so in the prior videos, but this prosecutor was known for, he had a reputation for solving these very dramatic sexual cases to where they're centered around sex crimes of some sort. And so for him to be walking into this case in general, that already struck me as interesting that they had such a specific prosecutor stepping into here. And sure enough, because he was involved, it did quickly take a sexual turn. Of this turned into some sort of sex cult or Satan sex sort of relationship situation. And to me, that just stuck out as a bit of a red flag from him, that if he's known for these sorts of things, maybe he's got a bias walking into it. That was a lower level of things, just kind of a small red flag. Another one that I immediately cued in on was the fact that the prosecutor himself said that he was a huge fan of Sherlock, which is not problematic at all until you start trying to take the fictional and dramatized techniques that Sherlock uses and apply them to the real messy day-to-day world. Those techniques that Sherlock uses, while based on true, accurate things that can be done by people, it's dramatized, it's amplified, it's fictionalized to make it more entertaining. However, this prosecutor decided to take those techniques and quite literally try to apply them to this specific case. He looked at the body being covered by a blanket and said, well, no man can cover a body with a blanket, so it had to have been a woman who did this crime. It doesn't make sense. That's not actually true. Anybody, no matter what kind of bits and bobs you have, can cover a body. It's not sequestered off to one specific group of people. Along with that, Amanda started beating her ears during the 53 hours of interrogation that she went through. And the prosecutor's reasoning for that, and then the thing that he said the only reason that she could have been doing such an activity would be because she heard the screams of her victim, which doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make psychological sense. That doesn't make situational sense. It just didn't make any sense. It was exclusively reaching. That is so circumstantial. It's actually just opinion. It's not even circumstantial evidence. It's just somebody's idea. Another aspect was he didn't find scuff marks from a person's shoes on a wall, so it couldn't have been somebody that was an intruder because they would have left scuff marks on the wall getting back out, which again, maybe, but that is way too black and white of a way to look at it, because there is the probability that somebody got up a wall without leaving scuff marks. So these sorts of details where he walked in with a preconceived idea, he wanted this to be a slam dunk hit case centered around some sort of sexual something or another because that's his reputation, and then throws out a whole bunch of conjecture and opinion rather than any facts. And to me, that really devalued any part of his opinion. So that's my approach to this. That's my walking into this. And so with that in mind, looking at it with just the facts that are able to be sourced out, it becomes a lot more difficult to ride the Amanda Knox is guilty train, not the least of which is her DNA was not present. But people accuse her and say that she went in and cleaned her DNA out of there, which I think is one of the most ridiculous things. I'm going to be real blunt here. It's a stupid concept because it can't be done. Nobody can go in and clean out a specific DNA. It has to be all the DNA or none of the DNA, because you can't look around and be like, I found my DNA on the floor over there and I'll clean that spot and it won't show any evidence of it being cleaned up, but I'm magically going to remove it. So the fact that her DNA wasn't present, it really makes it difficult, whereas this other person's, his DNA was indeed present. So it gets really, really more and more difficult to feel that Amanda is guilty of at least murder. She can be guilty of many other things, but I'm finding it extremely difficult in the face of the evidence to say that she's guilty of murder. However, we've got a lot of body language stuff to still go through.
And executive produced, and also KJ Steinberg, the creator and showrunner, this is a story of two young girls go to Perugia, Italy to have a beautiful study abroad experience.
Right.
And only one of them survives and then has to carry the legacy of this traumatic event into her future, into her life. And how do you make sense of that? And how do you reclaim who you are? And a sense that you are not just a victim of these external forces, but someone who has a say.
Yeah.
That's what this story is about.
I feel like you're getting emotional.
So you could see that Amanda's starting to have some emotional upwelling there. You could see it in her eyes. Now, the only reason that I'm not leaning into my empathy and sympathy for that is because in many of these cases, if a person is guilty, the time that they will start to emote more overtly and show tears is when it's centered around some form of self-pity. And this is also a line of self-pity. She's talking about how hard it was for her, and then the tears start to well up. So even though I am still in the camp of I don't think that Knox is guilty of this, I do also want to maintain that awareness of manipulation tactics, not the least of which, again, if there's a chance for self-pity, use that emotion to play dirty for everywhere else. And so I noticed that there. For sure, that is a distinct possibility. And then again, non-verbally speaking, she's continuing to do all of this very synchronized, but possibly coached nonverbal communication. And it is a little bit of at least a detail that I want to pay attention to, because it's going to make anything a little bit more muddy. It doesn't seem as though she's just spur of the moment reacting to things. It seems as though these are more intentional gestures to things, but that's more straying into my opinion of her display rather than cold, hard scientific fact of it. So I'm not hanging too much weight on it. I just want to keep in mind that I'm noticing that and feeling that way about it, but want to be able to compare more.
I feel like you're getting emotional. And
I am getting emotional. It's a very emotional thing, right? Like, it's taken me nearly 20 years to arrive at a point where I feel like I feel free. I really do. I feel like you can't, go back and I can't go back and get back the girl that I used to be, which was a girl who had never.
Interestingly, when she says, I feel free, she does verbally reiterate that. I really do. Now, that verbal reiteration can be a manipulation point. It's literally done because a point needs to be hammered home a little bit more. That reiteration can be used in overcompensation. If somebody's lying and they really want to try to sell that lie, they might start reiterating the things that they said over and over and over again. Now, the reason that I don't think that that's really the case here is because of the context around it. She's saying she feels free. I really am. That I really am is justified by the fact that I'm assuming there is the question of whether or not she feels that. Like, do you feel free? Are you sure you feel free kind of thing, because of the circumstances around it. This is a very invasive case. It's been ongoing for a while, and it can feel like people are dragged down by these sorts of things from their past. So if she's saying free, then there would be questions for that, so that kind of demands the reiteration. So I hope that that kind of makes sense as to where looking at some of these possible manipulation techniques in context can be clarified, because it's manipulation if they're not justified. If they are justified, then it's just understanding. So let's continue.
Had never had anything bad happen to her. Right. Like, I can't go back to that person, but I can take this bad thing that happened to me and not just feel diminished by it, but actually propelled by it. Propelled forward.
Was there one moment in particular?
On the note of her tears, her emotional state, I also feel like it is genuine, and that's not because of the activity around her eyes, that's because of the activity around her mouth. During times of trying to wrestle back crying, an emotional state like that, you will often see somebody lose activity in the upper lip region. That's actually where the saying stiff upper lip comes from. It's because you're trying to wrestle it back from there. And when you're crying, your tendency is to grimace and possibly frown. And those are a more overt version of the expression itself. If you're wrestling that back, then one of the easiest places to try to control is the movements of your mouth, but it lends towards this freezing that you kind of see here. And you can see there's a great lack of activity on her upper lip as she's talking about this, in correlation to the tears in her eyes. So that lets me know that she's wrestling back an emotion that's genuinely happening rather than pushing an emotion out that actually isn't there. But that also being said, if she is just crying because of that self-pitying side of things and she's just manipulating here, that display of the stiff upper lip will still be existent even if the emotion is doing a dirty work or a deceitful work. I hope that tracks for you.
One moment in particular in reliving this chapter of your life that was just the hardest to like redigest, to relive.
I mean, there are a lot of moments. The one that I was most concerned about getting right was the interrogation scene, because in reality, I underwent 53 hours of interrogation over 5 days, right? We can't depict all of that in the show, so we have to dramatize it, which means we condense it down to its most essential elements. But it is a psychological journey that every single person in the room is taken on. It's not just me, but it's my interrogators themselves who are going on this journey of this false narrative being created and then landing in this psychological distress. And for me, as someone who has gone through that experience and been deeply misunderstood by it, I was concerned to get it right. But also now as a criminal justice reform advocate, like I wanted to show that it's not like interrogations are not like what you see in the movies.
So going through this, just to do that basic math for you so you don't have to do it yourself, 53 hours over 5 days, that's about 10 hours a day, which even working at a job that you don't enjoy for 10 hours a day is a lot and weighs on your psyche in general. Now, what she's bringing up here about interrogation techniques not being like how they are in the movies, that's quite true. There are a number of aspects of those interrogation scenes in movies that do not play out that way in the actual real life scenarios that they might even be based off of. But then also there are techniques used in interrogations that are not shown in the movies because they can also feel problematic. It's been said even on very public documentaries and stuff by people who have carried out many interrogations that they are willing to and happy to lie to the person, but they will not accept lies back. And so even in that, people who are interrogating will willingly and overtly twist truths and lie about it to be able to get to a confession. And it's this sort of pressure and manipulation used by the interrogators that can lead to false confessions, which Amanda does confess in portions and then also gives another name up in portions. And if you consider that in terms of it's been now an entire week of full days of being interrogated by people who want you to confess to these things, it makes a little bit of sense. But also that being said, that pokes holes in Amanda's credibility. If she's lied twice about things in this sort of scenario, how do we know that she's not lying about everything else? Which is distinctly possible. And to try to add some more understanding around that, it's better to take a step back and look at everything else. And if she lied about that, we still have the question of why on earth would she have done the crime itself to begin with? If she lied about that, we can attach it to the reasoning of maybe she was pushed into a false confession. But if she wasn't, if she did just lie about that, we still have no answer as to why she did the crime, or how she didn't leave her DNA at the crime if she did the crime. Or if she manipulated somebody else into doing the crime for her, why would she do that? There's a lot more questions to this one where there's a fairly simple and straightforward answer to this side. Neither of them are concrete in this, so we're still left asking some questions. It's just one side has a lot more unanswered questions than the other side.
Movies. This is what it really looks like, and this is what it looks like to be made to feel utterly insane.
I mean, 53 hours, how could anyone not be seemingly insane
Well, you
afterward,
say
you
that,
know?
but
Yeah.
like lots of people, you know,
They have a different take on what it should look like.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So that had to be tweaked. That was a creative change. Were there many others for this to go to television?
I mean, sure. Like there was a lot of things like, for instance, there's this great scene where when I tell my family that I want to go back to Italy, there's conflict, right? And there's an eruption. Like we are confronting each other over what our expectations of that are going to be, and whether it's a mistake or not. And in reality, those kinds of conversations took place multiple times over a long distance of time. So like, again, taking these true things and bringing them all into one scene so that they convey the emotional and psychological truth, even if it wasn't a, you know, documentary, this was said, then this was said, you know,
Right.
that
Exactly.
kind of
For
thing.
for the format of it being in television.
Absolutely.
You were an executive producer on this. You chose to have the production shot in Italy. Why was that important for you to do? And you guys did see a backlash in having production there.
That note of the executive producer side of things, I looked it up and I cannot see that Knox is being paid for this. That was one of the things that centered around this. Oh, this entire thing is just her profiting off of somebody else's case. I was not able to track down any evidence of her actually receiving any monetary compensation for this project. I also was able to track down some flittering evidence of her not being paid for it. So I don't know the answer to that one for certain. From what I was able to see, it seems like she might not be, which kind of that undermines and takes the base out of that accusation that she's just profiting off of another person's murder. But that's not really verified. So I can't really say, oh, well, that's not it. She's not profiting at all, because she might be. Regardless, we're going to continue through this.
There, particularly in Perugia. And you also chose not to go to set, to production. Am I correct in saying that?
Yeah, I was not on set in Italy. And so it was important for me to show Italy, like this is the place that it happened.
Right.
And I know that my story to this day remains a controversial one in Italy. And I think that's part of the point of why I wanted to bring it to Italy, is because I think that we need to take ownership over the real things that happened there. And I think that also I really wanted to showcase this beautiful place. Like the scenes that we primarily use of Italy, it's like ironic that there was backlash, because the scenes that we wanted to show was this early, like joyous, like study abroad experience. And all of like the dark, you know, tortured scenes of what I went through in reality in Perugia, Italy, we actually filmed in Budapest. So,
oh wow,
right?
The magic of television.
Yeah, magic of television.
Wow.
But like, so all of these scenes that are showcasing the beauty of Italy and the joy of being a study abroad student
were filmed in
those were filmed in Italy.
Monica Lewinsky is
Non-verbally speaking, again, through all of that, it's synchronized. We've already talked about the possibility of her being coached. It is difficult to, as time goes on, maintain synchronized nonverbal communication if it's exclusively something that you're forcing. You can, and even the existence of actors and actresses and movies and plays and whatnot, like you can do that. But in that, there's still breaks. You get that time of alleviation and ability to recollect if you need to, and edits to make it look better and blah, blah, blah. In actual, tangible, real life, it's harder to maintain that level of synchronized, seemingly authentic nonverbal communication for extended periods. Now, it's only been 6 minutes within this video that I have here, but I don't know if this is the entirety of the time that they have there, because this is edited. I pulled this directly from Entertainment Tonight, so they could have hours of footage outside of this, and likely do have at least an hour of extra footage that we'll never ever see as the public unless they decide to release it. And then on my own personal side of things, I'm curious to know what the backlash, like the pushback against filming in Italy was. I understand the conflict around the case itself, but I don't at least understand what it is that was problematic about filming in the country itself, especially since the incident happened there. It seemed as though that would feel more authentic, but that's not like an attack. I'm actually just curious. So if you're from Italy and you know what the pushback was, let me know in the comments below, because I would love to have that context just to see what that was. It doesn't really have too much to do with the case itself. That's just for my own personal understanding. Regardless, we've got some more to go through.
Monica Lewinsky is also an executive producer. How did that come into fruition? And the two of you both experienced traumatic and were publicly scrutinized in your 20s. Was that something that the two of you found yourself bonding and empathy?
Monica Lewinsky, for those of you that don't know, was involved in a scandal with Bill Clinton back a while ago. And so that's what's being referred to here. She got a lot of heat for stuff, and it's a whole thing. If you go watch something on that if you want to know more about it. But that's just what's being referred to here. Just to add a quick clarifier.
Bonding and empathizing with one another over during your time and working together?
Oh, certainly. I mean, so I met Monica back in 2017. That was the first time we met. And it was in the context of the first ever public talk that I had been invited to give. This is at a moment in my life where I am terrified to be around strangers, to be in crowds. I've spent my entire adult life not being believed, being made to feel like anything I said was going.
Ooh, and you could see it again. So there's a point of self-pity. And we're starting to see tears come up in Knox's eyes again. And if you watch her mouth again, we're starting to see that freezing of movement as she's wrestling it back. Again, this is a point of self-pity that the emotion is sparking up in. It can be a point of manipulation, but also speaking on just Knox's character. Again, she has tendencies to be fairly self-absorbed, and maybe this is a reflection of that. But to also assume that she hasn't changed or grown as a human being since 2007 and she's just the exact same is a black and white scenario as well. So I'm trying not to dive deep into that as well. So maybe this is genuinely just her emoting about the scenario itself. If she's innocent and this was a tough time, it would elicit emotional states, but I can't let go of my experience with people using self-pity emotional states as the catalyst to do dirty emotional work elsewhere. It's something that I want to keep in mind and keep track of as I go on, because I always feel suspicious.
I said was going to be viewed in the worst possible light, that nothing I could say would matter. And then I'm invited to give this talk, and I'm terrified. But Monica is also at this event. And this is Monica Lewinsky, the woman who went through this experience before me, had the worst experience of her life come to define her, diminished her, reduced her to a punchline. And she emerged with her Variety articles and her TED Talk and gave me a sense that there was a path forward. So she was a model for me. And I asked to meet with her, and she immediately just took me under her wing, gave me guidance, gave me reassurance. And all these years later, she was the one who reached out to me to make this show. So this show wouldn't exist were it not for Monica keeping an eye on me, because she recognized that I was another young woman who had.
So throughout this, as Amanda is talking, you can hear her start to use like in there. Now, like, ums, us, these words are used as fillers, and they're used when people are speaking in a way that it's not scripted. You don't see a lot of likes, ums, and us scripted into things unless it's an experienced scripter or a person who's used to using a script regularly, so they insert them intentionally. Outside of that, you see those sorts of filler words come in when a person is genuinely, authentically just talking about something. So the reason that that's important, that verbal pattern is important, is because then that gives us a little bit of context with what's happening with her hands and the rest of her body during that. Because as she's still using like in there, you still see the same gestures happening, which pushes me then to believe that the gestures that are happening, including these ones, the fingers touching to the thumbs, that is likely natural for her, authentic for her, letting us know that in the other areas, there's the possibility that she was still just fully coached, trying to portray something. There is also the possibility that we were just watching genuine, authentic, nonverbal communication, and she just hasn't taken coaching lessons and done brilliantly with them. As you're going through, I hope you can see how this works. Like as you go through footage and understanding people and pull out more and more of these behavioral tics that they have to build out, a behavioral character sketch more or less of them. As you do this, more things will add context to other prior points and clarify everything a little bit more. That's why I stress so often on the channel that context is extremely crucial. If you take out that context, you're gonna have issues. And that's why I don't do things like photo analyses, because so often photo analyses are incorrect. You're taking one frame of a whole bunch of movements and trying to say from this one frame, this is everything that's happening around it. And that's just not how body language works. Body language in and of itself is a kinetic science. It needs to be moving for it to be able to convey any information. If you're just taking freeze frames of it, you're extremely limited. And this is also part of the reason that I have difficulties with body language books, but they're not doing so out of deceit. They're doing so out of limitation. We don't exactly have the Harry Potter ability to put moving pictures into our tangible books right now. Maybe in digital form, sure, but definitely not in physical form. So that's some of the context around this that's helping us understand earlier portions of this video.
Another young woman who had been completely demolished by the media, and how I was attempting to rebuild my life and reclaim my story in a way.
During this point, you see her movement starting to become more sharp, completely demolished. And you also see her head moving completely demolished. And if you look, her eyebrows have drawn together a little bit and they have lowered just a hair. And all of these sharpened gestures like this with the lowering of the eyebrows, that lets you know that she's feeling a little bit more aggressive in this tone. And sure enough, as she's speaking, you hear that she's talking about the media and everything like that, portraying things that were incorrect and false and whatnot. So that makes emotional and contextual sense.
Story in a way that, you know, she had been trailblazing that path ahead of me. And so she really like held my hand through this journey. And I can't thank her enough. And the reason why she and I are both so invested in doing this job right is because we want to make it easier for the next person.
Yeah.
She made it easier for me. We together can make it easier for the next person. And that's what it's all about.
Paying attention to the movements of her head throughout that, they seem mostly synchronized. I found it fascinating that she did a dismissive gesture while saying that she couldn't thank Lewinsky enough. That dismissive kind of nonverbal communication is just fascinating to me. It doesn't have a lot of emotional weight behind it. It is just an interesting facet of things. What was more telling with that is the little nose shake that went along with it. I couldn't thank her enough. And that micro nose shake, that's synchronized with what she was saying. So to me, that pushes me towards authenticity rather than a lack thereof. And for those of you that do not know, the smaller the nonverbal movement, the less likely it is to be consciously controlled. That's not always the case. You do still need the context to be able to make sure that that is the case. In this one, that does make sense. The context pushes towards that. So that's where I'm led to. Hope that makes sense.
And I would be remiss not to mention Meredith, because Meredith was murdered in this. Her sister has said, I don't understand the purpose of the series. You want reconciliation with her family. If her family perhaps watches this series, what do you hope they feel or take away from it?
Well, I think I understand their perspective of, because this story has been mistold so much in the past. Like even the fact that people don't even remember her name,
right,
much less the name of the person who actually murdered Meredith, shows how this story has been twisted out of proportion, and has the focus has always been twisted and misunderstood. There's been so much misinformation. And like I said, like this is a story about two young women who go to study abroad and have the best time of their life, and only one of them survives. And every single person who has been a part of this project has been deeply, deeply invested in honoring not just my experience, but hers.
Right.
Because here I am.
I'm noticing the tears come up again. This one, she has been talking about Kircher, which I feel the tears are warranted then. And that would just be plain sympathy or empathy for another party. And that would be encouraging to see. However, what I also then find fascinating is just, again, here now, it's been another point of this could also be some self-pity emotional states coming out here. She's not trying to manipulate with something in this. She's not trying to get those emotions to do something else. It seems as though it's just emotional response. And that's how it's been for the prior few occasions of this in this very interview. With that being said, I mean, I've already talked about it. It's a pattern. I'm paying attention to it, but I haven't seen anything. I haven't seen any direction that those emotional states were pushing me to feel anything other than what they were presented as, if that makes sense.
Here I am, the one who survived, who's carrying my legacy and hers. And so, you know, you've seen the series, like we really try to show who is this young woman who had her life stolen.
Okay, so that's the end of that. I have not watched the series myself. I don't really have an interest in watching it just because it's a dramatization, and that has nothing to do with what I do. If you've watched it, I mean, you let me know, does the movie feel like it's giving more character weight, more understanding, more depth and context to Meredith Kircher, or is it really just centered around Amanda Knox, because the way that Amanda tried to present it here is that it might be centered around both. But I'm just betting, even just judging by the title of the series itself, The Twisted Tale of Amanda Knox, it does feel like it's going to be centered around Amanda more so. That wouldn't actually be too surprising if she hadn't just said that it's trying to give weight to that. So I think that this area here where she's talking about all of this stuff with Kircher and her family, I feel like this might be a little bit more of a manipulation point where she's really trying to play up an aspect that might not have been as prevalent. But I don't know that. Again, if you've watched the series, let me know. Am I more right on that? Does she seem to be just trying to smooth over the wrinkles in this area and say, no, this is giving voice to everybody and the true story for everybody's sake? Or is it really Amanda just wants to get her story out the way that she wants to get her story out, and this is just pandering? Because that's kind of what I'm suspicious of. So, synopsis of everything across the hours of footage that I've watched here on the channel and all of the hours outside of what I've shown here on the channel, I am still in the camp of I don't think Amanda Knox did it. And I think that there is enough evidence to be able to point away from that, and the evidence that was pointing towards it seemed fairly circumstantial at best. But I also know that as everybody else who is on the internet looking at this, I've only got limited information. I don't know all the details. I haven't been able to go through all of the locked away, sealed away files or evidence cases and everything like that. So there's something that I could have missed for sure. So let me know your thoughts in the comments of this video. Try to keep it as civil as you can, especially because of how polarizing this case is. Just, I don't know, be a decent human being. There doesn't need to be a bunch of insults or anything like that. But let me know your thoughts in the comments of this video.
Theodore Robert Bundy was born on November 24th in 1946. While he claimed he had an overall happy and average childhood, many describe Bundy as having a difficult childhood. He spent his early years with his maternal grandparents who raised him as their son. Bundy was said to have thought that his mother was his sister by a prison psychologist who once interviewed Bundy in the documentary The Ted Bundy Tapes. He apparently didn't find out who his birth mother was until later in life. Along with this, a forensic psychologist, an FBI and law enforcement consultant stated that Bundy exhibited signs of conduct disorder as a child. This was further amplified as a young Bundy began to avidly view violent pornography. He stated in his final interview that he felt the need to take in more extreme content to give himself the same feeling until he finally realized what he had to do to take it to the next level. While his first attack occurred early in 1974, his first killing occurred on or around February 1st of 1974. From that point on through the year of 1978, according to his own confession, he killed, kidnapped, and assaulted more than 30 women in 7 states while escaping from prison twice. After his final arrest in 1979, Bundy insisted on acting as his own attorney and even cross-examined witnesses during his trial. However, he was found guilty of murder and was sentenced to death via electric chair. Over the next 10 years, legalities would play out. Bundy was even married during this imprisonment and had a child. However, he was later divorced and was executed by electric chair at 7:06 a.m. on January 24th, 1989, at Florida State Prison in Stark, Florida. So this interview occurs, like I said, very shortly before his death. And what I wanted to be able to do is take the time to break down his nonverbal communication to see if there were any signs of genuine remorse. Was he a psychopath? Was he something else? And just see what we can learn from a legendary serial killer, now Ted Bundy. We did Jeffrey Dahmer a while ago, and I'm going to continue down the list of some of these very well-known serial killers to see if there's any pattern that pops up. That's enough talking, though. Let's go ahead and begin the analysis.
Ted, it is about 2:30 in the afternoon. You are scheduled to be executed tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock.
Okay, so this is obviously a little bit later in Bundy's life. Like I said, it's closer to where he was about to be executed. And this is an interview between him and Dr. James Dobson. I have already done one analysis of Ted Bundy in an earlier interview before this specific one. And if you would like to go and watch that, please feel free to do so. It kind of plays off of this one and vice versa, but neither are needed for the other to be understood, if that makes sense. Anyway, I have kept in mind some of his verbal and nonverbal patterns from the other analysis that I have done, but he is also much older in this one than the one before, so we'll still be hammering out some of those details.
If you don't receive another stay, what is going through your mind? what thoughts have you had in these last few days?
Well, I won't kid you to say that it's something that I feel that I am in control of, or something that I've come to terms with, because I haven't.
So something that occurred much more often in Bundy's prior interview, it was a lot more smiling manipulation in that form. He doesn't do that here. Of course, also, this is a very different circumstance from the other interviewer. Back then, he believed that he had the ability to get free still and was still fighting for that. Here, he's saying that he doesn't accept what's happening, but there's not really a way around it. And so we can see that kind of somber resolve on his face. And that actually plays out characteristically throughout this entire interview. Let's continue.
It's a moment by moment thing. Sometimes I feel very tranquil, and other times I don't feel tranquil at all. What's going through my mind right now is to use the minutes and hours that I have left as fruitfully as possible and see what happens. It helps to live in the moment in the essence that we use it productively. So I'm right.
So far what I'm seeing just non-verbally from him, he has an average blinking rate overall. It's not overly fast, it's not overly slow, so we can pay attention to how spikes appear in that. He did have a pretty substantial swallow in there at one point, but this is the beginning of an interview. It makes a lot of sense for that to happen. Nothing so far has been an anomaly for me to stick out to be like, hey, we really need to hone in and focus in on this, but also the question doesn't really require that kind of response. So let's keep looking at this.
Right now I'm feeling calm, and in large part because I'm here with you.
For the record, you are guilty of killing many women and girls.
Yes. Yes, that's true.
Ted, after you committed your first murder, what?
So he also maintains this like to the side and up out of the top of the corner of his eye kind of look at the person the entire time. And I'm not sure as to why that is. I'm not sure that there is a psychological reason for that. The head tilted downwards could be a sign of his somberness or feeling of defeat because it is a very imminent deadline that's approaching, if that makes sense. So that's what could be happening here. I'm not dead positive. Regardless, it doesn't have too much to be able to give as far as information goes. So I just wanted to make note that that has shown up here. I have seen that. I've noticed that. But there's not too much to be able to say as to why that is. Let's continue.
What was the emotional effect on you? What happened in the days after that?
So this is a partial steeple. This could be seen as a power move. A full steeple is up here like this, all fingers pressed against each other like that, and that is a power move. It's definitely a domination gesture. So the partial one coming up here, I don't think that he's trying to be in any special way dominating or anything along those lines, but he does seem to press his fingers against his mouth pretty substantially there, and that could be an indicator that he's going to be talking about something that is pretty negative or something along those lines. Regardless, I will let you know that body language reading is still fairly new. We're trying to navigate what tells can mean what, and if there are any universal ones in body language reading. In nonverbal communication, that usually lies largely on the face, and with that, there's the facial coding system that allows us to be able to see these replicated expressions in multiple different scenarios. It's scientifically proven to be able to be a reliable source of information. Body language reading is still trying to follow along with that. Many people know that term, but the correct term is nonverbal communication reading. And so with his body language, it's still pretty difficult to say that that specific tell had any specific mean. So let's continue to see what happens.
Well, again, please understand that even all these years later, it's very difficult to talk about it. And
So he's having a lot of vocal difficulty speaking, and you could see the consternation across his face with his drawn together lowered eyebrows and the pressed lips as well. That's all adding to that general emotional group. But that's a very easy one to fake. Anybody can kind of look somber. At the drop of a hat, that's not the hardest thing to do, even in acting. For instance, if you think about soap operas, everybody is real great at looking somber about something. It's not hard to do that. It's whether or not it's genuine or not. It's difficult to say that he's really feeling somber here or not. There's not enough tells to be able to say, but those are things that we're making note of. And with the vocal halting in there as well, that could be an indicator that he is genuinely feeling some form of emotional difficulty recollecting these. Not enough to say for sure yet, but let's continue.
Reliving it through talking about it is difficult to say the least, but I want you to understand what happened. It was like coming out of some kind of horrible trance or dream. I can only liken it to after, I don't want to over dramatize it, but to have been possessed by something so awful and so alien, and then the next morning wake up from it, remember what happened, and realize that basically, in the eyes of the law, certainly in the eyes of God, you're responsible. And to wake up in the morning and realize what I had done, and with a clear mind and all.
So he's having some odd vocal patterns in there, a lot of stuttering and restarting and things like that, which doesn't lend me to believe that he's rehearsed these statements in any form beforehand. So I don't know that he actually got a list of questions. I highly doubt it, in fact. But it seems as though he's genuinely coming up with them as they go along, and he's trying to think through what he's saying as he's saying it, ergo all of the vocal stops. Some interesting things that he said verbally that do parallel with Dahmer from earlier is Bundy says that he feels like he was in some sort of trance or coming out of a trance, feeling like he's being possessed, and Dahmer recollected something very similar of exiting a certain phase or feeling of some form or another after doing the deeds. Now, this is an interesting aspect all the way around. It could be their brains attempting to form a shell of protection around what they had done. It could be them blowing smoke at us to be able to make us feel like they had some form of reason to do it, even if their reason is that they couldn't help themselves. But what's interesting to me is that both Ted and Dahmer both said that everything was on them, but Bundy doesn't hold to that. He says that this is all his fault, and then he goes to try to explain away what caused him to do it. And it's a weird kind of dichotomy that exists with Bundy specifically that doesn't necessarily exist with Dahmer. So it's just curious. I will also note that Bundy pulls in a lot of religious speak in this. He pulls in a lot of speaking about God and God's will and plan. And at the very end, Dobson asks if Bundy has accepted Jesus as his savior and so on and so forth. So that it makes sense where Bundy's at in his life to be this close to death. Many people will, out of desperation, turn to religion in hope of something, So that does make sense coming in here. I don't know that it's a manipulation ploy. It could very well still be from Bundy, a manipulation ploy, but I'm not sure. Let's continue.
All my essential moral and ethical feelings intact at that moment. Absolutely horrified that I was capable of doing something like that.
You really hadn't known that before?
There is just absolutely no way to describe. First.
So during that time where he's shaking his head in response to the "you didn't know that before" question, he has a substantial expression of contempt, and then that's also mixed in with consternation as well through the top half of his face. And those do make sense as Bundy's trying to express a feeling that he knows he only is feeling, especially in the room there, and then also trying to add the weight that his actions would have required, if that makes sense. So that specific emotional display does make sense in context with what's happening there. So far, he's being quite synchronized. As to whether or not he's feeling genuine remorse, I'm not quite sure yet. Let's continue.
The brutal urge to do that kind of thing, and then what happens is once it is
very interesting. He's hunching up a fair bit, both hunching down and raising his shoulders up as well. And he does this flash look off to the side here. Now you can hear that there are many other people, at least in the room or in the vicinity, to where he's easily distracted. But to be easily distracted in a point like this. It's a self-conscious feeling thing, or a desire to escape possibly would be this reason that he flashes the look off to the side that way. He doesn't obviously really want to be there, and that does make sense contextually as well. Let's continue.
Been more or less satisfied and recede, you might say, or spent. That sense, that kind of energy level recedes, and basically I became myself again. I want people to understand this too, and I'm not saying this gratuitously because it's important people understand this. That basically I was a normal person. I wasn't some guy hanging out at bars or a bum, or I wasn't a pervert in the sense that, people look at somebody and say, I know there's something wrong with him, and just tell.
That's interesting that where he was saying I wasn't a pervert, he does raise his hands up. This could be seen as a blocking gesture. Like I said, body language has its limits. But then he also flashes a little grimace in there as well. Now, this could just be all that his nose started itching there. In fact, the likelihood is. So with that, I'm not hanging too much on the fact that he did reach up and then have an itchy nose during that time as well. Now, what it could be an indicator of is agitation. People's nerves will start firing off. Itchiness will occur whenever you're agitated. So that could be part of it. But as far as it being a lie, or you could tell because he itched his nose or anything along those lines, there's no way to be able to hang any scientific evidence on that. So neither am I. Let's continue.
I was essentially a normal person. I had good friends. I led a normal life, except for this one small but very potent and very destructive segment of it that I kept very secret and very close to myself and didn't let anybody know about it. And part of the shock and horror from my dear friends and family years ago when I was first arrested was that there was no clue. They looked at me and they looked at the
Real quick, I'm going to pause this here and make a note about how he is speaking of and processing his own relationship to his friends and family and everything in regards to what he really was and what they saw. So he seems to have a fairly solid third-person perspective on this. And I will also make note that he didn't mention anything about the emotional states that would go along with being normal. So again, this is still cloudy for me because he still hasn't really drawn attention to guilt or remorse genuinely in such a way that I could see. So he's saying that he was completely normal. Whether or not that includes the normal gambit of emotions, we're not quite certain. So I can't say yet, yes, he's obviously a psychopath or he's obviously a sociopath. Let's continue watching and gathering some more information.
The all-American boy, and I wasn't perfect, but I want to be quite candid with you. I was okay. I was. The base.
Interesting. So he's really started to animate a little bit more, especially when Dobson comes in and kind of either tries to interrupt or is adding to vocally. Regardless, the physical response from Bundy is the same. He becomes more animated and more passionate and brings out a specific gesture here as well. And that's fascinating that he has that sort of passion centered around him being a quote-unquote normal human, normal boy at that time. And so my question is, why is he focusing on that so much here, especially down here at the end of his life? Is he really just trying to wrap things up? Maybe. Is he trying to manage his image after he's gone? Or perhaps he's still holding on to hope that he's not going to be executed shortly thereafter. Obviously he was, but perhaps he was thinking that he wasn't going to be. I'm not sure. I will say that it is simply interesting that his nonverbal communication spikes while speaking about him being an average, normal, perceivably average and normal human. Let's continue.
Basic humanity and basic spirit that God gave me was intact, but unfortunately became overwhelmed at times.
If I were able to ask you the questions that are being asked out there, one of the most important as you come down to perhaps your final hours, are you thinking about all those victims out there and their families?
So during that time where Dobson says your final hours, if you look at Bundy's eyes during that time, you could see just the slightest movement of sadness creep in there. which I think does make sense contextually. Also, he's keeping his fingers in front of his mouth regularly. This could be seen as his self-soothing or self-pacifying gesture. That manipulator to your mouth is definitely one of those common ones that pops up for people who are feeling a certain level of nerves. So that could be the case here as well. Just still things that we're making note of. It looks like we're about to get some better questions here, so let's see how they play out.
Well, who are so wounded, years later, their lives have not returned to normal. They will never return to normal.
Absolutely.
Are you carrying that load, that weight? Is the remorse there?
Again, I know that people will accuse me of being self-serving, but we're beyond that now. I mean, I'm just telling you how I feel. But through God's help, I have been able to come to the point where much too late, but better late than never, feel the hurt and the pain that I am responsible for. Yes, absolutely. In the past few days, myself and...
This one's very interesting to me. He's still carrying out his characteristic, tilted and mostly looking down, sometimes looking up at the person. He's now looking down far more often than he's looking up, which is interesting. That dropping of gaze that could be related to shame. Why that shame is there is another question. But then he's also saying, yes, absolutely. He's reiterating and also showing desynchronization between his head movements and his words. So during that whole time with the eyes dropping, the desynchronization and the reiteration of something that was already there as if to amplify, it does push me to believe that perhaps he still doesn't feel that way. Is this enough? Absolutely not. But it is something that it's alerting me to that possibility now. So that's something that I'm just keeping in mind as this continues forward, and brought it up so that you can as well.
A number of investigators have been talking about unsolved cases, murders that I was involved in. And it's hard to talk about all these years later because...
Speaking again about his crimes and by a roundabout way, the people involved in them, he does have another substantial reach up and itch his nose sort of thing. Now, this could be his tell of agitation that he's showing in this way, perhaps. Right now, it's just more information that we've gathered.
Because it revives in me all those terrible feelings and those thoughts that I have steadfastly and diligently dealt with, and I think successfully, with the love of God. And yet it's reopened that, and
So that's an interesting pattern right there that does seem to be a little bit telling as to how his relationship with religion actually is playing out. And he's talking about how he has done this thing, he did this and had done this well and steadfastly and so on and so forth. And then at the very end, he tags on with the love of God. And his quality of tone drops off dramatically and the pitch of his tone drops off dramatically. And then that kind of does indicate that that might not have as much confidence behind those words as he had a little bit before, seconds before, as he was speaking about his actions. So it does seem as though he might be using religion as a perception management thing to be able to come across as more of a human at the very final days. I'm not sure. It is still just something that I'm keeping track of.
Felt the pain and I felt the horror again of all that.
Can you help me understand this desensitization process that took place? What was going on in your mind?
Well, by desensitization, I describe it in specific terms, is that each time I'd harm someone, each time I'd kill someone, there'd be an enormous amount, especially at first, enormous amount of horror, guilt, remorse afterwards. But then that impulse to do it again would come back even stronger. Now, believe me.
So this is an important part. He's talking about the feelings centered around it. This is why we're here. This is why we're curious. And he's doing his characteristic gestures, looking down to the side, eyes maybe closed sometimes, at very least hooded, very relaxed. And this look of consternation in his eyebrows or concentration, somberness perhaps, those sorts of emotions are playing out. But what's interesting is his speed of talking has changed, centered around those remorse and those general emotions that you would hope to and expect to hear. He kind of rushes by them and then talks more about the actions that he would do later and how it would come back around and continue throughout. So that's an interesting thing that he did, just breeze by those so fast without focusing on them very much. At very least, that can be an indicator that to him, those aren't as important of the story as the surrounding details that he focused on more. Very fascinating. Let's continue.
The unique thing about how this worked, Dr. Dobson, is that I still felt in my regular life the full range of guilt and remorse about other things, regret, and
you had this compartmentalized,
very well focused, very sharply focused area where it was like a black hole. It was like a crack, and everything that fell under that crack just disappeared. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
So I saw no anomalies during that time to push me away from believing him that he was really genuinely feeling guilt and remorse and those emotions that you and I would like to hear him say he had. Him describing his actions and his behaviors definitely sounds more like a compulsion, an issue with compulsion control rather than psychopathy or something like that. It sounds as if he wanted a stimulus to such an extent that everything else would fade away or become less important. That's fascinating to me. Just so everybody watching this now, I am not a psychologist. I am a nonverbal analyst. I do have understanding of psychology, but that's not where my degree lies. So please take any of my words about him having any compulsion control or psychopathy or sociopathy with a little bit more of a grain of salt, because I'm not fully educated in that area. So just letting you know that, especially if some of you who are watching this are in possession of a psychology degree or something along those lines and might know a little bit better. I'm really just speaking from kind of secondhand experience on that. So just letting you know that. Let's continue.
One of the final murders that you committed, of course, was apparently little Kimberly Leach, 12 years of age. I think
So Dobson mentions the name of the girl, and Bundy takes a breath in and does a postural change as well. And that means that whatever Dobson has said struck a specific emotional chord in Bundy. I think we're about to find out what that is here, but it definitely did happen there. So let's see how that plays out.
public outcry is greater there because an innocent child was taken from a playground. What did you feel after that? Were there the normal emotions?
Just a massive increase in manipulators, specifically centered around agitation. As you see him wringing his hands, he's stroking his hands across his mouth like that as he moves from side to side, postural changes, looking down, looking up. It's a whole burst of action in his nonverbal baseline centered around this specific girl that Dobson mentioned. And so as a nonverbal analyst looking at that, I know for a fact that whatever he's about to say, it's going to be negative in relation to that, just due to his nonverbal communication leading up to this point. So let's see how that plays out.
3 days later, where were you, Ted?
I can't really talk about that right now. That's weird.
That's too painful.
I would like to be able to convey to you what that experience is like, but I can't. I won't be able to talk about that.
Okay.
Interesting. So during that time, Bundy does a good job at showing negative emotion. He seems to be having emotional difficulty centered around this incident that Dobson's describing. And he continually has his eyes down during the entire time. He has vocal halting in there as well. It sounds as if his vocal cords are tensing up. It sounds like he's about to maybe be emotional or something along those lines. And that all sounds very convincing up until this very last part where he flashes a look upwards and the emotional state is not there. That desynchronization between the top half and the lower half of his face is interesting, as his eyes are showing more cold, calculating expressions as he checks up to see if Dobson is emoting correctly. That's very interesting. Definitely a big red flag. We'll talk about it at the end.
I can't begin to understand. Well, I can try, but I'm aware that I can't begin to understand the pain that the parents of these children that I have, and these young women that I have harmed, feel. And I can't restore really much to them, if anything. And I won't pretend to, and I don't even expect them to forgive me, and I'm not asking for it. That kind of forgiveness is of God, and if they have it, they have it. If they don't, well, maybe they'll find it someday.
Do you deserve the punishment the state has inflicted upon you?
This is still interesting to me because now we could see him checking back in as a normal conversation style, looking up out of the corner of his eye as he has been doing throughout the rest of it, but it's not the same calculated, hard expression that we saw right after his display earlier. That little blip there seems to be fairly substantial and might be fairly revealing. It's genuinely interesting to me how he's displaying. We'll talk about our thoughts at the end of this. Let's go.
That's a very good question. And I'll answer very, very honestly. I don't want to die. I'm not going to kid you. I'll kid you not.
The smile that he's having there, it's not a genuine joy smile. And I know that all of you probably know this, and many of you will cope with difficult things the same way, with this grim smile. Another time that I can think of it happening here on the channel that I've seen would be during the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard deposition, back and forth, all of that nightmare that occurred. Johnny Depp had that smile creep in while talking about the abuse that Amber had towards him. So it's this grim, humorless smile that many people will have in response to difficult things. So that is popping up here on Bundy's level. That doesn't mean that he's not a psychopath or a sociopath, so let's continue.
I deserve certainly the most extreme punishment society has, and I think society deserves to be protected from me and from others like me. That's for sure. I think what I hope will come of our discussion is I think society deserves to be protected from itself.
Ted, as you would imagine, there's tremendous cynicism about you on the outside, and I suppose for good reason. I'm not sure that there's anything that you could say that people would believe. Some people would believe.
Yeah.
And yet, you told me last night, and I have heard this through our mutual friend John Tanner, that you have accepted the forgiveness of Jesus Christ and are a follower and a believer in Him. Do you draw strength from that as you approach these final hours?
I do. I can't say that
it's going to be
being in the valley of the shadow of death is something that I've become all that accustomed to, and that I'm strong and nothing's bothering me. Listen, it's no fun. It gets kind of lonely, and yet I have to remind myself that every one of us will go through this someday, in one way or another, and countless millions who have walked this earth before us have. So this is just an experience which we all share.
Yeah.
Right on.
So we saw some interesting patterns throughout this. We saw some displays of what we would hope to be able to see in regards to the shame or guilt or remorse that you might hope to see. But then it's sprinkled in with some oddities in there as well. And I will point out at the very end, it's interesting how quickly he can crash back and forth between, like, say when he's sipping his drink and putting it back down, and that general emotive group, right around to another one. It's odd that he does make that crash relatively fast. Now, from this interview alone, I wouldn't say that this interview was enough to be able to say whether or not he's a psychopath or a sociopath, if he felt guilty or not. I will say that it pushed me further in the direction of him not feeling guilty, but I really cannot be sure. I did appreciate seeing the parallels between Bundy and Dahmer and how they each thought and processed and how they entered into a certain way before carrying out their crimes. That was interesting to me. That parallel was very clear. Bundy was different. He was a very different criminal in general. His separation between normal-ish life and crime was very outstanding, and it seemed as though it spilled over somewhat into his mind as well. While this is the third video that I have done on Scott Peterson, I was able to prepare for this one far better than I was the other two. I was able to take time to be able to pour over hours more footage and to read through all of the court documents that were available to the public as well. And this helped inform me even further as to the aspects of this case that were more unknown to me earlier on. To catch everybody up to speed as to who Scott Peterson is and what he did and why he is where he is now, let's go ahead and dive into yet a little bit better of a backstory. So Scott Peterson, who was in his late 20s, was married to Lacey Peterson, who was in her mid-20s, and they were set to have a son named Connor. Lacey was 8 months pregnant at the time of all of the incidents that will be unfolding here soon. Now, a little bit about Scott growing up. He was apparently, according to his family, very, very kind, and to quote his father, almost unbelievably kind. Which I find suspicious because I have yet to meet a child who is completely and unbelievably kind. That being said, that is something that I was taking into consideration with this read. Along with that, people say that he was a very controlled and composed person at most times, easy to get along with, and rarely confrontational. Lacey was a very outgoing, bubbly, happy personality, also very confident in who she was as a person. Both of them seemed to be an excellent couple. They got married, tried to have a child for 3 years, and then finally received a positive pregnancy test back. Fast forward 8 months, and we start seeing a little bit of unhappiness unfold. First, Scott is having an affair. He is seeing a girl named Amber Fry, who is young in and of herself, and has a child who is less than 2 years old. He, however, does not tell Amber that he is married, and he does not tell Lacey that he is seeing Amber until a friend finds out and gives him an ultimatum. Then he decides that he has to go and tell Lacey. According to his interviews, he says that Lacey took it rather well, which I found suspicious, and his body language also said was suspicious, but he did not tell Amber. Later on, Amber found out and went forward quite promptly during this entire explosion of media coverage of Lacey's disappearance. She went forward and said that she had been his girlfriend and had been under the impression that he had no other women in his life. This would seem abnormal if it weren't for the fact that he had done this before outside of his marriage with Lacey, with other girls as well who have also come forward on record. So he has a repeat history of having affairs or cheating on the women that he was with. So needless to say, he tells Lacey that he's having an affair and things start to go fairly far south. In that time, he also buys a boat secretly. He also starts researching at that same time on Google how certain currents and water flows occur in the San Francisco Bay Area, and he says that it is in regards to fishing. Speaking of fishing, he also has a history of searching for sturgeon primarily and a few other types of fish. So he chalked all of his search history up and the purchasing of a boat for wanting to go fishing. This comes in play later on. Let's fast forward to the 24th. Remember, Scott has told Lacey that he's having an affair, and he says that Lacey's pretty okay with it. Upset, but pretty okay with it. I didn't buy that, and I still don't buy that. The 24th, Christmas Eve, is supposed to be both busy in the evening, relaxed in the first half of the day, according to Scott. So he said that Christmas Eve evening, they were supposed to go and celebrate with Lacey's family. And the day before that was spent on preparation. However, he also claimed that most of the preparation had already taken place, so he had the morning section free. And he says they get up at a certain time, they watch a show, a specific show, and then he heads out anywhere between 9:30 and 10:30 to go fishing. What's interesting about this is that he had told a neighbor that he had gone golfing. Needlessly lied about it, nobody's sure why. I believe it is a pattern. We'll talk about that more in a little bit. So he says that he goes fishing, leaving his 8-month pregnant wife at home by herself to more or less prep for the evening herself and have some quiet time. Well, it is said that Lacey was supposed to go walking the dog during this time. And while Scott is fishing, something apparently happens. According to Scott, he had tried to call Lacey multiple times while out fishing and received no response. And when he got home, he found not only was the car there, the keys were there, and her normal belongings were in the house. To make things more strange, the back door was unlocked, and the dog was in the backyard with the leash still on. It's very curious. So instead of calling friends and family, he decides that he needs to wash his clothes that he, and I quote, said were dirty from fishing, to eat some pizza, and to relax for a bit before calling Lacey's mom and says that right off the bat, she is missing. He doesn't check where she's at. He doesn't ask if the mom has heard from Lacey. He simply jumps to the conclusion that she is missing. She is not in the house, ergo, she is missing. Now, needless to say, the parents are a little bit more concerned about this than Scott seems to be, so they are the ones who call 911 and alert the police. All during this time, Scott has a cool, casual, unbothered demeanor. As the neighborhood and police explode into an activity of trying to track down Lacey, Scott maintains this detached, uninterested, unconcerned demeanor, and it starts to alert people. People start finding it as strange, understandably so. So he is asked in that very night, the night of the 24th of December, to go into the police quarters to be able to have a further interview to clarify things and maybe remember things you didn't before. Today, I'm going to be analyzing part of that footage, the footage of the initial interrogation that was held on Scott Peterson the night that his wife and unborn son reportedly went missing. We're going to be talking about the nonverbal aspects of it, and then I will also continue talking about the case as things continue. This was a very, very interesting case and extremely frustrating on many, many levels, and you'll get to see why. So I am going to talk real quick here as the investigator and interrogator is coming into the room. I'm going to talk a little bit about Scott's body language that he's presenting here and some of the limitations of this footage and what I am trying to carry out today. First, his body language seems pretty relaxed. He doesn't seem fidgety. He doesn't seem antsy. He's simply looking through some documents or pictures here on the table. Along with that, he's leaning forward, his hands are out of his pockets, and all of this is just indicating that he's relaxed and involved in what is going on. Now, speaking on the footage itself, as you can see, as per always, the quality is next to nothing. It's extremely difficult to see any details, let alone the minute movements of the face that I would like to be able to see. So today's read is going to be specifically centered around looking at the entire case and then also trying to pay attention as best as possible to Scott's entire body movements, his broad gestures, his posturing, his tone, things that we can hear and see clearly enough. However, it is still very, very limited. And this was one of the frustrations right off the bat, is that I cannot see his face very clearly. You can sometimes see general broad expressions, but as far as any micro or mini expressions, it is absolutely impossible to see. Let's keep watching.
Pretty much got all I'm going to do. Let's just go over what we already talked about so I can make some notes. See if you remember something that you don't, maybe you don't know you remember.
So right off the bat, something that I am noting is the distancing and blocking that Scott is immediately doing. Now, this can be chalked up to that's how he most comfortably sits. Many people can relate to the sitting back, crossing the legs as a comfortable position, especially if you're in for something for a long haul, be it a movie, or in this case, an interrogation. But he does immediately set back into that when the investigator comes in. This is an odd point to do that, not only because he could have been doing that before while looking through the documents or pictures that he had, but also because it's at the instance that the person who could be threatening his innocence or his story comes into the room. So this is something that I immediately made note of in Scott's behavior. Now, speaking on Scott's baseline, I feel like I have a very accurate idea of what Scott's baseline is, and one of his tells of stress that repeatedly pops up throughout all of the footage is an increase in pitch and an increase in the fragility of his tone. He gets that froggy, croaky, fried sound to his voice. And then you will see that come up multiple times throughout this story. But all in all, already, I'm not a huge fan of this, but there's nothing that really sets me off in any direction or another.
So, today, just tell me about the morning.
Okay. I don't know what time I got up. Probably, Lacey got up and went and assumed she had some cereal for breakfast. She eats right when she wakes up, otherwise she gets sick, which is great.
So you can hear the timbre, the tone of his voice. It's fairly projected, it's fairly casual. There's not a lot of strain. Now, in normal circumstances, this could be seen as pretty okay, and that's how I went into the previous interrogations. However, after considering the broader picture of things, I find this odd. Not only because it's very out of place for the intensity of the situation. You can't see the clock here, but it is just at midnight. So he would be tired and he would likely be stressed after a long day of not knowing where his pregnant wife is, which he said himself he had a glorious relationship with. That does not line up with his behavior. Now, here's an issue that I found in this case largely, is that there is no concrete evidence either direction. There's no concrete evidence for his innocence, and unfortunately, there's no concrete evidence for his guilt. There is a massive boatload of circumstantial evidence for his guilt, and then there are some pretty scrambling facts for his innocence. So this was something that I had to churn through quite regularly in my studies during this, is trying to figure out what was evidence, what wasn't evidence, what was admissible, and what wasn't admissible. And I can assure you, you don't need to go and read through the hundreds of pages of court documents because you will be bored out of your mind. Needless to say, right off the bat, I want to make something very clear. There was no concrete evidence of his guilt. It was all circumstantial. But the defense's, his side, Scott's side, their only goal was not to prove his innocence, but just to make it to where he was not seen as guilty beyond reasonable doubt. That was their only goal. And right off the bat, for me, that's a red flag. If it's not to prove your innocence, and it's just to prove with beyond a reasonable doubt that he could be guilty, that is usually a sign of guilt. But let's continue watching his body language.
I laid around in bed longer. I got up at 8 o'clock probably or so. Showered. We were watching her favorite show, Martha Stewart.
watched a little bit of that.
This is an interesting detail. If you're recounting your day and you're telling somebody that you were doing your morning routine, you say you got up, you showered, blah, 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 then do you say that you watched a specific show, or do you just say, yeah, we watched some TV, we did ... This is an interesting verbal detail that he adds into the story. It's very specific. We watched her favorite show, Martha Stewart. My question is, why would he admit that? Why would he present that so clearly and so upfront unless he needed it to be there? This is important, and I'll talk more about it as things go on, but I really want to try to focus on what we can from his body language and then consider the rest of the evidence in combination with that.
You didn't watch the whole thing? No. You remember what part you saw? I mean, I don't know what.
Some cookie guilt. I don't know. Cookies of some sort. They're talking about what to do with the ring.
This is an important detail. And I don't think that he's lying here. In fact, I know that he's not lying here because, sure enough, they went and they researched what was on TV that day. Martha Stewart was on TV that day. And, according to Scott, it was Lacey's favorite show. Now, the defense claimed, why on earth would that be on if Lacey wasn't alive? Say perhaps Scott had already done the deed and Lacey wasn't alive. Why would that show be on and why would he know? Well, it's interesting. If he were used to perhaps covering his tracks as somebody who has been shown to be not only a pathological liar, but also a serial adulterer, would be used to, he would know that he would have to have some form of evidence for him having watched that show. So if he turned that show on intentionally, one, if it was Lacey's favorite show, he would know when it would come on. It comes on regularly scheduled. So if it came on at its regular time, he could turn it on, pick up a few details, and then that would more or less seal his alibi that he had been watching that show with Lacey. It would be a very easy, simplistic setup to imply his innocence in a situation. And I feel like this is the case in this. He specifically mentions Martha Stewart because he intentionally placed that detail into his story. Let's keep watching.
And I can't remember, your house, you had the converted garage area as a TV room, like?
Yeah.
Is that where you were then? Okay, did you eat any breakfast?
Yeah, apple cereal.
Okay, and then, what?
Something else that I want to note. Remember how I mentioned that one of his tells is his tone. And what I want to note is that all of this so far has been fairly evident. It hasn't had any of those tells that he normally portrays where it becomes more fragile or it raises or he talks more softly. It's all being pretty much consistent. So during this point of the interrogation, I don't necessarily believe that he's telling a lie. If he is telling a lie, he's mixing it with enough truth that it makes it difficult to detect, especially somebody in my position just trying to rely on a horrible video with horrible audio to see if there's any deception. But that is something that's important to note, is that during this part, he's not showing his regular tell. Let's keep watching to see if it shows up.
When did you realize you were going to go fishing?
Oh, that was a morning decision. It's either
that was a morning decision.
Go play golf at the club or go fishing.
Okay.
Seemed too cold to go play golf at the club, so yeah, just decided to 9:30 or whatever that. Just told her what she was going to do for the day, and
okay. So she told you what she was going to do for the day.
Yeah.
And what was that?
Real quick on his storyline, he maintains this storyline of he was making a decision that morning, whether he was going to go golfing or whether he was going to go fishing. However, he told multiple different people, multiple different stories, which was one of the indicators that I picked up on in him being a pathological liar. Pathological liars will oftentimes needlessly lie about needless information. There's no reason for him to lie about it, but he does. And this pops up often throughout his life from what I was able to gather from my research.
She's going to finish cleaning up. Like I said, she's going to the fishing floor. Take the dog for a walk, and then she's going to the store to buy for Christmas morning breakfast for him, and that was going to be involve prep. So that was her, prepping breakfast, and she's going to make gingerbread cookies first night.
So you can hear just lightly a little bit of that pitch change in his tone. Just a little bit. It's very, very soft and it's very, very minute. But it is important to note that it's starting to happen when he's recollecting what she was going to do. And the reason for that could be, quite literally, that he knew she was never going to do said things. This isn't guaranteed. This is all still just surmising based off of what I have seen before.
What was she modeling?
The tile in the entryway area.
The entry of your front door or the entry of your little interior?
Not the front door, but that back door that we came in.
Right, where the mop was outside of it?
No.
Where your dogs weren't out to your backyard?
Okay, if you have the converted garage,
yeah.
Right, then you have the kitchen, then you have a room with 2 chairs in it.
Right.
That room. In the kitchen.
So take note real quick of a few things that's happening with Scott non-verbally. First, his projection and his confidence in his words has spiked back up. He's also using illustrators with his hands. This means that he's more comfortable using illustrators with his hands. And to back that up, it shows up regularly throughout the rest of his interviews. Here, however, he keeps his hands mostly securely crammed into his pockets. This is not a good nonverbal display of openness. Immediately, this will unsettle anybody, even if they don't quite realize why they're unsettled. So this interrogator absolutely felt that, and he's gone on record saying that he felt that Scott was off. He wasn't sure why. This is part of the reason why, because you can see that Scott comfortably illustrates with his hands. However, throughout the rest of the interview, they're very, very much crammed into his pockets. And so when he's talking about something that's not incriminating, that has nothing to incriminate him with, he's just talking about where his wife would mop. And he's talking about the spaces, he's pointing on the table for a map layout, so he's talking visually, and he's saying so confidently without any stutters, or any pitch changes. These are all important aspects of Scott's nonverbal communication that I was able to pick up on during all of my study.
I don't know how she planned to go. She had me put the bucket by the front door for her.
So she asked you to put the mop bucket by the front door?
Yeah, she was pregnant, not to pick it up or anything, so I filled it up for her. Put it in the center.
So right now, this all seems pretty okay, right? He seems to be very conversational. He's just having a chat. And this would seem okay, except for the conditions that things are occurring in. And we'll get to my feelings on this a little bit more later on in the video. But one of the prosecution's biggest arguments is that Scott seemed off the whole time. They just said that he seemed off. And some psychologists argue that that isn't really a standard. There's not a standard for how you handle trauma, and that's very true. There's not a standard for how you handle trauma. Everybody handles difficult situations like that massively differently. That being said, there are regulations for how microexpressions and body language display themselves in various instances. And in these instances, the body language that Scott is portraying is nothing if not abnormal. He's showing no agitation. He's showing no interest even with what's going on. Everything is completely detached. Now, without being able to see the smaller details of his face, it's going to be hard to be able to decipher whether this is dissociation or something along those lines, or if he's just emotionally detached. If we're considering his history according to family and friends, he is usually composed. That being said, this isn't a usual instance. Most people will have some form of visible negative reaction towards trauma in their lives at some point. At some point throughout years, they will have visible reactions to trauma. And Scott, over 17 years, has never shown an interest in his wife's disappearance, emotionally or non-verbally. I can say that with certainty, having combed through every single minute of available footage that I was able to track down from multiple news sources and multiple platforms. He never shows concern for the disappearance of his wife and unborn son. This is an oddity. It is absolutely an oddity. Let's keep watching.
How did you move it back after or when you come home, or how did you get outside? Yeah. So you put it out there?
Mm-hmm. Dog and cat right in. Yeah, she lived in the box that lived heavy.
So when you left, do you remember what she was wearing?
Black pants, white long sleeve top.
Kind of buttons or
no, it's like a long sleeve t-shirt.
This is an interesting section here. You see, Lacey's remains were later discovered, obviously, as were Connor's, along the Bay Area. But Lacey was not wearing the clothes that Scott claimed she was wearing at the time. Also, during this time, while he's recollecting, his pitch does again change, as does his tone. It grows softer. If you listen to the segment where he's recollecting where she mops, as opposed to what she's wearing, you can hear the absolute, obvious pitch change. This is a red flag to me as a nonverbal analyst, as I try to take into consideration all of his nonverbals. That includes his body language, but also includes his pitch and his tone. This is all vitally important for the case, and it's odd that it starts popping up here.
Jacket or shoes? No shoes.
Interesting place to take a drink as well. When you lie, oftentimes you can get nervous and your mouth can dry out. Now, a pathological liar will be able to control some aspects of their body language. There are some things that are so automatic that we cannot control it. There are some muscle movements and there are some interior body movements that we cannot control regardless of how much we lie. One of those things can be a dry mouth. This doesn't affect everybody, and I'm not saying that's happening here. I am, however, saying that it is absolutely strange that it pops up after his normal tell of a tone/pitch change, and then he already has been verified to be lying about what Lacey was wearing, at least when he saw her last. So this is odd. This is where more and more lies seem to be woven into his recollection.
Do you notice her jacket was there? Or did she wear it, like if she went walking at 10 o'clock or 9:30?
She just steals my stuff.
She uses your stuff?
Yeah. Doesn't return to stuff, so I don't know.
You don't know.
I don't know. At her, mine, nothing.
How about shoes? Does she have a certain kind of shoes that she walks in?
Yeah, usually her white tennis shoes.
Did you remember if they were there?
The officers, I looked for them in their normal place, which is outside of a wet bar.
I apologize for the audio quality. I'm having trouble hearing it myself. I did my best to clean this audio up so that you could hear it. The original footage was not only very, very quiet, but it also had a very massively overwhelming electronic feedback and hiss over the top of everything. So what you're hearing is heavily treated audio, and it's still just hot, nasty garbage in area. So I apologize for that. But you can hear, as he's talking about what his wife would normally wear, his projection comes back up, his confidence comes back up, and he doesn't have any of this uncertain tone to his words that he does in other areas. So in this part, it's obviously not a lie. He is certain that his wife usually wore her white tennis shoes, as she always did. That's not a lie. That's a truth. And part of what makes a convincing lie is being able to interweave your lies with a lot of truth. It's far easier to disguise a lie with a boatload of truths than it is to try to fabricate an entire lie. And that's what I think Scott was able to do during this entire storyline, is he wove truths around his lie. But we'll talk about more why I feel that in a bit.
They were not there, but we didn't look further, so they could be in the house. They weren't where they normally left. You saw mine where those were. That's where they normally keep.
Okay, so then about 9:30 you left. Mm-hmm. You drove your four-door truck. And you went over to your shop.
Right.
What did you do over there?
I assembled my mortiser. Mortiser is a woodworking tool, make tables. Maybe you saw it on the trailer there.
Once again, he has a little bit of a softer tone here when he's saying that he assembled his mortiser. It's a woodworking tool that he did purchase, and there are records of him purchasing it. And he also seemed to have put it together at some point before police ever had access to that storage room. However, I do find it odd that his tonal change is in there as well. But now he's about to start explaining what it is, and he starts using his hands again, and he regains his confidence, and everything builds back up when he's talking about something that isn't centered around his wife and unborn son. Before that, I also want to mention that I did do the research for this. I wanted to see if maybe there was a period of time that wasn't accounted for in Scott's recollection of the day. And if he is lying about this, if he did the crime himself and he has concocted this alibi, he did a really good job at it. A really good job at it, because every single thing that he's saying lines up time-wise, and he has evidence for most sections. There are a few sections that he does not have evidence for. One, he doesn't have any evidence that Lacey and him were actually in the house as casual as watching TV early on, because nobody was there. We just have to take his word for it. Along with that, we have no evidence that he did not load a body into his truck, unload it into a boat, and go from there. The only thing that the defense had in that is that he would have had to do that on broad daylight. And who would have done that? Well, to be very frank, with the setup of his shop that he's gone to here, his storage area, his warehouse, whatever you want to call it, it has a roll-up door that you can back up to be able to hook up a boat into, a trailer, so on and so forth. So the distance that he would have had to move a body to get into, say, a boat would be minimal. Very, very minimal. I'm saying maybe 5 to 6 feet to get it from cover to cover. So from the truck bed to the actual warehouse itself and into the boat. That's not a lot of distance, and it's very, very easy to move stuff that amount of distance without taking any notice, especially if you're moving things into a shop that you regularly do manual labor with. Nobody's going to bat an eye. But I just wanted to say that so far, timing-wise, his alibi completely checks out, and that's impressive.
Yay big.
Yeah.
I just got that, so I assembled it. Checked my email. Sent one email. Then hooked the boat up and went.
Who did you send the email to?
To Eric Van Enos, my boss. The happy holiday email. He left me a message on my phone this morning.
Okay, so you assembled this, what was the thing you assembled called?
Called a mortiser. For mortise and tenon joints.
Where'd you get that?
Ordered it online. eBay auction, actually.
Is that for home or for work?
It's for home. That's woodwork.
Yeah. You do a little bit of that? Mm-hmm. Okay, the fax you got, you hadn't got it yet. Or did
I guess not. I don't know.
You can't.
Honestly, I can't remember when I paid.
And there he has a little bit of uncertainty in his storyline with the yeah, I guess not. However, I want to just talk about a frustration I'm having with his body language, because it's extremely frustrating for me, is that I'm just seeing nothing. It's like reading a blank book. You turn every page, you look as close as you can, and it's blank. Scott is a blank book, and he shouldn't be. In this instance, of all instances, he should not be. He should be giving some signs of care for his wife. The only thing that he's displaying and had always displayed and will always display is a lack of care for Lacey. Because in Scott's mind, it's all about him until he doesn't like it. And he did this on repeat before with other women. He never killed them, but there was never a pregnancy involved. And he did this again and again and again and again. And since he is known to be a pathological liar, he is comfortable with lying. It's extremely frustrating to watch somebody give so few cares about the person he said he had a glorious relationship with, even if he doesn't emote that way. Because let's play devil's advocate here for a second. Say he doesn't emote that way. Perhaps he's not a very cryy person. Perhaps he's not a very fidgety person. Perhaps he's very, very controlled under pressure and only shows sadness when nobody sees. One, don't buy it. I'm sorry, I don't buy it. Nobody's that controlled over this long of time. He's never broken, ever. He's never visibly broken. And the times that he broke came across as very forced. That makes me uncomfortable non-verbally as well. But say he does maintain composure regularly. He's not an emotive person. He doesn't even act like he's interested in trying to track down his wife. Even remotely. Even in some of the footage that I was able to track down from the earlier interviews that wasn't usable for this video, even from that footage, there is instances of his phone ringing while a search is occurring for his wife, and he doesn't even think to go look at it. He asks if they want him to shut it off. If I were in his shoes, I would be very concerned. If my wife was missing, especially if she was pregnant, 8 months pregnant, if she was missing and my phone rang, I would immediately drop everything else. I don't give a flying rat's ass about the interview. I would care about her. He has other priorities. He only cares for himself. This is made prevalent, and this is the storyline that I found the most convincing. But let's keep watching his nonverbal communication.
I remember that the boat was arriving in 26, and I wasn't happy about that, but other than that, it may have been when I got back from the office.
Okay, then you hooked your boat up. And you know about what time you left Modesto?
Gosh, I don't know. Extrapolate what time I got that deal at noon, is that right?
Yeah, that was no one. Which one is it there?
Yeah, it had 2 times.
Oh, okay.
Which one's right?
Tuesday. Time 12:54 on December 21st. 5 months expires. Okay. Expires. 1:59.
So for those of you who are having trouble hearing it, they're talking about what time he left his shop as opposed to what time he got to the bay itself. So he's saying that he doesn't remember when exactly he left his shop. So what they're doing is they're looking at a ticket stub that he got at the bay area and trying to more or less kind of reverse engineer it to determine when he might have left the shop. This is understandable. I will leave places and not have any idea what time I left a place just because it's not something that you always have to keep track of. So I understand that on Scott's side. And his math does line up. However, there is a possible gap of anywhere from 20 to 40 minutes that are inexplicable. Nobody saw him. Nobody knows what he was doing while at his shop. And it would be plenty of time to perhaps maybe move 150 pounds or so into a boat from the back of a truck. That's all that I'm saying. I'm not saying that is what happened. I'm saying it could have happened there. And nobody would be able to say otherwise besides Scott.
Tuesday. Okay, so you got there at 1 o'clock.
I got there at 1. Yeah, about 1. And I imagine it took at least an hour and a half.
Okay, did you drive straight there?
I did.
You stop for lunch?
No.
By bait?
No, I'm a bait fisherman.
You didn't buy no lunch? You didn't eat nothing? You didn't take a lunch?
No, I didn't. I was damn hungry for that pizza when I got home.
Okay, so if you got to about 5 minutes to 1, you get your boat in, how long do you think you stayed in the water?
Felt like an hour and a half or so.
Okay, so now we're at the water, right? He's gotten into the water. It's past 1 o'clock. This is important detail. It's a very important detail, and I'll explain to you why actually right now. So Scott's alibi is that he was fishing. by himself, conveniently, in the San Francisco Bay Area for sturgeon, as he later said. In this interrogation, he says that he doesn't know what he was fishing for, which is not a thing, by the way. If you're a fisherman, you know this. You go out with the intention of catching a specific fish. Be it one fish or a group of fish, you have an idea of what you're fishing for. You also kind of coordinate the bait that you would get to catch said fish. Well, he said he's searching for sturgeon, which for those of you who don't know, sturgeon can often get up to 100 pounds. Not only did Scott not pack the correct poles for that, he also had a boat that was far too small for that, and he had the incorrect bait for that. None of that lined up. This would be okay if perhaps he was a novice fisherman, like myself. I would have no idea. I would have no idea. One, I wouldn't choose to go and search for a sturgeon if I had never done it before by myself. I would definitely want to go with somebody else. But Scott was an avid fisherman. He had been fishing since he was 7 years old. Would often go on fishing trips by himself with other people, would often be seen fishing, loved to talk about fishing with his family and friends. In this instance, suddenly he had, one, no idea about sturgeon, and then two, he had no idea that this is a terrible time to go fishing. The afternoon, 1 in the afternoon, is not a good time to go fishing. And a whole group of fishermen kind of took a look at this evidence, and they decided 100% certainty that this man did not leave this shore with the intention of catching one of those fish. He was not equipped for it. It all kind of lines up to where perhaps Scott wasn't being a simple, happy-go-lucky fisherman on the day of the 24th. There may have been something a lot more sinister happening.
Watch or anything, but see if I was getting home at 30 or 2. I don't know, hour and a half, I guess.
Did you have a map for that area, or
no?
Would you just wing it? So you just, when you got in your boat and you took off, did you go very far? Or?
Well, I mean, probably a couple miles north. Found like a little island kind of deal there. Island had a bunch of trash on it. I remember a big sign that said no landing. It looked like some broken piers around it, and I just assumed it would be a decent, shallow area.
Did you troll?
A little bit.
All right, so once again, he starts talking again about certain aspects, and he starts illustrating again, and I believe he's telling the truth at this point. Not only do I believe it, but I know he's telling the truth. I know that he went out and saw these things because other people went and retraced what his steps could have been and saw the same things. A beach full of trash, and the sign, and the island, and everything that he's recounting, I believe he actually saw. His nonverbal communication aligns with that. So that is part of the truth that seems to be woven in with these other lies that he's telling, and that's why it's sold so well as truthful to so many people, is because it could be seen as such. I'm going to talk about some of the issues that the case had, that both sides, the defendant and the prosecution, both of them had issues during this case, and I'll talk about those at the end. Let's keep watching this, and then we'll wrap everything up as per usual.
I mean, a lot of the reason I went was just to get that boat in the water to see, yeah.
Okay, so you fish 90 minutes about, then what? You go back to the marina, get back in the boat.
Yeah.
You see anybody? You talk to anybody out there?
Talked to a couple guys fishing, asked me, catch anything, and they didn't either.
That part seems to be true. If we're going off of the tonal tell that we can tell, he is projecting it, he's enunciating clearly, he has confidence behind his words, there's no fragility, there's no increased pitch, the tone is rich and confident. I do believe he's telling the truth in this area. Sure enough, also, after I did enough research, I was able to discover that indeed people had seen him after the fact while he was trying to load his boat back up. He had some difficulties, they were all laughing, so on and so forth. And if you think about it, say I'm right. say that the theory that I have right now, based off of his behavior and the evidence given, say I'm right, and he had just dumped his pregnant wife into the bay, and then he's acting like nothing happened with these fishermen, it really puts into perspective who Scott is as a person.
The guys working, fixing, maintenance guys got a good laugh at me trying to back down the trailer. Okay. So a couple guys laughing and a couple guys talking about fishing.
Then what? How did you get there?
Highway, you mean?
Yeah.
What's the highway to Oakland? 580?
Yeah.
And they take 80 north, right, to go to Sacramento or.
So you took 580 to 80? No? Okay.
Yeah, and it's like second exit.
And I checked with all that on maps. The route that he's talking about makes sense with the times that he's delivered. It's true. The recollection that he's talking about here is true. That is the route that he took. That is the time that it took. But that's not the question. The question is, what were you perhaps carrying in your truck while you took that route?
Come home the same way? Yeah. Stop for gas?
Stop for gas and just Livermore. Which one's near the Alta Mine?
Livermore. Where'd you stop?
I think at the Chevron station. There's a around there.
Was that on the way home or the way there?
What?
How'd you pay? Credit card. You have that receipt still?
I think you received.
Okay, when you got in the car, when did you call? You said.
I called Lacey just as I was leaving the marina.
Hometown?
Where it was. Home and mobile.
Did you, when you left, were you wearing, what were you wearing when you left?
Blue t-shirt.
And what were those shoes?
Oh, timber.
Which jacket? One in your jacket in your truck?
Well, when I left the house, I didn't have a jacket on.
Right.
When I was in the warehouse, I had that green pullover on that was in my truck you saw. When it started raining, I had a camo jacket on in the boat. And a tan hat.
Okay, so then you went back to the shop. You unhooked the boat. What else did you do? Anything else?
No, that's it. I guess I saw that bags. Blake getting home, so straight home.
Anybody else in the warehouse area came up?
Not this afternoon. There was a field this morning.
Okay, I'm going to stop the interview here for a couple reasons. One, not only because his body language seems to be completely blank throughout the rest of the interrogation, which once again I found to be very frustrating, but because this storyline is one of the biggest areas that I find the most contention with, the one that I have the most issue with. Now let's talk about a little bit about the court hearing itself and how many issues there were within that. For the prosecution, they tried to bring in sniffer dogs. However, the defense quickly pointed out that those specific sniffer dogs that were used were not fully qualified to use their findings as concrete, admissible evidence. It could be taken into consideration, but only in light of the rest of the evidence. That was their goal, was not to present Scott as guilt-free, but as not beyond a reasonable doubt found guilty. So they just got it knocked down to where it wasn't concrete. Well, then on the defense's side, one of their demonstrations that they did is they said that Scott couldn't physically lift and throw 150-ish pounds out of that small of a boat. Now, the courts pushed against that, and there's more issues with that beyond what the prosecution brought up. First, the prosecution brought up that one, not the same boat. It was a different boat. Two, the person who was trying to do the demonstration was working for the defense. So obviously, they're going to push for it to fail. And three, where that person was standing in that boat would never have been where a person would to try to throw something like that. So what the prosecution suggested was that the entire test be run again. But instead of using a different boat, you use the same boat that Scott has. The boat that the defense used, that Scott used for the argument, had a much higher center of gravity. The way it was built, it was more prone to tip. So they suggested, well, why not just use the boat that Scott used? You still have it, why not use it? Along with that, instead of having somebody from the defense try to do the test, which is obviously going to be flawed, why not use somebody who's either impartial or on the side of the prosecution? Because then that would really show that a person could, in fact, throw 150 pounds out of the boat. Oddly enough, the defense never allowed for that to happen. What a shock. Seems curious to me. That would be a pretty big home run hit for the defense if it did work that way, and despite all of the best efforts, it still failed. That would be great for Scott, but they decided not to do that. Also, Scott himself in this interrogation, which it's not on the footage that I've presented with you, but it is there, he says and agrees to do a polygraph test. So when he agrees to adhere, he knows that if he says no, he can't really have a good reason for that. His goal should be, yes, I want to clear myself for this, but if he says no, then that really doesn't go forward with that. So he says sure here, and then later on, is like I think it was either the day of or the day before the polygraph, when everything was getting set up, he calls in and says, you know what, scratch that, we're not doing the polygraph, which is a huge suspicious move. Why on earth would you not? Now, it is true that polygraphs indeed can come up with false positives. All that a polygraph is measuring is a person's stress around certain questions. It's not really measuring truth, it's measuring stress. So perhaps he was advised to not do that. Not only if he was innocent, that might be a bad idea, but if he was guilty, that would be a terrible idea because there's a lot of stress around that. And this battle went back and forth. Finally, the defense found out that the jurors were not fairly selected. They specifically selected jurors that were all okay with the death sentence and omitted those who weren't. And that is unfair selection of jurors. They can largely oppose it, but when it boils down to it, have to be okay with it. But they selected people that all only supported the death sentence, and that's not fair to the defendant. So here recently, actually earlier this year, due to the flaws in the jury selection, Scott's death sentence has been overruled. He's still facing life in prison, but his death sentence is no longer viable due to that flawed selection. So this wraps up everything for Scott. For me, I am all but certain that he is a murderer. I have no sympathy for the man. If only for the fact that he showed repeatedly through his body language, through his behavior, and through his actions thereafterwards, that he showed no care for his wife and unborn son. And I find that alone to be trash, so I don't have sympathy for him. But with everything else, all of the lies that he told, needless lies, showing that he's a pathological liar, showing that he has a history of being able to cover his own ass from people who might be searching into that side of things. Showing all of this and considering the massive amount of circumstantial evidence that was piled against him, I think that he is indeed guilty. I think that the court's got it correct. Now, on YouTube, telling backstories of true crime incidents is touchy at best because as soon as you start describing the true crime, then YouTube flags it as inappropriate. So I'm going to try to describe to you what happened here without giving too many details along the way. Chances are it's probably going to get demonetized or all of the ads are going to go towards some other company because that's just how this goes. So if you would like to be able to support me in making true crime content for you, there's a few ways you can do it. The links in the description are the best ways. You can buy merch if you're in the mood. You can also sign up for a free Audible trial using that link down there. You can cancel it before it charges you, so it's free all the way around, but it still helps me. Or alternatively, if you would like, you can also sign up for my Patreon. I am working on starting live streams over there that will answer a lot of the questions that a lot of you have. But enough of that, let's go ahead and move on into the backstory. So back in April of 2007, the McCann family, which would be the parents and 3 kids, decided to go on a family trip to Portugal. During that time, Madeline went missing. Now, if you would like to be able to see the full details of the incident itself, I'll link it below in the description so you can read it. There are a lot of people that are suspicious of the McCann parents because of how they act shortly after their child's disappearance. Now, just to be clear, there have been some updates to the case. They think that they may have found the person, but I'm also not so certain about that, but we'll get into that. So this interview was taken 22 days after the disappearance of Madeleine. Her parents called for this interview with Sky, and it's odd, to say the least. I spent a lot of hours just trying to establish a baseline for the McCann parents, and I was tentatively able to do just that. Something that I'm keeping in mind during all of this is that both of them are doctors, and doctors are often encouraged to be able to mask their emotions, so this could be in part the reason of their subdued nature. Regardless, you'll see this interview, like I said, 3 weeks after their child has disappeared, and they seem very, very, very subdued. Let's watch.
Jerry and Kate, thanks very much indeed for talking to us. I'd like to begin by taking you back to the events of May the 3rd, on that evening. Tell us how you discovered that Madeleine had gone.
As I think people are aware, we were checking regularly on the children, and it was during one of my checks that I discovered she'd gone. I mean, I can't really go into any details about that, but I'm sure any parent will realise how that felt.
Did the panic set in immediately?
Pretty much.
All right, let's talk about Kate here for a second. So her tone in her voice, it sounds very fragile, almost very gentle, maybe tired would be a way of putting it, and all of those sorts of things make sense in the context in which they're given. She's very, very subdued. Like I said, you'll see this from both of them, is that they're very subdued in general. There's not a lot of emotional consternation happening. To be fair, nobody really knows how they will react to this sort of situation until they're in it. So since I haven't been in this situation, I can't say, oh, well, they're obviously wrong, because I don't know. That could be how I'd react. That could be how you'd react. This could be how they're reacting if their child went missing. So right now, speaking non-verbally, there's not much to go off of. She's had some expressions as she's going through the recount of how things were playing out that night, but there's no possible signs of deceit in here. There's no nonverbal misalignments or anything along those lines to be able to look out for. I do believe that they did check on their kids regularly. From what she's saying, she's not showing that she's trying to hide anything from that point. Let's keep watching.
This is a resort that offers childcare facilities, babysitting facilities. Why then were the 3 young children left alone in the apartment while you were having a meal?
I mean, I think if you know the location here, which you've seen, what we did, I think, and we've been reassured by the fact in the thousands of messages from people who've either done exactly the same or said they would have done the same. And for us, it really wasn't very much different to having dinner in your garden and the proximity of the location. I think it's fair to say that, you know, the guilt that we feel having not been there at that moment, irrespective of whether we had been in the other bedroom or not, will never leave us.
Okay, so from what I'm getting from Jerry's stuff here is that I'm getting a lot of anger tells in there, perhaps a little bit of pain after he says this part here.
Who've either done exactly the same or said they would have done the same. And
you can see this little micro expression of pain that he flashes. Also, these multiple lip compressions and clenched jaws that he's saying while he's stating this. He's very frustrated. And now I don't know how much exact media attention they've got at this point, but they did call for this interview, which leads me to believe that they should be prepared for important questions like this, like why on earth would you leave your kids in a bedroom while going away to drink with a table that I've heard from other reports that their table was louder than some of the other ones. There were more drinks consumed. All in all, it just seems like a fairly bad decision to leave your kids in that sort of situation in a place that you haven't been. But like they said, it's a safe resort. It has been known to be a safe resort, so it's not out of the ordinary. And I'm sure that there are a lot of parents who have done similar things, but not a lot of parents have had their kids taken during this time either. So his frustration at this question already is odd to me. Why would you be frustrated at that so early on when you called for this interview? Doesn't make sense to me. Let's keep watching.
Do you blame yourselves regularly?
Certainly the first few days, I think the guilt was very difficult. But I think as time goes on, we feel stronger, and we felt very supported from that point of view.
I'm actually going to pause it after each of these questions so I can talk about how they respond to them, because they're pretty rapid fire, pretty rapidly answered as well. Correct me if I'm wrong, for those of you who are parents. I am not a parent, so I am not going to try to assume what your emotions are towards your kids without any grounds. You would be upset that your kid was gone. If they were taken, you would probably feel guilty for some time, not 2 days. Not 2 days. They were upset for 2 days and felt guilty for 2 days that this happened. And then after that, they were like, yeah, no, we felt pretty strong after that. We felt strong after 2 days. That sends a red flag to me, just speaking emotionally. Once again, they're doctors. They have to be able to process and work through their emotions regularly because it's important and critical in their actual day-to-day job. So that could be spilling out here, and that's something that I'm keeping in mind. However, I'm also keeping in mind that they are human and that their kid disappeared while they were drinking with their friend. I would feel horrible guilt as a parent if I were in their shoes, but that's just me trying to speak secondhand. If you're here and you're a parent, please let me know in the comments. Would you be okay after 2 days, or would you be frustrated, guilty, scared, ashamed? Should I go on about what happened? Let me know.
Is there a lesson here, do you think, to other parents?
I think that's a very difficult thing to say, because if you look at it and we try to rationalise things in our head, and ultimately what is done, and we do continually look forward, but we've tried to put it into some sort of perspective for ourselves. We're in a very safe resort. If you think about the millions and millions of British families who go to the Mediterranean each year, really the chances of this happening are in the order of 100 million to 1.
I think at worst we were naive. We're very responsible parents. We love our children very much. And I don't think any parent could ever imagine or consider anything like this happening.
So with Jerry's body language, once again, a lot of anger is showing up here. Now, this is partially because of how his eyebrows actually naturally rest. It could be seen as being angry for people. Also, it almost looks like he's constantly upset. I've taken that into consideration. What I'm referring to in his frustration signals are a lot of the lip compressions and jaw clenching that happens while he's speaking. It shows up, and that's a sign of frustration. If somebody is clenching their jaw and doing a lot of lip compressions as he's doing there, they're frustrated about the situation. He's very defensive about what's going on. Now, there's two reasons that this could possibly be. One reason could be is that they're actually innocent. They had nothing that they did wrong besides maybe being a little bit neglectful, but nothing beyond that. He's feeling very attacked, and he feels that it's unjust. That could be the reason. The other reason that he's being so defensive could possibly be because they had something happen or they did something, and he doesn't want that pried into, so he's frustrated that it's already getting to that point. On her side of things, if you watch her body language while she's talking about this stuff, she does a lot of eye blocking and nose shakes. Now, I've talked about these at length on the channel before, and you know how ambiguous these can be, and it's really reliant on the context of the situation. While she's shaking her head no, this could be attached to negative thoughts around the entire thing. Now, I want to also be clear, since there's a lot of you from all over the world on this is speaking culturally towards the UK culture and American culture as well. The yes and no's are yeses and no's. Across different cultures, this is different. Across different neurological types, this is different. So in their situation, this seems to make sense in that sense. However, it's also odd that she's describing things that you would assume would be needless to say. We're very good parents. You know, this is very safe. I don't think that anybody could imagine what we're going through. Why would you state that? I'm not actually going to go into the verbal analysis of this because somebody else already has. I've linked it below. There is a statement analyst. And what they do is they go in and they'll take statements, be it verbal or written down, and they analyze them. They really do pick them apart and think about the psychology behind them and why things are said, when they're said, how they're said. And he brings up some excellent points. For instance, this analyst believes solidly that the McCann parents had something to do with the disappearance of Madeline. So if you want to watch that, I'd suggest watching it below. It's like 2 hours long though, so consider that. But non-verbally speaking, she's doing a lot of nose shakes, a lot of blocking gestures while saying that they're good parents and that nobody can understand what they're going through. This could be negative feelings. This could be a sign of her really not believing what she's saying. Both are plausible. We're going to keep watching and see which one is most plausible.
Were you aware of the big public debate that went on in the immediate aftermath, and were you hurt by that?
Yeah, I mean, no one hurts you as much as the hurt that we had.
I'm actually going to comment real quick. So to rephrase, in case you didn't understand what the question was, he more or less asked, there was a large spike of controversy around this specific instance, and a lot of people are pointing fingers at them, and they said, did that hurt your feelings? She hesitates. You would think that the response to that would be, yeah, that hurt our feelings. We didn't do this, and they're attacking us for that. So she hesitates, and then she looks away, she shakes her head slightly, and says, yeah, with a shrug. Speaking non-verbally, that is a clear indicator of an absolute lack of certainty in what she was saying. My question is, why? Why would there be a lack of certainty on if you were hurt by people saying that you did a thing that you didn't do, a very bad thing that you didn't do? And she's like, yeah. Really? Really? Yeah? So her nonverbal communication during this instance is odd. His is staying pretty constant all the way through, which I found to be regular. He's very in control of his emotive states, and it's very hard to get a read on him. She's been the more telling one nonverbally from what I've seen, but it's time to keep analyzing.
But, we've tried to remain very positive in our outlook. And even small levels of criticism make that hard when you're trying to do everything in your power to get your daughter back.
Heavy eye blocking during all of that. He does blink more regularly, Jerry does. However, it just sticks out as odd at these points that he's doing eye blocking so strongly. Why is once again the question, and then you have to watch and try to understand why certain things are happening. It's just interesting to me.
I know you've been very supportive of the Portuguese police investigation, but is there anything that you feel could have been done better? Particularly in those crucial first 24 hours when Madeleine was missing, and perhaps it was treated as a simple missing child as opposed to an abduction?
I think, we are not looking at what has been done, and I don't think it helps at this stage to look back at what could and couldn't have been done. I think it's fair to say we expected a very British-style response that you would expect if you were in a big metropolitan city. But you have to put it in context that we're in a tiny resort. But, that aside, the times for these lessons to be learned will be after the investigation is finished, and not now. It's an ongoing investigation which has huge resources, both from Portuguese and the British. They've working very, very closely with lots of expert help. And I know there's hundreds of pieces of information continuing to come forward. And I would strongly like to emphasise we would like anyone who's been in here in the 2 weeks leading up to the abduction to come forward if they have not already done so and upload their photographs, because we want Madeleine back and people can still influence that.
The police in this situation, if you go and read and you go and watch all of these extra deals, I suggest you just go watch the documentary. That'll help you get an understanding of some of it. The police investigation for that first very crucial period, the first 24 to 48 hours is a very important time during a possible child abduction or abduction in any case. That's a very important time, and the police and law enforcement in the area at that time did apparently a not super swell job. So when he dodges that question about being like, we're not looking at the past, we're not interested in the past right now, he's just being polite to the current law enforcement, because it really wasn't super well done. A lot of people walked all over the crime scene. It was very contaminated. It was very hard to look at and to be able to get any information from. Poorly handled. All the way around, poorly handled. So that's part of that reason here. Also, during this time, while he's talking about asking people to come forward and bring pictures and do all this stuff, he's doing a lot of, once again, eye blocking and nose shaking. However, when he does say he wants his daughter back, he does do an affirmative head nod as well. So these are some kind of contradicting nonverbal patterns here. There's a couple ways that I could look at this as an analyst and interpret this. Either one, the nose shakes before, they're just nose shakes. Nothing to really read into them, and the nod is, or perhaps those no shakes told a little bit more than we initially thought. Right now we're getting a pretty good understanding as to where things are going, so hopefully as this interview continues, and it's not very long, hopefully we'll be able to have a decently painted picture.
Looking back, I mean, did you see anything suspicious in the days leading up to her abduction? Did you notice anything? Have you been racking your brains to try to think whether people might have been watching?
We didn't.
If we did, we wouldn't tell you because it may be important information, but we didn't, you know. It was such a relaxing.
This is a good question. It's a straightforward question, and he asked it largely because you would expect the answer to be yes. You know, my child was taken while in my care, and they didn't rack their brains trying to think about who or what or why or when or how this could have happened. They just sat there and did nothing. They were just like, you know what? Our kid's gone. Cool, so I'll have another beer, please. Thank you. What? You didn't think about it at all? Why? Why? Once again, why? But also, during that, non-verbally, when he asked that question, both of them looked down. Both of them are looking down. This is a shame thing. They divert their eyes. It's really hard to look into somebody's eyes when you're ashamed of something. That's a very common thing, is as soon as shame comes in, a look away will happen. And during this time, when he asks a question, which the answer, I'm going to go out on a limb here, the answer should be yes. Their answer should be absolutely yes. Sleepless nights. Couldn't think of what or why or how. Their body language right now, besides it being extremely subdued, is not really helping them seem innocent. But they're innocent until proven guilty, and I'm going to continue on through the rest of the video to see if we can kind of collect this mass picture of who they are in relation to this incident.
Holiday, and in fact, as a family unit, up until that night, and with the friends we were here, certainly for us, it was as good a holiday as we have had with the children up until that point.
Okay. At the very end, he does an extreme mouth shrug and look down. The verbal interpretation of this is, I don't know. It's not appropriate is the biggest thing. This isn't an appropriate response to this question, and it sticks out once again as a red flag non-verbally.
You have to keep believing that Madeleine is still going to be found alive and well.
Absolutely.
Do you ever, though, allow yourself to drift towards negative thoughts?
I think in the early days we did, and I think that's inevitable. I think any parent who's been through this does that, certainly in the first few days. We don't now. We're actually a lot stronger, a lot more hopeful now. And we have to be hopeful. It's what keeps us going and keeps us focused.
Okay, Kate does a lot of partial shrugs. This is a sign of insecurity or uncertainty, where she's saying, we don't now, but we did maybe a little bit earlier on. Once again, I must put myself in their shoes. 22 days earlier. It hasn't been a month. It's the same month. And they're already moved past the feelings of, is the worst happening? Is this the worst case scenario? They're already moved past that. They're so certain that she'd been taken. We're going to talk some about some of the questions that she didn't answer towards the end of this video. There's not any footage of it because it was part of the initial police investigation that I don't have the footage from, which is unfortunate. And then we'll summarize at the very end. But just odd nonverbal reactions to this, odd reactions to this in general. We'll see if those continue happening.
And what about Sean and Emily? What have you said to them about their big sister?
They're really good. I mean, they're at an age really where they're still quite young and...
All right. She's acting so nonchalant about it. She's like, they're really good. She literally does that expression. You know, they're really good. They're doing all right. Oh, cool. Why are you though? This is my big question. How are you okay? How are you all right? But I've already said that. We're going to keep reading.
I guess it hasn't had the same impact on them as if they were a little bit older. They do talk about Madeleine. They pick up things and say...
Impact on them? What about impact on you? That's my concern. Impact on you, the parent. You're saying that they're fine. I'm looking at you and you're acting like you're fine. Why? Why would you possibly be fine? How could you possibly be fine?
Madeleine's, you know, and that's fine, but they're really good.
I think that's, you know, something that is, many people have said to us that this is a parent's worst nightmare, and it is. It truly is, and it's as bad as you can possibly imagine. But, you know, if all three of the children had been taken...
What was all of that? That was a lot of nonverbal action right there in his face, a lot of looking down, deep breath, going, is that a response to his worst nightmare, as people are saying, to have your child taken from you? Or is that a response towards his deceit? It's unclear right now, but he wasn't comfortable with that. Non-verbally, that's what it's saying, to look down and have that cringe expression. It's very common. To have that all happen, then he's really not comfortable with that entire aspect of it. And the question once again is why? Are you not comfortable with it because it's an uncomfortable situation? Or are you not comfortable with it because it's not true and you want out? We'll see.
It could have been even worse than your worst nightmare. And we've got to be strong for them. You know, they're here. They do bring you back to earth. And we cannot, you know, grieve. One, we did grieve, of course we grieve, but ultimately we need to be in control so that we can influence and help in any way possible. Not just Sean and Amelie, but the investigation.
So that's a fair point on their part. They want to be in control, and maybe they're not allowing themselves to grieve. If this is the case, perhaps they're not allowing themselves to grieve yet, which is possible. They could actually have dissociated from that instance themselves, thrown up walls about it. Perhaps they're still dealing with some psychological shock from the instance, and that could be that emotional detachment from the instance itself. That could be very, very true. So that's something that I'm keeping in mind as I'm reading, is that these are all possibilities. There's going to be a lot of possibilities. The biggest thing is finding the truth. And that's why, to be very frank, a nonverbal analyst will work hard with other analysts, with other investigators, to be able to come to the truth. A nonverbal analyst can't decide the truth themselves. So anything that I say or state here would rely on other people to be able to affirm or deny that statement. So just keep that in mind. So at the end of this, whatever I say, that's just what my opinion is, educated on what I've seen. There has to be more than just one person saying this. So don't take this as like, oh, well, this person said it, so obviously it's going to be true. You have to look at the bulk of all the evidence. And from what I've seen so far, right now, I still don't have enough to go off of to be able to say, oh, they absolutely did it or they absolutely didn't. That's just something that I want to throw out there for some of you who might be hoping for a guaranteed answer here. To be very frank and unfortunate, it probably won't happen on a YouTube video.
And because of them, the day may come when you have to leave here and go back to the UK. I know you've got no plans to do so at the moment, but how do you think you're going to feel if that day comes and you have to go to the airport and fly back?
I can't think about that, Ian, to be honest. I can't think about going home without Madeline. So...
Interesting. So when she says, I can't do this thing, she's shaking her head no, like you would expect her to do. I won't do this thing. I can't think about doing this thing. I can't. No shake, no words, all aligned. This just forces me to keep in mind the fact that earlier when she shook her head no while saying a positive thing, that is a possible nonverbal misalignment. The reason for that isn't certain, but it could absolutely be there, in that we've seen her now say something negative and shake her head no as well.
I notice you've got Madeline's cuddly toy with you as always. How did that start, and what comfort does it bring you?
Where did it come from, or...?
No, how did the idea come to just have it in your hands all the time?
Well, it's something that Madeline has with her every night. And if she's upset or not well, then she has Cuddle Cat. And so it provided me with a little bit of comfort. It's something of Madeline close to me.
Interesting. So verbally speaking, I know that this is a nonverbal channel and we're supposed to focus on that, and I get that. But verbally speaking, she uses present tense with Madeline, which really does assume that she is still there, she's still alive, she's still able to be found. So that's a good verbal cue for their innocence, is if they're speaking present tense like that. If she had said, you know, this is a little piece of Madeline, she used to carry this with her, she would have that in her bed. Before, past tense sort of things, it's this idea, this separation of past and present, that would show that they might believe that she's actually dead. So that sort of situation, that's a good verbal cue for their honesty. However, this is one verbal cue for their honesty against a lot of really suspicious body language. So it's just something that I'm keeping in mind instead of being like, ha, innocent, right away. So let's keep watching.
This is International Missing Children's Day. I mean, I guess Madeline's had more publicity than just about every missing child in the world put together. I'm sure you're very grateful for that. Why do you think it has provoked such enormous public support, of which I don't think we've ever seen before?
I think there's a conglomeration of circumstances that have come together in this situation. The fact that we're on holiday, very safe resort, recognised for that. And of course, the world has changed in terms of information technology and the speed of response, you know, in terms of the media coming here and us being prepared to some extent use that to try and influence the campaign. But above all else, it's touched everyone. Everyone. You don't have to be a parent for this to have a major impact on you. And I think it's also been very, very important. And some of the things which we have done and said, which we didn't realise what impact they would have, but so many thousands of people are doing small things to help us find Madeleine, because the worst feeling was helplessness, the absolute worst, that we had no bearing on finding her. But
all right, so I know that the answer isn't over to the question yet, but there are some important things that I want to talk about. So he's shaking his head a lot during this as well. And it's not really a positive or negative during this time. It's what I refer to as the unbelief shake. And this is common in times of people recollecting or talking about things that are unbelievable. Literally, it's I can't believe it. And that's where the no is coming from. Most of the time, a no shake will match a thought process. So if you see somebody that's doing a no shake, there is a thought process behind it that's causing that to happen. The biggest thing is figuring out what that thought process is. In this instance, with this line of talking that he's doing here, it makes sense that it would be the unbelievable one. It's unbelievable the response that people have had. This isn't a sign of deceit or honesty or anything. This is just a reflection of psychological processing on the nonverbal communication that's being displayed. So that's what I'm feeling in here. He's not blocking anything. He's not doing anything odd. It's such an interesting art form, reading nonverbal communication and interpreting it correctly. Seeing patterns like this, the only reason that I know that this pattern exists isn't because that there's a book out there that says it. It's because I've seen it on repeat many, many, many times before. The unbelief no shake. There is definitely a learning curve and an art to reading nonverbal communication. There's so many possible interpretations. The biggest thing that sets analysts apart are how accurate they are. So that's where this is here. We're going to keep watching. This is already a pretty healthy video, right? Pretty healthy.
once you start to do that, then you start to feel a bit better. And I hope we're going to look back at the end of all this and say that we have done everything in our power, but also that other people are helping in so many other ways and they feel that they are part of it.
Does it worry you that people might start to lose interest as time goes on, the media coverage diminishes inevitably?
For me, we know that the media coverage is not going to last a long time. It's lasted much longer and we have been much, much more successful in driving our message out than we could ever possibly have imagined. Personally, I think it's gone beyond that at the minute, and that there is a feeling with many, many people out there that they will not allow this to happen. And we know that, and we pray that it doesn't happen again, but when it does, the speed of the next response and the template we have set will alter it. And there has been so much goodwill and humanity out there that it really has restored, that one evil act actually has resulted in so much good.
Where do you go from here? There's talk of travelling around Europe. Have you got any firm plans as yet?
We haven't got any firm plans. We're likely to travel in a few places in Europe, but as yet, no definite plans.
But you've got no plans to go back to the UK for the foreseeable future?
No.
I think that everybody has just been incredibly impressed with you as a couple and how you've dealt with this. There was a period after a week or so where you looked as if you were almost broken, and who could not understand that? And then there seemed to be a sort of a strength come from somewhere. Is that a fair point? Is that what happened, and what brought that about?
I think that's definitely true, isn't it?
Certainly, you know, at the end of that first week, there was so much emotion that we had spent, and we actually had a period where we discussed this openly, that we felt completely devoid of emotion. And the analogy that I like to use is a bit like when we were students and you got to your overdraft limit and you'd gone beyond it and there was just nothing left in the tank. Also, I think physically and mentally were shattered. But, you know, as you gradually get more on an even keel, we started to get back into the black. And we'd also worked tirelessly behind the scenes to put support mechanisms in place, including our legal team, the response with the fund, which was really driven by offers rather than us thinking that we needed it. And once these were in place, then it helped us to focus on what we really needed to focus on.
All right, so during all of that, there weren't any nonverbal signs of deceit. Once again, there's a lot of head shaking, and it makes sense that that would be in relation to the unbelievableness of the situation rather than any sort of nonverbal misalignment. Along with that, he looks down a lot, but if you notice throughout the entire interview, he does look down a lot, and the times that he does look down weren't at any points of possible deceit. There weren't hot points centered around these down looks that could indicate possible shame or eye blocking or anything along those lines. Now, he brings up the idea of this emotional exhaustion that they felt, and that's very true. In a grieving period, there is that point to where you have burned everything. You've literally gone through all of the emotion you can, and you're drained. You're completely exhausted. That's a very natural, very normal thing. They could be going through that. The other possibility is that's as long as they could really keep up their intense grief act, and after that, their strength that overcame them was really just how they felt the entire time, and they couldn't keep up their act anymore. It's also possible. It's a lot darker picture if you look at it that way. I'm hoping that it's not that. It's, honest to goodness, it's terrible to hear when a parent will do something terrible to their child. So I'm hoping that's not the case. We just have to see what we see and try to interpret from there.
Well, everyone who's watching, who's been following Madeline's case over the past 3 weeks, just wishes you all the best. Thanks very much, Jerry. Thanks very much.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
Okay, this is what I'll say about their body language. It was indeed suspicious. I understand why people are looking at them and being like, what on earth is wrong with these people? And I get that. I get that deeply. The things that I will point out is, one, they are doctors. They are trained to maintain their emotions, to be able to think critically and process well during stressful, both emotionally stressful and just psychologically stressful in general situations. So that sort of training could be kicking in this instance. They could just be relying on their training and ability to fall back on that, to dissociate from the bad, to be able to function best. There is that possibility. I personally, just judging from what I've seen, which, like I said, I only showed one interview out of hours and hours of footage that I've watched, trying to be able to establish who these people are. I don't think that they did it. I just don't. I know that that might not be the most interesting interpretation, but I'm not here to make interesting interpretations. I'm here to say what I see. So I don't think they did it. What I feel like they are guilty of, because they are certainly guilty, but I think what they're guilty of is just some neglectful parenting. I don't think they're the best parents, but not my place to say. I'm not a parent. If you're a parent and you looked at this situation, would you do this? Would you go to a country that you haven't been to before and leave your kids in a motel that is close by, but you cannot see inside for multiple hours while you drink, although you are checking on them regularly? Apparently the door was unlocked to the motel, and the checks weren't very reliable, to say the least. Now, along with that, there is some evidence that people have found and said were pretty damning towards them. Some reports say that they found blood and the scent of a corpse through a very reliable sniffer dog that had a very good track record for discovering and unearthing similar situations. And they say that the sniffer dog found those remnants of odors in the apartment room or in the hotel room that they had. So that was a big question of mine, but I wasn't able to find enough on that. Along with that, they have found a possible suspect who was a known criminal in this aspect, in this arena, and he was nearby, apparently. I haven't been able to find too much on that either. So there are multiple other options as to what could have happened. There are a lot of views. I do suggest you go and watch the statement analysis that I mentioned earlier. It's a very good point of view. And he has some points where it feels like he's reaching, which I understand. But then there are some other points to where he makes some very solid arguments for the parents being guilty. And what his standing is that they didn't kill their daughter specifically. He believes that something happened and it was an accident and they're trying to cover it up. And so I mentioned earlier that there were a whole pile of questions that were asked of them that were not answered. And it was asked specifically of Kate. And good questions. I mean, really good, important questions that she chose not to answer. Questions like, how come you immediately knew that it was an abduction? How did you know that your child didn't just leave? There was no answer. There was a question of, how come you immediately ran to tell everybody at the restaurant, leaving your twins in the same room that one was just taken from, that one of your kids was just taken from? No answer to that either. And there's a whole long list. There were 48 or 49 questions that she didn't answer. And then there was one that she did answer, and that was, you realize that by not answering these questions, you are inhibiting an investigation, correct? And she's like, I won't answer these if this is the line of the investigation, which could be she's offended that they're questioning her, or she's scared that they're questioning her.
In this video, we're going to be focusing on some of the difficulties surrounding the evidences and where they push people's direction and attention, and we'll also be analyzing a very early interview that Jerry and Kate did only a few months after the disappearance of their daughter. So for a little backstory and some of this context, from the very beginning, investigators struggled with inconsistent witness accounts and perplexing evidence. The group of friends that the McCanns had each checked on the children at different times, but many noted that their recollections didn't always line up perfectly. Who exactly checked at 9:30? Was the patio door left unlocked for ease of checking, or was it locked? These details seemed minor compared to the big question of Madeline's fate, yet every single discrepancy fueled speculation. Portuguese police noted some inconsistencies between the friends' statements, but this isn't unusual in chaotic situations. More striking was the mystery man that was sighted carrying a child. At 9:15 p.m., a man was sighted near the McCanns' room, carrying a child that seemed to be of about the contemporary age with Madeline. This sighting was initially assumed to be the kidnapper, but 6 years later, in 2013, British detectives made a startling revelation. They identified that man, and it turned out to be just an innocent British father carrying his own child back from the babysitting service. This false lead had misdirected the investigation for multiple years. Detective Chief Inspector of London's Metropolitan Police described this discovery as a revelation moment that altered 6 years of thinking. It meant that the kidnap, if it was a kidnap, likely happened later than first thought, closer to 10 p.m. when Madeline was found missing. Another witness report gained new importance. At about 10 p.m., an Irish family, the Smiths, walking near the resort, saw a man carrying a blonde child in pajamas heading towards the beach. For a long time, this was brushed aside, but the Scotland Yard team eventually reevaluated it as potentially the actual abductor. They even released sketches of this unidentified man and subsequently got an overwhelming public response to a 2013 Crime Watch TV special. Physical evidence, too, offered mixed messages. In the weeks after Madeline disappeared, Portuguese investigators gathered forensic samples from the apartment and surroundings. They brought in 2 specially trained British sniffer dogs, one to detect human blood, and the other to detect the scent of human cadaverine, or the smell of a dead body. In August of 2007, these dogs alerted strongly inside the McCanns' apartment and on certain items even on the family's rental car, which they had hired weeks after the disappearance. The cadaver dog signaled what handlers called the scent of death on Kate McCann's clothes and on a soft toy of Madeline's. This was a dramatic development that led Portuguese police to form a theory that Madeline had died in the apartment and that her parents might have hidden the body somewhere. In early September of 2007, the police interviewed Kate and Jerry for many hours, and both parents were declared formal suspects in the case. However, forensic laboratory results did not confirm the dogs' suspicions. The samples collected were too degraded and incomplete to make a definitive DNA match to Madeline. In fact, a Portuguese police source acknowledged that no usable evidence could be obtained to corroborate the cadaver dog's alerts. Simply put, the initial DNA tests were inconclusive. The intriguing scent clues were suggestive, but certainly not proof of anything. They could imply that a death had occurred, but without hard evidence, it just remained one possible narrative. This clash of sniffer dogs indicating a death versus no other scientific proof or body created one of the deepest rifts in the investigation. Depending on which evidence one tends to prioritize, the interpretation of Madeleine's fate swings widely. Another example of conflicting evidence was the condition of the apartment's window shutters. Kate McCann said she found the bedroom window open and the shutter raised, suggesting that an intruder might have exited that way. Portuguese police initially reported no signs of forced entry on the shutters, leading some to doubt if the abduction could have happened through that window at all. Was the window truly a point of entry or exit, or was it just opened as a red herring? This became another point of debate in the case files and in public discussions, though it was never really definitively resolved in the evidence. In some of the basic facts of the night, a short time window, a handful of sightings, and an apparent lack of solid forensic traces left investigators grasping at possibilities. Further exasperating the already strained situation, around that time in late 2007, the Portuguese police and the British police were not always on the same page about those possibilities, thus hindering a more fluid and cohesive investigation. This was all inflamed as media across the globe became more and more intensely involved. Some outlets would share one theory as concrete fact, while another would discredit that line of thought and present an alternate theory, again as cold, hard truth, consequently muddying the proverbial waters for everyone involved. In fact, everyone seemed to have an opinion, and those that held that opinion seemed to be absolutely convinced that it was the only accurate or truthful representation of the evidence. On the note of theories and opinions, however, over the years, virtually every conceivable theory about Madeleine McCann's fate has been raised, from the credible to, honestly, the absurd. To understand the case's complexity, one must consider these competing narratives, all of which found their champions in parts of the media or law enforcement. Theory 1. Kidnapped by a stranger. The theory most vigorously pursued by British and later German police is that Madeleine was abducted by a stranger, likely a male predator, sometime around 9:30 to 10 p.m. that night. The motive proposed ranges from burglary gone wrong, maybe a thief entered the apartment, panicked when he found a child awake, to perhaps even child trafficking or sexual exploitation. Early on, some Portuguese reports speculated that she may have been taken by a pedophilic ring operating in the area. There were hundreds of sightings of blonde girls matching Madeleine's description in the following months, not only in Portugal, however, but across Europe and even in places like Morocco. Every time hope would rise, a child spotted with a suspicious man in a supermarket in Belgium, or a photograph of a lookalike girl on a woman's back in Morocco, but each and every lead proved false. The sheer number of false sightings from Portugal to North Africa to as far away as New Zealand highlighted how global this search had become and how ambiguous the trail actually was. Supporting the stranger abduction theory, aside from the eyewitness sightings, there were reports of creeper burglaries in holiday resorts. If one of these intruders took Madeleine, it might explain why no forensic trace was left, as a number of these different criminals were so adept to doing the burglaries that they would virtually leave no evidence in the other break-ins. The fact that Madeleine's younger twin siblings slept through the entire incident has been interpreted by some as evidence that perhaps it was a stealthy kidnapper who removed Madeleine without waking the other two. Others have speculated that the twins' deep sleep might also indicate that there may have been some sedation happening, which is another rabbit hole of conjecture since the twins' hair was not tested until much later, which then meant that it could yield no clear answers. British and Portuguese police in 2013 through 2014 interviewed several men who were known for break-ins or child abuse in the area. Some of these individuals were cleared, but at least one died before he could honestly be fully questioned, so no definitive suspect emerged at that time. This theory, however, got its strongest boost with the identification of Christian Bruckner in 2020, as he had a history that fit the profile of a lone predator and was physically placed in the vicinity. German investigators favor this theory and have essentially treated the case as a homicide, with Bruckner as the perpetrator. However, recent reports indicate that he is soon to be released from prison for a prior rape that he had been found guilty of in the area, leaving the prosecution scrambling for fear of him disappearing in the wind upon his release. Along with this, attention has also recently been turned towards the McCanns' friend, David Payne, who was the last person to have been reported seeing her alive. Another friend of the McCanns also stated that she saw/overheard Payne and Mr. McCann speaking inappropriately about Madeleine. This, coupled with his oddly flaky behavior, unreliable memory on the case, and recorded uncomfortable verbiage regarding his thoughts of Madeleine, has caused many to feel suspicious of his involvement. However, there again has been a lack of verified evidence directly linking him to Madeleine's disappearance, and he has not yet been charged. Theory 2 is parental involvement via accident or perhaps cover-up. This is the theory that Portuguese police and detectives leaned on hardest towards late 2007, that Madeleine had perhaps died in the apartment, perhaps in an accident, and her parents concealed her death and staged a kidnapping to avoid culpability. It's important to state up front that Kate and Jerry McCann have always vehemently denied this, and no charges were ever brought against them. Moreover, they were formally cleared by Portugal's own Attorney General in 2008 when the case was archived for lack of evidence. Nonetheless, this theory gained a lot of traction in the public sphere due to a collection of tantalizing clues supporting it: the cadaver dog alerts and the DNA traces in the McCann's apartment and rental car, and what some saw as inconsistencies or implausibilities in the parents' accounts. Some critics asked, for example, why the McCanns and friends checked on the kids in intervals rather than just using the resort babysitting service that was provided, insinuating that this routine was concocted perhaps after the fact to mask negligence or something even worse. The former lead detective of the case became the chief proponent of this theory after he was removed from the case. In his book, The Truth of the Lie, the detective alleged that Madeleine died in an accident, perhaps from a fall or an overdose of sedative, and that the McCanns faked an abduction in order to cover it all up. He pointed to the dogs' alerts and the fact that Kate McCann had so quickly washed Madeleine's favorite toy directly after her disappearance as suspicious. The McCanns, for their part, call the detectives' claims baseless and say those accusations deeply harmed the search for Madeleine by turning attention away from the actual kidnapper. They won an initial liberal judgment against him, with the judge agreeing that the allegations were defamatory and hurtful. However, this was later overturned on appeal, not because the claims were proven in any way, but rather on the principle of free expression. In the court of public opinion, this theory still lingers, however. This being said, it's worth noting that every official investigation active today considers the McCanns as not suspects, but in fact victims. Inquiries by British police found no evidence the parents were involved at all, and some British detectives even praised the McCanns' cooperation over the years. Kate and Jerry have at times confronted these suspicions head on, with Kate even publishing a memoir in 2011 addressing the pain of being accused. In order to provide an impartial and balanced view, it's clear that while this theory cannot be fully disproven without knowing what happened, the weight of evidence gathered so far does not seem to support that Jerry and Kate are involved, and that in fact they have been officially exonerated. There are less prevalent theories, however. For example, maybe Madeleine wandered off on her own and succumbed to an accident in the dark, such as maybe like falling into a well or a construction site or into the ocean, any sort of possibility there. The thorough searches of the area make this seem a little bit more unlikely, as no trace of her was ever found nearby, though many have also stated that to be fully comprehensive in search efforts in the area is nearly impossible due to the multiple factors, not the least of which is the area's complex topography and geological features. Another theory that floated was that she was targeted for adoption by someone who just really wanted a child. This was fueled by early reports of strangers photographing children at the resort the week that she disappeared, possibly casing for victims. However, no solid evidence ever emerged of an illegal adoption ring in the area. Over the years, there have also been a few people who falsely claimed to be Madeline herself, with the recent being a woman in 2023 on social media. But a DNA test quickly disproved the claim. Each time, the story flares up, it underscores the public's desperate wish for closure, and then fades again when proven false. Given the numerous theories, it's no wonder the case feels so ambiguous. We have one set of facts, but multiple sets of interpretations. The challenge for investigators and for the public trying to understand has been deciding which narrative fits best and is backed by the most credible evidence. Is it an abduction by a prowler as supported by eyewitnesses and the Smiths and suspect behavior in the area, or was it just a tragic accident covered up as argued by some detectives, citing forensic hints? Perhaps it's something else entirely. With each theory, some pieces of the puzzle make sense, while others seem not to. And that's the crux of why this case is still unsolved. No theory fully aligns with all of the evidence at hand. And yet, amidst the confusion, investigators continue to persist. As recently as spring of 2023, teams were out in the field probing a reservoir and collecting samples. The German prosecutor hinted that results are foreseeable as they continue to build their case. There is still hope that one day a definitive answer will emerge. Perhaps a confession, or a piece of DNA evidence, or even Madeline herself against all of the odds. Until then, the disappearance of Madeleine McCann remains an open case and an enduring cautionary tale about how elusive the truth can be. As I've continued to delve deeper into this case, I have found myself feeling perplexed by the various evidences as well. I do feel the draw to the behavior of the tenured cadaver dogs as they marked the apartment and the rental car, and I find many of the instances around the presented timeline and events to be indicative of foul play of some form. I do have questions as to why Jerry and Kate opted to leave their children as they did, despite having access to resort babysitting services. I find it interesting that the other children were so slow to wake even during the initial moments of the panicked search for Madeline, possibly alluding at the sedation. The group of people that believe that Bruckner is the culprit is also quite enticing to me, especially considering that the German law enforcement heavily alluded to substantial evidence supporting the claim. As the evidence continues to pull me into every single possible direction, I'm left looking at the behaviors I can observe. While the behavior of the McCann parents seems to be suspicious at many turns, I do also have to remind myself of the gray in nonverbal analysis. I find myself feeling frustrated that there's still no black and white method for determining authenticity and deceit in body language until we can literally see into a person's mind in order to understand what they are actually thinking and feeling. We're stuck with a disconnect between what a person says they think and feel and experience and what the reality of the situation actually is. While the contextually recent study of kinesics, nonverbal communication, and body language are beneficial, the current hard limitations they have add complexity and nuance to the analyses that I often find a little bit frustrating. However, though the study and practice are in fact limited, that doesn't downplay the importance of the information they can provide. Data is in fact data, and in situations like these where the details are shrouded in mystery, the more data that can be collected, the better. With that in mind, we will be analyzing the nonverbal communication of Jerry and Kate during this interview that they did with Sky News on August 10th of 2007, which is only a few months after the disappearance of their daughter. We'll be looking for any points of nonverbal desynchronization, positive or negative spikes from their body's behavioral baseline, contradicting or problematic verbal patterns, and revealing microexpressions in order to gain a better understanding of the parties involved. As a final reminder before we begin into the analysis, this video is meant for education and entertainment purposes only. Anything stated here is simply my educated opinion and should not be used in any way as professional or legal evidence. This all being said, let's go ahead and start the analysis.
Kate and Jerry, thank you for joining us on Sky News. Over the past 100 days, you've conducted a phenomenal awareness campaign, which has led to various possible sightings, which have later been dismissed. Just take us through the emotional experience you go through from the moment that someone says, "I'm definite that I've seen Madeline," to when it's discounted.
All right, going to go ahead and pause here, just making note of a few things. Obviously, this is an older video. It's pretty rough quality, so bear with that. It will also limit a little bit as to what I can see non-verbally, especially when it comes down to the micro-expression side of things. Those are pretty minute when they come across the face, so there might be some complexity with that. That being said, this question is going to be centered around the emotional state that they're feeling, what they're experiencing as they're going through this. So I want to be able to pay attention. Are they able to relate emotionally to what they are speaking about? Or is this something that they have fully distanced themselves from, even at this point, which is only 4 months after the disappearance of their daughter? Let's see.
I mean, the main thing for us is knowing if the sighting is credible or not, really. To be honest, we don't go through that emotional roller coaster with regards to the sightings. You know, the only thing that we'll be happy for is when we know it's definitely Madeleine, but we don't go through the ups and downs of that. I mean, the reassuring thing for us is that it implies that people are still looking for Madeleine, and that's really important and encouraging.
All right, so throughout this, I do find it interesting that even verbally speaking, Kate's response to what's your emotional experience with this is, we're not really going through the ups and downs with that, which, fair, maybe. I have difficulty with this. In my brain, I feel like I would still probably be pretty emotionally a wreck. But I also know that in my brain, and saying that presents a bias. So just because I would be probably pretty emotionally up and down and feeling pretty turbulent doesn't mean that they will. It is still a fascinating behavioral point that they are stating very clearly that they're not feeling that emotional state. Now, there are some complexities that go into why they might be stating these things as they were, not the least of which is that they don't want to incriminate themselves or give any form of pleasure to an abductee if that were the case. So there are some possibilities for that. It is still fascinating. Now, throughout that as well, Kate is shaking her head no, but that is synchronized with what she's saying, as she's saying we're not feeling all these different things. Now, at the very end, you see this little bit of a lopsided shrug come in here. Now, that lopsided shrug indicates a level of perhaps insincerity or insecurity in what's being said. Doesn't mean that it's a lie, but there's not as much confidence behind it. So for me, I would want to hone in onto that little point there. Maybe there is a little issue there, but it's, again, nothing that's pointing towards their guilt. It is simply just gathering more data. It seems as though Jerry might start to respond here, so let's see.
And encouraging.
I think it's self-protection, really, that if you were up and down like that all the time, you just wouldn't be able to function. So it comes back, as Kate says, to the credibility.
That's been a tough.
Okay, going to pause there. Jerry's face stays pretty much the same throughout all of his interviews. His eyebrows are furrowed quite regularly in his resting state. So they're drawn together a little bit and they are lowered a little bit, and that gives him almost a little bit of a scowl as he's speaking. But that is simply how his face rests. Along with that, you're seeing a little bit of crinkling around the corners of his nose, again, in his resting state. So as that's part of his baseline, we can't look at any time that he's looking like he might be feeling disgusted or angry by something and being like, oh, well, he's obviously feeling that, because there is the distinct possibility that he is just returning to his baseline. Now, the reason that he gives does cognitively make sense. If you do allow yourself to go through those emotional swings like that, you can't function. And if anybody has gone through a trauma, it's very difficult to allow yourself to just ride those emotions constantly, because it can really rule your life at the time. So many people will try to ignore those emotional states, which can cause problems in and of themselves, but it's not something that's unheard of there. That being said, again, their complete emotional removal from the case in general has always struck me as fascinating, but many people have pointed out that their ability to do that categorization in their brain could be due to the fact that both of them are medical personnel. They're both doctors. They both have to deal with stressful and intense situations, so perhaps this is just them being able to do so here in the way that they know best and have been trained to do. Maybe it's just their coping mechanism. Regardless, we're making note of what their patterns are. Let's continue.
It's been a tough week for you. The Portuguese press in particular seem to be conducting what could be described as a smear campaign against you and attempting to put the blame of Madeleine's disappearance on you. Where are they getting this information from, and how do you react to it?
We don't read Portuguese, so I think that's the first thing to say, that we haven't read the accounts firsthand. There does seem to be a consistency this week and claims from police sources, but to be perfectly frank, we don't know how much of that is true and how much of it's speculation. What we do know is that speculation certainly doesn't help us. We know a number of the facts, and I have not seen any evidence or know of any direct evidence to have changed our viewpoint to what we've held for the last 100 days. And, you know, we've said all along, and everything we've done during the last 100 days is focused on the belief that Madeleine was alive when she was abducted. And certainly we were encouraged in that respect. And everything we've done is to increase the chances of her being returned.
All right, so throughout that, I wanted to pay attention to how his verbal pattern was flowing, the cadence of his words. Did he have any areas of stopping or halting? Did he have any areas where he had to reconsider or rephrase things? And there were only a couple points where I heard some perhaps stutters or stammers or filler words. But then there was one point verbally where he was saying that there hasn't been any evidence just swaying them in a certain direction. And then he rephrased it and said there hasn't been any direct evidence. And I do find that verbal pattern fascinating, that he does say evidence and then he does make the intentional decision to say direct evidence, which is more specific, which leaves me questioning perhaps there was something that was more circumstantial that had come out at that point that had pushed their attention in one direction or another. But non-verbally speaking, as he's going through this, there weren't any areas where he started falling apart. He didn't have any areas where he started lighting up from his baseline and suddenly you see a bunch of activity or self-soothers or anything along those lines. You also didn't see any areas where he started to shut down, where he had been moving and now he's suddenly frozen still. In regards to perhaps his gaze, it stays consistently within the same pattern. He looks up on occasion, but most of the time he's looking down and blinking as he's trying to recollect and come up with his words. This is a very common nonverbal pattern to see when a person is trying to come up with things to say or a way to respond to something. It's not always indicative of a lie or a deceit in that, especially in this area, it's consistent throughout. He doesn't have an area where it's spiked from a different pattern from before. And so often in nonverbal communication, that's one of the big indicators are these changes in the nonverbal communication. Something triggers a change. That's where you have to hone in and pay attention. In this area, there weren't too many areas that looked to be that way outside of that little verbal pattern of the evidences.
Returned.
You know, Amanda, I mean, we've been through and are going through that much pain with not having Madeleine with us that anything that's written or said really is just a minor hurdle in comparison, and we'll ride through it. We still strongly want to do what we believe is the right thing to do, what's the right thing for Madeleine, what's the right thing for us, and at the minute that is to stay. And we're not going to be bullied into going home, you know.
All right, throughout that, brings a valid point forward that if you've just lost your child, kind of what everybody else is saying doesn't matter as much, which is a reason, if a little bit light of a reason, for their perhaps emotional separation or just not caring too much about what's being stated or said at the time. And then non-verbally speaking from Kate, again, we're seeing this looking kind of down while thinking and occasionally checking in or looking up to be able to make sure that the interviewer's registering what's being said or paying attention or hasn't missed anything, things like that. But then down to the movements of Kate's head during that time, they're also synchronized with what she's saying verbally, which that does push me towards that authenticity during these areas. It's more difficult to be synchronized non-verbally in your totality when you're trying to come up with a false narrative. So if you're pushing some sort of lie and you're focused on that narrative, it makes it more difficult for your body to fall in line naturally with that. Where, as opposed to if you're telling the truth, your body will more support that. That's not always the case. None of this is a 100% rule of thumb. However, it is a basic guideline that you can work off of, especially if you consider the rest of the context around it as well.
We've witnessed the support that you've had in Luge, but there is out there criticism, not least from your hometown, the website for the local newspaper, the comments page, a barrage of comments that were described as spiteful, of defamatory. Were you surprised by that? And how did you feel about it?
I'm just going to go ahead and pause here before they respond. I'm not certain how they respond to this. putting myself in their shoes, I would feel lightly surprised. That would be my response, is that, yeah, on some level I would be surprised. However, especially since I have had so much time on the internet, I would also have a bit of a jaded response of understanding, like, yeah, it's surprising, but also not too surprising. Since this is so early on, the internet wasn't as prevalent as it is now, maybe they're not as jaded as of yet. Let's see how they respond to it.
Like, again, I haven't actually read the comments and I have no idea who's written them. We've used the internet to try and raise Madeline's awareness. I don't know who the people are or what they've specifically written other than the broad terms that you've got.
Oh, the motives are, because anything written like that is really unhelpful.
At the end, whatever anyone thinks.
Interesting. So what I'm noticing from Jerry during this time is he actually seems to be a bit tired. This is not a nonverbal movement. It's just how his face is falling. You can see it around his eyes. He looks tired, which is actually a little bit different than what I've seen in so many of the other interviews that I've looked of his. He never seems to be that exhausted. So I'm wondering, perhaps this is just a small actual tell of his mental state at this moment. He might be exhausted by what's going on. Could be a little crack in the fairly resolute facade that he has consistently throughout all of these interviews. Now, what I find fascinating about Kate is that she's allowing some of her frustration to get in here, because Jerry's obviously still talking. He's in the middle of a sentence and she starts to hop in, and her breath is also quickening, which you can hear after she responds and cuts in there. So knowing that she's feeling a little bit frustrated about it, to me, I'm wondering if perhaps she has in fact been looking at some of the comments at this point and is feeling that anger and frustration. So it could be something to where perhaps she did the crime, her and Jerry did the crime, and the comments are frustrating because they're pushing and they're picking away at that, and that would spark that anger. But also on that same coin, that frustration could be centered around the fact that maybe she and Jerry didn't do the crime, and these people are still picking, and it's pushing in regards to the actual effectiveness of the investigation. Both of those do make sense in that context, and so far with this interview, there hasn't been much that's pushing me towards suspicion of them. So I've done two videos on them. In the first video, I landed on the conclusion that, well, I think that at very best, they're very negligent parents in this case, that they made a horrific choice in how they took care of their kids and they paid a horrific price for it. Then I did another video because I found footage of them responding to some fairly incriminating questions in very complex ways. And I still feel like the way that they responded to those questions was suspicious. And there were a whole number of reasons. If you haven't seen that, you can go and check out why those were. But even considering that, to also play fully fair with that, the responses could have still just been centered around the agitation of being asked these intense questions when they themselves feel like it's not worth it because they weren't in fact involved. So this is still complex, and now we have another scenario here where it's not pushing as heavily towards their guilt. So again, you get to watch live as I continue to be pulled back and forth, even behaviorally, as evidences come out and as more interview footage is tracked down and seen. It continues to be muddy, so we're going to continue to try to gather as much information as we can.
Of our actions, ultimately, and our only focus is trying to find Madeline. And, there's an innocent child missing. That's, what anyone thinks, that's the key thing. Madeline is missing, and we're just doing our absolute best to maximize the chances of her being.
That part I do find a little bit difficult. So the reasons that I find that difficult is because suddenly there are spikes in his nonverbal communication. He's been at rest for a bit and now he's spiking. He starts shaking his head a lot more as he's saying that there's a missing child, and that is a contradiction. It's possible desynchronization there, that he's shaking his head no while he's saying that there is a missing child. Now that also could be maybe he's shaking his head no because of the negative emotion around that. Possibly. It is interesting nevertheless. And then along with that, we see a pretty substantial shrug in there as well, again while he's talking about Madeline being missing. And that missing portion seems to be the thing that is giving him a little bit of psychological hesitation. Does he at this point maybe believe that she's not missing, she's dead? Does he know at this point that she's not missing, she's dead? It raises questions, to be sure, but it is a spike in his nonverbal communication. Then along with that, verbal pattern-wise, he refers to Madeline being missing as a child being missing, which could just be a phrasing that he's using there, but some verbal analysis experts have talked about how when a person shifts from using directly possessive verbiage of whatever is being spoken about, my child or Madeline by name, something along those lines, and they start using the or that or this or over there kind of language while referring to somebody. So in this case, the child or a child being generic, it could be him making an attempt to separate himself from the disappearance of his own daughter because he's possibly complicit in something around it. There are complexities, to be sure.
Has ever been found.
And anything negative that's written, we've had thousands to counteract that, Amanda. I mean, you'd probably hear, but we've had that much support from people. I don't think we can say thank you enough, really. I mean, that's been so important. And that...
I'm going to go ahead and pause here. So Kate has done 2 rapport building techniques here recently, and that's using the first name of the person that is interviewing them. It's centered around this, you're familiar with your first name, so people that are closer to you will use your first name, and so you can use this to build rapport with people that you haven't met or don't know as much. We don't know the relationship between this interviewer and Jerry and Kate, but Kate has tried a couple times to build rapport with the interviewer, Amanda. So that is fascinating. During that time also, we see a pretty substantial no-shake as she's saying, we've received thousands of positive feedbacks and interactions and things like that. Now that's a very overt no-shake. Again, there's the possibility of that being desynchronized, but with any movement of the body, the more overt it is, the more easily consciously controlled it is. So if it's smaller, it's less likely to be controlled. It's more likely to be like a subconscious movement. So since it's very overt, we're left wondering, is this an odd point of desynchronization that's just embellished? Or maybe it's related to the you would not believe how many of these positive comments we have received. That makes more sense contextually, and it is the easier of those 2 answers. And so oftentimes the answer that is most simplistic is correct, but we can't rely on that 100%. So it's just more data that we've gathered here as we're going through this.
And that is the main thing, really, that far outweighs anything negative.
Luge itself, a very relaxed, safe feeling resort, and obviously you felt relaxed and safe enough to leave the children to sleep while you went and ate within the complex. Is that something that you'd done on other nights? Is it something you were getting a feeling other holiday makers were doing?
I can't really comment about, it's well known that we were dining at the tapas bar 50 yards away. And
all right, gonna go ahead and pause here. So this is the first time that we've seen a manipulator come up from Jerry, and it's in regards to a little bit more confrontational of a question. It wasn't posed confrontationally, but it has some confrontational connotation to it due to the media frenzy around it and all of the allegations that had been thrown out at the time. So Jerry's response is to do a pretty substantial manipulator up here that doesn't seem to be warranted anywhere else. He hasn't been sniffing, he hasn't had any other areas of his nose itching, so it's fascinating that that crops up here. And now these manipulators, especially around the mouth, can be indicative of a few things, not the least of which is that you're saying something that perhaps you might not want to say, or something that you feel like maybe you shouldn't say, so perhaps a lie would be an instance of that, but it could also just be not wanting to address some sort of complex accusation or allegation. There are plenty of reasons for it, but that coming in there is fascinating. And then along with that, you see a little bit of postural rechanging and checking in from Kate. This question about their decision to just leave their kids in their room, which many arguably agree was not a good idea at the time or any time. This question of, was that something that you did regularly, obviously rubs them a little bit the wrong way. So they are feeling defensive in this. That does make sense, even if they're innocent, but it is still something to make note of as we're going on through this.
And can't comment too much in terms of our patterns and our routines, given the fact that that's subject to the investigation. But
I've said before, we both said, if we'd had to think for 1 second that this was taking a risk, it wouldn't have happened. So, I mean, I think that says how safe we felt,
I mean, it was incredibly quiet. family orientated, we're incredibly close, and you know, we did feel incredibly safe here.
That doesn't necessarily actually line up with what the evidence said at the time. The resort wasn't the most unsafe resort by any stretch of the imagination, but there were also plenty of reports of not so safe activities going on in and around the resort. It's not totally family safe and oriented what they were saying there. And again, we're seeing a lot of nose shaking. They're looking down to the side. We can't necessarily rely on those in this interview to be able to say, oh, they're feeling uncertain or insecure in this area. It's just something that we have to pay attention to, see if it strays or if there's something that happens differently. I just happen to have a little bit of issue with their presentation about the safety of the resort, and it feels a little bit like they're just making excuses for themselves. And even Kate says, if we had even thought for a little bit that there was some sort of risk, then we wouldn't have, which again, I think she was saying that as a thing that was positive for them, but realistically, that just feels like a little bit more revealing of their negligence, is that they didn't even consider the fact that it could be unsafe to leave their kid in a room by themselves 50 yards away, something like that. And then I also do find it fascinating that they refuse to talk about their own behavioral patterns. He does chalk it up to it's part of the investigation, and maybe that's genuinely part of it. Another possibility to that is that they don't want to talk about their patterns because it could, again, reveal a little bit more negligence, which, as we're going through this, it seems as though negligence is definitely starting to fit more and more and more and more. Negligence that they themselves are aware of, that they might even have a pattern to, not necessarily that they did something outside of just not taking care of their kids appropriately. Anyhow.
And I mean, judging on the letters that I've had, I've had so many supportive letters from families, from other mothers, and they've said, Kate, we've done that, we do that, who'd have ever thought that something as horrible as that would happen,
It is incredibly rare what's happened to us, but I think, with the way we've talked about it before, it felt very similar to dining in your garden. And I know that, have you ever left a child unattended for any length of time, whether it be you're downstairs and the child's upstairs, or you went to the garage, if we could turn back the clock, and rewind, of course we would.
We're just sorry we weren't there.
So this is fascinating to me. Kate uses the manipulation of playing the numbers game. Everybody says that they do this, so it's not our fault. Which, to play devil's advocate on that front, yes, in those times, people assumed the world to be a much safer place, largely because they didn't have the interconnectivity or the ability to communicate all of the times that it's not. So many people lived in a level of ignorance, assuming that the world was much safer than it actually was, sometimes leading to, while ignorant, not malicious mistakes like this. So there is that possibility. She does play a little bit of the numbers game. She's trying to disperse a little bit of the heat by doing so. It's not, don't focus just on me. Lots of people say and that they have done this, so don't focus just on me. Now, on the other side, Jerry does a little bit of a different kind of manipulation here, in that he tries to draw a comparison between something that is not the same. He's saying it's almost the same as eating a meal in your garden or in your yard right by your house. Like you're eating next to your place, and it's kind of like the same as leaving your kids inside your house, which maybe spatially could be if you have a 50-yard garden, but realistically, no, that's not the same. Leaving your child in your house while you're in your yard or your garden is not the same as leaving your child in your hotel room while you're 50 yards away drinking and having a meal that you can barely even see the room, let alone hear or get to it quickly. So there are some differences there. They are trying to manipulate a little bit. Again, this can make sense if they're innocent and they just don't want to receive as much heat, but it also makes sense if they're guilty, especially if they're guilty of being negligent, which it seems arguably that they are. So let's continue.
Just sorry we weren't there at that minute.
In terms of staying in Portugal, you've both said from the start that you're not going home until Madeleine is safely back with you. Are you both equally as adamant about that? Because there have been some suggestions that Kate, you're the one that really wants to stay, and Jerry perhaps not so much. What do you see as the benefits of staying? And is it true that perhaps you want to stay more?
I think we both want to find Madeleine, and we want to do everything possible to help, and we felt staying close to the investigation and trying to move that on and cooperate was a good thing. That's, this week and the week before highlights how important that is. It would have been a lot more difficult to progress things if we'd been back in the UK. I think from some practical aspects, in terms of efficiency, I could see benefits.
I just want to pause. Again, he does that pretty substantial manipulator, same place. They don't seem to be related to same verbal concepts. He's not saying the same idea and using this manipulator for each of those, so it's not something that I could rely on that being a 2-point system for that. This is another area where he's used that. Now I need to be able to have a third portion to be able to see, was this manipulator that I've seen now in 2 different places, is it just an itch? Is there another area that it could line up with something else and help us add some clarity to these other ones? I did want to make note of that as it's going through. Another thing I want to make note of is that the interviewer has posed a question that could in fact somehow drive a bit of a wedge between Kate and Jerry, and that she's saying, oh, maybe Kate wanted to go home or wanted to stay and you wanted to go home, what have you, posing this possible wedge. And so I wanted to pay attention to both of their body language to be able to see if they have any form of harmony together during this style of question. And a way to be able to see that would be with any check-ins visually. Oftentimes, if a person is feeling close to another or feeling like they need to be on the same page with somebody else, you'll see a check-in. They'll go and they'll look as the person's speaking. So if Kate had not, through that entire instance that Jerry was speaking, to me, that would seem a little bit more suspicious. Every other time that Jerry's been speaking, nearly every other time, Kate has been checking in or looking in as he's speaking, just showing that she's paying attention to him, or maybe on the same page, something along those lines, not verbally. If she didn't do that here, then that would let me know that there was perhaps a little bit more contention between the two of them at this point. However, despite this being a question that sets them up, it primes them for having a wedge, they don't show that wedge taking effect, at least so far. That is a positive thing for them. It means that they are at this point, and it's 4 months in, no doubt tons of stress, they are still at least presenting themselves as on the same page and approaching it together, which would be considered a positive thing for the parents of a missing child to be together, joined as they're going about their search, what have you. Let's continue.
Benefits of going home, but emotionally, until we've done everything, and we need to know what's happened.
Is it difficult for you?
Also during that, you hear Jerry's breathing increase. He starts to have a little bit sharper increases in breathing. Again, perhaps this is because this question was centered around possibly driving a wedge like that. He could be feeling a little bit of that agitation, nervousness. It is fascinating.
Seeing, because now, Luge itself is it's in full swing for holiday season. Is it hard to be in your situation surrounded by people on holiday?
I just think every day's hard, to be honest. I don't think that's really made it any harder for me. I just think every day without Madeline is very hard.
Gonna go ahead and pause there before Jerry kicks in. Quite a pause there before the response, which I get. I can kind of get why Jerry and Kate might have some weird feelings around that. Like they don't need to start up any beef with any of the people that are just having a holiday, so why would they really present that as being an issue? But what I will say is that when this question is being posed, you could first see Jerry do it ever so slight micro head nod yes, which to me kind of makes me feel like perhaps he was feeling some of that contention with the people around, but the other possibility is that he was just nodding to show that he's acknowledging the question that was being asked. That doesn't seem as likely. It does seem as though this might be something that he did in fact feel that way. Let's see if his response backs that up at all.
I think earlier on I was very conscious that, perhaps our grief and misery may have been affecting other people, and I was not trying to force that on them. I was conscious of that, but our own kids help us keep our feet in the ground, and they give us a lot of joy, and we have to give them love and attention that they deserve as well. So, and I'm not seeing other people enjoying themselves. I don't, that's the way it should be.
Now, your campaign has been...
So he does fall apart a little bit during that response, and then at the end there, yeah, it could be, and he trails up a little bit. Perhaps there's a little bit of agitation or nervousness around that. So he does stick to, no, people should be able to just have a good time, and that's how it should be. But non-verbally speaking around that, there are enough spikes in his baseline that push me to feel that perhaps he was feeling some contention. Whether or not he's comfortable with it or comfortable saying in this specific interview really doesn't matter. The question itself doesn't really have any importance for the grand scheme of things. What it benefits for us here is that we get to see him respond in yet another scenario with more information, gathering more nonverbal data. But realistically speaking, guilty or not guilty, who cares how they felt about everybody else at the place having a good time? It's just neither here nor there.
Campaign has been unprecedented. What's next?
Well, to mark the 100 days, I'll be launching the YouTube channel called Don't You Forget About Me, which is a channel for missing children. And there's been a lot of work going on behind the scenes on that. And I think it's a fantastic idea, and we're launching it in collaboration, obviously, with the International Centre for Missing and Exploited Children and Google themselves, who will be hosting it via YouTube. And
both of whom have been
yeah,
incredibly supportive and just welcome the idea. So,
is this an?
That's cool. That's good. That is something that I do find as a positive thing. However, it can be it can be suspicious. I'll explain what I mean. But seeing that they're wanting to do things, they're wanting to find more efforts, to put people together, to make more groups, to do things, that is a positive thing. If they had just given up at this point, or they were like, everybody else can handle it, we're just taking a step back, those sorts of responses, that could be a little bit more suspicious in my opinion. But since they're like, no, we want to do these things, we want to do this and that and this and that, that could be positive. However, what many people have brought up is that if somebody is guilty in a case, say it's like a friend or just somebody close by, they will oftentimes want to stay close to it, and then maybe even help out in things like the searches or some of the efforts like that, because they want to keep better tabs on the entirety of the situation, which is most easily done by staying close to the case itself. Could be happening there. Not positive on that. There's definitely no evidence that's pointing towards that, but it is something to just make note of as we're going on through this.
Is this an indication, going on at a wider scale like this, that perhaps your hopes are fading for Madeleine in any way, in that you're giving it, putting it on a much wider scale rather than this just being about finding Madeleine, about finding other missing children?
No, I mean, I think, from quite early on, we've obviously wanted to know a little bit more about the scale of the problem. And it's massive, actually. I mean, I didn't realise how little I knew, really. And I think knowing that, it's very hard to turn a blind eye to it, and we just felt if there was anything, obviously at the minute our priority is Madeleine, but we just felt if there's anything that we could do that might help other children, that might make the world that little bit, even if it's a tiny bit safer for children, then something good has come out of it.
I think it's something tangible that could benefit other people and give renewed interest to other missing kids as well, and a medium that younger people use, and tens of millions of people use YouTube. There were over 229 videos of Madeleine on it already.
About 6 weeks ago.
So it's incredible.
And Kate, finally.
Gonna go ahead and pause there. There's only a few seconds left in this. There's the possibility that Jerry and Kate are trying to present an altruistic mask in order to subvert people's attention or some of the heat that they're receiving from this. They could be like, well, I have, more or less, we have done this terrible thing, and be that negligence or something far worse. And so now they're being like, but we've started this good movement or this YouTube channel. Like, we're doing these positive things for the benefit of everybody. So please don't be like looking at us as if we're the bad guys, because look at the good things that we're doing. There is that possibility. I don't necessarily find that as the likely response or the likely reason for what they're doing here. To me, their reasoning does make some sense, though the interviewer's question of, does this indicate that you've already lost some hope, still holds some weight. Like, if they're already like, well, we've started a center for all missing, or a channel for all missing children everywhere, then it's felt a little bit less concentrated on Madeleine. Perhaps they've already given up hope at this point. So I get where that question's coming from. I don't necessarily believe that because Jerry and Kate started this channel and started these things that they didn't care as much at the time, but there is definitely that possibility. It's still just more data.
If Madeleine could hear you now, what would you say to her?
I mean, I love you. She knows that. She knows how much I love you, how much we both love her.
I'm still looking for her.
That's an interesting question, and a difficult one to respond to, I would add. I understand some of the emotional response that Kate gave to that with the little laugh in there. The laugh could also be her trying to relieve her own tension intrinsically. If she's feeling some emotions well up there, doing a little laugh and looking off to the side like that could help her feel less like she's about to fall apart, sort of thing. And then you can also still hear that emotion come in at the end of her statement, which is, I love you, but also with that, it's a fairly dismissive way that she responds to it. I love you. I love her. She knows I love you. Something like that. Now, is that because she doesn't have any emotional connection to the situation? I mean, judging by the other interviews that we've seen, they do have a consistently repeating pattern of emotional distancing. But it could also be for their own sake, as they even mentioned in this. If they're emotionally distancing themselves from this case, then anything that they respond is going to feel a little bit disingenuous because they're genuinely just they're distancing themselves. And that might not even be because of guilt. And therein lies the rub with nonverbal communication, is that you can't just look at it and be like, oh, it's a black and white. She did this, she said this, so it definitely means this, and that means exclusively that she's lying or exclusively that she's telling the truth. It just cannot function that way. We don't have the science for it. We're working on it, but it's not there yet. I'm looking forward to the day that we can. Unfortunately, not yet. So with this little interview that we just went through here, considering all of the evidence that we know, all of the updates that have been recently brought forth, all of the context that we've been able to gather, the simplest answer, and the most likely answer, is that they're negligent, that the parents are negligent, that they did not take care of their child in the way that they should have, and now they're paying and will continue to pay for the rest of their lives. So many questions that I still have. I don't know. I don't know. Burke Hamilton Ramsey was born on January 27th of 1987 in Atlanta, Georgia, and is the brother of the late John Benet Ramsey, who was mysteriously murdered on December 25th of 1996. While the case still remains unsolved, there are a myriad of theories centered around who the culprit might be and what their motivation might have been. While there have been a host of complications during the case, including omitted or unreliable evidence, law enforcement malpractice, contradicting expert testimony, and the list goes on, many who are still avidly searching for the guilty party find it rather difficult to turn their gaze to anyone outside of the immediate family or very close friends due to the evidence that was made publicly available. As I mentioned before, I have already done videos on the parents, John and Patsy, and also of Burke many years after the incident. Though after all of the research that I've done into the case, I'm also led to believe that the culprit must be indeed one of the immediate family or close friends. My opinion as to who of those people is possibly guilty has possibly shifted a little bit since I last spoke on the case. To give a light refresher of the case and to clue you in as to where I'm kind of starting from, I'll give you a quick and partial summary of some of the details of the case itself. In John Benet's autopsy, it was revealed that though she was killed via strangulation, she also suffered head trauma and had undigested pineapple in her system. According to Patsy Ramsey, Burke had been eating one of his favorite snacks, which was pineapple with milk and tea, while John Benet slept upstairs the night before she was found. Theories state that John Benet possibly went downstairs and took a piece of Burke's pineapple. This act may have triggered Burke's anger, leading him to pick up a nearby flashlight and strike John Benet on the head, accidentally killing her. Along with this, Burke's behavior both before and after John Benet's murder suggests that he might possibly be responsible. FBI Special Agent Jim Clemente noted that Burke had a history of scatological problems. These issues manifested in Burke leaving excrement around the Ramsey house. Linda Hoffman Pugh, the family's former housekeeper, reported that Burke was known to leave feces on John Benet's bed and smear it on the walls in the home. When crime scene technicians examined John Benet's room, they found feces smeared on a box of candy she had received for Christmas. Burke's anger problems also point to his potential involvement in JonBenét's death. According to a family friend, Burke was easily angered and had once even struck JonBenét with a golf club in a fit of rage, leaving her with a scar on her face, though both parents attempted to excuse this as an accidental incident. That being said, this incident demonstrates that Burke was capable of being violently aggressive towards his sister, and that the parents were willing to alter a narrative to protect their child, at least to a certain extent. Burke's responses during his investigative interview, which we will be looking at today, were interesting and seemed not to reflect typical emotions for a child who had experienced what he had recently experienced as he had experienced it. 2 weeks after the murder, Burke told investigators that he felt pretty safe and wasn't worried about the intruder returning for him. Again, the same former FBI profiler, Jim Clemente, described these feelings as very unusual for a child, elaborating that it's expected for a child to feel scared and unsafe after an intruder has taken and murdered their sibling in their house. Burke's calm demeanor suggests that he might have possibly known that there was no intruder, further implying that JonBenét's killer was somebody within their house. Evidence also showed Burke asking his father where JonBenét's body was found, which was seen as an unusual question for a 9-year-old. Prior evidence from related cases suggests that a child would be more concerned with what happened to their sibling rather than the location of the body. When asked how JonBenet died, Burke physically demonstrated somebody either stabbing her with a knife or hitting her with a hammer or similar object, which, again, Clemente pointed out as odd because most children wouldn't want to reenact something like that. Throughout the earlier interviews, Burke showed little to no emotion about his sister's death, and signs of experiencing recent trauma were nearly non-existent. This again raised questions in many people's minds as to the level of his possible involvement. In a follow-up interview, Burke continued to display complex emotions in regards to the time of the incident. When asked if he had heard anything the night his sister died, he responded, "I always sleep real deeply, and I could never hear anything." Clemente also remarked that this response seemed exaggerated and possibly deceptive, continuing to say that if Burke were innocent, there would be no reason for him to oversell this response. Additionally, Burke displayed extreme discomfort when asked about a photo of the dining room table with a cup of pineapple from the day of the murder. Clemente observed that it seemed as though Burke was avoiding a very simple question and looked like he was about to more or less just jump out of his seat. Burke's reaction to the pineapple photo went to even further raise suspicion of his complicity. Burke's history of scatological and anger issues before the murder, combined with his atypical emotion and suspicious behavior after the murder, lead many to feel strongly about his involvement in his sister's death. So, with all of this in mind, and with people messaging me in, requesting me to take a look, if possible, at some of these earlier interviews, I have done my best to find any compilation or gathering of these interviews that I might be able to take a look at. And that's what we've landed on today. Now, a few things to give you a heads up on. One, it's like an interrogation room interview quality. So it's extremely horrific quality. We will not be able to see his face very clearly, meaning that a lot of the micro expressions that we might see there are going to be null and void. They don't exist. Along with that, the video quality isn't the only terrible quality. The audio was also next to impossible to understand and hear. So I did as much as I could to clean up and edit the audio to where we can hear it at least somewhat, but it is pretty rough. All of those things being said, I think that that's enough of the disclaimers and backstories and everything along those lines. We'll talk about stuff as we see it. Let's go ahead and just dive right in.
So, what'd they tell you about why they wanted you to come talk today?
See, it's the kind who, you know what? Well, let me tell you a couple things. But first, my job is partly to get to know you as best as I can. Make sure that you're okay, because the things are kind of been hard for a nation around. Are you going to school?
Okay, so as you can see already, this is hugely cut up. If you're watching this and you're like, oh, I actually know exactly where to find this, please let me know. I can't find the solid interview, interrogation, whatever you want to call this scenario. I cannot find a solid footage of it. It's all cut to bits and very difficult to be able to piece together. There are areas where frames are dropped. There are cuts in there, and you could see even in timestamps, there are discrepancies in the timestampage of things. We're working with some fairly, I don't know, for lack of a better term, turbulent source footage, but we'll do what we can with that. Even at the very beginning here, Burke is showing reluctance to mention the act of his sister being killed by actual terminology. He refers to it as you-know-what. So there is a level of psychological separation from those two, but he has a little giggle in there, and he's also eating some food and having some snack, which I have to give credit to the psychologist that's in the room with him, because she's doing a good job at trying to make him feel safe, which a person who feels safe is more likely to be genuine and honest with what they say and display. If somebody's feeling like they're under attack already, a lot of that is going to shut down. So she's doing a good job at making Burke feel safe for this little interview that is being carried out here. So we'll continue to watch through this. We'll see some of these hot topic points that the various agents talked about that were suspicious. We'll see if we could see anything along with those, but let's continue.
Nope, because I'm trying to stay away from the grass. My friend said that after school, there's always mean people anywhere. Goes, hello, did you see Burke in class today? No, I did not. I think he was absent. Oh, thanks. They go,
So do you feel like you're pretty safe?
yeah.
Yeah? You ever worry about it?
Not really.
No?
We should just join my Nintendo.
Yeah, any secrets, do you think?
Okay, so a few things that we want to know about Burke's interaction here. He is fairly performative. He has a little bit of nervous energy in there as he's giving this little story. But again, he's maintaining, even at this childlike state, he's maintaining open nonverbal communication. He's not closing up. He's not showing any overt actions of fidgeting. Again, there's a large dropped portion of the footage, so it's a frozen frame, making it very difficult. But even while we're listening to some of these things, he's not sitting there feeling like he has to really weigh his words when asked about whether or not he feels safe. And that is what led Agent Clemente to believe that perhaps this wasn't actually a situation that Burke was ever at risk in, because in fact he was maybe complicit in it. So that's one of those areas that immediately popped up there. And to be fair, that is an interesting aspect of this case, is that Burke handled everything very nonchalantly, very shortly after the actual incidents themselves, also showing little to no emotional reflection of the loss of his sister, which if you've watched the other videos, which again, I suggest you do if you want some more context behind this, it was fairly established that Brooke had a decent amount of jealousy towards JonBenet due to the parental attention discrepancy. His mom paid a lot of attention to JonBenet because she was in the beauty pageants and was more or less a smaller version. JonBenet was more or less just a smaller version of Patsy, so there was some favoritism in there, which Burke, having anger issues and jealousy, it could have made a potentially explosive concoction there. Let's continue.
I probably do. Yeah, I don't really know.
Yeah.
If I did remember any, I don't think I'd tell you.
Why not? I'm a good person to tell secrets too.
Because they're secrets.
See, that's you. But things changed at your house a lot?
So when a child is young, they're less likely to want to overtly lie about things if they've been told that they shouldn't do those things. So even in areas where they do start to lie about something, or they want to lie about something, there will be a lot of uncertainty and insecurity in those statements. So where the psychologist asks, do you have any secrets? His immediate response is, I probably do, which everybody does have secrets, but wanting to admit that very overtly and cleanly could feel iffy if he's possibly complicit in this crime. So with that level of uncertainty with that response, and then he's saying, but I wouldn't tell you anyways because they're secrets, it's just letting us know that at very least he's consciously able to keep these secrets about things, although there will be some level of that insecurity seeping out around, even just verbally. Again, we're seeing a fair bit of movement with Burke. It's not showing any repetitive movements as far as agitation being soothed down, so self-soothing gestures. It just seems to be perhaps a child that has some nervous energy, sitting in an unfamiliar room, being fed various snacks and having some games and talking to somebody who's being very kind to them. It doesn't right now show very overt agitation in regards to anything specific. That does shift a little bit as time goes on. Again, sorry for the quality of this. It's it is what it is. Let's continue.
A lot. A lot, yes.
Yeah, let's change.
What? Yeah, well, police have it locked up and stuff.
Well, what about for you and your parents?
Forgot. Yeah. You have parents who sometimes pray with.
Yeah.
But I mean, basically just going on with God, and you know.
Wait, it happened.
I'm going to go ahead and pause here. So this is another aspect that people found fascinating. Again, we're not seeing any overt self-soothers from Burke during this time. Sorry if in this video I end up accidentally calling him Brooke. It has attempted to escape my mouth like 5 times so far, so if that slips in there, my bad. His name's Burke. Sorry. But Burke here, he's still not showing any nonverbal indicators of self-soothing or needs to calm agitation down, but the way that he's responding to these questions is fascinating, even just lending to the psychology behind it. The things that are different that he's mentioning is very external things. The police are doing some things. The stuff outside of stuff is going differently. It's all different in that way, but doesn't really seem to want to mention anything inside. Then when pushed a little harder, he mentions, yeah, my parents seem to be pretty sad, but I just kind of want to play my video games and do my own thing, which doesn't lend towards him having a level of grief about the loss of his sister. Now, the argument could be made that since it was so fresh, perhaps this is his way of coping with trauma, is that he just shuts down and he wants to submerge himself into video games, into other worlds that don't have anything to do with his home life right now, because it's a tragic situation that a child is being placed in the middle of or finds himself in the middle of. So there is that distinct possibility as well, as we're trying to weigh out what's his processing during all of this. Let's see if we can find out.
I know what happened, do you know?
Really, she got killed. How do you think that happened?
So, I think, well, I asked my dad, I'm going to see if they buried her body, and my dad said I found it down in the basement, and so I think that someone...
So that's that instance where the agent was referring to him asking his dad. I asked my dad where they found the body, which again is a fascinating thing. If an adult had said something along those lines, then there would be a lot of suspicion pointed at that adult for saying something like, where'd you find the body, before it was established that there was a full crime scene, there was a body, or even just wanting to specifically mention that. And so that's another instance where it seems as though there's the possibility that Burke might have some level of knowledge of the circumstances around JonBenet's death that even the interviewer here doesn't know. So Burke is going to now continue explaining what his whole questioning around the situation is and what he thought may have happened. Let's watch.
Took her very quietly and towed down the basement, and then maybe he took a knife out. No, sorry, that.
I think that's how she died.
Or maybe he were shooting head, maybe.
So what did your parents tell you about it?
All right, so that's the area then again where he is now play acting and acting out this whole scenario of what happened to his sister. From other cases, it wasn't as common for children to want to do something along those lines because it's a triggering thing to act out the murder of somebody in general, but especially when you're acting out the murder of a very close familial relative from that short time ago. So that again lends towards this at very minimum a psychological disconnect between Burke and his sister JonBenet, which, as we've already established, there was a substantial amount of jealousy in between the two, and there were some anger issues, and all in all, there was a fair amount of disharmony between the two siblings in this family group. And what other people have pointed out, which may be covered here in the video, is that Burke's response to people having an overt amount of conflict in the house was to maintain his state of staying in bed. He didn't want to get out. He didn't want to explore. He didn't want to ask questions, even though he does admit later on to being very curious, to wanting to find things out, to wanting to know things. And if he doesn't know something, his response is to go and try to find it out. in an area where there's that possibility of that being able to be done, he says that he stays in his room and just assumes that somebody's going to come and tell him. That sparked all sorts of debate online with people being like, oh, well, that's pretty normal for kids to want to just stay in their room if something seemingly scary is happening. They want to stay in the safety of their bed. And that does make sense. And so with that little aspect of things, with him staying in his bed during that time, I can't really hold too much weight to that as far as him possibly being guilty or not, because many people are correct. A lot of children at that age, if there's something stressful happening in their household, they won't likely get up and try to see what it is or address it or fix it or anything along those lines. Some will, but many won't. And so the fact that he stayed in his bed there, it just makes it to where it's kind of a null point. There's not too much to be able to go off of. But this reenacting of the incident of the murder of his sister is fascinating in that he also mentions the blunt object trauma to the head, which wasn't discovered until later in an autopsy, because initially, when finding JonBenet, the immediate cause of death, as I already mentioned, was strangulation. And then once the autopsy was carried out, they found evidence of the blunt force trauma. So there are some complexities that are in here. Let's continue.
Tell you about your sister dying. Or just that when I got there to the house for the kind of angle type thing. But my dad said, John isn't heaven now.
And then?
Just got burst into tears.
How are you dealing with it now?
I kind of forget about it because I'm just going, gee.
You're just playing your video games all the time.
Go.
So during the time where he's talking about the interaction with him and his father telling him that JonBenet is dead, he's doing a little playful head bob along with that, which shows a level of nonchalantness about the story itself. So we're seeing that non-verbally in there. It's fairly dismissive of the weight of the situation, and then it comes back around. He says that he burst into tears. I'm not certain on that. There's no external evidence on that. There's no other eyewitnesses on that. And there's not too much to be able to go off of with this little statement to say, oh, he didn't burst into tears. How dare he say that? There's nothing like that either. So we'll just take that he did burst into tears at that moment. But then right after that, he counteracts it and says, I don't know, I oftentimes or sometimes just completely forget about it because I'm so focused on playing my video games. Is he dissociating? Is this how he deals with a traumatic event? Or is it because he wasn't actually very perturbed about his sister's death and he wasn't curious about what happened with it because he knew these things to begin with? There's also evidence of a phone call that his voice might be at the end of, semi-implicating himself in the case, which has been disproven and proven by different experts, and so that's also muddy. And then there was also trace DNA found on JonBenet's undergarments, which people then are saying it's not attached to somebody within the family, but even that trace DNA was found to be inconclusive and even possibly so minute that it could have been like a factory worker's DNA who was at the factory that created the undergarments. So it was so minute and so complex that even that was not able to be submitted as evidence in the case. So we've got so many of these extra tidbits of details floating around that all that it does is end up muddying things a little bit more. So we'll try to focus on what we can concretely see here and know here as best as possible as we go through this.
But let's take the right man. You can draw your family for me while you help with that. My hands up. Let's do that. It's not a test of your drawing. It's just so I get to know your family and stuff like that. So the first person you would draw would be who?
Oh, I got one.
Okay. So who's next? Who would you draw next? Okay. So what's your mom do? She work up.
What is the mom?
So what do you like best about your mom? That's it?
Okay, so now we're hearing a little bit. The audio and video quality is it's so hard to deal with, but I guess it is what it is. So right now he's trying to draw out his family, and he draws his dad first. Now he's drawing his mom. He's being asked about his mom, and his response to the question of what do you like about your mom is she's nice and more, which I find that fascinating as well, but it does make sense contextually with the attention imbalance that existed within that family. Patsy did pay a lot more attention to JonBenet and doted a lot more upon her than she did upon Burke, so Burke would likely not feel as lovey-dovey towards his mother as perhaps JonBenet would have, because that's not the relationship that he was able to have with his mother. So his mother was nice and more, I guess, according to Burke. So that does make sense contextually, but now we're going to continue through as he's drawing this little picture here.
Was your mom the kind of mom that just watched Yep. Both you and your sister, just you, or just you? Anybody else in your family? Are you learning to talk?
About me.
What about you?
So what went through your...
All right, gonna go ahead and pause there to clarify as to the rest of that. He never drew JonBenet in the family, and he never mentioned JonBenet for the family dynamic. Do want to make note, he does say that Patsy did hug and kiss both him and his sister. He doesn't say whether it was balanced or anything along those lines. Evidence kind of points towards the contrary of that, but Patsy did love both of her children. That does make sense, and honestly, throughout all of this, I never had a moment of thinking that Patsy did anything to cause JonBenet's death. She never showed me any indicators of guilt. There were areas that she did blow a little bit of smoke, especially when it came to the matter of handwriting analysis and whether or not certain letters that did obviously match, didn't match, things along those lines. So there were areas of weaseliness that she did do. But even in those areas of weaseliness, I did not see her as being a guilty party as far as carrying out the crime itself. And I'll talk a little bit more about that as it goes on, but psychologists, including the one that was in the room at the time, found it very fascinating that Burke did not add JonBenet to his drawing. Now, there's the possibility that he didn't add her because now in his mind, she's gone. She's dead, so she's not going to be included in the picture. But even with that, what psychologists pointed out then is that it shows an immediate detachment from his relationship with his sister. JonBenet was gone, and then for Burke, that just meant that she was no longer, she had nothing to do with anything. That level of detachment struck many as suspicious. It still strikes many as suspicious today. Now we're in a different series of interactions here a little bit later. With a different person, obviously, and there's still some more to be able to establish, so let's watch through it.
So what went through your mind?
And then I thought, maybe JonBenet was saying, but that's not that likely. So, what are the chances of that happening?
Is there anything about that night, if you can remember hearing anything during the night?
I don't remember hearing anything, because I was sleeping. I always sleep guilty and I can never hear anything.
All right, so that's that point that was mentioned in the little backstory portion where he's saying that he always sleeps real deeply and I never hear anything. Statement analysis people have pointed out the need to add that real and never in there to try to hammer home that point. Along with that, in the prior videos, when I mentioned this portion of the case, the hearing of anything, what I pointed out was that Burke's room is very much on the top floor, and all of this was said to occur on the bottom floors, possibly even the basement, which there would be multiple floors of separation. So I was assuming that there would be so much space in between the two that any noise heard in the basement couldn't be heard on the top floor. That would be the case, except that there was a ventilation system that they tested this whole theory on whether or not he could or couldn't have heard what was happening downstairs, upstairs. And there was every possibility of hearing anything down in the basement due to this ventilation system. It more or less served as a telephone system to convey any sounds that were going on down there through the vents up to whatever room of the house, more or less. And there were even some reports of neighbors reporting hearing a scream from outside of the house. So this concept of Burke not hearing it is less likely. Perhaps he is an extremely hard sleeper and he just slept through all of it. That is definitely a possibility. I wasn't able to find any other evidence outside of that that really supported or denied that claim that he was a super heavy sleeper. but just the separation alone is no longer available as an excuse for not being able to hear due to that ventilation system. Wanted to make note of that as we're continuing through this because all information is good information. Let's continue watching.
Was you ever go downstairs in the basement? Like,
Yeah, I had a train, electric train there.
how about the last year you lived there? Did you play there much?
Sword.
No, when you go to bed at night.
That's a very, very, very long pause to think about whether or not you played in a place that he had immediately knew about or was able to recollect and talk about the electric train that he enjoyed down in the basement. And to me, that long of a pause strikes me as interesting. It's not a pause that's necessary to remember whether or not you played in an area of a house that you admitted to playing in before. I find that fascinating. There's not too much around that to be able to say anything. We're also seeing some more overt self-soothing gestures as he's starting to manipulate down around there. That could be a sign of that agitation being calmed down. But there's still more to go through here.
Bed at night. What was your normal routine? I mean, would you eat a snack before you went to bed?
I might get a snack.
So that I don't know. I wasn't able to see when he said the I don't know. I could only see shortly thereafter. But the I don't know that he responds, the force behind his words has dropped off substantially and the pitch itself has fallen a bit. That could indicate a level of insecurity with what's being said, a lack of certainty perhaps. And the words themselves, I don't know, also obviously indicate that. So he's saying that, and then he does a pretty overt self-soothing manipulator with his pants there. It's a preening gesture. It's being aware of how you're appearing or how you're being perceived. So he does that shortly after that question of, did you usually have a snack before bed? Now, for anybody else not involved in this case, that is a very innocent question. There's no reason to really get caught up in it. That's not the case with this specific situation because of the element of the pineapple, which was Burke's favorite snack, being found in JonBenét's stomach when she was dead. And so that snack suddenly goes from being really inconsequential to being very important, and he starts showing a little bit of agitation around that. I do find that fascinating. It makes sense for multiple contexts, so let's just watch through.
Not usually.
If you got a snack, what was you normally get? Or what would mom let you have?
Pudding or yogurt.
Pudding and yogurt. Some parents let kids have cookies and candy and cereal, fruit.
So this interviewer, I'm assuming he's another psychologist that's interacting with Burke here, is much more clever with the way that he's asking these questions. He's asking in such a way that is building rapport with Burke, but then he's asking and he's trying to gently guide Burke into these areas of possibly admitting some level of detail or knowledge of detail that might be more implicative. It's clever. It also raises into question the morality of these form of interrogation techniques being used on children and all of the complications that go into that, because it is a very complicated situation. And unfortunately, and I'm sure that this psychologist found himself wrestling with this morally throughout it, is that you might not want to do that sort of thing to a child. But if a child is possibly complicit in a crime, then you have to, for the sake of the person who has already passed. So it gets really complicated. But what the psychologist is doing currently is trying to get Burke to admit that he likes pineapple a lot, that would be his favorite thing. So he goes from, what did you eat at night? What kind of snack? Oh, it would be pudding or yogurt. Cool. A lot of parents say blah, blah, blah. What about fruit? Do you like any fruit? Specifically anywhere. It's not that overt, but you could see it happening here.
Things like that.
I said, yeah, she would suggest like fruit.
Mm-hmm. So what kind of fruits would you typically have it on?
Like pineapple maybe.
Yeah, do you like that?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that your favorite fruit?
Tongue.
What was JonBenét's favorite snack?
He's starting to feel uncomfortable around this pineapple element, which again, that has to be for a number of reasons. There's a couple possibilities. Either one, it's because he's complicit in the crime And perhaps JonBenet did, in fact, take his pineapple, and he knows that he reacted very overtly and aggressively and did damage to JonBenet. He's behaving as if he's reluctant to admit any relation to pineapple if it's in regards to this case. The other possibility is that he knows that everybody has talked about the pineapple. Kids are very well aware of what adults talk about, oftentimes more so than the adults are aware of them being aware of. So perhaps he also just knew that people were suspicious of this pineapple facet of things, so he didn't want to talk about it too much. But he quickly says that he likes pineapple, and then if it's his favorite, he closes in a little bit and covers his mouth, which is a fairly telling mouth-blocking gesture, and does some postural rechanging again, and has that drop-off of force and pitch behind his voice again when centered around this pineapple. That's two different moments when it's talking about this pineapple that if an adult had been behaving this way, it would be a very overt red flag. Again, because of its complexity and that it's a child's development that we're working with here, I'm less likely to want to immediately be like, this is a huge red flag. So we're seeing these red flags start to pop up. They're tentative, and they are in fairly telling areas of these interviews, but there's a little bit more to be able to go through.
His favorite snack.
I don't think she has.
What about pineapple? Did she like that?
Yeah, she like that.
What did you do next?
Laid in bed, eyes closed, tried to get to sleep. How wondering.
Obviously, that cuts there, and now we're in a different day. Burke's wearing a different outfit, so probably a different day. I'm gonna assume that they weren't just like, all right, go ahead and head out the door, change your clothes, and come back in, and we're gonna do this again, because that would be weird. Burke's in a different outfit, we're on a different day, so there's gonna be some emotional reset from that to begin with. But then from the time before, the psychologist did at least have Burke admit that JonBenet did really like pineapple, and Burke did fairly willingly just release that information, which then, for context, allows us to think back onto the time where he was having difficulty admitting it before. It just adds muddiness to it a little bit, so we'll continue watching.
How wondering. Something bad happened. No, something bad happened. But what? Let's try and think of what. When.
So you're curious.
Yeah.
And you're curious about something. What do you not do?
Trying to find out what the answer is.
Did you do that after Mom came into the room?
No, I figured somebody would probably come in and tell me. Or I would find out later in the day.
Can you tell me what this is?
I'm going to go ahead and pause here. So we're seeing a lot of manipulators around Burke's mouth. He's doing a lot of manipulating on the inside of his mouth with his tongue. He's also, you could see his smile coming in, which in his later interview, he had a continuous smile throughout the entirety of his interview, which could be related to likely nerves. To have that consistent of a smile throughout an interview, it can't be related as closely to something like duping delight or anything along those lines due to its longevity is more or less it. So we see that coming out here, letting us know that perhaps he started learning this smile response to nervousness at an earlier age, and other people did point out that in that JonBenet was in these shows and Patsy was in these shows where smiling is a large portion of it, and the mindset, the mantra of smile through the pain or through the discomfort is very much present in that arena of things. Perhaps that bled over some to Burke as well. We're also seeing very overt self-soothing gestures in a number of other areas here on his legs. He's fidgeting. He's less comfortable overall with this scenario and this specific psychologist than he was with the initial psychologists right shortly after the actual incident itself. We're working with partial information as best as we can here, so we'll continue through.
Look this to truth.
That dining room table.
Can you describe that to me?
So I'm going to go ahead and pause there. The picture that came over the screen there, that's the one that he's being shown there. It's in black and white in there, but it's still that picture of the pineapple with milk and a cup of tea, which was his favorite snack. And so Burke sees the picture, and you could see that the very overt thing in the middle of the picture is the focus of it, but he says it's the dining room table. And so perhaps there's a level of an attempt to divert attention from the actual source of the picture itself, the focus of it. But we're about to see this play out a little bit more.
Same goal. Something.
So that's a moment that a lot of people are cued in on. It's a bowl of, and he stares for a very long time. You could see a manipulator coming in under his sleeve as he's grasping there. That's a sign of agitation and perhaps nervousness. And then he says, "Oh," in realization as to what it is. And then he backpedals and says, "something." So that, to many people, even statement analyses, it strikes people as fascinating. Why does he very obviously recognize what the object of the picture is and then try to backpedal out of it, if not for the fact that there's something that is hinging around that dish, perhaps? Again, if we're looking at it in the lens of JonBenet was found with pineapple in her stomach, it was Burke's favorite snack. This was found on the table from the night before where Burke was having his favorite snack. Perhaps there was a taking situation and a loss of control due to anger, and Burke lashed out towards JonBenet. There's that distinct possibility, and this all seems to line up with it fairly well. Let's continue watching, and we'll talk a little bit about everything across all of the different videos that I've done here at the end of this one. So let's watch.
Hi. Looks like glass with the cheese in it.
Does that look like cereal inside there?
Yeah.
Or does it look like
A little big white piece right there. Maybe like rope or throwing a spoon.
How did you really find out?
So gonna go ahead and pause there. The overt amount of agitation that comes into Burke's nonverbal communication when looking at that photo and talking about what it could be. Even the psychologist tries to get him to admit what it could or couldn't be. Burke's trying to play that he doesn't know what's in this bowl or that it's unidentifiable. One, it's very clear in the photo what it is, but then along with that, he would know that snack. It was one of his favorite snacks, the pineapple, milk, and tea. And so people are then very suspicious as to why he's trying to play off that he has no idea. What strikes me as fascinating is he handles the identification of this dish the same way that John and Patsy handled the very obvious matching handwriting samples from the ransom note to other areas that Patsy had written down things. And so both of those scenarios have this area of like, it's very obvious to anybody watching and looking and seeing the evidence that they're looking at, but they are trying very hard to make it seem as if it's a mystery or unrelated at all. I do find that fascinating, and oftentimes children will reflect the nonverbal communication and some of the verbal and psychological patterns of their parents. That's both born into them, but that's also then observed and learned. So possibly we're seeing some similar patterns there as well. Let's continue through the last little bit of this.
That JonBenet was dead.
When I was at the Bernie's house, I saw things that had your dad when we said,
What did you do?
started funny.
What do you remember about that? About JonBenet wedding dead or wedding?
Okay, so again, this is two different areas now that Burke has said that in this moment everybody was looking sad, and then he was told that JonBenet was dead or in heaven, and he started crying. He said that at the beginning, in the early interviews, and he said this what would be a few years later in this interview as well. So to me, having that sort of consistency across time in a child, to me, pushes me to believe that perhaps he did at that moment cry. Now, whether or not that was because of his actual feelings of loss, perhaps it could also be an emotional response to the trauma of the entire situation. Again, if Burke did this out of anger, lost control and reacted poorly and accidentally harmed his sister, even though he was not a big fan of JonBenet, perhaps he was jealous of JonBenet, whatever reasons for it, that instance of losing control and doing something like that would still be a traumatic event to even experience as the child doing it. So the crying response to that could still be a genuine response regardless of his complicity in the actual scenario itself. So we're still left with a little bit of muddiness here. There's only a last little blip of this, and then we'll talk.
Probably wedding bed or wedding pants.
And wear bed.
What would happen when John May would wear a bed? What would order Mom or Dad do?
Mom would change the sheets, all that stuff in there. Had to go work.
Okay, and that was another that lets us know a little bit of the family dynamic that was going on there. The dad was fairly removed. His job was to provide. He would go to work, and he was not really involved in the raising of the children, and that wasn't unheard of, especially for that time. With John Bonet wetting the bed, this gives us a little bit of a glimpse from Burke's perspective as to how the parents handle intense interactions between the parents and kids. A child wetting the bed, a poorly handled response to it could be anger from a parent, could be a level of lashing out from the parent, and that would give us a little bit of insight as to what that parent-to-child dynamic was. But according to Burke, it seemed as though Patsy would just kind of clean it up and be there, and it would be fine, because really it's not a big deal. It's just a wet bed. But seeing that from Burke lets us know that, at very least, Patsy wasn't the type to lash out regularly towards John Bonet. And in my mind, that again even pushes further towards clearing Patsy in all of this. I don't believe that Patsy did anything. Now, at my other videos, what I had ended up landing on, due to some of the details in the ransom note, the length of the ransom note, some of the materials used for that note, some of the timeline features, even down to the snow outside. Some people were like, oh, well, you could see, we all saw the crime scene evidence photos that the snow was all melted away and people could have easily gotten in. That wasn't the case before. The week before, again, I looked at the weather during that time. It was snowy and cold, so the snow would have melted in time for the police to take those pictures. That wouldn't have been what the snow was like on the actual event itself. So we're seeing some difficulties around that as well. All of this still pushing towards somebody within the family, within the household, doing this crime. And so some people say, oh, well, there was somebody who was seen out lurking around and had blonde hair and had possibly been able to break in at a time when they weren't there and then waited. And there is that distinct possibility. But then what many people are questioning then is, how did this random lurker outside know these specific details about the father's bonus? The amount asked in the note was the exact amount that John's bonus was. So how would somebody have known that unless they had insider knowledge on that? Could have been a very, very lucky guess. $118,000 could have, I guess, been a very lucky guess. Very unlikely to just randomly guess that. People are more likely to request rounded off numbers. I want $150,000. I want $100,000. Something along those lines. Not, I want $118,000 that just so happens to match with the bonus that you have. There's the possibility that they knew that and then they use that as a red herring because they shouldn't have known that. There's all sorts of possibilities around that. What seems to me is that it has to be somebody within the family. I had landed on John, but after going through and digging a little bit more on Burke and seeing some of these behavioral issues and the different ways that they manifested, seeing some of his behaviors in response to the stimulus of the scenario itself, it seems less insane, for lack of a better word. It seems less insane for Burke to have gotten angry and lashed out at John Bonet, even accidentally causing severe damage to her, possibly killing her, and then the family, the parents, which we've seen, they will come in and speak on behalf of their child, even lightly twisting some of the facts to clear their child. They came in, saw the situation, thought to themselves, I can't lose another child. We just lost our child. I can't lose the other one too. So they covered it up and tried to make it look as if perhaps it was this weird attempted kidnapping. Another facet that pushes against the kidnapping is that it's very, very rare for a person to have a kidnapping and then leave the kidnapped victim in the house and then leave the ransom note for that kidnapping in the same house with the unkidnapped victim. That alone isn't the way that kidnappings would. They kidnap, they take, and then they go, they leave the ransom note behind, and if they're going to kill, they kill elsewhere. They don't kill in the same place as the initial kidnapping occurred. And if they did kill in the same place as the kidnapping occurred, why would they then leave a ransom note? There wouldn't be a need for that. Did they sit down and write a 3-page note and then go and kill JonBenet and then bounce and just get out of there, leaving almost no evidence? There was no evidence of a break-in, and there was no evidence around the yard of somebody being able to break in. So did they just do a phenomenal job at getting in and out without being noticed? There's a slew of questions around that. What seems to fit the theories most is that Burke lost control, hurt or possibly killed JonBenet. Parents covered it up. And because of that cover up, we're seeing Patsy have an awful time. Her favorite child is gone, and possibly at the hands of her other child that she then had to cover for everything. And so the interviews that we've seen where she is drugged out of her mind trying to make it through this would make sense. And along with that, throughout the other interviews, I didn't see any areas of her showing indicators of guilt around the actual scenario, where there were a whole slew of indicators of guilt around the leaving of the note and the handwriting analysis that they underwent around that. All of that lines up to two parents trying desperately to fix a situation that would be horrifically tragic in general.
Here's a little bit of a backstory and some of the difficulties around the case. On the morning after Christmas in 1996, Patsy Ramsey called 911 in Boulder, Colorado, frantic about a ransom note saying her 6-year-old daughter, JonBenet, had been kidnapped. Police arrived to a confusing scene. A 2.5-page handwritten ransom note had been left on the stairs demanding an oddly specific sum of $118,000. Yet, tragically, JonBenet was soon found dead in the family's basement, her body bound with rope and duct tape over her mouth. An autopsy later revealed she had been strangled and struck on the head, suffering a skull fracture, and showed signs of possible sexual assault. In the house that night, there were only JonBenet's parents, John and Patsy Ramsey, and her 9-year-old brother, Burke. In the nearly 29 years since, this high-profile murder case remains unsolved, tangled in conflicting evidence and competing narratives that have baffled both the public and seasoned investigators. Here's a summary of the primary theories. Number 1 is the intruder theory. One major line of speculation argues that an unknown intruder broke into the Ramsey home and killed JonBenet. Supporters of this theory point to puzzling evidence that doesn't seem to come from the family. For instance, unidentified DNA and hair. Forensic tests found male DNA under JonBenet's fingernails and in her underwear that matched no one in the Ramsey family. An unfamiliar Caucasian hair was also discovered on her body's blanket. Years later, in 2008, new touch DNA testing on JonBenet's clothing again found a male genetic profile, leading the district attorney to conclude that it belonged to an unrelated stranger and to formally clear the Ramseys of suspicion despite the nuanced reliability of touch DNA results. More evidence for the possibility of an intruder is signs of forced entry. Investigators eventually noted a basement window left open with a broken pane and disturbed debris surrounding it, suggesting that someone could have climbed in. A high-tech brand boot print was also found near JonBenet's body, and neither the Ramseys nor their friends owned that type of shoe. These clues hint at a possible intruder's presence at the basement that night. Yet more evidence towards that is the method and weaponry used. JonBenet had been found with an improvised garrote fashioned from a broken paintbrush and a cord. The knots were sophisticated slip knots, bondage techniques that the Ramseys had no known expertise in. Moreover, part of the paintbrush used in the killing was missing from the home itself, and the duct tape on her mouth was not able to be traced back to the Ramseys' supplies. Some investigators also believe 2 small marks on JonBenét's body indicate a stun gun was used to subdue her, a device that the Ramseys didn't own. Together, these details paint a heinous assault by a stealthy outsider, a predator who snuck in, restrained and sexually assaulted a child, and murdered her before slipping away unseen. Proponents of the intruder theory often cite veteran homicide detective Lou Smit, who came out of retirement to assist in the case. Smit famously concluded that there are only 2 possible solutions to this crime. Either someone in the Ramsey household did it, or an intruder did it. And he firmly believed that the evidence pointed to an intruder rather than within the household itself. Indeed, the forensic evidence from the scene, the DNA, prints, or hairs, did not seem to tie back to the family whatsoever. Instead, it hints at an unknown assailant. In line with this angle, in 2006, a school teacher in Thailand falsely confessed to the killing, claiming an intruder role. Although his story turned out to be bogus, it also underscored how plausible an outside killer narrative seemed to many who were viewing. To this day, the intruder theory remains a compelling narrative, one of a mystery attacker who left behind tantalizing clues but ultimately vanished, keeping JonBenét's real killer a step beyond the reach of justice. Another of the primary theories is that the family was involved. Equally prominent and fiercely debated is the theory that someone within the house was responsible for JonBenét's death, with a subsequent cover-up staged to mislead investigators. Early on, authorities could not ignore that in most child homicides, the family is likely involved, and the Ramseys' behavior and evidence in this case raised some difficult questions. Over the years, several variations of a family involvement scenario have been proposed. One of those is a staged kidnapping scene. Investigators found it odd that the ransom note was written using Patsy's own notepad and pen from inside the house. The note was unusually long, almost 3 pages, handwritten, and referenced movie lines and dollar amounts closely matching John Ramsey's recent work bonus. Police and FBI experts felt that this lengthy ransom note was highly atypical for a real kidnapping and looked more like a deliberate fabrication. Former police chief Mark Beckner later revealed that authorities believe that the note was written after JonBenet was killed as a part of a murder staged to look like a botched kidnapping. Handwriting analysis conclusively ruled out John Ramsey as the author, but the results were seen as inconclusive for Patsy. This fueled suspicions that Patsy herself may have penned the note to cover up a tragedy within the home. There did seem to be some physical evidence pointing to the Ramseys. Despite signs of an intruder, there were also troubling clues implicating the family. For example, laboratory tests found fibers on the sticky side of the duct tape used on JonBenet's mouth that were consistent with the red jacket that Patsy Ramsey had worn that Christmas night. Investigators also discovered that the garrote's handle was actually a piece of one of Patsy's paintbrushes taken from her art supplies in the house. And although John Ramsey said he broke a basement window himself on a prior occasion, police initially saw no clear evidence of forced entry at the home. Earlier reports about no footprints in the snow added to those doubts, although it was later shown that the yard had patches of clear walkway, so footprints seemed a little bit more negligible. All of these details suggested the crime scene might have been orchestrated from within. There were some behavioral red flags along with this. Critics of the Ramseys' innocence point to their actions in the immediate aftermath. The morning of the 26th, before JonBenet's body was found, the Ramseys invited friends and a minister to their house, resulting in multiple people roaming throughout the potential crime scene areas. John Ramsey also carried and moved his daughter's body upon discovering her, which could have been seen as a natural paternal impulse. However, it also disturbed the scene before police could fully examine it. Burke Ramsey, who was a child at the time, was also said to be asleep during the chaos. However, an enhanced audit of the 911 call audio reportedly caught Burke's faint voice in the background asking, "What did you find?"
911 emergency. Police. What's going on? 5515th Street. What's going on there, ma'am? We have a kidnapping. Hi, please. Explain to me what's going on, okay? There's a note left and our daughter's gone. A note was left and your daughter is gone? How old is your daughter? 6 years old. She's gone. 6 years old. How long ago was it? I don't know. I just found the note. And my daughter's... Does it say who took her? What? Does it say who took her? I don't know. There's a ransom note here. It's a ransom note? It says FBTC. Victory. Please. Okay, what's your name? Are you Kathy Ramsey? I'm the mother. Oh my God. Please. I'm sending an officer over, okay? Please. Do you know how long she's been gone? No, I don't. Please, we just got out and she right here. Oh my God, please. Okay, well, there's somebody. I am, honey. Please. Take a deep breath, please. Okay? Hurry. Kathy.
This contradicted the parents' account that he never woke up, raising questions about what exactly the family did know. The Ramseys' cooperation with authorities was mixed. They provided hair, blood, and handwriting samples and spoke to the police in the first days of the investigation, but then hired attorneys and declined formal interviews for months as suspicion around them grew. To some investigators, especially lead detective Steve Thomas, the circumstances hinted at a grim possibility that JonBenét's death was an inside job, perhaps a tragic accident or a rage incident that was then covered up overnight with a fake ransom note and staged crime scene. Thomas theorized that Patsy, finding JonBenet had wet her bed, might have lost her temper and accidentally dealt a fatal head blow, and then, in panic, staged a kidnapping scene, a theory the Ramseys obviously vehemently deny. At this point, no family member has been charged, and in 2008, the Ramseys, including Burke, were formally exonerated by the Boulder District Attorney based on DNA evidence pointing to an outside suspect. However, even before that exoneration, a grand jury in 1999 saw enough evidence to indict John and Patsy Ramsey not for murder, but for child abuse resulting in death and as accessories, essentially alleging they facilitated or covered up a crime against JonBenet. Intriguingly, that indictment did not name any outside intruder, implying that the grand jurors believed that someone in the family had committed the fatal act and that the parents had concealed it. The district attorney at the time disagreed that the case was strong enough to prove in court and declined to sign the indictment, leaving the charges sealed and the public told that no indictments were issued. This behind closed doors drama revealed years later perfectly encapsulates the split narratives. Even the grand jury was divided between an unprovable hunch of a family guilt and the DA's stance of reasonable doubt. The family involvement theories thus persist in the public mind, backed by select pieces of evidence and suspicious circumstances that for many remain hard to reconcile with the idea of an unknown intruder. To add to the confusion of this case, there was evidence handling issues and confounding clues. One reason this case remains so confusing is the flawed handling of the crime scene and evidence from the very start. The Boulder police, unaccustomed to such a complex homicide, made missteps that now haunt the investigation to its core. Initial officers did not secure the Ramsey home properly, allowing friends and acquaintances to wander through the house that morning, likely in an attempt to comfort the Ramseys, but inadvertently contaminating potential evidence. Key forensic precautions were missed. For instance, John Ramsey was permitted to search the house, and he carried his daughter's body upstairs upon finding her, pulling off the tape and loosening the cords in desperate attempts to revive her. Crucial hours passed before the house was fully cordoned as a crime scene. Former Chief Beckner later candidly admitted that officers should have separated and interviewed John and Patsy immediately on day one, but they did not. By the time the thorough searches and interviews happened, memories had already started to fade, and the scene was largely compromised. These early errors meant that almost every piece of evidence has a question mark next to it. For example, one detective's report initially said that there were no footprints in the fresh snow outside, bolstering the theory that no intruder could have fled the house or entered it, but photographs later showed that the areas around the doors were actually pretty clear
of snow, meaning that an intruder could have easily come in and gone without leaving any tracks. Many wonder if an unknown assailant slipped in through the broken window, or if the window was broken long before and the intruder theory was just staged. Likewise, fibers and hairs can transfer innocently or even be planted. DNA can originate from a killer, or it can originate from a casual contact. The contradictory nature of the evidence has allowed both the intruder camp and the family did it camp to kind of cherry pick facts supporting their versions. Almost every clue has a counterpoint. The garrote was elaborate, intruder-like, but was made of items from within the house. The ransom note screamed staging by an insider, yet it's so bizarre that it's hard to imagine a parent crafting it under pressure. Investigators have been pulled in two different directions, and some experts conclude that the crime scene chaos and investigative slip-ups might have permanently obscured the truth. As one analysis lamented, the case may have been botched so thoroughly that it might never be solved. This recognition has pushed authorities in later years to double down on forensic advancements, hoping science might succeed where early detective work failed. There are also some controversies around the DNA. DNA was supposed to be the key that unlocked this mystery, and it still might be, but so far it has only added confusion to the controversy. In the late 1990s, forensic labs found trace amounts of unidentified male DNA in JonBenét's underwear and under her nails. Because it didn't match anybody in the Ramsey family or their family friends, this was seen as a strong sign of an outside perpetrator. However, the samples were very small and so degraded, yielding only partial profiles. For years, the DNA angle lay mostly dormant. It wasn't enough to definitively point to any one person, but it also didn't implicate the family. Then, in 2008, District Attorney Mary Lacey took a dramatic step. She announced that more advanced DNA tests had identified the same unknown male's touch DNA on JonBenét's long johns or pants, and that no innocent explanation could account for its presence. Lacey publicly exonerated John, Patsy, and Burke Ramsey, apologizing to them in a bold letter and declaring the mystery DNA likely belonged to the killer. This exoneration was highly controversial. Seasoned prosecutors and detectives criticized Lacey for clearing the family based on DNA alone, especially without identifying the actual source of that DNA. In the years since, independent experts have scrutinized those results. It turns out the touch DNA might have originated from something as mundane as manufacturing or packaging, for example, from factory workers handling the clothing rather than from the murderer. In other words, the genetic material could be a red herring unrelated to the crime completely. A joint investigation by a local newspaper and 9 News in 2016 reported that the mixture of DNA on JonBenét's clothing potentially came from multiple people, not just a single unknown man, calling into question how definitive Lacey's conclusion really could have been. The Boulder police themselves were reportedly furious at the 2008 exoneration, feeling it was premature and not backed by a solid case. The DNA in this case has been a double-edged sword. It suggests an answer, but it hasn't definitively solved anything. Even today, it's a point of debate. The Ramsey family and many supporters still trust that modern DNA technology, for instance, like genealogical DNA databases that have cracked other cold cases, will eventually identify JonBenét's killer by that lingering genetic trace. Skeptics counter that unless the DNA truly came from the culprit, chasing it could mislead investigators. No match to the mystery DNA has ever been found in any criminal databases, and so far, it has not directly led to any arrests. The one thing that everyone agrees on is that we must preserve whatever genetic evidence that does exist. Authorities have indeed safeguarded these samples for over decades, and they continue to test and retest as DNA sequencing methods improve. In effect, DNA is a silent witness in this case, one that could either be a smoking gun of an intruder's identity or just another enigma in a case full of false leads. And that brings us to where the case is today in 2025. After nearly 3 decades, the JonBenet Ramsey case remains an open investigation, a puzzle neither forgotten nor solved. Officially, no one has ever been charged with the crime, and the Boulder Police Department maintains that they continue to follow up on new leads. In 2022 to 2023, hoping for a breakthrough, the department convened a special cold case review panel of seasoned detectives, forensic scientists, scientists, and FBI experts to re-examine the entire case file with fresh eyes. This team spent over a year sifting through over 1,000 pieces of evidence and 21,000 tips, digitizing mountains of documents and recommending next steps. Although their specific findings remain confidential, officials have committed to pursuing the new recommendations, including the latest DNA testing methods as they emerge. The hope is that tools like genetic genealogy, which have solved notorious cold cases in the past by identifying killers through familial DNA, might finally be applied here to crack the code of the unknown DNA profile. Public interest in the case is undimmed. JonBenét's father, now in his 80s, continues to speak out, pushing for more aggressive use of technology to find his daughter's killer, and occasionally criticizing the early investigation's missteps. Documentaries, books, and investigative reports regularly revisit the evidence, each with their own angle, keeping the debate alive on whether the truth points to perhaps a cover-up or an intruder. Yet, for all the media spotlights, no definitive answer has emerged. As of 2025, the consensus, as frustrating as it is, remains that the case is stuck in a stalemate of evidence. There is powerful information supporting both major theories, but also significant holes and reasonable doubt in each. The murder of JonBenet Ramsey thus endures as an American true crime enigma, a case with fame and infamy in equal measure, but no clear resolution. In summary, the evidence surrounding JonBenét's death is so conflicting that it has prevented a clear conclusion for literal decades. Was it a calculated inside job or the work of a cunning outside intruder? Investigators, past and present, still grapple with that very question, hindered by evidence that points in divergent directions. All major angles, the intruder theory, the family involvement theories, the DNA twists, and the investigative fumbles have merit and complications in equal measure. And so, the case stands at an agonizing impasse. JonBenét's killer has never been identified, and the file remains open in Boulder. The latest efforts give a glimmer of hope that science or a fresh tip could one day tip the balance and reveal the truth. Until then, we are just left with questions to which we cannot yet find the answers. All we can do is to continue to hope and put time, energy, and resources towards finding a resolution and closure. In today's video, I'm going to be analyzing an interview that Denver, Colorado's 9 News orchestrated with John and Patsy. We will attempt to attune to variations from their nonverbal baselines, revealing microexpressions, inconsistent verbal patterns, narrative conflicts, and more to understand the psychology behind their statements and hopefully gain a firmer grasp on what has actually occurred. As a final reminder, this analysis is intended for only education and entertainment purposes. Everything I say here is simply my opinion based on my experience and education and should not be used in any way as legal or professional evidence. With the history and disclaimers out of the way, let's go ahead and begin the analysis.
Mr. and Mrs. Ramsey, let's revisit what Governor Dillon said on national television this morning. He said that you were hiding behind your public relations people, your attorneys, and now you were hiding.
So this initial question that's in here does not have too much that goes with the case itself, but it has some emotional responses that help us get an understanding to how John and Patsy behaved throughout this interview. So as the interviewer is saying, you're hiding behind, you're being accused of hiding behind these attorneys and these various things, you see a little bit of tension start to come into the corner of John's nose, which is fascinating, and it's very subtle, and that would be an indicator of possible disgust in there. When you see that activity coming in there, it can indicate disgust, which does make sense contextually. But again, it's very light, and there's not too much that's gone around that, but we're already seeing they do have the ability to emote in this specific interview. They are willing to do so. It's not like they're trying to mask that too overtly, so let's continue to see how that plays out.
You were hiding behind easy journalism. He specifically said, why hadn't you talked with Peter Jennings and Tom Brokaw? Your response, Mrs. Ramsey.
Okay, that was a lot that went across John's face, which is fascinating. In prior interviews and even the videos that you've seen here on the channel, John has maintained a much more neutral nonverbal resting state. He doesn't emote too much. However, during this little initial bit here, he does emote quite a fair bit. You see him have a little bit of a snort of derision. You see his eyes narrow a little bit. That narrowing of the eyes can be related to scorn. And he also has a smile that doesn't reach his eyes. It's not a genuine
genuine happy laughter smile. It's related to scorn. He probably finds that accusation rather ridiculous. And then as the question wraps up, you see him do a pretty substantial mouth shrug in there. That mouth shrug can be an indicator of insecurity or insincerity. It can also be related to I don't know, which falls in line with insecurity and insincerity. And then he does a pretty substantial lip compression after that, which would it be an indicator of wanting to bite back some sort of negative sentiment or emotion or words, something along those lines. So you see this whole stream of nonverbal communication from John at the very beginning here, and now we're going to hear Patsy's response.
As a woman, I am appalled that he said that. I consider Barbara Walters and Katie Couric to be one of the two most professional, experienced journalists in our country today.
Yeah, that's a remarkable comment. We specifically decided to go with Barbara Walters and Katie Couric because they are tops in their field and they're tough. And we didn't want to be criticized for not being challenged. They were open-ended interviews, no time limit, no restrictions. They demanded and got from us the right to ask us any question on camera that they chose to ask. That's a
hiding behind.
There's some indignation obviously coming from the Ramseys on this side of things. The point that they're trying to bring up is that Walters and Couric are good and tough interviewers, which that is a mixed bag in public opinion. Some people find them to be much more soft and gentle, as even the accusations that are posed to the Ramseys here suggest. But then other people do support the Ramseys' opinion that they are very tough interviewers. And in my opinion, I have seen tougher, but I have also seen much more gentle interviewers. So to me, they're a little bit more of the middle ground. And I feel like that would have been more of an accurate statement for them to make there. But them trying to paint it out as, no, we found the most difficult, hardest seasoned interviewers to go ahead and do this interview with us, feels like they were kind of building up this interview in a way that it really wasn't in reality. However, throughout that non-verbally speaking, John has a consistent head shake, Patsy has a consistent head shake, but it could be heavily related to the you wouldn't believe or I find it unbelievable. So for those of you that don't know, in the American culture here, in any culture that has the up and down shake mean yes and the left and right shake mean no, desynchronization points from that can pop up if somebody is saying something that they don't believe. Say, for instance, they're saying a positive, but they're doing little tiny micro shakes. No, could be a desynchronization point and vice versa as well. But it's rather overt. Both of their head shakes are rather overt, so it does fit very closely to the they wouldn't believe or you wouldn't believe in that line of thinking. Along with that, John is very intentional with his words in this. He seems to measure what he's saying before speaking. There are a few times throughout the interview that he does react emotionally, but for the most part, he tries to keep a fairly level head, which that does also kind of make sense with his background of being a CEO and his very analytical mind. So we're seeing these things already start to form as their patterns. Let's continue on through to see what else happens.
Behind anyone.
And let me say one more time, we said this the last time the governor accused us of hiding behind our attorneys and PR firm. We have no PR firm. There were no attorneys present at the Barbara Walters interview or the Katie Couric interview. There are no attorneys present here today.
And no restrictions.
And no restrictions.
What do you miss most?
Okay, so throughout that, again, we're seeing John become a little bit more animated. You can see him rocking some more. He's licking his lips a fair bit more. He's more engaged with this line of thought because already it's kind of pushing against them, so they're reacting a bit emotionally to it. So even though he's trying to maintain this more collected or calm persona, you could still see some of the emotion start to slip through in various other avenues non-verbally. But he does make fairly solid points, ones that I was not able to find any evidence of the contradictory. He does not seem to have any present attorneys there or at the other two interviews that he had. He doesn't appear to be lying here, nor do his words show any form of deceit or false narrative.
Miss most about your daughter, Mrs. Ramsey? I miss her butterfly kisses. She used to come up and give me a little brush with her eyelashes on my cheek, and her little hugs and her spontaneity.
she was a spark plug in our life. She kept the place rocking. It's a huge vacuum in our family, all of our family.
What I find fascinating by contrast with this is how Patsy and John speak about their daughter, as opposed to even how the McCanns spoke about their daughter. Patsy immediately has emotional memories of JonBenet, the butterfly kisses, and these soft, tender interactions. And John is speaking about how much energy she brought to the household and how much of a vacuum it left. Both of those are more emotional ties to the child, which is it's a fascinating contrast, even just for me, as I've been going through multiple cases throughout the past weeks, to see how these parents react to their child either being passed or being missing and assumed that they've passed. It is an interesting contrast to be able to draw. Non-verbally speaking, again, throughout that, there's nothing that's pushing me away from the words that they're saying here. And to be frank, even if guilty, there is still the distinct possibility that those words could be genuine, that they did feel those things. It's not that a person is all bad and all good. Oftentimes there is gray, and so they could be using genuine emotion to possibly be doing not so genuine or dirty work, but there's not really enough to be able to say that here. It's just something that we want to be able to make note of, how they think of, how they process around their child. It is more tangible, and it is more of a genuine connection than what we've seen in other cases.
And there will be people who watch this and say, as you say that, we want to find the killer. They'll say, well, you are the killer.
You know,
Look, we're never going to convince cynics of the truth, so we don't try to. What we're trying to do is solicit help from the public to find this creature and to beg the Colorado officials to be at least objective and open enough to listen when that tip comes through. Then we'll find this person.
So presented with the possibility of, but some people might say that you're the killers, and that would really shorten the search for the killer. And Patsy's immediate response is to sit back and to have an increased pitch and to have a no shake in there along with a no, and then she falls apart a little bit and looks over to John for a little bit of support here. And he steps in. So that increase of pitch and the sitting back while saying no, that to me indicates perhaps a level of insecurity around that. I don't know if that would indicate insincerity in that specific instance. The vocal cords tightening with the pitch and the leaning back really does push me to feel that there's a desire to separate and some agitation during that. And then John comes in here and he's stating the things that he does. And while he's doing that, non-verbally, you could see him micro-nodding along with this. Had he been micro-no-shaking in that, then that would have been a little bit more concerning, a possibility of a desynchronization point. These micro-nods are in affirmation with what he's saying, and it's synchronized. He's not nodding and then saying things and it's all out of sync. As he's emphasizing things, you see him move his head. So that synchronization there is much more difficult to keep up if you are presenting a false narrative, if you are lying. Various nonverbal tells will slip through the cracks because it's hard to manage everything that your body does if you're trying to present a lie. That's something that you don't actually believe yourself. That's not the case here from what I can see, but let's continue on through it.
And Mrs. Ramsey, you are the one who last saw her. Yes, in your family. The pineapple. What about the pineapple? The autopsy revealed pineapple. Neither of you recall pineapple.
Well, I've not specifically read the autopsy report, but it is my understanding that they are not definitive about whether the substance in her digestive system was pineapple or not. All I'm saying is that I did not feed her pineapple when we returned home from the White's house. She was sound asleep. She was put in her bed and tucked in good night.
Yeah, we don't know if that's significant or not.
I do believe that it has been confirmed that it was pineapple, and that leads to some complications in the case. Because again, Burke's favorite snack, and if you've watched this channel, you've possibly seen the videos that I've done on Burke, both his adult interview and his child interview. And the pineapple factor is complicated, and one of the things that pushes me towards being suspect of Burke's involvement. And there are some other character things that go into that as well. However, as Patsy's saying this, it's fascinating her verbiage that she's choosing. She's specifically saying that she did not feed JonBenet these things, which technically might not be a lie. She might not have fed JonBenet those things, especially if Burke was having those things and JonBenet took some, causing Burke to feel angry, lash out, something along those lines, leading to everything else. That is one of the theories that has been presented and is difficult to discredit, especially with some of the evidence. Again, as with all of the rest of the theories, there's holes in it. So it is a possibility in that, but I do find it fascinating that Patsy's response here doesn't discredit that. And then along with that, after she does this whole thing, you see a shrug at the end there, which is an emphasis of I don't know, which that insecurity or insincerity at the end there as a marker is fascinating to me. She doesn't have a lot of confidence in that. Along with that, her words start to break up a little bit more as she's speaking. In other areas, she's flowed fairly smoothly. And then as she's starting to get through this, never fed anything, or things like, you start to hear those breaks and pauses in her words as she's starting to flounder a little bit. So this could be just because the question itself is implicative, it's stressful, it's anxiety inducing. So as she's trying to respond to it, her body's still going into some fight or flight, causing some issues here. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it's guilt or not guilt. It's just showing that she has a reaction to it. And again, as I said, her words don't contradict other theories. It is a fascinating way that she's presented it, and now we're going to hear how John also adds to this.
Or not. All we know is what we've told the police, and that is that neither Patsy or I gave JonBenet pineapple when we got home that night. Had we been trying to hide something, it would be very easy for us to say, oh yeah, I remember I gave her pineapple before she went to bed. Next question. But that's not what happened.
He brings up a really good point there. If they wanted to hide it, it's almost easier to present partial truth, things like that. However, again, verbally speaking, he has not contradicted the concept of somebody else gave JonBenet pineapple or JonBenet took pineapple. Pineapple did exist, from what I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, from what I understand, it was confirmed that pineapple was found in her stomach, and it is Burke's favorite snack. And Burke had some anger issues involved in that as well. So we still seem to be pushed in a direction, but there are still issues with that direction that complicate just going all in, putting all eggs into that basket. So we'll continue to build more of an opinion as we go through this.
Mrs. Ramsey, did you ever leave the house that morning?
No, I did not.
Okay. Mrs. Ramsey, the 911 call.
That seemed to be a pretty genuine response to me. The no, I looks off for a second in recollection, did not. The immediate response was a no. And as she's going through it, she hesitates to recollect and continues on with the no. Non-verbally speaking, everything flowed with that. I don't think that she left the house during that time. And judging by her nonverbal communication, that does support that. I also don't know why she would have needed to leave the house during that time. Maybe if she was involved in a cover-up to dispose of evidence or something along those lines. I don't believe that she did that, just judging by nonverbal communication here. Let's continue to see how she responds to this next portion of the question here.
There are contradictions about whether or not the phone was hung up and whether or not her son Burke came downstairs and was talking. Some police officers believe that they can hear that on an enhanced audio tape. Others say no. What do you say?
Well, we have not heard the 911 tape, but we understand from people who have heard it that it sounds like a bunch of chipmunks chattering and that it is almost unintelligible. All we know is that Burke did not come downstairs that morning, nor did we say to him, go back, or whatever it is they say it's said on the 911 tape. I phoned the police, called 911 from the kitchen.
So as she's talking about, all that we know is that Burke did not come downstairs during that time. You start to see a little bit of activity coming onto one side of her face as she starts to seep out a small hint of contempt. Now, contempt is a feeling of moral or intellectual superiority. Basically, it means that the person who's feeling contemptuous, oftentimes they feel like they know something that the other person doesn't. And again, this could just be informationally, morally, what have you. It's that elevated above another person. So in this area, maybe Patsy's contempt is because she knows that Burke didn't come downstairs and that they didn't have to say these things. They're not wrong. It's not super high quality and it is a little messy in there. So there is still a level of interpretation that's left into there. But that level of interpretation isn't to this degree that she's saying, oh, it's just a bunch of random noises. It's just a bunch of chipmunks making noises kind of thing. It's not to that degree, but it is pretty messy. So I understand where that conflict would even have existed then, as people weren't sure whether or not that interpretation or what had been cleaned up and pulled out of that audio was genuine or not, or if it was just some of the editing had revealed sounds that didn't actually exist there. Regardless, she's starting to feel a level of contempt in regards to Burke's involvement, but that contempt doesn't necessarily mean that Burke wasn't involved. Nonverbally speaking, around that, her head is moving all around in a circle as she's emphasizing and saying you wouldn't believe or negatives in that, which then makes it very difficult as a nonverbal analyst to look at that instance and be like, oh, these are desynchronization points, because there's so much movement and it's all inclusive of the various forms of thought processes that would go behind it, makes it too muddy.
One from the kitchen telephone, wall phone, hung up, dialed one set of our friends, hung up, and dialed another set of friends and asked them to come quickly to help.
How soon after that 911 call did you dial the first?
Immediately. So it seems to me like if you hang up the phone, you're not going to be able to place another call unless the phone is completely.
This is another, there's been.
So with that, I do find it interesting again that Patsy starts to have verbal difficulty. Again, hesitations, pauses as she's trying to present this story, which if this is an indicator of her trying to fabricate something, then this would be 2 points of possible fabrication where she's had these verbal halts and pauses in her narrative while she's trying to present this story. So there is that possibility of that in there. Then also considering the technology at the time with the phone, the landline system, it is true that you have to hang up and all of that, but that also, her saying that doesn't mean that there wasn't a period of the phone not being on the hook. We just have to kind of take her word for it that she hung up the phone call with the emergency line and immediately started calling other friends and things. We don't know. And so there is still the distinct possibility that that had not been fully hung up. Maybe she had her phone down at her side. We don't know. And so her saying that doesn't actually clear anything up. And with her having those verbal difficulties around that, I also have some questions, because 2 points now where this verbal difficulty, this verbal processing, the cadence of her words could be indicative of a false narrative that she might be presenting, or insecurity, something along those lines. Let's see.
There's been no logic applied to any of this case, in my judgment. Again, if we were trying to hide something, we'd say, oh yeah, I remember Burke did get up and I told him to go back to bed. Next question. But the fact of the matter is that didn't happen.
They're grasping at straws instead of trying to get down to brass tacks and find this killer.
Linda, I mean, you talk about the bias we were faced with. Linda Arnott, the first detective that was there all morning, said on national television, I saw it in John Ramsey's eyes that morning that he was the killer. Conclusion.
I understand where their frustration would be coming from if they are innocent in this situation and it's been very focused on them of being the culprits of the crime, and they're getting frustrated because it seems as though they might be ignoring other opportunities or other evidences, things like that. I do believe that the Boulder police did a pretty rough job on this case from the get-go, so I could understand where their frustration could come from. Then, along with that, John saying, like, if we wanted to hide this or cover this up, then admit that he was down here and that we sent him up, something along those lines, because then that would address the evidence in a way that could tie it off with a bow, so to speak, for our side of things. That would make sense as well. His issue with the detective who looked into his eyes and saw immediately, blah, blah, blah. I have the same issue with that detective. I saw that interview. I even spoke about it in one of my videos here. I think that would just be an absolute bullshit thing to say as a detective. You can't do that. Even with nonverbal communication training, high stakes communication training, anything along those lines, there's still no way to just glance into somebody's eyes and know anything. That doesn't exist yet. Maybe someday down the road, if we have technology that can advance in such a way that we're able to see inside a person's mind, sure, perhaps we'll be able to get to that level of detail and understanding. But until then, a statement like that is, to put it in layman's terms, stupid. It's wrong. So the fact that the detective said that, I understand again where, if innocent, the Ramseys would be a little annoyed by that. There's still quite a bit left, so we're going to go ahead and continue on.
That early.
What'd she see in your eyes?
I don't know. I think she saw shock. I think she saw the eyes of a father who had just been told his daughter was dead.
and she was lying in front of him. I don't know what I looked like. I'm sure I looked horrible.
Throughout that, small micro no shakes as he's saying, I don't know. You also see his shoulders going up and down, emphasizing the I don't know what you saw, I don't know what I looked like. I mean, to be fair, I doubt that he was looking in a mirror to find out what he looked like. And in that point, at that state, if his daughter had indeed been found and he was not guilty of the actual death, I don't know that he would really be thinking about how he's presenting to people. He's not trying to put up some sort of mask at that time, so he might not know. If he was guilty, it would be likely that he would know how he looked. So this still adds some complexity to this. Non-verbally speaking, as he's saying these things, he does break eye contact a couple times as he's looking down and to the side. Now that looking down and to the side, some people like to immediately say, oh, if they look off and to the side in some direction or another, then that means that they're remembering fake or true narratives and whatnot, and that sort of directional IQ is not a universal experience that can be applied to everyone. It can be applied to people on a person-to-person basis, but you have to establish that baseline with them, how they do interact with their fields of vision during recollection. And since we haven't done that to John, we can't look at him looking down into the side and be like, oh, he's lying or anything along those lines. However, what has been shown is that when people do recollect something, the likelihood of them breaking eye contact, perhaps narrowing their eyes, it goes up dramatically during genuine recollection. And so that actually, to me, pushes for his authenticity as he's trying to recollect what he could have possibly looked like during this scenario. And then it's emphasized, like I said, with the shoulder shrugs and micro no shakes in there. To me, that seemed like a synchronized response. Yeah, I don't know. I disagree with the detective's little look in the eye concept thing. And I happen to believe John at that point. Let's keep watching.
One of the most unusual parts of this has been this ransom note. I know that you've seen it several times, but would you go over it with us and tell us what you know and what you've been told about it?
Well, first of all, this is what is going to help us convict the killer. This is 3 pages of handwritten writing samples of the killer. We've been told by experts that if we have a suspect and we get sufficient samples of his writing, they will be able to tell conclusively with this much of a sample that the person wrote that note. So this is
I'm having some difficulty here. Not only one, because that I don't believe that that's actually the case. I don't believe that anybody can be fully claimed as guilty from something because handwriting is similar or seems to match. It can definitely be a strong evidence towards it. And even along that line, which this interview will address it soon, Patsy's own handwriting had some pretty substantial matching points in the letter as opposed to how she wrote normally. I think that the evidence could be indicative of a party or not, but I don't think that it could be fully incriminating as John is trying to put it out to be. And so with that, I have that question in my mind of how come there's so much confidence on the handwriting side of things? And John himself even shifted from that as time went on. Now, as you even heard earlier, he's shifted more towards, oh, it's going to be centered around the DNA and not so much this handwriting. And then you also see him have a pretty quick manipulator up there as he's speaking in that as well, which these manipulators around the mouth touching like this, can be an indicator of what's called mouth blocking gestures. And those can be because a person doesn't want to say a thing, or they know they're saying something that they shouldn't say. This would be in regards to perhaps a lie. It could be in regards to like a secret that they shouldn't have said or told, something along those lines. You'll see that coming in. And the way that this is presented, at least in the studies that I have found, is that it goes back to even as we're children, as you make a noise or you're crying or something along those lines, oftentimes you'll be told to shh. And that same sort of mindset goes in throughout adulthood as you're saying things or making noises that you shouldn't. The urge to block your mouth will come in. So there's that possibility that's coming in there. Other people could look at that and be like, oh, he's rubbing his nose, and that could be a part of the Pinocchio effect, which is yet another thing that is not proven universally. The Pinocchio effect cannot apply to every person that you meet. And the concept of it is that as you're lying, your heart rate increases, which will cause blood to rush to your face and then your nose. Then it will cause it to itch. It can be perhaps done on an individual basis. Again, if you establish their baseline, do they do that in other areas? That could be an indicator then.
but it's not universal, and I have not been able to see that established with John, especially from any other external source other than myself. So still complex there, but I cannot rely on those sorts of tells to be able to say deceitful or not.
So this is a huge clue. Why it was left, I don't know.
And let me just interject at this point. Mrs. Ramsey, it's my understanding that the Colorado Bureau of Investigation took your handwriting samples to the Secret Service. Do you know the results of that test? Definitively?
No, I don't.
I find that interesting. I hadn't noticed this before. When speaking about the Secret Service, I had always seen the leaning in and the narrowing of the eyes, which that intensity can crop up in times of scrutiny. It can be based off of scorn. But then what I also see is I lightly saw her jaw tense in that as well, which that would be further towards that aggression side of agitation. So the narrowing of the eyes and the lightly tightening of the jaw, perhaps there's some frustration or aggression in there that maybe Patsy didn't know that it had been brought up, and that rubbed her the wrong way, something along those lines. Just saw that come through here, and that's fascinating to me. Why would that aggression, why would that frustration be creeping in if there was nothing complicit about that? If there was nothing wrong with her handwriting, why would that be? Why would that evoke that sort of emotion? It's fascinating. It's definitely something to think about as we continue on.
No, we had experts do the same kind of testing, and it's my understanding that the people that we use trained the people from the CBI, Colorado Bureau, that administered the tests, and they, on a scale of 1 to 5, with 5 being absolutely no match, I ranked at a 4.5, with 1 being perfect match. So
just to rephrase how she's saying this, basically she said, we hired some people and they said that I basically didn't match. And from my understanding, they taught the people that said that I did possibly match. So I'm going to go with the people that we hired instead, which to me is just kind of admitting that they wanted to go for a more biased approach than the one that was more universal. I understand why they would want to maybe go with their own personal side of things, especially if the Boulder police had any influence in this, which they did have a fair amount. And the Boulder police did a pretty bang up job of the handling of this case to begin with. So I can understand why they have a proclivity towards their personal investigators rather than the state provided ones. Again, it still just kind of admits that they're tending towards a biased response rather than a possibly unbiased response. Just more data as we're going through.
Yeah, we don't know the results of the police testing. We've heard that they're at best inconclusive.
How do we know that it's just because you don't like the outcome of what Boulder police have decided, that you're under an umbrella of suspicion, that you just want another?
They can investigate us. If the governor would put together a seasoned investigative team to start over, go back through all the leads, all the evidence, we'd be fully cooperative. And they can investigate us again if they want. That's fine. But please don't.
Okay. During this time, they can investigate us. You hear that pitch creep up a little bit and you hear the force behind the words fall off a bit. They can investigate us. And so that lack of force kind of pushes a bit towards maybe a lack of confidence for me. And along with that, we're seeing a pretty substantial no shake. To me, that I have some difficulties with that specific nonverbal cluster because of what the nonverbal side says as opposed to what he's saying verbally. I don't necessarily buy that they were super willing for that investigation to be pointed back towards them. And then sure enough, verbally after that, he does say, with some qualifications here, with some parameters, we'd be okay with that. And then even adds beyond that, that we just hope that it doesn't mean that we're turning away attention from other places that we should be looking. So he has some qualifiers, and then he has some nonverbal disconnect from what he's saying verbally. To me, it's enough of a red flag that I want to be able to make note of that as I'm continuing forward, and remember that he does have at least some contention with just whoever investigating them. It is something to make note of as we're continuing.
Don't just investigate us, because if you do, we're never going to find the killer.
There is lots of evidence. There is a lot of evidence.
The Boulder police did a wonderful job of collecting evidence. Thank goodness.
And that doesn't change. Evidence is evidence. We've got it.
We've got
We need
DNA that hasn't been identified.
and do some follow-up investigating, not just dead end with John and Patsy Ramsey.
I was perplexed at why 118,000. Why not $1 million? I mean, why not? If this, but there's only this madman knows why.
And of course, the supposition was that that was the amount of your bonus.
That was a supposition I put forward early on as I look back to try to figure out what that number meant. I offered that up to the police and said this possibly could be the case. I don't know that it was. Who knows? I mean, only the killer.
Fascinating on this point to offer such a thing like that. For John to say, no, this number that's on this ransom note, this is close to what my bonus was. That would be a rather stupid move to do if you were guilty or complicit in the crime, is to offer evidence that points towards a very specific knowledge. To me, either one, John is innocent and he just wanted to offer this, or two, he's guilty and he's stupid, or three, he's guilty and he's pretty smart. Because then offering that, please look at this area, this could be a tie here, offering those extra eyes pointed towards himself would be seen as a pretty risky move. But it could be a point of rather intelligent manipulation to say, no, please go ahead and look at me. I have no issues with you looking and investigating me. Here's something that I can even give you to start looking. It could be a manipulation point to add a bluff instead of being like, please don't look at that. Don't look at anything. Don't look at my evidences. Don't look at my numbers. Don't look at anything. I do not believe that John's stupid. So if he did do this crime, if he was complicit in any way, I don't think that he would be just stupidly offering evidence that would incriminate him. If anything, he would be doing something more like this more high-level manipulation. It's just a really fascinating thing that he's just admitted here that he brought that forward. It's definitely something to add for food for thought.
Only the killer knows, and this is a deranged individual.
What eliminates you as suspects?
I don't know if anything eliminates us. I don't know that we'll ever be able to prove our innocence. First of all, we shouldn't have to prove our innocence. One of the things we've lost in this society, I believe, is the presumption of innocence. We've been told by the police, prove to us you're innocent and we'll be the first to say it. And we were aghast at that kind of a statement.
Mrs. Ramsey.
That's true. That guilty until proven innocent mindset can be very dangerous as well, because it can very quickly lead to very many false convictions of things. So I agree with him on that front, that there might not ever be anything that they could say or do that will prove their innocence to people, but also it shouldn't really be on the burden. It shouldn't be their burden to do so. It should be on the burden of the investigators to prove their guilt. So he has some standing to be able to work with on that. It seems as though he has very meticulously thought this case through and through, which would make sense as the father of the child who is murdered, innocent or guilty. Both sides, that would make sense why he would want to know and understand and think through all of these different things. Something else that I wanted to make note of verbally that he does here is that he has painted out the person that did this as deranged, as insane, as you can't anticipate and only they know and things like that, which could be true. That absolutely could be true, but then it could also be throwing out red herrings of, let's just not try to find a pattern for this because there's no need to. There's no way that we can. This person's insane. We'll never find the pattern for it, so don't even really bother looking for the pattern. And that could be him trying to redirect attention, especially if it was something like Burke did something and then the parents had to cover it up in some sort of way and that went awry, something along those lines. Could also just be that he does indeed feel that the person who did something so terrible like this, if it was intentional, if it was premeditated, they would be definitely psychologically troubled, to put it lightly. So I get where he's coming from on that anyways.
Mrs. Ramsey, if you thought your husband had killed your daughter, finish that sentence.
We wouldn't be sitting here having this interview right now. He would be behind bars.
Mr. Ramsey?
The police asked that question of me.
Okay. So with Patsy's response, she has this head tilt and neck exposure here, and that's a confidence thing. That's something to where you don't see that coming out unless a person is trying to show that they're feeling confident and invulnerable in an area, because this is a vulnerable area of your body, as I've even talked about in many, many videos in the past. When you start to see somebody feeling defensive and insecure about something, it's much more likely to see them start to hunch in and tuck in as they protect these vulnerable areas. As they feel like they're not at a vulnerable state or they're feeling overly confident, then that will start to creep in there. What I notice verbally with her cadence is that it has a little bit of a lilt to it that does not match how she has naturally spoken throughout the rest of this interview. And so to me, it feels like it might be a little bit performative. And that performative side of things could also then add context to this exposing of the vulnerable areas, as perhaps that entire response could be a show. There's not enough evidence here to be able to say that that's the case. It is definitely something to keep in mind that this response, that could be faked. That also being said, verbally speaking, to so quickly say, oh, he would just be behind bars. If he was the killer, it's where he would go. And now it's turned to John, and instead of John just so promptly saying the same thing, he starts to add some more information around it, which, fascinating why he's doing that. It could even be straying into packing a narrative, which people oftentimes will do when they're nervous. This can be caused by trying to push a false narrative, can make somebody nervous, overly pack a narrative. We'll see.
Me. They said, hypothetically, if Patsy did it or you thought she did it, would you turn her in? And I had to think about it because I was like, I never even thought about that.
Interesting. So hypothetically, if she did this and I had to think about it, hadn't even considered that, I kind of get where he's saying it's not something that I would hope any spouse or parent, co-parent would immediately leap to the conclusion of my other parent half has done this terrible thing. So I kind of get that, but it's important to note that he just said that he had to think about it. He had to consider what he would do. Now let's listen to what he says next.
Because I tried to give him a thoughtful answer, and I thought, and I said, yes, I would. Absolutely.
You turn her in?
Yes. Without question.
Just very briefly.
Okay, so he said he had to think about it, and then he said yes without question, which contradicts what he was saying before. Along with that, as he's saying, or you would, as the interviewer reemphasizes, you would do that. He says yes, and he does a little nose shake and breaks his eye off to the side there. Now that little micro nose shake doesn't fall in line with yes. It's not yes, it's yes. And so there is that difference there. It is a micro movement. He does break eye contact during that time. Not necessarily certain on that, which then would beg into question, if they were both complicit in this, maybe John's not comfortable saying that he would also want to incriminate his wife. And if we look back at Patsy's response with how she was trying to perhaps overly perform her response, to me, the two together, it does strike me as at least somewhat suspicious. I don't know that either of them were at each other's throats or are ready to throw the other in jail for any sort of reason. And that can be seen as good if they're innocent. It could also be seen as, well, maybe they are both not innocent. And neither of them are comfortable trying to throw the other under the bus, because inevitably that would then drag the other one. Definitely things to be able to still think about.
Just very briefly, if we could talk about the stun gun and the possibility of exhumation. And you said you did not want to do that because?
Well, it was brought up early on when we learned that a stun gun was involved, and
really massive manipulator up here to his eye during the mentioning of the exhumation. That sort of blocking gesture and manipulator could be seen as an indicator of some form of discomfort with what's being said, but he does continue to itch his eye pretty prolonged there. It's not something that's just a quick sort of touch in. It seems as though he has an itch there. Now the question is that itch there because of some sort of psychological processing that's just made his limbic system start to fire off a little bit more, so he has to self-soothe? Or is it just because he had an itch? Difficult to say. I just wanted to make note that did pop up there. There's just not enough verbally around it to say that it was linked to anything, and there wasn't enough non-verbally to add context to it being some form of heavy an indicator of deceit or guilt or discomfort. Let's continue watching.
I was asked
by our investigators. They said if this needs to be done fairly soon, or the opportunity to do so will be gone, it would be possibly helpful, possibly not. And I just could not bring myself to say, yeah, let's do that. I mean, my child was at rest. She was at peace. We'd laid her to rest. And I couldn't bear the thought of that.
Even if it meant helping to find the killer.
I wasn't convinced that it was conclusively going to help.
They have photographs.
Verbally, his response, it makes sense verbally. Non-verbally speaking, the tone of his voice is interestingly low and soft here. He's had more dynamic and more force and projection throughout the rest of this interview, and then in this portion, one, he starts to have his cadence break up a fair bit, and some more ums and uhs, a lot of looking down, and then we're hearing very, very soft, low tones in there as well. So to me, those soft, low tones, the breaking of eye contact, the much more difficult time keeping a cadence, the filler words, it's a huge pop of nonverbal communication from his baseline there. It's strayed pretty dramatically. Now, the looking down and to the side, that's commonly related to shame or guilt. It's difficult to say which one. It could be shame that he turned down an evidence avenue that could have been very useful, and then they still haven't solved the case, so maybe he's feeling shame and guilt around that. It could also be that he's feeling perhaps nervous or afraid, and instead of increasing in pitch and seeing agitation come in, he's locking in and he's trying to shut down. So instead of being more overt and verbose with his nonverbal and verbal communication, he's now closing in and shutting down some. Both of those are possibilities. In context with the other sides of things, I'm more leaning towards him feeling a level of shame centered around not offering up this possible avenue of evidence that could have added a solution or a resolution to the case. Both are possibilities, and that's the direction that I'm being pushed. Let's continue.
Photographs. They have
experts that have said this is very, very compelling. Dr. Doberson, I think in Colorado, who's a leading expert on stun gun wounds, has viewed this and said it's very compelling.
What's the most important question anyone?
Very compelling. Expert says from pictures that it looks like a stun gun, which it does line up fairly decently with marks that could be made by a stun gun, even down to some of the hemorrhaging around the actual wounds themselves. It does seem to line up fairly well. That also being said, it's only one person, one expert's opinion that they're relying on here, that it's very compelling. And even that very compelling does not mean that it is genuinely from a stun gun. Again, this is now working off of a supposition rather than an actual fact. Had they actually gone through the process that they had requested from John, perhaps it could have been boiled down to a fact rather than just an expert's opinion on the matter. Perhaps that's also what's adding to this shame or guilt that John's feeling at the time, is that because of his decision, a concrete answer was not reached that could have possibly been reached. Interesting to think about.
The most important question anyone can ask you that would prove your innocence, help people open their minds? Is there any question that can be asked?
Well, again, we shouldn't have to prove our innocence, but we've been cast that lot. Why do you think we killed our daughter? Tell me why. Tell me what we've done, what evidence you have, other than we were asleep in the home that night. There is no other evidence. There is no other reason.
Fascinating. That's not the case. That wasn't the case then. Again, people were suspect of Burke having an outburst. And so with John even willingly turning attention away of like, there's no other conceivable reason that we would have done something like this, again, which just completely discounts and subverts Burke's possible involvement. And that actually characterizes again and again in every interview that I have ever seen John and Patsy do. They do everything in their capabilities to not speak about Burke's possible involvement. Anytime it's brought up, they could try to quickly answer it and steer off to the side. And that would make absolute sense if there was an accidental act of rage from Burke. Burke did something and they had to do something to cover it up. Because why would they want to do that to their kid? Why would they want to do something? They've just lost one kid. Why would they want to possibly lose another child? If that's the case, then this is an actual nightmare scenario for the Ramsey family. If it's not something twisted, it's not something, for instance, some of the theories about like a pedophilic ring or some sexual abuse from John to John Bonet, things along those lines. If it's not something like that and it's something based out of an accident, especially something based out of an accident between their kids, what a nightmare. What an awful time. And yes, they would be guilty. They would be guilty of covering up a murder. They would be guilty of a myriad of things. But not because they were evil, not because they were wanting to cause damage or harm or anything along those lines, because they were trying to prevent more from being done. And that's still, it feels like where I'm being pushed to. That's the thing that seems to fit a lot of the different evidences. But again, there are still things that just don't make sense. The garrote and the stun gun wounds, those don't seem to fall in line. It seems like it would be very overt overkill for a cover-up. I'm still being pushed in all sorts of different directions, and maybe someday that there will be some sort of resolution, there will be an advancement in technology, there will be something that can be done, but right now it's so muddy and it's so messy. We're going to go ahead and look at Casey Anthony's interrogation. We've got a lot of things to unpack in this. Let's go ahead and just start right into that sweet and tasty analysis.
But let me I have to use the restroom, so if you'll give me a minute.
That's it.
And then we'll get you a phone, and we will call your attorneys.
Okay.
Okay? Oh. I will sit here with you.
All right.
As you walk out. And there's water.
Nope, I still get.
Okay. Real quick, I know that this is early on, but this is something that I want to go ahead and talk about because it doesn't change throughout the entirety of the video itself. If you look at her position, the pose that she's in right now never changes. And this is already going to be something, as you watch the video itself, she never once even thinks about mirroring any of the other people in there. This is a very isolated gesture. This can be for a various number of psychological reasons, but it's just an interesting thing to note all the way through. So pay attention to that. She always remains in this kind of lean back, legs crossed, hands in her lap kind of pose. And obviously she's limited because she's got cuffs on, but that sort of pose stays constant throughout all of it, which is non-verbally notable. Along with that, she's doing some preening gestures already. She's aware of how she appears and wants to appear nice. And also she seems very relaxed. Let's see how that plays out.
I don't know if I should apologize for what happened on the highway or not, but
I almost feel like I should in a sense, but I don't think, I know for a fact that he didn't know. So I don't think that it was intentional on anybody's part for any of it, so.
yeah.
I know that didn't look good, but I mean, you can understand why we
I know
went
one thing,
through-
if I got caught doing that, I would have gotten my ticket and thrown around the lawn, especially when they found out I was a federal agent. Oh, really? You're driving like that around here? Get your ass in my car.
All right, so she's displaying a lot of nervous behaviors with the fidgeting, the preening, the self-soothing gestures on her hands here. This is to be expected. Long story short, that's just to be expected. In this sort of situation, if you were in her shoes, say you were in an interrogation room with the point of being interrogated by the police, you'd probably be a little bit nervous. So that's to be expected. It's not out of the ordinary. However, you'll see where it starts to get out of the ordinary. And out of the ordinary really is the phrase that kind of encapsulates this entire interrogation.
Well, we figured going through the airport, it's restricted airspace, so they can't take the helicopters through. And we thought that the cars that were following us from my attorney's office were media, because there was a media van that followed us and another van that went with them. So we're thinking, oh shit, here we go.
Mm-hmm.
It's happened before. It happens every day.
I know it does.
So
I know it does. I'd like to make it stop happening, to be honest with you.
I would too.
Well, you know what I'll say to that. I've said it to your mom, I've said it to your dad, and I've said it to your brother even.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Well, that was one thing that they all agreed upon, was the fact that you extended, your hand to help. Most people haven't. So.
I was afraid that some of what I said to them probably offended them, because I told them that if I find out something that you don't want to hear,
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to tell you what.
Well,
Just
honestly, they'll respect that. That's just, the type of people that they are in the same way.
I know they are. But,
All right, so you can kind of see here that the interrogator is now making the decision to mirror her body language. This is probably an intentionally done thing on his part. If you mirror somebody, they're more likely to get along with you. That's just a little nonverbal tip. So he's likely doing that to an extent in order to help get on her good side. Perhaps if she likes him, she'll talk and be more honest. I don't think it really goes that well. Let's keep watching.
when I hit them with certain things, they don't want to hear it. And I understand that.
Yeah, well,
but it doesn't mean I'm not going to say.
Exactly. When you have different beliefs than somebody, it is hard sometimes to hear their opinion. But
that's true.
That doesn't mean that they don't respect your opinion or the fact that you're coming forward with what you think or what you feel. So,
well, to some extent, it's comforting to hear you say that, because it was never my intention to piss anybody in your family off.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not in it to get a conviction. I get nothing out of it. I get zero.
Exactly. You have a job you're trying to do.
I've found a few, and I've not found a few, and it sucks both ways.
Yeah, I agree.
So, it is what it is.
Yeah.
But where I get sideways with people tends to be when attorneys get involved.
I've heard most people say that. They don't like attorneys very much.
I have many family members that are attorneys. I have no problems with attorneys. What I have problems with are, at some point, we have to set aside the rules, and we have to fight kids. And you know what? So be it. That's why I told you in the car. You know, if you tell me anything now, I'll get up and say, yep, I heard it, and she'd already invoked, and we can't use any of it. That's just the way it is. That's all that matters to me.
Yeah.
And, you know, when we did another case that I was involved in,
commenting nonverbally as to where she's at, what she's presenting. Right now, there's still a lot of that nervous fidgeting. This is still to be expected. If you're noticing that, anybody would be nervous in that situation. I would be nervous. You would be nervous. Anybody would be nervous in that situation. And it's this general detachment that's going to continue to present itself that will start to catch your eye. He's already made a couple pokes at her, and instead of having any sort of outrage or defiance or anger or any emotion towards that, she just kind of flows right along with it. This can be done in normal everyday to day life. Totally fine. For instance, if you're a retail worker, a customer service worker in general, if you're working and a customer comes in and just lays into you and tells you you're always terrible, 9 times out of 10 you work at a job that says the customer's always right, so you have to just sit there and be like, yeah, that's right. Yes, I am a horrible person. Everything is horrible except you. Yes. So that sort of thing is normal. However, under these intense of circumstances in this specific situation, it comes across as irregular. It's almost odd that she doesn't have an emotional reaction to it. But let's continue watching it.
you know, they lost a confession. And I sat there and I looked right at the guys that we worked with. I said,
that's not what's important.
Who cares?
Yeah.
We found her. We found her, and he's going to get what is coming to him. That's not my job.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and it works out in the end. And it works out in the end on all sides, to be honest with you. It may not be comfortable for everybody.
Yeah.
And I've done things that if I get caught for, I'm not going to be comfortable, I can tell you that. It's just the way life is. You know, but it's not the end of the road either. And that's what we have to keep in mind. It's not the end of the road. You know?
Just a random question.
Sure.
Are there cameras in all of the
I
rooms, or
have
just
no
some?
freaking clue. I've never been in this part of the building, so
Well, I know this is
my
something-
guess would be yes.
We're gonna go get something to drink. Do you want any soda, Mountain Dew, Pepsi, nothing?
No.
You good?
Thank you very much.
Interesting. So he does another poke at her, and once again, there's just not a lot of feedback for it. He does a poke at her to be like, if I were hiding something, then, that would be pretty uncomfortable, blah, 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 but it's not the end of the road. He's really trying to slowly work into her psyche of being like, yeah, this doesn't necessarily mean the end of the line. It's okay to say if you did something. In essence, he's trying to open the door for her to admit her guilt, and she's just not feeding anything. She's not offering anything at all, verbally and non-verbally. She has stayed constant this entire time, so much so that it starts to seem suspicious.
I know my mom.
I would guess yes.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Well, my mom wasn't aware that there was a camera in the room, I guess, when she met with Melich and I forget who else in the big interviews that were released to the media, and she was infuriated.
Mm-hmm.
You would think that that's something that, you should be told. But you don't have to be.
Right. The law is the law.
Yeah.
And I will play within the rules of the law.
Okay.
If it's a tool that's available to me that I can use later to look back on and see if I missed something or could I have done something better, I'm going to take advantage of it.
Yeah, exactly.
I would assume that this place probably has one somewhere.
Oh, or at least something that records audio, so either way.
Yeah. I can tell you I don't have anything on it. Yeah, they'll probably be somewhat unhappy when they see my interviews with them. Those haven't been released yet, but they were on video.
Yeah. Well, it's just part of the discovery, so.
Yeah. It'll all come out.
Mm-hmm.
That, like I said, I have loyalty to one person in every one of these cases, and it doesn't happen to be anybody I'm interviewing usually.
Understandable.
It's not a slight on them. I've dealt with many different people in many different positions.
Mm-hmm.
None of which are comfortable.
So he's trying to build up pressure. He's trying to really paint what exactly is going on in this room. He's showing that he's not there to be her friend. He's showing that he has experience. He's really trying to build up pressure. He's even saying, there's probably cameras and audio. He's just trying to make it to where she knows that he's not there to be buddy-buddy with her. He's there to get the truth. And he's doing this intentionally to be able to raise that pressure, to be able to hopefully push her to tell the truth, or even give signals about the truth, and it just doesn't hit home at all. Even if this person was innocent, it's still not hitting home. Remember, she's in interrogation for the possibility that she murdered her kid, and she's acting like she's sitting down and having like a job interview maybe, or coffee with a friend. If you added some quiet music, took away the words, and added a different dialogue, their body language would more or less just show that they might be talking about a movie that they're about to watch, and they're just waiting on the movie. It's very, very odd. All the way around, non-verbally, very odd.
Things always get in the way that you have on your hands. Such are the rules that we work under.
Yeah. Here's my question. I know this is a question that a lot of people have asked. The grand jury and all of that, it's supposed to be secret, but it was released to the media right off the bat. My dad hadn't even been subpoenaed, and that was released. So I just think a lot of that's kind of funny. And the fact that they invited the media in when they were releasing the decision, my mom had received a text message from someone within the media saying they're letting all of us in when they make the decision. We're thinking, are you serious?
There are rules.
Mm-hmm.
I am quite sure that one of the rules that was followed was that when the decision to indict has been made, that part of it is public.
Yeah, that part's public.
And they can let the media into the courtroom at that point.
Yeah.
I bet, this is just my bet, I don't know what the Florida rules are, I'm more federal stuff, familiar with that.
Yeah.
But what I bet is that it was done under seal, and there were no names and no official charges probably read aloud. It probably just was, there's been an indictment received in a case. And that's it.
Well, when the media was out there all day and they knew about this a week ago that it was going to happen.
Yeah.
So it's just kind of funny. It's supposed to be secret. And everything was released.
The happenings are secret.
Mm-hmm.
What takes place within the room is secret.
Yeah. But as far as when it actually is convened and, pulled together the witnesses and stuff like that, that's not also supposed to be secret?
It depends on how they are subpoenaed.
Okay.
I mean, if you're subpoenaed under a regular court order, that's a
My
public
dad was
document.
through his attorney, so I'm not quite sure how that came through. Yeah,
But
I know.
but if the subpoena itself is just a regular federal
Yeah,
or
certain
grand
things
jury
are
subpoena, that's public
public
record.
knowledge, yeah.
It doesn't say what it's for. It doesn't say what case it's in. It doesn't.
Mhm.
It just says you're subpoenaed to appear before the grand jury.
Well, with them announcing that, there was going to be a grand jury, and obviously my name was thrown out, they knew who the grand jury was for.
Who threw your name out?
All of the media said that it was from an inside source, meaning in here. So that's where they all say is.
I can tell you what I
getting
think of the media, what I think of people who leaked up to the media.
I think it's garbage. Yeah,
but
I agree. That's the
that
next way of
doesn't
putting
that
it.
doesn't make it any less necessary. Without them,
Mm-hmm.
I'll be quite honest. Without the media, we don't find a quarter of the kids that we.
Oh, I agree. It helps. The exposure has helped bring in so many tips for my daughter.
But at the same time, what
Mhm.
what it creates is it creates a monster that otherwise isn't necessary.
Exactly.
The tips are what the tips are.
Mm-hmm.
If it was a local media only,
Mm-hmm.
it would be much easier to work.
Yeah.
When you make it the national media, then you come up
You
with
get the Nancy Graces.
well, you get the
everything
well, you
else.
get the tips also
Mhm.
that come from Hawaii that say I saw Kaylee.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, really? Okay, let me call
Now,
Hawaii
ones
and let me
from
send them out.
Georgia
Let me do
and
that.
ones that are a little bit
Th-
closer.
those are what I
range.
consider local because the,
Yeah.
the local
It's in
stations are
close
going to
range.
cover that.
Yeah.
That's contiguous to the state of Florida. It's not.
When people are only getting the
So once again, all the way through this, nothing non-verbally is happening. It's really uneventful, non-verbally speaking. It's very uneventful. And verbally speaking, they're going back and forth bantering about the media. And the media does have its own connotations, absolutely. The media has to sell titles, so they'll do whatever it takes to sell those titles. So I get what they're saying on that, but it's not really applicable non-verbally. It's not really applicable to this case currently. And her body language is doing nothing at all. So we're going to keep watching through this entirety of this interview. There's a large segment that I'm going to skip over here where she's just sitting in a room by herself. So we're going to try to stick to the main meat of this interrogation and see if there's anything that would have sent a red flag non-verbally beyond the weird detached state that Casey is in.
only getting their information from the Nancy Graces or from Globe magazine or People or stuff like that. Are you kidding me?
Well, I can say you will not see me sit trying to be interviewed by People or Globe or anybody else. It's not going to happen.
That's a good one.
Go. Entree food, my friend.
Woo! That was a long ride without doing that. Getting that adrenaline done all at the same time?
I don't even want to know what we're talking about here.
You know.
I'm just gonna let that go.
You know why I need it?
Who's that?
You're not gonna break bad, right? Alright. We're gonna call him on my cell phone.
Okay. I know this is. Oh, yep, that's not good.
Pull it back there. Just slide your hands out. No, I'll go get a key
I
that fits.
honestly can't. So they're a little tight.
Thanks for entertaining us. Just slide your
Way to
hands
go,
out.
Corporal Edwards.
Actually, if I could, I would have done that for you.
Do you know Baez's phone number off the top of your head?
No, I do not.
How can we get the cell number? Or his number?
I know his office number.
What is that?
407-705-2626.
Did you see Mr. Savage while you're out there?
Yeah. You want to go speak with him and give me a handcuff key that fits? Do you
How
want
about that?
And I'll have her shoot a phone call to Mr. Baez.
You do that.
Now, once again,
where is he?
Should be.
Do I get there?
Should be in the office talking to the
I
chief
think
down
he
there.
needs a map to get back there.
This is a rat maze.
Oh, right here.
Yeah, he doesn't know how to get back there.
I've identified myself. You know why you're in custody.
Yes.
And you signed this. You want your attorney present.
Yes.
Through that conversation, we have agreed.
Yes.
Because express that to me again, so I have full understanding before I get on the phone with him.
We discussed before that we have no problem sitting down together, him and I, and speaking with law enforcement, or listening to all the questions that you have, him and I discussing it, and then we go from there.
Okay. And that's there's been no success with that so far. And
Nobody's taken us up on that.
So we're gonna open that window right now.
Okay.
And hopefully we can make something happen. Because ultimately, I think we have the same interest.
Mm-hmm.
Finding your daughter. 2626, you said?
Yes. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Ed, it's Casey. Can you do me a favor and call Jose? Or can you give me Jose's cell phone number so I can call him? Oh, is he? Okay, great, thanks.
How long ago was that?
I was 17, 5 years.
When'd you cut your hair?
Hey, it's Casey. I'm with Corporal Edwards. I knew the last name, sorry. I'm at the Sheriff's Department if you'd like to come down and meet with us. Thank you. Yes.
You want to talk to me anytime, too?
Okay, great, thanks. Go ahead.
Hello?
Yeah. Give me information.
Orange County Sheriff's Office. Yeah, but John Young and 50? Yeah, we Mr. Baez, we Mirandized her as we're supposed at 422, and she stated that you've done a great job. She invoked, but she also said that that her exasperation is the same as ours. You guys have wanted the opportunity to speak with law enforcement face to face, and if you guys are interested in doing that, let's get that done. Quit the finger pointing, okay? All right, sir.
Thanks.
We're game on? Sir. Game on?
Casey, the good-looking young man that just walked in that's sitting across from you now is Nick Savage.
What did he get in here?
He's from here.
Anybody else need a drink?
If it's okay with you,
Okay.
I'm going to turn this
that's
one
fine.
game over to him.
I appreciate your help.
It's no problem.
Thanks.
Go
Nice to meet you.
Mr. Baez is on the way.
Take those and keep them.
They're yours. Thank you. Taking this out. Yeah.
All right.
If you guys need anything, I'm better right now. I'm going to get out.
All right,
Okay?
thank
If
you.
anything, call.
Thanks.
All right.
How's he spell his last name?
B-A-E-Z.
Hard one.
All right, real quick here. Now we have this new gentleman in here, and he is also portraying a certain level of body language, and she is not in any way mirroring him. In fact, even with her cuffs off, she stays much in the same sort of pose. She's also doing a classic arm in front, holding the other arm gesture. You'll see that it's a partial blocking gesture. Nothing out of the ordinary. Very, very regular things to see. She's also tucking her hand. This is a stabilization gesture. These are all just things that you would expect to see from somebody in this sort of situation. Let's see what happens when the questions start coming, seeing if there's any sort of nonverbal abnormalities in this, and we'll just go from there. Preening gesture.
To answer your other question, from that picture, I cut my hair. It was really short even last year. I just started growing it back out this year, so guessed about that.
Okay. As far as Mr. Baez?
He's at the office.
He's at the office. Okay. So we have a bit of time. Okay, that's fine. So, and we appreciate that. We went through the formalities of this, make sure everything's above board, and like I said before, that's what you're going to get here. Okay? We just would request the same back.
Yep.
You understand what you arrested for today?
Yes.
Okay.
May I step out for a minute?
Absolutely.
And I'll be all. You sure you don't need any drink?
I'm fine, thank you.
Handcuff key. Where'd the handcuff go?
I'm even out.
Probably at the pawn shop right now.
Oh boy. It's been a long day.
It has been.
How was my dad this morning?
He had a hard time.
Yeah.
Honestly.
I only saw from the media and got a chance to hear him talking to my mom. I spoke to him last night and this morning for just a quick second before he left, so.
Yeah, I talked to him this morning for a little bit. He was with Mark, and he was really struggling. I mean, I can imagine he was having a hard time. He was being called in to essentially provide testimony to indict you, or to at least, and he was really struggling with that.
Yeah.
And I felt bad for him, I'll be honest with you. I truly did.
Well, I even told him last night. I know he was subpoenaed, and under the law, he had to answer whatever questions were asked, and they told him to do what he had to do at that point. And if he didn't, he'd be held in contempt of court. I don't want to see that happen, so.
What did he say?
This is another one of those points for a bit of backstory on this. They're talking about her dad more or less testifying that she is guilty. And as she's talking about it, once again, there's nothing. There's absolutely nothing that shows any sort of emotive connection to what's happening. That strikes me as odd. That doesn't seem like a normal thing to me. It seems like she's trying too hard to be fine all the way around. Just everything is fine. It's all fine. If she was innocent and her dad was like, nah, she's guilty, it would seem as if maybe there would be a little bit of negative emotion about that. I would feel a little negatively if my dad was going up on trial against me saying that I'm guilty. I would just have some negative emotions about that if I were innocent. She has no variance to her emotional state. It's all constant. It's the same tone. It's the same pitch. It's the same body language. It's the same nonverbal tics. Everything is the same, and that's suspicious to me. That's extremely odd. It's also odd to them. They feel weird about this too. Let's keep watching.
He just hugged me and told me that he loved me, and I know he was struggling with it even last night. So.
I think it was probably more so this morning.
Yeah, I could see that with the little bit that I saw from the media, from the pictures and the little bit of footage that they have. So.
Were you guys watching on TV?
No, we watched online a little bit.
Really?
Yeah. I try to stay away from the TV as much as possible. At least with the internet, I can scroll through, read what I want, and then just get rid of it that much faster. So.
You anxious about today at all?
I have been. I mean, this is something, honestly, we've been preparing for from the beginning just because of words that were directly spoken from Yuri Melich and also from Sergeant Allen. They were saying that this is what they were planning on doing from the very beginning, from that first day. So they wrote me off within the first couple hours. So.
I don't know if that's true.
That was the direct words that they pretty much gave to myself, and even they had said that to my parents. So, I mean, I'm not trying to say something derogatory towards someone, but
no, it's okay. We're just talking.
Yeah,
we're just chatting.
So that was the only time they ever made any effort to try to talk to me one-on-one, and
no, it was kind of difficult.
That was kind of difficult considering.
Well, considering obviously in light of everything that's going on and the fact that you've been arrested for other things, makes it a little more difficult to sit down and even talk to you.
Mm-hmm.
It's not that we haven't wanted to.
Yeah. But I do have counsel, and that's something that, my attorney's always been a phone call away. And it shouldn't have taken it getting to this point, 3 months in.
Has your attorney ever told you that we would like to speak to you?
And we had agreed, him and I together, that we would all sit down together, him and I, and you guys, and, we'd entertain whatever questions you have and
I
discuss
actually thought that
things.
we made it pretty clear that, we wanted to talk to you. I mean, obviously, we can't come to you and ask you.
Yeah, understandably.
I thought that you were aware that if you wanted to talk.
So all of her responses are geared around keeping things moving smoothly. I think that's her priority in this, is just to have everything move smoothly all the way through. I think the best thing for us to do is just to keep analyzing the rest of the footage.
To anybody, that all you got to do is simply ask.
Yeah. Well, I know it goes both ways on that, and I guess it would have needed to come from me. I should have been the one to have I guess, come forward with it. But, you know, we did open up that door to law enforcement before, when Sergeant Allen was making a big deal saying, well, we want to talk to her. When can we talk to her? He's saying, well, the door's open.
I don't believe he ever told us the door was open. I mean,
Well, maybe not to you directly, but I know to Sergeant Allen, I was sitting there even one of the times that he spoke with him. So I've heard the words come out of his mouth, even myself, directed to other people that maybe didn't either relay the message or took it a different way. So I don't know. I think the lack of communication has put people in opposite corners when everybody has the same goal, is to find Kaylee.
do you think the matter could have been resolved a little differently? Do you think the matter could have been resolved a little differently?
Absolutely, in a lot of different aspects. And that's a conversation that I've had not only with my attorney, but with my family. So, I mean, we all still feel, I as a mom, I know in my gut, there's the feeling as a parent, you know certain things about your child, you can feel that connection. And I still have that feeling, that presence. I know that she's alive. Whether you have a bucket load of evidence downstairs that contradicts that and says otherwise, or all you have is speculation, or nothing at all. I mean, whatever it is, if there's still that chance with all of these tips that have come through, I know that it's been. I know that a lot have been discredited, but
We ran them down, and
we
had more than speculation.
Is every tip and
that's
every
something
lead
I told
followed
her
up on?
directly.
Yeah.
That we have more than speculation. We have a lot, or else we wouldn't be to this point.
Mm-hmm.
A lot.
Well, and I said the same thing to them, that, you know, they said that we're at the end of a hallway, and I'm thinking we're at the end of a hallway and there's two doors. Which door are we going to go through? Or I guess this is, you know, we're at this point, and
We are at this point where
the final step is which door is walked through.
we are well beyond where we were before.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, those issues are gone, okay? And when we referred to we're at the end of the hallway, I think you were well aware of what hallway we're talking about. Do you understand that?
Well, so there's no question, I guess. You can specify that at this point, for what your perspective is on that.
You have a second?
Absolutely.
Can we come right back?
Yeah, that's fine.
You plan on running off?
I'm not going anywhere.
So I gotta stretch out a little bit. I'm not as young as I used to be.
Ditto.
No, I thought you were gonna say something smart.
No, I was going to ask if that was your Dr. Pepper or the Mountain Dew, or.
I actually tried to give it to her, and she didn't
I'm
want it. Do
perfectly
you want it?
fine. I
No,
don't
I just
drink
don't ask
sodas, so.
Shall we share it?
We can.
2 straws, or just?
Sure.
Absolutely. Very bad.
And
If
they
you
look
want that or
fun.
not? Because if you don't,
No,
your
I'll-
mom probably has one.
She probably has one, but I'm not going to be with my mom probably, so.
I'm pretty sure you're not going to be with your mom when you leave here. I don't want to mislead you there.
You're not misleading me at all, which is
Unless
why.
your mom runs me off the road on the way out of here, then you may share a car trip down
That's
there.
why I told my mom to go home and not to come here. She wanted to come here. So, I mean,
She knew you were coming here eventually.
I was the one that was telling her that I was coming here eventually, just from the way
You
it
had enough
seemed.
perception to turn the flashers on. I applaud you for that.
You did that?
The only one.
She didn't know how to put her flashers on.
It was crazy.
It's right in the center part of the
I've done
dash.
a lot of vehicle takedowns. That was similar to one. It was ridiculous. Wasn't it?
Figured I'd help her out a little bit and help out whoever was behind her so they wouldn't hit her.
I missed that.
All right, so from this point, this is where the long break is. Not a lot happens, but as you can see, once again, everything is very, very odd. I'm going to go ahead and skip forward in this interrogation to it's honestly the last few minutes of this video, this 1 hour and 5 minute video that I'm looking at. And then we're going to move on to the other bits and clips of other people and summarize everything, and we'll just go. Yeah.
He's going to ask you a question. You don't say anything else other than the answer. Okay?
Casey, based on our conversation today, and I read you that form, basically just same thing I said to Mr. Baez over the phone. There's been numerous requests or opportunities, requests for opportunities to speak with us and come to a resolution here. And that's why we brought you here instead of the jail. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, based on your request for us to call him and bring him here, he's here. So what we're going to try to do is give you a few minutes somewhere that's not recorded. No secrets, I told you. This room's recorded. I have to be able to approach my chain and explain why. But first, I needed you to tell him, in your own words, if you will, that you'd like to take the opportunity to deal with us like you've made that request in the past. So, is that something you want to tell him?
I told him the same thing we talked about before, that we would entertain any questions that they have. We would listen and discuss it, and if we have something to respond, we'll respond.
Okay, do you want to speak to me in private?
Yes.
So we can clarify this?
Yes.
Okay.
Interestingly, so during that little blip that she was saying there was a lot of nose shaking, a lot of shrugging. All of these are insecure body language. It's a nervous thing. It's to be expected in this sort of situation. She's not certain as to what she's saying, so she would like to be able to confer just to make sure everything's on the same page before going forward.
Let me get the room to go let you out. Just
I was just going to stand up for a second. I've been sitting for an hour, and thank you. Thanks.
Come on.
We're going to go ahead and wrap that up. A jury found her not guilty, and this was largely due to an excellently presented case from the defense, and I don't honestly agree with it. Now, some psychologists, their experts there, say that they found nothing to indicate any psychological abnormalities in Casey. They have certain tests that they run, and they have observations that they'll play out to see and kind of analyze whether or not this person is psychologically stable or not. Now, to me, something seems extremely off, period. I don't care about what the crime is. I'm talking about her nonverbal communication, how she presents herself. It's this odd sense of detachment. Everything is always just fine for her, regardless of the situation, during an interrogation, during a courtroom, during everything. Everything just seems fine. This psychological detachment occurs. It seems fishy. I'm not a psychologist, so I cannot diagnose her. However, off of this, many psychologists say that she passes all of the tests and checks out as completely psychologically fine. And that got me to thinking, are not personality tests and psychological disposition tests easily fooled? So I went through and I did several dozen online tests based on personality, based on various dispositions, based on disorders. And it's easy. It's extremely easy to fool. You can be whoever you want to be according to those tests by simply saying that you're whatever you want to be. It's not a foolproof system. So the fact that they're like, oh, she checks out just fine, if she's aware of what's going on, and if she's something like a sociopath or a psychopath, then she's able to just play into whatever character she's decided. From what I've gathered, from what I've seen, obviously I don't know that she's guilty. However, she seems too detached to be completely innocent. I think that the jury got it wrong. I think that the defense did an excellent job in getting a guilty person to go free. That's where I'm feeling on that. Everything points to that. I don't sit well with this one. I don't sit well with Casey Anthony. All right, so it's been a minute since I've been able to touch the Anthony case. So if you would like to be able to go and watch the other videos that I have done on this, it will help provide some context to you, especially non-verbally. I've done the best I can to create a synopsis of the case that should be able to fit pretty well here in this video, but there is a bit to be able to go through, so go ahead and buckle up and let's go ahead and begin on this backstory. From the moment that Kaylee was reported missing, law enforcement pored over Casey's accounts and evidence from the Anthony home. Detectives quickly discovered that Zenaida, or Zanny Fernandez-Gonzalez, the nanny that Casey blamed, did not in fact exist. The apartment Casey pointed out as Zanny's was vacant. The mutual friends who supposedly introduced Casey to Zanny, well, they hadn't seen Casey in years. Even Casey's claim of a frantic phone call from Kaylee on July 15th actually turned out to be pure fiction. Investigators later charged Anthony with 4 misdemeanor counts of providing false information to police officers, pinpointing those specific lies about her employment at Universal Studios, leaving Kaylee with Zanny, telling 2 co-workers about Kaylee's disappearance, and receiving that phantom phone call.
Casey was convicted on all 4 counts at trial, underscoring how extensively she had misled the authorities during the crucial first day of the investigation. Meanwhile, forensic evidence mounted. A hair recovered from Casey's car trunk showed root banding, a decomposition pattern indicating it came from a dead body, according to an FBI analyst. Cadaver dogs had signaled near Kaylee's playhouse in the backyard and in Casey's trunk, reinforcing suspicions. Investigators also uncovered internet searches on the family's computer for terms like chloroform, neck breaking, and even how to make weapons out of household products conducted in the spring before Kaylee's death. In fact, FBI labs confirmed traces of chloroform in the car trunk, though defense experts hotly disputed how much was actually there. A prominent stain in the trunk, that unforgettable odor likened by Cindy Anthony, the mother, to a dead body, added to the circumstantial case that Kaylee's lifeless body had been in that car. By October of 2008, the evidence was grim enough that Florida prosecutors charged Casey with first-degree murder, aggravated child abuse, and manslaughter, on top of the lying charges that she had already received. She pleaded not guilty, and given the severe accusations, the state initially announced it would seek the death penalty. The stage was set for a trial that would consume the nation's attention. Casey Anthony's murder trial began in May of 2011 in Orlando. From day one, it was clear that this case would be a battle of narratives as much as facts. Prosecutor Linda Drain Burdick painted Casey as a party-loving, fundamentally selfish young mother who murdered Kaylee to live the good life free of parental responsibility. In a compelling opening statement, Burdick described how Casey went clubbing, entered hot body contests, got a tattoo reading Bella Vita or Beautiful Life, all during the very weeks that her little girl was supposedly missing. To the prosecution, these were the actions of a guilty woman without remorse, not a grieving mother searching for her child. They argued Kaylee died on June 16th of 2008, the last day she was seen alive by anyone besides Casey, and that Casey suffocated her with duct tape and dumped the body in the woods. The defense, however, led by attorney Jose Baez, offered a shockingly different counter-narrative. Kaylee Anthony's death was a tragic accident, not a murder at all. In his opening, Baez claimed that Kaylee accidentally drowned in the Anthony family's backyard pool on June 16th. Panicked, Casey and her father George allegedly covered up the death. Baez even suggested that George Anthony, a former police officer, helped dispose of Kaylee's body and coached Casey to lie, a theory that George vehemently denied under oath. The defense also dropped another bombshell. They asserted that George had actually abused Casey as a child, warping her sense of truth and teaching her to conceal pain with lies. This claim, unsupported by direct evidence, aimed to explain Casey's seemingly bizarre behavior and pathological lying as the result of trauma, not malice. Over 6 weeks, jurors heard from roughly 90 witnesses and saw hundreds of pieces of evidence. They listened to detectives recount how Casey lied effortlessly, leading them on a wild goose chase to Universal Studios, where on July 16th, 2008, she finally admitted, "I don't really work there," after taking officers on a futile stroll through the halls. They heard forensic experts for the state testify about the smell of human decay in the car, the chloroform traces, and a heart-shaped sticker residue found on a piece of duct tape that had been stuck to Kaylee's skull. A medical examiner told the jury her autopsy ruled Kaylee's death as a homicide, though she admitted under cross-examination that the exact cause was undetermined. No singular smoking gun emerged. There were no eyewitnesses, no DNA directly tying Casey to the remains, and no confession. It was purely a circumstantial case, albeit a pretty powerful one. Bays, for his part, worked to undermine the prosecution at every single turn he could. He called his own experts in who challenged the chloroform findings, saying that the chemical traces weren't nearly as dramatic as the state claimed. World-renowned forensic pathologist Dr. Werner Spitz testified that the duct tape may have been an afterthought placed on Kaylee's skull after decomposition, perhaps to keep the jaw intact when moving the remains. The defense poked holes in the FBI lab work on the hair strand and questioned the new science behind air tests that indicate decomposition in the car trunk. They emphasized that no cause of death could be confirmed, arguing that reasonable doubt abounded. Both sides' closing arguments encapsulated their radically different theories. Prosecutors hammered Casey's pattern of lies and partying. They played jailhouse recordings and phone calls to show how little Casey showed concern for Kaylee in the weeks she was supposedly missing, never mentioning fear for her daughter's safety, even once. They reminded jurors that Casey led friends and family through an intricate web of excuses at various times, claiming Kaylee was with different babysitters or friends, or that she and Kaylee were spending time in Jacksonville or at theme parks. All of these stories were false. The state argued these were intentional, calculated lies by a woman who wanted to avoid responsibility, first for a missing child and then later for a murder. The defense countered by attacking the evidence as insufficient and fantasy forensics. Jose accused the prosecution of building a bizarre tale with no direct proof of how Kaylee actually died, let alone that Casey killed her. He reminded the jury that Casey's lies, while reprehensible, were not proof of murder. Bays suggested that Casey lied out of panic, noting again the allegations of sexual abuse, and urged jurors to not mistake weird behavior for homicide. He seized on the lack of fingerprints or DNA on the duct tape and the absence of any witness who saw Casey harm Kaylee. And he stressed that George Anthony's actions were also suspicious, pointing out that George had attempted suicide in January of 2009 after Kaylee's remains were found, leaving a note expressing guilt and love for his lost granddaughter. Though George said it was grief and not guilt that actually drove him to write that note. Throughout the case, one constant theme was Casey's troubled relationship with the truth. The trial showcased several high-profile lies Casey told. Casey's most infamous lie was that a babysitter, Zenaida Fernandez-Gonzalez, had run off with the 2-year-old Kaylee. She stuck to this story from July 15th, 2008, even swearing in a written statement that she dropped Kaylee at the nanny's apartment and that this mystery woman had vanished with the child. Police confirmed within days that no such nanny had ever cared for Kaylee or possibly even exist. An actual woman named Zenaida Gonzalez, who had never met Casey, later sued her for defamation. Casey pretended to have a job as an event planner at Universal Studio Orlando. On July 16th, 2008, detectives invited her to lead them to her office there, and Casey took them through the Universal's gates into a building before finally admitting, with a little bit of a weak smile, that she was not actually employed there at all. She hadn't worked at Universal since 2006. This bizarre charade blew a huge hole in Casey's credibility from the get-go. Casey also told investigators that she had discussed Kaylee's disappearance with 2 coworkers named Jeff Hopkins and Juliette Lewis, implying these were people who could confirm her nanny story. In reality, Hopkins was an acquaintance from years before, and Juliette Lewis actually didn't exist at all. Casey had even claimed Juliette would babysit Kaylee on occasions. All of this was still deceit. On July 15th of 2008, as police were on the way, Casey told her mother and authorities that she received a phone call from Kaylee that afternoon that Kaylee was happy and talking about books. It was a desperate and cruel lie. Kaylee was already dead, and the phone records showed no such call had ever taken place. Prosecutors suggested that Casey invented this to buy one last day before the truth unraveled. In the month Kaylee was accounted for, Casey gave her parents a rotating
carousel of explanations. She said Kaylee was with Zanny the nanny. Another time, Kaylee was at Busch Gardens on a supposed work trip with her. On different days, Casey claimed that she and Kaylee were staying in Jacksonville with a rich boyfriend or at a theme park outings with friends. While not actually criminal offenses, these lies provided context. Casey was frantically covering up Kaylee's death with any story that seemed to come to her mind. These falsehoods weren't just tabloid fodder either. They became evidence of consciousness of guilt. At trial, even Casey's own defense team admitted that she had lied about nearly everything except the claim that she hadn't killed her daughter. The 4 misdemeanor convictions for lying to law enforcement underscore how integral deception was to Casey's actions. On July 5th of 2011, the jury delivered a verdict that stunned millions. Casey Anthony was acquitted of all major charges. No murder, no manslaughter, no child abuse conviction. She was found guilty only of the 4 counts of lying to police, for which she later received the maximum sentence, 1 year each, to be served consecutively. But with credit for time served awaiting trial, Casey walked free on July 17th of 2017. As the county clerk read not guilty on the most serious counts, gasps rippled throughout the courtroom and well beyond. Casey Anthony, who many in the media had dubbed America's most hated mom, broke down in tears of relief. The public reaction was swift and intense outrage. Many who had followed every minute of the trial were largely convinced of Casey's guilt. Outside of the courthouse, crowds of protesters screamed justice for Kaylee, and some held signs with slogans like "Arrest the jury," a measure of how deeply the verdict actually shocked the people. In interviews, jurors later explained that their decision did not mean that they thought Casey was innocent. Rather, they felt the prosecution failed to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. One male juror told People magazine, "They gave us a lot of stuff that makes us think she probably did something wrong, but not beyond a reasonable doubt." He lamented that the state just didn't have a definitive case of death or enough hard evidence. Another juror told ABC News, "Just not enough to convict." Nonetheless, many members of the public who had not been sequestered for 6 weeks hearing all of the evidence fiercely disagreed, flooding social media and talk shows with anger. Casey's own parents, George and Cindy, left the courthouse in silence, looking stunned. The not guilty verdict sparked a broader discussion about the American justice system. Some saw it as a triumph of due process, a jury refusing to convict on emotion or suspicion alone. Others saw it as a miscarriage of justice, blaming the prosecution for overreaching or the jury for underappreciating the circumstantial evidence that did exist. Legal experts pointed out how Florida's sunshine laws, making most case documents public, and round-the-clock media coverage had turned Casey's trial into a spectacle, potentially influencing perceptions. The case became a staple in debates over trial by media and whether pervasive coverage helps or hinders justice. One immediate legacy of the public outcry was a push for new legislation. Observers were particularly enraged that Casey waited 31 days to report Kaylee missing, a delay that wasn't itself a crime. In the weeks after the verdict, lawmakers in several states and the federal level proposed Kaylee's Law, making it a felony for a parent or guardian to fail to promptly report a child as missing. By July 7th of 2011, just 2 days after acquittal, legislators in Florida, Oklahoma, New York, and West Virginia announced bills requiring parents to notify police quickly if a child disappears or dies under suspicious circumstances. An online petition on change.org gathered over 1.3 million signatures nationwide, and within a year, at least 11 states had enacted versions of Kaylee's Law, though some civil liberties groups argued that such laws might lead to unintended consequences for grieving families. Whether viewed as justice delayed or reactionary populism, it showed how profound the public reaction was. The case didn't end with the verdict. It sparked a movement. Casey's life after the trial has been understandably fairly quiet, and
very controversial whenever she surfaces. Following her July 2011 release, Casey went into hiding in Florida, wary of death threats and public fury. In January of 2013, she resurfaced to file for bankruptcy, reporting nearly $800,000 in debt, largely in legal fees, and no income. During bankruptcy proceedings, it came out that she had been living off of the kindness of her legal team and a few benefactors. She avoided the spotlight, living in a modest fashion. She's got enough money to live, but not enough to really do anything. She's bored, a source told People magazine years later. Over time, Casey did a few interviews that made some waves. In March of 2017, nearly 9 years after Kaylee's death, Casey spoke to the Associated Press, the first time she addressed the case publicly since her acquittal. In that interview, she maintained her innocence, saying, "I don't know what happened to Kaylee. I'm okay with myself. I sleep pretty good at night," and insisted that she didn't give about what people thought of her. These comments reignited public ire as they struck many as flippant and unremorseful. Casey also acknowledged that understanding why people felt the way they did about her given the not guilty verdict was part of her life now. Relations with the Anthony family deteriorated. George and Cindy Anthony were deeply scarred by the saga. By 2018, a decade after Kaylee's disappearance, Casey was no longer on speaking terms with her parents. George Anthony, who nearly died in a severe car accident in 2018, told Dr. Oz that his relationship with Casey was irreparably broken, saying, "I can't trust her and I'd never feel comfortable around her." However, in a 2019 TV appearance, George said that he was ready to forgive Casey, a remarkable statement given the accusations she had leveled at him earlier on. Whether that forgiveness ever led to reconciliation remains unclear, but it signaled the complex, painful ties that remain between Casey and her family. In late 2020, Casey made headlines yet again for an unexpected reason. She filed paperwork in Florida to start a private investigation firm, despite not having a PI license. The company, apparently named Case Research and Consulting Services, LLC, was interpreted by some as Casey's attempt to reinvent herself as a champion for others falsely accused. A source told People magazine that Casey wanted to help other women get justice because she knows what it's like to be accused of something that she did not do. This venture was greeted with a vast amount of skepticism and did not seem to progress very far, especially since convicted felons can't really get a PI license in Florida. But it showed Casey's interest in legal matters hadn't waned. The most high-profile post-trial moment for Casey came in November of 2022 with the release of a Peacock streaming docuseries, Casey Anthony, Where the Truth Lies. In this 3-part documentary, including her first on-camera interviews, Casey repeated claims of her innocence and for the first time on camera directly accused her father, George, of orchestrating Kaylee's death. She theorized, with no evidence beyond her word, that George might have been abusing Kaylee and covered it all up by staging an accidental drowning. These allegations echoed her defense from 2011, but went even further, pinning blame on George. The docuseries reignited fierce debate trending on social media. Supporters said Casey finally got to tell her side of the story. Critics said it was an appalling exercise of deflection and an insult to Kaylee's memory. George Anthony, through his attorney, categorically denied all of Casey's claims as lies. Cindy Anthony, Kaylee's grandmother, says that she still doesn't know what to believe about that fateful day in 2008. Over a decade later, the Casey Anthony case continues to fascinate and infuriate. It's a story of a beautiful little girl gone far too soon, a young mother whose behavior left a nation in disbelief and outrage, and a criminal trial that became a media circus, ending in a verdict that many will never accept. Yet, it's also a reminder of the high burden of proof in our justice system. Even the most hated defendant is presumed innocent if the evidence doesn't erase every reasonable doubt. Casey Anthony's saga, from her month of lies to the courtroom fireworks between prosecution and defense to the backlash after she walked free, remains one of the 21st century's most riveting true crime dramas. And somewhere at its center,
is the tragedy of Kaylee Anthony, the little girl whose name became known far and wide and whose loss led a reckoning far beyond the quiet Orlando street where she had lived and died. And so that is the backstory into this case. Casey Anthony is back. She's now on TikTok. She is taking a different role. And in this video, we will analyze the short footage that she has gone through to pick up any patterns that we have seen, especially from her prior footage. So again, if you haven't seen that, go and check that out. I think that is going to be enough of the chit chat. Let's go ahead and dive into the actual content itself.
Today is Saturday, March 1st, 2025. This is my first of probably many recordings on a series that I'm starting. All
right, so I'm going to go ahead and pause here. Settings, she's sitting in her car. This doesn't feel like it's very planned, which is a fascinating decision to me. I would have found this fascinating regardless. I don't know that anybody wants Casey Anthony back on the internet, and she's back on the internet, much to everybody's dismay. But her decision to not have it be something that's more orchestrated or planned, or even it seems considered, is a fascinating decision. It could be pushing away from the fact that she might be trying to lie. If she prepped it a lot, perhaps there would be some deceit in there. But since it's not, it's difficult to say. So along with that, obviously, there's no white. We're not seeing a whitewashing situation that we have seen in many other of these sorts of analyses. So that's neither here nor there. Now, non-verbally speaking, as she's saying that she's going to probably be back on the internet multiple times, that's the first time that she breaks eye contact. She does a little bit of a lip compression in there. So that breaking of eye contact, there's also a blink and a lip compression. To me, that indicates that she knows that her saying that she's going to be back on the internet frequently is not going to be a positive thing. The lip compression indicates a biting back of possible negative words or negative emotions or negative sentiment, something along those lines. Breaking of eye contact could indicate that she's not feeling comfortable holding eye contact with the lens at that time. And then the increased blinking also could be an indicator of blocking gestures. All of these to separate herself from the possible negative backlash that she was probably anticipating having. I think validly so. Let's continue.
I am a legal advocate. I am a researcher. I've been in the legal field since 2011. And in this capacity, I feel that it's necessary, if I'm going to continue to operate appropriately as a legal advocate, that I start to advocate for myself. And
all right, so we're going to go ahead and pause here. So she's now taken the PI approach that she had before, and now it's a new twist, and now she's a legal advocate for people, and now she's also saying that she's a legal advocate for herself. Many people don't frankly care that she's trying to advocate for herself. A lot of people are pretty frustrated by this approach. They're worried that it's a manipulation. And along with that, people are also not super gun-ho about having Casey Anthony be a legal advocate for them, considering her extensive history of deceit and overt lying, as well as the fact that, you know, she's possibly the murderer of her child. And so this is a fascinating step that Casey is taking here, and it seems as though it's largely centered around self-preservation, but perhaps also a need for attention, because again, nobody asked for this. Nobody wanted her to be on the internet. Nobody wanted her to make this TikTok. Nobody wanted this, but she's doing it, and it's a curiosity. At very minimum, it's a curiosity.
And also advocate for my daughter. For those of you who don't know, my name is Casey Anthony. My daughter is Kaylee Anthony. My parents are George and Cindy Anthony. This is not...
right, so during that time, we see a little bit more aggression coming out here, and that makes sense to what she's introducing herself and all of the baggage behind that, but we're seeing that come in with some sharper movements and the reiteration with the shaking of the head yes as well. That helps emphasize what she's saying. She's driving home a point as she's saying, I'm Casey Anthony, and you can see her head tilt ever so slightly, and this attitude is a little bit aggressive. Then what I also find fascinating is when she starts mentioning her parents, she has the same thing that she did before, where she breaks eye contact, looks away. With that lets me know, again, there's some sort of negative interaction there, which we heard earlier. They have not been on speaking terms for very understandable reasons. And so we're seeing that reflected non-verbally here as well.
Anthony, this is not about them. This is not in response to anything that they have said or done. That's not to say that I'm not going to respond at some point to some of the things that they have said and done. The whole point of this is for me to begin to reintroduce myself.
Interesting. So she said, this isn't about what I'm not addressing things that they've said or done, but I will address things that they've said or done. So I'm assuming she's saying this video is not about things that they have said or done. And she also now has just admitted that this is about reinventing herself, which is many people are finding problematic again. But non-verbally speaking, with that, we see again a lot of these lip compressions, the biting back of negative sentiment or emotion or thought, feeling, words, what have you. We see those popping in there along with some prolonged eye blinks. Everything that she's saying here, she is doing an overt job at separating herself non-verbally from what she's saying verbally, indicates a level of defensiveness, which would make sense regardless of context, but we are able to get a little bit of a read on her nonverbal communication through this.
I'm doing this both personally for me, but in a professional capacity. Moving forward, the majority of what you will see will be me speaking in a professional capacity. My goal is to continue to help give a voice to people, to give people tools and resources that they can utilize so they actually know where they can turn to. So with that, please join.
Gonna go ahead and pause there again. Doing the reiteration of the head nods in there. So the micro head nods do push towards authenticity as she's saying these things, that she plans on doing these things. Head shakes. Again, it is based out of this semi-aggression. You see, again, her neck being exposed. So when you see somebody exposing their neck here, this is vulnerable. You'll see it in all sorts of different ways. But as a neck is being exposed, it's showing that there's not a perception of risk. There's a level of, I don't feel at risk, so I can expose this vulnerable area. And this can be through a myriad of different means. It can happen in courtship where people might show their neck because they're interested in somebody and it's like, ah, kind of look. It could also be like you can often see people raising their head when they're looking down at you. Again, it's all centered around this neck area. So we see her having some of those head tilts in there, which it doesn't seem as though she's trying to court us. So it is likely, again, centered around that attitude, that aggression, that conflict that's existing in there. She's feeling fairly combative towards the people that she's talking about, while at the same exact time trying to say that she's doing this to be able to be a benefit to the people that she's talking about, while also being a benefit to her. From what I'm understanding and just from her track record and everything like that, it probably is more so centered around it's going to be beneficial to her. But sure, let's allow her to have this. It will be beneficial to other people.
Please join me on Substack. If you have questions, I will set up an email address where we can correspond directly. Up until this point, that has never happened. And it's only going to be on a limited basis regarding legal issues, legal matters. One of the main reasons that I'm doing this, there are people close to me who have been targeted and attacked recently. There are also people close to me who have had some recent things occur. And when necessary, people needed to step up, myself included. So as a proponent for the LGBTQ community, for our legal community, women's rights, I feel that it's important that I use this platform that was thrust upon me and now look at as a blessing as opposed to the curse that it has been since 2008.
Gonna go ahead and pause here. I have difficulty, non-verbally speaking, we're seeing a lot of the same repeating patterns, a lot of the eye blinking or eye blocks and a lot of the lip compressions. We're seeing a lot of these same patterns repeatedly. It seems as though the same emotional vein is throughout it. What I am finding fascinating verbally during this is her now starting to try to say, this was thrust upon me. I didn't have a choice. That's not true. She did not need to come and do this. Nobody asked her to. Nobody wanted her to. So her saying it was thrust upon me, this platform, I've gotta, that's manipulation. Along with that, she's also now trying to pull in other movements and people groups and whatnot that she hasn't really advocated for or been a part of in the past, and each of them are culturally significant ones, which lets me know, again, since she has no tangible evidence of her ever supporting these groups before, at least to the degree that she's saying now, and also knowing that they're very consequential ones in the public eye, it feels like these are used as, again, a manipulation point. Oh, I'm standing for these very good things to stand for. You can't be mad at me if I'm standing for these now that don't Don't ask how, but I am. I'm standing for these now, so just don't be mad at me. That's the energy that I'm getting from this. That's what I'm understanding from this. And this is extrapolating lightly off of what we're seeing here, because maybe in her personal life she does deeply support these different people groups and movements, which I feel like should be supported, but I just don't see that from her. So it's questionable, and with her proclivity to just flippantly lie, I'm very suspicious at the very base level to start off with.
Since 2008. With that, these aren't going to be perfect. They're not going to be edited. Most of the time, they're not going to be short. But I am proverbially standing in the light, embracing this piece, still going to keep my privacy intact. So you will get very comfortable with my car. And I will explain in great detail why it's so important for people to protect their privacy. It's not just important to public figures, it's even more important to private individuals. And with the current climate in our country especially, it's that much more important, which is why I am utilizing the Substack platform. Yes, I am advertising this and publishing this on TikTok, possibly also through other meta platforms, but my intention is to separate from that and showcase even more why Substack is such an important resource for people to utilize moving forward. Anyway, I appreciate your time, and we'll see how this goes.
Okay, and that's the end of that. That's the end of the clip. Made her come back. At the point of researching this, she had only made a couple other text picture posts on her TikTok at the time, so there's not too much to go off of. We'll see how this goes indeed. At the end there, it does feel like she was just kind of fluffing out what she was saying there and giving a little bit more context perhaps. But again, the emotion behind it, we've talked about the patterns that we saw, the issues that we have, and at the very root, again, the difficulty is that she has shown that she will lie about anything possible if it benefits the way that she is perceived. And she did that repeatedly then, and there's zero reason for us to believe that she's not going to do that repeatedly now. It has to be really done through action, but even with that, this isn't the action that people are wanting. People aren't wanting her to now try to be a white knight hero. Like, that's not the transition that people are looking for, from most hated mom to white knight hero. It's most hated mom to let's just get you into not being the most hated mom and show that you're not worthy of that title. Let's get there and not get up onto any pedestal where people get to follow you and listen to you. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to play some clips from the footage of interviews with this person, and we're going to watch the entire thing, get an idea as how it feels, and you comment what you feel stuck out to you. What are some oddities that you see in nonverbal communication or in verbal communication? Anything that you see that would be engaging or would raise any questions, then you comment them in the sections below, and then after we go through that entire video, then we'll go through the analysis itself. This kind of gives you an opportunity to be able to walk into some footage and practice some of the things that you have seen on the channel before. Just before we dive into this, I want to be able to offer some disclaimers. One, this has been compiled throughout multiple different news stations with multiple different clips, and there's obviously some video quality and audio quality difficulties because these selections of clips are usually pretty old. So quality is pretty bad, audio is pretty bad, but it's the best that we could find, and it's the earliest on that I could find, so hopefully this is the most raw and realistic that we're going to get from this person. Along with that, what this person is going to be saying in their video is intense, so just be aware before continuing. This is dealing with the crime. Just keep that in mind. Also, even if you know who this is, do not comment, oh, I know what this is, blah, 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 and offer spoilers for everybody. This is hopefully going to be able to be a learning experience. That's all the disclaimers that I can actually give. So let's go ahead and dive in.
We were just out, I guess, sightseeing, I guess you'd say. And the kids got tired. They fell asleep in the car, so I decided to just head on home. But I saw a road I hadn't been on before. We like to take back roads. And just went down that road, and there was a guy standing in the road, flagging me down, so I stopped. Everything was done in a matter of 5 or 10 seconds. He swung himself around and fired twice. One caught me in the arm, the other one I went off somewhere. Danny cried the whole way. I could hear him softly just moaning, and Christy was dying. God, all the blood, all the pain. I kept trying to roll over so she wouldn't choke on the blood, and it didn't dawn on me at the time that the blood was coming from her lung. And as I say, she may be the only one to get me out of this. Would I have brought her to the hospital? Wouldn't she be the one that I would make sure is dead? There are too many holes in it. If I had shot my own children, would I not have done a good job of it? Why would I have taken my kids to the hospital? Wouldn't I have made sure they were dead and then cried crocodile tears? That's insane to think that I would do such a thing and then bring the witnesses in against myself. That's crazy. I'm here just to appeal for people out there, to, if they know anything, to call in. Anything to help out and find the guy that shot my kids. Somebody took her, but we have to get better. This man shot my daughter. My first reaction was to snap back to my childhood, to the pain that had happened to me back then, my marriage, my entrapment by society. This man was bigger than me. He was stronger than me. He had more power because he had a gun. And I stood there and I looked at Christy reaching, and the blood that just kept gushing out of her mouth. What do you do? The gun kept firing and firing and firing, and it was monotonous. It just kept going. It was like a slow motion picture. When he swung around, he was pointing. When he swung around, it hit the tips of my fingers. The gun hit the tips of my fingers, and that snapped me. And I went, wait a minute. I'm not trapped by society. I don't care if he is bigger. If I stand here and I say, yeah, here, take the keys. I mean, there's nothing I can do. You win because you have the gun. My kids are going to die. And I'm not going to let my kids die. And so instead of giving him the keys, I feigned throwing the keys. He did not take time to point the gun and shoot me, obviously, because he would have shot me the same way he did the kids. When he was swinging in the direction of the keys, firing the gun, he hit my arm. Everybody says, you sure were lucky. Well, I don't feel very lucky. I couldn't tie my damn shoes for about 2 months. It is very painful. It is still painful. The scar is going to be there forever. I'm going to remember that night for the rest of my life, whether I want to or not. I don't think I was very lucky. I think my kids were lucky. If I had been shot the way they were, we all would have died.
The blood splatters on the outside of the car showing Downs shot Cheryl outside of the car.
We saw pictures of this so-called spatter. It's drops. When they took the kids, they took Chris and Cher out of the driver's side of the car, and it's blood droplets. What do I see most is blood coming out of Christy's mouth, because that's what I see. I can't see Danny, and I can't see Cher. Sherry was laying on the floor. Danny is just crying real soft. So that sound stays in my mind. When I go to bed, I cry at night. Even now, I still cry. I dream about Cheryl. But at night, when I close my eyes, I can see Christy reaching her hand out to me while I'm driving, and the blood just keep coming out of her mouth. And that, maybe it'll fade too with time, but I don't think so. That haunts me the most.
But what of Downs' fourth child, the baby about to be born?
I'd like to see him try to take this baby from me. And how? I got pregnant because I miss Christy, and I miss Danny, and I miss Cheryl so much. I'm never going to see Cheryl on earth again. And you can't replace children, but you can replace the effect that they give you. And they give me love, they give me satisfaction, they give me stability, they give me a reason to live and a reason to be happy, and that's gone. They took it from me. But children are so easy to conceive.
Okay, so that is the entire selection of footage that we're going to be able to work with here. There's 2 different interviews from 2 different times, but they're both very early on, as you can see, like I mentioned before. So let me know what you think. What stuck out to you as odd in this person's nonverbal communication? While you're doing that, I'm going to go ahead and give you a quick background as to who this is and kind of what led up to these moments here, and then we'll go through our analysis. So go ahead and let me know in the comments below. So this person is Elizabeth Diane Downs. She was born on August 7th of 1955 and had a rather traumatic childhood. At the age of 14, she dropped her first name, Elizabeth, in order to go by the name Diane Downs. In 1973, Diane married Steve Downs, who they had been together for a while since earlier on in high school, and had their first child, Christy, a year later in 1974. Then their daughter Cheryl was born in 1976, and Stephen Daniel was born in 1979. The couple then divorced in 1980. 3 years later, Downs fatally shot her daughter and attempted to do so with her 2 other children in 1983, which some attribute this action due to the fact that her love interest at the time had said that he was uninterested in being a father to any children, so they were assuming that that could be the motive behind this. Following the crime, she told multiple different versions of a story to the police about how a man attempted to carjack her car and then shot the children, and there were multiple different versions of this story across the timeline. Very messy all the way around. She was convicted in 1984 and sentenced to life in prison plus 50 years. Then in 1987, Downs escaped for a very short time, but was found and re-imprisoned. She was denied parole in December of 2008 and again in December of 2010, and her next hearing is set to be sometime in 2021. So yeah, that is Diane Downs. That's what she has done, and that's why she is serving time in prison. Now, one of the more notable aspects of her interviews is her emotive state. It's very intriguing. It was for the people then. It is for us now. And I think that's why many people have requested that I take a look at her case. So that's enough talking. That's enough background. Let's actually go through and you can compare what you found in your analysis to what I find in mine, and we will be able to go from there.
We were just out, I guess, sightseeing, I guess you'd say. And the kids got tired. They fell asleep in the car. So I decided to just head.
Okay, interesting notes here. She has a very flat, almost bored or hooded expression. Her eyes are hooded, if that makes sense. She looks bored, maybe tired, uninterested, and detached. And so this is something that actually has popped up regularly throughout all of the videos in her baseline. Now, this is where it gets interesting because for her, this could be considered part of her baseline. She has rather unemotive eyes. They stay at this level most of the time. And that is interesting, and that is something that we're noting for her baseline. There are some areas that I'll talk about the eyes and the upper half of her face later on and how it does still stray from that baseline in a unique way, but it is something we're making note of. Let's continue.
On home. But I saw a road I hadn't been on before. We like to take back roads. And just went down that road, and there was a...
So she does that flutter blink when she's mentioning back roads. We like to take back roads, and she does that fluttering blink. There's psychological processing somewhere around there. There's something that she could say in addition to that, but she's not holding something back. These are all ways that you can look at that. Regardless, that fluttering of a blink around that mention of the back roads, something happened there. That's what we would be able to understand from her nonverbal communication.
Guy standing in the road, flagging me down, so I stopped. Everything was done in a matter of fact.
Flagging me down, she has a little micro movement of the head no. This could be related to either the negative emotions of the instance itself, or it could be a desynchronization point where she is showing non-verbally, subconsciously, that she doesn't agree with what she's saying, and it's coming out in the no shake. Which I've mentioned this before in other videos, and I'll continue to do so because it's important. Culturally, there are different non-verbal tells. In the American culture, a left to right shake like that means no, and an up and down means yes, so that would be ingrained in her because she grew up in that culture. This isn't the case for everyone across the world, and even in America, there can be some different variants to that, but for the most part, that is the culturally accepted norm, that this is yes and this is no. So when we see that micro movement no, that would be her subconscious showing us, possibly, that she doesn't agree with what she's saying. Let's keep watching.
5 or 10 seconds. He swung himself around and fired twice. One caught me in the arm, the other one I went off somewhere.
So she's showing some aggression tells, and meanwhile her eyes are staying fairly unemotive, but her head positioning has changed, and the movements of her head have changed as well. Along with that, her tone has also altered. So she's doing a little bit more of the brow lowering style of head movements. This is an aggression gesture when you see somebody talking at you like this and they're talking directly like down the barrel of the lens would be a way for me to say it, or directly into your eyes. It's a very confrontational look. So there's something that she's really aggressively aggressively trying to convey here. Perhaps she knows that she's under suspicion for what is going on. Perhaps she is upset because they've asked these questions before. We're not exactly certain, but she is aggressive in this recollection, which isn't common during these sorts of interviews, but just because it's not common doesn't mean that she's being a liar. Let's continue watching.
Danny cried the whole way. I could hear him softly just moaning, and Christy was dying.
So, as you can see, this is an upsetting display non-verbally. She's recalling the state of her children after this act, and when it gets to Christy, she has a very long blink. That indicates that there's something special about Christy to us. Had we just walked into this situation, we don't know the backstory, know nothing about it, there's something special about Christy. That spike in her nonverbal communication lets us know that. We would want to ask if she hadn't already told us. I believe at this point she had told that maybe the guy had fatally shot her or had shot her, something interesting. But we do know that there's something happening here. Let's see what that is.
God, all the blood, all the pain. I kept trying to roll over.
Okay, so something that I'll note, non-verbally speaking. She's speaking about all the blood and all the pain. So you can hear that affecting her voice. A little bit of emotion could be seen as creeping in there. But what's difficult for us is that that emotion is not reflected non-verbally for her. It's not reflecting in her eyes. It's not reflecting in her mouth. It's not reflecting in any of the channels that I can see, even psychophysiologically, which those are impossible to control responses to stressors. Even psychophysiologically, we haven't heard any changes in her breathing, except for the tonal changes. Tonal changes are extremely easy to control. You can immediately sound like you're having a difficult time with something, or increase your pitch, or lower your pitch, or anything along those lines, you could do that. But as far as her breathing goes, her blink rate, there's not a way that we can really see her heart rate or blood pressure because of the quality of the film, and we're not there. But from what we can observe, there have been no changes despite the obvious change in her tone. This desynchronization is something that many people have picked up on, and rightfully so, and the people then also picked up on it. Let's continue building this nonverbal character sketch of Diane.
So she wouldn't choke on the blood, and it didn't dawn on me at the time that the blood was coming from her lungs. And as I say, she may be the only one to get me out of this. Would I have brought her to the hospital? Wouldn't she be the one that I would make sure?
So, it's interesting. Something that characterizes Diane's recollections or recounting of the events of that night are some fairly gruesome details. Now, it's interesting that while she is recollecting these details, she's making steady and hard eye contact with whoever she is speaking to. It's almost as if she's looking at them expecting something. She seems to be studying them while she says that. This calculated expression in her face means that she's looking for an emotive response from the people that she's speaking to. It feels as if she wants to unsettle them with the details of the crime. This is an interesting characteristic in and of itself. If she were innocent in this situation, then why is she going through such efforts to include such gruesome details and to look for and expect an emotional response from the interviewer? Why is that the case from somebody who is innocent? What is it that they could possibly want from that? Well, if she's innocent, not really sure. It's difficult. Maybe she wants sympathy, could be a way of looking at it if she is innocent. But then there are better ways to garnish sympathy than to include some of the more brutal details of the crime. If she's guilty, and she did this, then that raises another question. Why is she adding them in this realm? Why could she possibly see fit to add these details in if she's guilty? And it is not unheard of for murderers to want responses from people about it. They want recognition for what they have done. So her listing these details, these very gruesome details, and looking for a response would fall in line with that. She wants the recognition. We'll talk a little bit about her psychology after the analysis and how everything kind of plays together, but let's get back to the analysis itself.
Sure is dead. There are too many holes in it. If I had shot my own children, would I not have done a good job of it? Why would I have taken my kids to the hospital? Wouldn't I have made sure they were dead and then cried crocodile tears?
A lot of aggression here again. This is probably because the question was asked, did you do the crime yourself? Did you do this? And so she's aggressively responding. You could see the anger in her eyebrows, the lowering of her head in that confrontational way that I did before. And even with her words, they're very tight-lipped. She's not relaxed while saying this. She is ready for a verbal confrontation here. She's in full fight mode and ready to go. That is what her nonverbal communication is telling us. Let's see what else it says.
That's insane to think that I would do such a thing and then bring the witnesses in against myself. That's crazy. I'm here.
So she has that's crazy and looks away, but that's a pretty substantial no shake in there. We couldn't really accurately say that that's a desynchronization point of them being like, that's crazy. So that would just be more her conscious head movement of saying that's crazy, negative thing, craziness, blah, blah, blah. I hope that makes sense. Long story short, that part's synchronized. It's not like she's subconsciously saying, no, that's not that crazy. Or at least not according to her nonverbal communication. Let's see.
Just to appeal for people out there, to, if they know anything, to call in. Anything to help out and find the guy that shot my kids. Somebody took her, but we have to get better.
Okay, so that's the end of the first little segment of interview that I could find. As you can see, she has some oddities in her nonverbal communication. She already has some points of possible desynchronization. She has some anomalies nonverbally as well, and all of those have been considered as red flags. We're keeping them in mind as we continue forward with the rest of this so that we can figure out as best as we can based off of this one YouTube video, figure out how we feel about her nonverbally. Let's keep watching.
This man shot my daughter. My first reaction was to snap back to my childhood, to the pain that had happened to me back then.
So this is interesting. And this has some psychological plans, which, just so you know, I am not a psychologist. I'm a nonverbal analyst. I have some understanding of psychology to be able to aid that. But I am not a psychologist, so I'm in no way diagnosing or anything along those lines. Everything that I'm stating about her psychology has been said by other experts who are in the field and have done the diagnosing. But in this area, she says that she snaps back to her childhood, and then she has a small micro smile on the bottom half of her face. It's hard to say whether or not it's a contempt smile or a genuine smile, and there's a couple different options for that. If it's a contempt smile, this could be in relation to her having moral or intellectual superiority to whoever she's speaking to, which maybe means that she is feeling like she's aloof to this situation, perhaps. If it's not, it could also be duping delight, which is when a person is trying to lie to somebody and they feel like they're getting away with it. A small smile will slip out onto their face because it's a giddy feeling that they get, the ability to pull the wool over somebody else's eyes and get away with a lie. There's also that possibility. The other possibility, along with the other two, is that she has fond memories of her childhood, and that's where that's coming from. But then the words that she's about to say after that are the pain that she experienced in her childhood, so that doesn't make as much sense. Last but not least, that smile could mean that she is just coping with the negative emotions centered around trauma. Many people will smile or laugh in inappropriate situations because it's their coping mechanism with trauma. Many people don't even intend to do the smiling or the laughing. It comes automatically to them. It's popped up again and again and again, and it will continue to do so, and it's a possibility there. In context with everything else, that might not make as much sense, nor does the happy memories of the childhood, so we're looking at the first two options as possible reasons for that smile. Let's continue on.
Marriage, my entrapment by society. This man was bigger than me. He was stronger than me. He had more power because he had a gun. And
This is an odd storyline that she's giving, that she's pulling in these other aspects of life, contemporary life at that time, into her narrative. And her tone has changed as well. She's no longer at the softer tone that she normally is at. She's at more of this, like, I don't know, for lack of a better term, like speakery tone, public speaking tone, perhaps. Like something along those lines. She's like trying to be a motivational speaker or something like that. It's very strange. Her tone has shifted, so there's something that has a layer of fakeness on top of this part. Why? Why would this have shifted this way? Obviously we know because this is a lie right now, but if we were in this brand new, that would be my question, is why has your tone shifted in this weird additional information that you've brought out? Very weird, right? Let's keep watching.
I stood there and I looked at Christy reaching, and the blood that just kept gushing out of her mouth.
All right, so now we have two instances with Diane smiling in relation to traumatic events. We had it in her childhood. We've had it here as well. There's something centered around the traumatic events that's causing her to smile. Is this her coping mechanism? Well, if she were innocent, this could be seen as a coping mechanism, like I said, like I mentioned before. It could just be her innocent reaction to the traumatic event. Possibly. In this case, we know it's not. If we had walked into this with a clean slate, not knowing any idea about who she was or what evidence there was, so on and so forth, then it would still be suspicious. She's smiling at times of trauma. We would have to just want to push there, ask more questions. Don't say, oh, she's obviously guilty. That's not acceptable either. You have to ask to get to the point of finding out what the truth is. I hope that makes sense. Let's keep watching.
What do you do? The gun kept firing and firing and firing, and it was monotonous. It just kept going.
Interesting. She intentionally lists it as the gun kept firing and firing and firing. And this verbal distancing is interesting for either side. If she were innocent, that separation between the gun firing and the person firing doesn't make as much sense. Why would she not say the man kept firing the gun and firing and firing and firing and putting it on the guilt of the man who did the terrible act? That seems as though it would make more sense in a person's mind. Maybe not in her mind. If she were innocent and this were a unique situation, maybe not in her mind. But it is interesting that she includes that distancing. Now, if she were/is guilty, then that makes a lot more sense. That distancing between her and the firearm would make her feel more psychologically comfortable with what she had done. It wasn't her pulling the trigger, the gun was firing and firing and firing, blah, blah, blah. I hope that makes sense to you, that interesting verbal distancing. You could see that pop up in different ways throughout many different conversations. When you see a person try to distance themselves from a thing being done verbally, it could be an indicator that they might have something to add to that conversation that they're not sharing. Let's keep watching.
It was like a slow motion picture. When he swung around, he was pointing, when he swung around, it hit the tips of my fingers. The gun hit the tips.
So I want to make note, what you can see here on the screen is that's her on the left and a person that they were reenacting the night of on the right. This was a very disturbing thing to watch. You can find it on the internet. She is giddy, giggling, laughing, making jokes, cracking jokes, all the way throughout this entire reenactment of supposedly the night that somebody tried to kill her kids and her and take their car. And so that odd emotional disconnect there is another anomaly. But you don't get to be privy to that because we're not watching that footage, but it is still in there. And that emotional disconnect is one of the most common strains throughout all of Diane's entire narrative, is that severe emotional disconnect. Very interesting. Let's continue watching this analysis though.
My fingers, and that snapped me, and I went, wait a minute. I'm not trapped by society.
That's not what she went like. That's not non-verbally, just so you know, but I guarantee you that she wasn't... I guarantee you that if this happened the way that she's painting it out to do, she didn't get flagged down by an assailant with a gun, and while he's threatening her with the gun, feeling like, we live in a society, and then when the gun hits her fingers because he's been shooting her kids and he's whipping around, and when it hits her fingertips, she's like, wait, I'm not part of a society, and then she goes into action? No. I'm sorry. Absolutely not. In times of severe trauma and stress, the brain, unless it's trained to cope with severe trauma and stress again and again and again, it will go into fight, flight, or freeze mode to the very base operating. And your goal then is to survive. You don't have these complex processing about the state of sociological, interrelational, blah, blah, blah. You don't. You just don't. So when she's trying to say this, I don't buy it. I don't know why she thought that anybody would buy that. Very interesting. But at the time, it would simply be another red flag, another suspicious tick on her rather long belt of suspicious ticks at this point. Let's keep watching.
Care if he is bigger. If I stand here and I say, yeah, here, take the keys. I mean, there's nothing I can do. You win because you have the gun. My kids are going to die. And I'm not going to let my kids die. And so instead of giving him the keys, I feigned throwing the keys. He did not.
That would seem more realistic. That level of thinking, like, I don't want my children to die, so I'm going to try to get this guy out of here. That's more of a realistic form of thinking in that sort of situation. Still rather collected, but more realistic. It's not this heady, I've got to think of the state of our society and everything around that to be able to affect this instance. That doesn't make as much sense. So, just an interesting thing verbally. Let's keep watching.
Take time to point the gun and shoot me, obviously, because he would have shot me the same way he did the kids. When he was swinging in the direction of the keys, firing the gun, he hit my arm. Everybody says, you sure were lucky.
So that's an interesting thing. That's her explanation for her being shot only in the arm, where her children were shot in the torso and the chest very cleanly and easily. And she's saying that he obviously didn't aim at her because he was turning to catch the keys or something, to look at the keys where she was throwing them and accidentally pulled the trigger, hitting her arm. That's her excuse. I mean, it's not unlikely. That could tentatively happen. If any of you have ever fired a firearm and you're not practicing safe firearm etiquette, then if you keep your finger on the trigger, it's easy to accidentally pull. Possibly, still more unlikely than the real actual narrative, but it is a possibility. That's just her way of writing off details.
Well, I don't feel very lucky. I couldn't tie my damn shoes for about 2 months. It is very painful. It is still painful. The scar.
You see her emotional state shift harsh throughout this, to where she's recollecting this feeling that she's having, and she has a laughing period in there, she has an upset period in there, she has a almost, outraged or surprised period in there, then it hard cuts to a more somber period in there, and all of those happen very jolted in very short, abbreviated areas. It doesn't feel natural because it really isn't, but what she's, I'm assuming, trying to do here, which she also was trying to do in earlier areas, is garner more attention for herself. She wants to emotionally get displays from the interviewer to be able to have more attention to herself. So as you can see, the interviewer is holding very still and keeping a relatively blank expression, if a little concerned would be a way of putting that. But Diane is trying to get her to emote to the responses that she's giving. So she's trying on the different emotional styles until she lands on one that maybe might fit. And so that's what we can see here. That's not necessarily what's going on, but it is something that is tendent in people who desire attention in a very, very extreme level. They will manipulate their way to get it. I hope that makes sense. Let's keep watching and we'll talk later.
It's going to be there forever. I'm going to remember that night for the rest of my life, whether I want to or not. I don't think I was very lucky. I think my kids were lucky. If I had been shot the way they were, we all would have died.
Such a gross mindset. Everything was gross about that line there. And that is a really revealing aspect of Diane's personality type, that she, if you've noticed this entire time, it's almost all been about her. Very little mention of her children, and it's showing where her focus is on. And then she also says that I don't feel like I was lucky because I'm alive. I feel like they were lucky because they were shot. Like, that's wrong. I'm sorry, that's very incorrect. And like I said, very revealing as to what Diane's mindset is. We'll talk about that psychological side after the analysis.
Blood splatters on the outside of the car showing Downs shot Cheryl outside of the car.
We saw pictures of this so-called spatter. It's drops. When they took the kids, they took Chris and...
So we can see she has a smile of contempt on her face, and it's in regards to the spatter and blah, blah, blah. All that. Focusing on the contempt smile, like I've mentioned, that is intellectual or moral superiority. So when she's feeling that, our question is, what is that in relation to? Is that because she sees that evidence as weak and she's innocent and she thinks that she's above it? That's probably what she wants to convey. Or is it because she's guilty and she feels like she's able to outsmart the police and it's coming out in the smile of contempt? More likely, aka that is almost guaranteed what it is in this instance because we know the answer already, but at that point we would still have to make a note of it and continue on.
Share out of the driver's side of the car, and it's blood droplets. What do I see most is blood.
Keep in mind, she's talking about blood droplets from her daughter being murdered, and she still has this smile, this inappropriate smile. Very interesting. It is very interesting, and you know the reasons that it could be, but it's still very interesting that it pops up again and again.
Coming out of Christy's mouth, because that's what I see. I can't see Danny, and I can't see Cher. Sherry was laying on the floor. Danny is just crying real soft. So
That's odd. She's talking about her recollection, what sticks out to her most, and what sticks out to her most in her recollection here is one of the more gruesome scenes that she has been happy to tell again and again and again to people so that she can get the emotional response out of that. But then she says, I don't know where the other kids were, and then she starts describing where the other kids were. Just interesting. It's a little inconsistency in her verbal patterning, but not a big deal then. It could easily have been chalked up to anxiety or agitation or nerves or anything along those lines. That's not the feeling that we're getting from her emotionally because that's not the emotional display that she's having, but that's just your explanation. Let's keep watching.
So that sound stays in my mind. When I go to bed, I cry at night. Even now, I still cry. I dream about Cheryl, but at night when I...
Interesting. And this one's difficult to say. So when she says, when I go to bed, I cry at night, and she is moving her head, no. It is big enough that it could be an intentional move, but she also is coupling it with a smile and a confrontational tilt of the head. So the smile and the confrontational tilt counteract that idea that maybe it's a conscious movement of the head. Some people just move their head. It's possible. But those other two make it to where it's less likely, and that means that the negative no shake, the no I did not, could be an indicator of desynchronization. Chances are, based off of her body language in this area, I would trust the two that say that she doesn't cry at night, rather than the one that says that she might. I hope that makes sense. Let's continue.
I close my eyes, I can see Christy reaching her hand out to me while I'm driving, and the blood just keep coming out of her mouth. And that, maybe it'll fade too with time, but I don't think so. That haunts me the most.
Interesting still, she's talking about a very gruesome portion of the story, and it's not reflecting on her face. It's not reflecting even in the micro movements of her face, the subconscious, uncontrollable ones. They're not flashing up in any way. There's no movement in her eyebrows. She has done some blinking in there, but none of them are around specific areas that we could see as a possible relation to that. We do see a smile on her face, a small smile on the lower portion of her face, and that is an interesting aspect. I'll talk about it in a second.
But what if Downs is
creepy, right? Just creepy. That specific recollection, and then she has that smile afterwards. That smile of contempt. She feels in control, and that's part of it. I feel like this is part of it. Her desire for attention, her need for control, to want to be able to manipulate people, to feel certain ways, to be able to get that reciprocated attention back, and so on and so forth. I feel like that's her. I feel like that's who she is. Let's talk about that in a sec.
fourth child, the baby about to be born?
I'd like to see him try to take this baby from me. And how? I got pregnant because...
So now we could see that she does have the ability to emote with her eyes. You could see the smile lightly reaching her eyes, which is an inappropriate time to be smiling in regards to somebody wanting to take the new baby away, and that she possibly tried to kill her other 3 succeeding ones. That's not the time to smile and laugh and make a joke about it, and a genuine indicator of actual happiness. A smile reaching her eyes. Very interesting and unsettling.
I miss Christy, and I miss Danny, and I miss Cheryl so much.
Ooh, I miss Christy, and you could see a little bit of action through this area here. That small action, though it was hard to see in the actual mouth, that action there could be an indicator of fear. I miss Christy, and then she does a small, teeny, tiny mini expression / micro expression of fear. I miss Christy, E. E. What's that? Ooh, what's that fear sign for? Could be an indicator that she does not believe that she misses Christy, aka she doesn't miss Christy. I hope that makes sense.
Never going to see Cheryl on Earth again. And you can't...
Talking about her daughter. Big smile, never going to see her on Earth again. Big smile, looks away, doesn't seem bothered by the fact she will never see her daughter again. Doesn't seem bothered at all. Even to a subconscious level, doesn't seem bothered.
Replace children, but you can replace the effect that they give you. And they give me love, they give me satisfaction, they give me stability. They give me a reason to live and a reason to be happy. And that's gone. They took it from me. But children are so easy to conceive.
Hate that last line. I hate it. I genuinely hate it. So during that time, she has that continual smile. Is this duping delight? Possibly. Is this contempt? Possibly. Is it likely a combination of a bunch of different emotions? Almost certainly. But it is uncharacteristic, and it is desynchronized from the emotional state that she's conveying. That's what people are noticing, is that she does not show the emotion that she's trying to talk about. The emotions that she's showing are fully desynchronized. She has not shown pain at a single moment throughout the entirety of all of the footage that I could track down. Not a single seepage of genuine pain. And this was characterized by all the professionals that observed her before I even decided to make this video. All of them noticed that she did not show suffering, anguish, pain in any form. Even at the hospital itself, right after the event, she was cool and collected and looked overall fine. Very, very odd. So non-verbally speaking, we saw so many aspects of desynchronization that it would be impossible to ignore. Had I been a consultant with that case specifically, we would have been able to spend more time just pushing in those weak areas, those questionable areas that even you and I picked up on today, to be able to get to that truth a little bit faster. That being said, obviously, she's still in prison where she needs to be, so they got to it. They got to it just fine. I think body language could have helped during that time. Wasn't as well known during that time, but it could have helped. Now, psychologically speaking, there were a whole variety of diagnoses on her from both sides of the argument for her being innocent, her being guilty, blah, 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 blah. One that seemed to be very common is that she was overtly narcissistic and possibly a sociopath. Possibly. Those were the ones that were most common throughout that, which both of those would make sense. 100%. In the narcissism side of things, the desire for attention, the need for manipulation and control in a person's life, and that being the driving force, even at the very end, talking about her poor kids and her being like, children are just, they give me stuff. They give me attention, they give me love, they give me that and this and all this, and they're just so easy to create. It's so easy to just go and make a child to give you stuff. That's such a narcissistic point of view. Extremely and overtly so. Very strange, very upsetting. So, combining the narcissistic, possible sociopathic tendencies that she has and all of the nonverbal communication that we were able to gather here, it becomes quite clear. Maybe not 100%, but I would be in the 90 to 95% certainty that she is guilty of the crime she's speaking of. This was me walking in without any information, which I can say that because while I was studying for this, that's what I walked into. I had no idea who Diane Downs was. I had never heard the name. But walking into it and seeing these interviews right off the bat, it was clear. And I hope that this video could help you understand that as well. Perhaps you didn't know who Diane Downs was, so you got to see that first initial clip and be extremely unsettled all the way to your core. Back in 1986, Stephanie Lazarus was an LAPD officer, and a crime was committed towards the significant other of somebody that she used to date. Now, the details of that crime are quite brutal, but it does include physical assault, both with a firearm and the butt thereof, and also biting. What makes it interesting is that some of the wounds that are inflicted upon the victim happened after death. The investigation ensued, and a tip was given to the investigators to look at Stephanie Lazarus at the time, but since she was on the force, they decided that it wasn't worth their time. So the case was then closed as a cold case for many years before it was reopened due to the need for an increase in activity in a precinct, and they started over as if from scratch. Immediately, it became evident through DNA evidence that Stephanie was at the scene of the crime itself. They brought her in for questioning and shortly thereafter found her guilty. I was very frustrated to hear the ineptitude of the initial investigators in this case refusing to look at one of their own as a possible suspect despite being tipped off and also there being physical evidence of her at the scene. Very frustrated on that front, but that's enough backstory. Let's go ahead and dive into the actual analysis itself.
Do you know who she was or anything?
Well, let me think. God, it's been a long time ago. I may have met her. Geez,
Yeah. Well, let me see.
So I know that this starts off into the middle of the interrogation. There's some before this, there's some after the segments that I'm going to be working on here. This is some specifically selected areas that are more interesting and engaging. But something to note on Stephanie Lazarus's nonverbal baseline is that she has very, very intense eyes. That's something that's a part of her, so it can't be used as evidence therefore later on unless it's significant in that area. Along with that, she has a fairly expressive face, and this is both good and bad for her case. In some areas, the expressions are shown to be false. In other areas, the expressions are shown to be true, and it's very revealing to a nonverbal analyst to be able to assess what her face is emoting at the time. During this read, I will be paying attention to things like tonal and verbal cues, along with what her face is telling me, and from what I can see, what the rest of her body language is telling me as well. And we will build this character sketch non-verbally as to who she is, and by the end, we would be able to say whether or not we would find her as guilty. Now, in this case, obviously, we find her as guilty because she already has been found as guilty and there was physical evidence, but this is still, like I said, for the sake of entertainment and for the sake of understanding how to read nonverbal communication. Let's continue on here.
And let me ask you, you said you dated John. How long did you guys date?
I mean, well, are you guys, is this something, you said I was going to interview.
So she's having trouble verbally processing and she's acting very taken aback. And for a little side history here, they didn't tell her that she was coming in to be interrogated for this murder that happened ages ago. They told her that it was for something else so that they can get her in there and have her guard down. So she is actually quite surprised by this, so that verbal stammering and stuttering is to be expected by that level of anxiety. You could also see a contempt smile on her face with one half of her face going upwards and the other half remaining steady. That is an indicator of moral or intellectual superiority, as many of you already know if you've watched this channel before. Let's continue watching.
Somebody about art and how you
Well,
guys are.
Here's Stephanie, here's the situation. It's basically, we knew that this, when we saw this in this chrono, that.
So you can see that she's starting to panic a little bit as well, just by the increase in her breathing. This is also common in high anxiety situations, agitation. An increase in breathing is your body's response to stress. It prepares you to be able to fight or freeze or flight. Sometimes fawn is in there. In this case, that wouldn't make so much sense, but it's part of that response mechanism that we can see coming out here as well. She's obviously catching on to what's going on and she's not happy about it, and her face is quite emotive as well. But due to the fact that it is so overtly emotive, we have to look a little bit more carefully to be able to fully analyze what expressions we can see going on.
Maybe, there was some relationship there. That's what the chrono seemed to indicate, and we didn't want
that expression of the eyebrows drawn forward and together like that can be considered in the anger or frustration or disgust or scorn in that grouping there. But also you could see around her mouth, she has the corners of her nose have a little bit of action and her mouth is playing into that as well, which is another indicator of disgust. So it could be a scorn expression, but in this case, it also would make sense that it's a confusion expression as well. People can be frustrated by being confused, and there's many, many emotions that can play into confusion in and of itself. Regardless, she has scornful confusion right now. She's frustrated that she's been more or less duped into coming into this interrogation.
to come up to you at your desk and ask those kinds of questions or do anything. You know how up there people can see what's going on if you go into an interview room or people are in there getting supplies.
Okay. I mean,
so we wanted to afford you some privacy, some confidentiality to talk.
Oh, that's fine, and you could see a little micro movement of her head no while saying that's fine. This would be one of those areas of nonverbal seepage that you might be able to expect when somebody doesn't feel the way that they're saying they feel. She says, oh, that's fine, but you could see the slightest movement of a no in there, which is the truthful indicator. It's indeed not fine. She's indeed not happy, and the dismissive gesture goes in line with that. She's not happy about this. Her body language is showing it. But that's pretty obvious so far. Let's continue watching.
About this because we thought it might be, something, you're married to someone else, obviously, and so forth, and that you may not want to, talk about these things in that setting where someone, we don't want the rumor mill or gossip or any of that kind of stuff
I mean,
to start.
that's fine. I mean,
So we did this just as a means to try and speak to you in just a confidential place where where...
Once again, very many no shakes in there, some shrugs in there, dismissive gestures, looking away. She's not fine with this whatsoever, but she has to be. In this area now, she's realizing that she's stuck here and she has to figure out a way to maybe go along with them now. So if she can go along with them, maybe they won't suspect her as much. This is already getting to work into her psychology. That's good. That means that it's more likely that she will reveal something either non-verbally or verbally as the interrogation goes on, with this being such an early indicator. Good to see for the investigator/interrogator's part, not so good for Stephanie.
Where your business isn't out there for other people in your division to know about.
God, that's been a million years ago. I mean, what year is it now? 2009? I mean, I graduated in 82. 82, yeah. We dated. I dated other guys. I'm sure he dated other girls.
Well, let me ask you, roughly how long would you say you guys dated?
Jeez. I couldn't even say. I mean...
She's attempting to say that she has no idea about any of these details, which could be true. It could be true that she has no recollection of any details, and if this were a normal incident, it would be likely true that she would be fuzzy in areas, perhaps not knowing the exact length of the dating time, perhaps not knowing some of the exact details of the day itself, or anything around that. But this isn't true here, and we know that to be the case because we already know how this one wraps up. So she's compensating here by showing that she has no idea about any of this stuff. How would I have any idea? So this will play into later on as she's trying to say that she has no idea and no idea and no idea. Her go-to during this was to claim that she was clueless the entire time, to such a degree that it comes across as obvious, even at this point where they didn't know the answer, it came across as obvious that she wasn't that clueless because she simply couldn't be. Let's continue.
I started school there in 78. I started UCLA in 1978.
So here the question, I don't know if you heard it, the question that they asked is, how long did you date the person's name is John? How long did you date John? And her response now is to add in so much extraneous detail. And this could be an indicator of truth and it could be an indicator of deceit. But there's some nuances between those two that really come into play in this sort of situation. With indicators of deceit, they pack in extraneous detail that has nothing to do with anything of the story, of anything along those lines. It's just extra detail. It's meant to go in there to convince you that they're genuinely trying to maybe recollect or trying to give you an honest answer. It's just a smokescreen. In genuine recollection, people will recall various details as they continue through their narrative, because as they continue through their narrative, it can jog their own memory and they'll go back and be like, oh wait, there was this, and then they'll go forward and so on and so forth. That isn't what she's doing here. She's simply packing her narrative with needless verbiage so that she can hopefully throw up a strong enough smokescreen to get out of this. It doesn't work, obviously, but it is a tactic. So if you see this being done in your life by somebody that you are close to, be it friend, relationship, so on and so forth, if you ask them a question and they start packing it with extraneous details, don't allow that to smokescreen you from your initial question. Still try to find out the answer to that. Let's continue.
I graduated in 82. I don't even remember what year he graduated, if it was a year or two before me.
Okay.
I think he was a little bit older than I was. I mean, I can't remember if he was born, let's say I'm born in 1960. I don't know if he was born in 58 or 59. I mean, I knew his parents, I knew his sister.
So she has a continuous no shake during this time, but it's broad. You could see it. Now, the no shake and the yes shake is something that has come up on the channel quite often and quite regularly because it's a very common movement of the head. Now, speaking in American culture, the nod up and down like this, it means yes, and the no back and forth like this means no. That's not the case in every culture, but with her, it is because she is in the American culture and many other cultures as well. But in this sort of situation, the broader movements like this, these are commonly conscious movements that the person is doing. They can be related to negative emotions, be it wanting to ward off a negative emotion, or I can't believe it, so an unbelievable, that's the negative side of that. It's not believable. It could be something like that, but there is just as much the possibility that they're simply shaking their head no, because that's the way that their head moves. If you see that happen in a very small, minute fashion, so say they say something positive, but their head just does a very slight no. Well, that's a red flag. That would be considered a red flag, and you should take note of that. During this time, though she's doing it so prevalently, it's such a broad movement, it's not a subconscious movement, therefore it's not necessarily nonverbal leakage. She's also having a lot of shrugging mixed in there as well. That's an indicator of insecurity and lack of certainty in what she herself is recollecting, which goes in line with what she's saying, but still, it's irrelevant information that she's giving. They don't care, we don't care. Why is she giving it? It's a smokescreen.
His brother went to Northridge. His sister spent the night at my house before. Obviously, I spent the night at his house before. He probably spent the night at my house before. I don't.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, because from what you're telling me, is you guys dated while you were in college together, right?
Yeah, and probably after college. I can't. Geez, trying to think when I met my husband. I met my husband in. I meet Scott.
We're still just wanting how long you dated. That's what they initially asked, and now they've realized that she's not going to answer that question, and she's going to throw up this large smoke screen, so they kind of tailored it around, but we're still waiting on that, and she still hasn't given that answer. She's trying to throw in so many extraneous details that they lose track of what they're doing. It kind of, from what you can hear, kind of worked in this area to where now they're asking a different question that they didn't get the answer to their first question to yet, but it is what it is. Let's continue.
Let's see. I was teaching DARE, because I met Scott when I was teaching DARE up in Oregon, but we had long stopped, dating before that.
So you haven't talked to him for a long time?
Oh, I think I haven't talked to him in a long time. I couldn't even tell you when the last time I talked to him.
Interesting verbal repetition. So you haven't talked to him in a long time. Oh, I think, and she starts to close in on herself. Her neck disappears. This is a defensive gesture. She starts shrugging with one side of her shoulder. She has that action up in her eyebrows. She's really trying to convince that she does not know. On any level, she has no idea. She's completely clueless. And then she says, I don't know if we've been dating for a long time, verbally repeating exactly what he said. This isn't an indicator that she's being authentic during this area, to me at least. What I would see this as, at that moment, would be a smokescreen and a persona that she's putting on to try to pull the wool over their eyes. She obviously knows something more than what she's playing because of how overtly out of it she is trying to behave. It's very strange. All of you know this. All of you know that Stephanie Lazarus is strange. All the way around, she's very strange.
I met Scott, I'm thinking in 92 maybe, April of 92.
Okay, so this is important. You can see her eyes squinting. She's looking off into the distance. Now, I know for a fact, scientifically speaking, there have been no empirical evidences for directional eye cues, where a person's looking is fake or true, auditory, visual, so on and so forth. It can happen from person to person, but for the universality of nonverbal communication, it does not exist. But there is evidence to show, brought up by researchers at the University of Rochester, that during genuine recollection, a person will look off to the side, be it whatever side, up, down, side, whatever, but they will have a slight squint as they're trying to recollect. This is due to psychological processing and running through one's own memories. This has been decently proven. It can still have some leeway for error. but it has been largely shown that that is the case. So during this segment, she's authentically recollecting. We want to make note of this because later on she has some points of recollection where that doesn't exist, and that gives us a red flag more or less, because then it means that she's not recollecting, she's pretending to recollect. Let's continue.
It was
Scott being your husband.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I was teaching DARE. Let's see, what year is this? We'll be married. I got married in 1996. I think I met Scott in 92. Prior to that, I couldn't tell you how long I had talked to John prior to that.
But since you met your husband, Scott, you haven't talked to him?
I mean, he may have called me once or twice before we got married.
Right.
Consistently having elevated eyebrows. Now that has a various number of nonverbal possibilities. In this area, it almost makes sense that it would be in the fear, shock, or surprise area of emotion. To have that level of elevated eyebrows is definitely a noticeable tell nonverbally. And she does this consistently throughout the entirety of the interview, which plays in line with her persona that she's trying to put off as just taken aback by any single question. If you listen to what she's saying, she sounds as if she has no idea what she has done in her life. Just not the slightest clue. It's not the case, but that's what she's trying to present. And her conscious movement of her eyebrows there also makes sense with that. Let's continue.
You know, geez, I moved to Simi in 1994 because I lost my house in the earthquake.
Oh, really?
Quite honestly, I probably keep in contact with a few people from the dorms. We all lived on the 10th floor,
Interesting choice of words there. Quite honestly, I keep in touch with a few people, blah, blah, blah. And the question is, if she thought that she had to include the term quite honestly in there, why is that? Are there other areas where she's maybe not being quite so honest? The answer is yes, there are other areas where she's not being quite so honest, and that is a verbal slip up of her revealing in a way that she is honest in areas and dishonest in others. It's an interesting facet. You could also pay attention to that. People say things intentionally many times. Sometimes there's slip ups, and sometimes there's telling slip ups. Like, well, quite honestly, I probably was in contact with somebody, and quite honestly, it could be that I was in contact or at least had an emotional connection with John still. We only know this right now for certain because of the evidence, but at the time it should have been a red flag.
There's about 3 or 4 people I keep in contact with. There's probably like 6 or 8 of us that were all really close.
Mm-hmm. And who are those people?
Oh, geez. Diana Basta, people I still keep. I haven't been in contact with her in a long time.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what's this all about? I mean,
well, let me ask you, what ended the relationship between you and John?
You know, it was kind of a weird relationship. I mean, we dated. I can't say that he was my boyfriend. I don't know that he would consider me his girlfriend. We dated, we did things. I played sports in college, he played basketball, his brother played basketball. We just, it just didn't work out. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. It was like, I went out with other guys, saw other guys, I went on lots of vacations,
And once you guys split, were you guys still friends, or kind of, problems?
I mean,
is it friendly, not friendly?
No, I don't think it was not friendly. I mean, we were friendly. I know that.
So she's doing a self-soothing gesture / possible contemplation gesture with the scratching of her back of her head. But also during this time, she has multiple contempt expressions slip out there. And it's always accompanied by this like, I'm so taken aback, I'm shaking my head, I'm backing up, I'm defensive, and I have this overt confused expression on my face, which continuously shows up. And that in and of itself, the continuity of this expression all the way through her timeline is strange. There doesn't seem to be a single point that it's not there on some level. And that's strange. But the times that it's not there are actually the times that she seems to be more or less telling the truth. And then once there comes to be a point where it could be incriminating or difficult, then it starts popping out again. That's where this outrageous, confused expression and body dynamic comes in. It's very interesting. And right off the bat, if I had been in that room, this would have been such an enormous red flag that there would have been no choice but to continue asking more questions, pointed questions that slowly manipulate her into either talking herself into a corner or getting her to tell the truth, even inadvertently. But regardless, her nonverbal communication is showing so many red flags that it is overtly suspicious.
We went to Hawaii at one point. Yeah, I mean,
And you were saying that
it's 2009 now.
Had you ever met his wife?
I may have.
Do you remember her name or anything, or? Or what she did.
So remember what I told you about genuine recollection. The expression that comes with it, oftentimes looking off to the side with a narrowing of the eyes as your brain processes through your memories, be it visual, auditory, so on and so forth. She's not having that here. She's looking off and to the side for sure, but there's no expression of contemplation, of memory recollection on any level. She's not trying to recall her name because she doesn't want to recall her name, because she knows she recalls her name, because she knows that she's the murderer. So during this time, that's where earlier was important to note, that she does show that genuine recollection face during times of genuine recollection, so that now we can see that it doesn't exist here. And I don't know what these investigators know about nonverbal communication, but if they had, they would have been able to see that and use that as a hinging point or a hook point for them to be able to push harder in their interrogation.
For a living, or where she worked, or anything about her?
Well, I think I'm going to say that I think she was a nurse. I can't even remember how he said he met her. I mean, it's been so long ago.
Well, let me ask you, did you go to their wedding,
No, I didn't go to their wedding. No, did not go to their wedding.
So in that part, I actually believe that. I don't know that fact. I didn't research to see if Stephanie went to their wedding or not, but judging just off of her facial expression here, as she now has also narrowed her eyes, this is an indicator of likely authentic recollection. I doubt that she went to their wedding. I would believe her here, didn't believe her earlier.
Couldn't even tell you what year he got married. I mean, it's...
Big lip compression in there as well, which can be the biting back of emotion. It also is an indicator of anger oftentimes. In this sort of situation, it might not be an indicator of anger, or it could be a subconscious leakage of it. She could be angry in relation to the wedding. That would make sense, especially since she went and murdered the significant other of the person that she used to date-ish, according to her words.
It's been a million years ago. Again, I mean, what... I don't understand why you're talking about some guy I dated a million years ago.
Well, do you know what happened to his wife?
Yeah, I know she got killed.
What did you hear about that?
I saw a poster at work. I'm sure I spoke to him about it. I think I spoke to another friend of his about it.
Interesting. Once again, watching her eyes during these moments of recollection, she also has this self-soothing possible contemplation gesture. In this area, it almost seems like it would be more of a self-soothing gesture, with being able to preen or stroke the back of her head to help calm down her nerves in this sort of very intense situation. But also her eyes are still quite wide open the entire time, and an indicator of not authentic recollection. Keep in mind, there is the possibility that she could still recall something and her eyes be wide open. So this isn't a solid, hard, fast rule. It's just where the nonverbal evidence is pushing us towards. So in this case, I still don't believe that she's actually recalling. I think she knows these details, and she has to act as if she's trying to recall and can't.
And how did you first learn about that?
Jeez. Someone could have called me. I could have heard it at work. I think at one point there may have been a flyer or something. I know a good friend of his...
Were you on the job back then when that happened?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I'm sure I was on the job.
So this is interesting as well. Somebody could have called me. It could have been at work. They didn't ask what it could have been, they asked what it was, and she decided to say what it could have been. She's trying to muddy the information here. She's really trying to muddy it. And we know for certain that she does recollect these details because she in fact committed the crime. So during this area, this is just a chance for us to learn how a person can be deceitful, how they can represent and be deceitful. Now there are a lot of Stephanie-specific nonverbal tells during this, but there could be some universal ones as well. So with these things like packing in extra details that don't have to do with the story, not actually recollecting or showing the genuine recollection face, and some of these other various insincerity and anger, disgust tells that we're seeing, those can be considered more universal, where there are other areas that are more specific to Stephanie. But it is still something that's just interesting to note that she is trying so hard to make that entire area of her life seem extremely fuzzy. And like I said, it is still probably somewhat fuzzy. It was a while ago that she did this, but you would remember a lot of the details centered around a heinous, brutal murder that you did. That's just how that works. Let's continue watching.
So I would have heard about it with the flyer. He had a good friend, Mike.
I would have heard about it with a flyer. There you see the micro no movements. That would be considered nonverbal seepage. She's obviously not hearing about it from a flyer, and her body language is showing us that quite clearly now, with the small micro movements of a no to contradict the affirmative action that she's saying.
Mike Boldrick, Mike. You know.
Being that you're kind of used to see John, you know, was it everything okay between you guys? I mean, there was never anything uncomfortable or anything between you and her?
You know, I don't know. I mean, it's been so many years. I mean.
If I had seen her do this in person, or was there anything uncomfortable between you two? She immediately frowns, sits back, disgust slips into her face, which we've seen this continually throughout everything. Disgust slips into her face, and then she adopts this same, I'm so confused, everything's so fuzzy for me, I don't know sort of thing. Right off the bat for me, that more indicates that yes, in fact, things were very uncomfortable and unpleasant. That would be far more true than whatever she's trying to more or less bullshit at me at this point with her words. I wouldn't buy that. I don't think they bought that. I'm sure you don't buy that. And I don't know why somebody who was an LAPD officer and had moved up through ranks and just had decades of experience under her belt, I don't know why she thought that anybody would possibly buy that. I just don't know. I think she expected that she could get away with this and not have any repercussions and never have to address this again. I think that might be what she thought. Silly of her, but it did work for, I believe, 26 years. It did work. And the only reason that it didn't work was because they finally decided to reopen the case and do their job. Interesting.
Uncomfortable. I mean, I can't even remember if we had a conversation. I mean, we may have. I may have seen her at his apartment. You know, geez, how many years ago was that? I don't even know what year she, got killed.
Where was his apartment?
On Roscoe.
Okay.
Yeah, Roscoe and
There it is again. The genuine recollection expression. She's looking off to the side and her eyes aren't insanely wide as they have been in the other areas where she's not genuinely recollecting. So we can still see that this is hammering home that as she recalls something genuinely, it looks like this. Not like earlier on where her eyes look like they're about to pop out of her head as she recalls details.
East or west of DeSoto, either east or west of DeSoto.
Do you know where he moved after? Did he move after he got married, or do you know? Or
I'm sure he did.
Did you know where he was living, or
somewhere in the valley?
Did you ever visit him and his wife?
No.
No, never went out to get together, dinners, anything of that nature.
No. Like I said, his sister used to come over. His sister had come to my place. I knew his brother because his brother played basketball at Northridge. In fact, I was just coming across some pictures that I had just scanned from. I take a lot of photos, like 10,000, and I just did a service where I scanned everything.
And
So there's that little bit where she goes off on some sort of needless tangent, once again packing in information that nobody cares about and is not applicable to the story or richening the story in any way. Still another sign of possible and likely deceit, rather than somebody recollecting something that seems applicable to the story, so they'll add it back as they remember it. There's still that difference. I know it can be nuanced, and it is very nuanced in real time as well, but it exists, and it's very prevalent here. It's another indicator that Stephanie was blowing smoke at everybody during this entire interrogation.
after his wife died, did you talk to him again or anything?
Yeah, I mean, I did talk to him.
Mm-hmm.
I talked to him, probably his parents, probably some other friends.
So she's trying to downplay the fact that she talked to him, which is interesting. Why would you want to downplay that fact? She's pulling in that she talked to the parents, other friends, so on and so forth. They don't care. They didn't ask that. They asked if they talked to him, and she did. And her body language was synchronized when she said, yeah, I talked to him. It was very affirmative all the way around. That's good to see. That means that she did, in fact, talk to him after his wife died, after she killed his wife. Very interesting, very dark. This is a very dark story. Stephanie really bothers me a lot. So we left this off in the middle of the interrogation last time. We're going to pick right up from where we left off in the last video, and we'll see how this goes. Since this already has a conclusion, we're not trying to figure out whether or not she's guilty. We know she is. This is centered around education purposes, which means that we might not make it through the entire interrogation due to the fact that it could get repetitive in what I'm saying. But let's see how it goes, and we'll figure it out from there.
You know, I'm sure I talked to him.
Yeah.
But you're not sure where he moved to after he got married?
No idea. I mean,
never went over to visit.
So all of her expressions that she is using right now are very overt. They're very intentional and very controlled. And that means that even during this time where she's trying to act like she's completely baffled, she's showing a mouth shrug, she's shaking her head, her eyebrows are drawn together and towards the middle in a sign of confusion, but it's all very, very overt. It's very, very intentional, and that's masking what would be underneath, which would be the seepage or the leakage of truth that we might be able to catch. So during this area, there's not too much to be able to catch onto, and in and of itself, because of how overt everything is, that would serve as an oddity to her baseline. This isn't how she normally would behave. She's more mellow in her mannerisms. While still quite expressive, she's still more mellow, but this overt acting is a red flag in and of itself. Let's continue.
Him or
I don't think. I mean, I don't think so. I mean, I don't know. I don't.
So she's doing a lot of micro head movements here, and her mouth is pulled in a classic fear expression. This is one of the indicators of a fear expression, and it would be considered what is called a mini expression because it's largely on the bottom half of her face with activity still existing on the upper half of her face, but it's disjointed. And it's that disjointed aspect that makes it to where it is another red flag, because that means that it's forced. So what is going on there? Why is she forcing this fear? Why is she forcing this odd fear expression in this area that isn't caused by genuine subconscious emotional leakage? It's caused consciously. Why? Would be a good question there.
I think I did. I mean, I know he lived on Roscoe for a long, long time.
After John's wife died, you said you may have been talking to him. Did your relationship start up again?
I would say no. Again, can you give me a year?
Here's an interesting thing that's happening verbally. She says, I would say no. That's not what they asked. They asked, what did you do? Not what would you have done? And that is a verbal slippage. This can commonly happen in times of deceit or people trying to manage your impression of what the story is. They're trying to falsify information. So she said, I would say no, instead of saying no. it did not. And it's that I would say, or normally I would do, or it would actually be like this most of the time. These are all specific ways of guiding your perception of things. So she's trying to guide their perception and mislead them by saying, I would say no. Well, if you would say no, what did you actually say would be the appropriate question to follow up with there.
I mean, this is like 2009.
She died in 1986?
Yeah, I think it was 86.
1986.
Okay. Like I said, I'm faintly remembering that I went to Hawaii with my friend Greg. Greg and I got certified for scuba diving. And I'm thinking that John met us there, meaning Greg and I.
After he got...
So she continually tries to divert attention once again with these extra stories that don't really have anything to do with the narrative that's being told. This is different from packing in extra detail that has applicability to the narrative. Now, something else that needs to be brought up is that in certain instances, even when people are innocent, they will nervously pack narratives just out of sheer need to fill dead space. That's not the case with Stephanie because her baseline shows that she knows how to tell a specific story. This is a straying from her baseline in that she's trying to divert attention. She's throwing up a smoke screen with this scuba diving narrative that she just threw herself onto. Along with that, we can see constant lip compressions, which is a biting back of emotion or negative words or anything along those lines, and that would make sense, but it's still very intentional and it's being held for some time. Now, genuine emotions, they have a certain profile to them where they have an onset, they have a peak where you could see most of the activity, and then they have an offset as well. And it follows this arc style movement, and with hers, they're oftentimes, they happen very quickly and then they last for a very long time and then they die off very quickly. And it's a very odd profile for an emotion, and it's not a natural one. So we see that pop up again and again and again here. Now, I want to make something super clear here. This is all tailored to Stephanie Lazarus right now. These concepts and these ideas and this methodology that I'm talking about can be applied to other people, but it has to be tailored to them. You have to be able to find out a specific individual's tells and their nonverbal communication baseline to be able to help tailor your read to them. And shockingly enough, people can have more than one baseline. A baseline for a person who's having an everyday conversation with a friend is going to look different from that same person's baseline during an interview or a business setting. You yourself can think of this. You behave differently when you're in your business setting than you do when you're out at the bar having drinks with your friends. There's different behaviors. That being said, it doesn't mean that you're being deceitful in either side. It's just a different baseline, and it's a different mode of thinking, and it's a different form of nonverbal functionality. So in this sort of situation, it's still straying from her baseline, but it's her baseline that we're working with. Not the whole world's baseline, not so-and-so's baseline over there. This is Stephanie Lazarus's baseline. Let's keep watching.
Married or whatever, were you dating anybody in particular?
And that was what year? 1986, you said?
I think he got married in around 85, 86, something like that. Were you seeing anyone seriously, or?
God, I couldn't say. Geez, I'm trying to think. I mean, you know, I dated a fireman. Randy may have dated a gal.
Okay, so they asked if she was dating anybody during that time, and she immediately throws up her common expression of I'm so completely baffled by my own history that I couldn't even tell you what my own name is by the time I'm done talking, which we know is irregular for two separate reasons. Being that hindsight is 2020, we know this is irregular not only because during the time of this sort of event, which would stick in a person's mind quite clearly, quite prevalently. The crime that she committed was very brutal and very, very physical, so it would stick in her psyche for a very long time. All of the all of the circumstances and details centered around that would also stick out quite clearly and quite sharply in her memory. So we know that is a lie in and of itself, that she can't remember any of these details around that. But that's just because of hindsight being 20/20. On the other side, say we didn't have hindsight to be so beneficial to us. Say we had to enter into this in these investigators' perspective. Well, she has areas of very clear detail recollection on anywhere else other than something that could incriminate her. The only areas that she has a hard time remembering stuff is centered around her recollection of anything that could tie her to the crime. That is suspicious behavior. That would be an odd anomaly in her behavior. Why can she remember things that are contemporary to that, but not related to the crime in any way? But as soon as the crime stuff begins to be brought up, now she's blanking it. So that is an oddity in her recollective state. So this would be a red flag as well if we didn't have the benefit of hindsight. Let's continue watching.
That Mike was dating, and then Randy broke up with that gal. I couldn't even tell you the gal's name, if I'm even thinking of the story right. And then I started dating Randy.
Yeah. Oh.
So again, I mean, not like I was a
lot of shrugging in there, insincerity or insecurity in what she's saying. She has a nervous laugh with "I'm dating Randy." And she also just earlier had gone off on a long tangent about another person that she was dating who was a fireman and details in that, which once again, we have this issue of contemporary understanding and recollection, but if it's related to the crime, no recollection whatsoever. So it's still that oddity is flashing up. And as we see her flashing these insecurity gestures with a lopsided shrug, it's still adding this character sketch, this nonverbal character sketch of her that she really does not want to be at all attributed to this crime. She was on the team that was technically investigating it. If I remember correctly and my research was correct, she was a part of the team that was investigating the crime itself. So she would remember it still. And I know that there are going to be some people out there that are like, oh, but I can't remember everything. I can't remember what I ate yesterday. That is true. It's very true. Memory is very fickle and it's very plastic, actually. It's easy to bend and twist and make you remember things that actually didn't happen and so on and so forth. That's true. But that's in normal cases. Right now, she's trying to block out and circumvent a very brutal killing. That's a different scenario than what you're talking about. Unless it's not, and then that's unnerving in and of itself. If you're also trying to circumvent and not talk about a brutal killing that you did, then there are other issues, and I'm not super stoked that you're here watching this channel, unless you're watching it from prison, and then I have other questions all the way around. Anyway, let's keep watching.
Huge floozy or anything, but
no.
As far as you recall, after John's wife died, did you start a relationship again with John, or dating casually or anything like that?
So what we see here is a desynchronized onset of an expression from her. They ask a question, and when you feel an emotion, it plays out on the face, oftentimes very synchronized. It happens all at once. But you see here that for her, as she forces this absolutely confused, baffled emotion that we have seen her do time and time again in relation to this crime, it happens in her eyes and then it washes down across the rest of her face. That's desynchronization. Instead of it all happening at once, like, I don't know, it's, I don't know, and it's stilted and it's desynchronized. That's another red flag for a nonverbal analyst to pay attention to, because it's a sign of a forced emotion. Why is she forcing it? Well, we know because she's the murderer. But at the time, they wouldn't have known that. So their question is, why is she forcing it? Why is she forcing this confusion? It's a good question, and they eventually find out the answer to that.
Like I said, he met Greg and I in Hawaii.
So I fast forwarded it through there as well, because it's yet another tangent that she's throwing in about the trip to Hawaii that they don't care about. It's not applicable to the story, and it's her means of trying to throw up another smokescreen. Once again, people can do this out of nerves and be completely innocent, But that's due to their baseline. That's due to them specifically. In Stephanie Lazarus's specific case, it's not her nerves that are causing her to do this. This is her desire to circumvent and move around and avoid the topic of the crime that she committed.
What island did we go to? I think the Big Island in Kauai.
I mean, when you heard about...
Yet another tangent, again about Hawaii, still doing the same thing, diversion through extra information.
John's wife being killed, I mean, what was your reaction? I mean, you thought you heard about it, what, through a friend or in a bulletin or
Either
something?
a friend or a bulletin. I called the family. I called maybe some of his friends that I knew, and I mean, obviously it's shock. If I heard it at work, which I may have, I faintly remember a bulletin going around,
If I heard it at work, which I may have, blah, 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 so on and so forth, all of these extra details, but also it's that if instead of what did happen, she's trying to build a narrative that could have happened, would have happened, might have happened, instead of the one that did happen. And she's trying to dress it up under the guise, again, of this fallible memory that she has, which isn't that fallible, once again, outside of the crime itself. Which, just thinking of that specific aspect, it's a wonder how she got away with this for so long. And oftentimes the reason is because people who are close to somebody, be it coworker, family member, relative, friend, so on and so forth, you are willingly blind to what could be evident to other people. And so chances are people that were working with Stephanie, they did not want to see what was probably very evident. From what I'm seeing here, she's not a master manipulator or liar. She's not a great actress. She's actually garbage at all of those. So the question is, why did it take just so long to get to this point? And nobody wants to see the truth in situations like this. Nobody wants to find out that their coworker was a murderer. Nobody wants to find out that their relative or friend or whoever she has relationally around her is a murderer. Nobody wants that. So they'll hide it from themselves, subconsciously even. People will block that out of their attention. And it's unfortunate because it means that she got away with a crime for a very long time, and she really shouldn't have. There really wasn't too good of an excuse for it.
Do you know what the circumstances were regarding her death?
Geez, let me think back. I don't know if it was, if it was a burglary or something.
So she's still doing these forced expressions, which we've already talked about the profile of expressions and how the longevity of it can determine whether or not an expression is genuine or false. And these could still reside in the genuine emotion side. It's really close to that line, but they last a little bit longer than they should. And they're always consistently centered around the case, like we've said. And then she brings up details that specifically do not involve her. Obviously, it would be odd if she brought up details about it involving her, but she only brings up the idea of it maybe being like a robbery or a burglary gone wrong or something like that. That's the only thing she can recall, which we know isn't true. But at the time, it's still odd because one of the theories that was brought up was that it was her. And in innocence, people who are genuinely telling the truth are not afraid to admit their own fallbacks in recollecting things. So she could say, it was weird. I was a suspect, actually, of this murder. It was so ridiculous because I knew the guy, so on and so forth. That would stick out to her because it's a very serious thing to be accused of something like this. So she could have said that, but she didn't because she doesn't want any attention brought towards her at this. Which, yes, we could understand. If she was innocent and she didn't want that attention, then maybe she wouldn't mention that anyways. But if she knew for sure that she didn't do it, it would be almost more credible for her to bring up the fact that she was at one point brought up as a suspect. It's still fascinating. I know a lot of this is wordplay. We went over a lot of the nonverbal stuff in the previous one, and I'm trying to make this a full-fledged two-parter here, and this is kind of where it's leading us so far. Let's keep analyzing to see what else sticks out.
I mean, it's been so many years. I mean, I can faintly think that I may have saw a flyer.
Yeah.
May have had her picture on it. That's why I say, if somebody had called me, I may not have known what her last name was. Maybe if you told me, I would remember it.
Do you remember the first name?
Shelley, Sherry, I don't know, something maybe, like I said, it's...
Even that was awkward. And it was just due to the light desynchronization that's in there. And so she's saying it's Shelley or Sherry. I really have no idea who it was that I butchered. No idea at all. I don't even lightly know. I know all of these weird extraneous details around this case, but I just don't even know. I don't know any names, I don't know any dates, I don't know any times, I don't know any circumstances, I know nothing about this specific questioning that you're doing that's involved with this case, but I can sure as hell tell you all of this other detail about everything else, about Hawaii, about firemen, about any other smokescreen that she's thrown up showing that her memory is perfectly fine and that this is an area of questioning that she's not comfortable with. She's not comfortable with it at all. And instead of just saying, I'm really uncomfortable with this, so I'm having a hard time talking about it, she doesn't even say that. She's just trying to act like she's never even heard of it even. It's very strange. Very strange, as I'm sure you're noticing.
It's been so many years, and...
From all the years, as far as you can remember, do you remember ever talking to her?
Well, I said earlier, I mean, I may have. And now I'm thinking I may have gone to her and say, hey, you know what? Is he dating you? He's bothering me. And so I'm thinking that we had a conversation about that.
Just very interesting nonverbal communication during this time. She has some shrugging during times where she says, I may have done this conversation with her about something else, and I just may have done this, and I may have done that, and her body language is conveying insincerity, and her words are conveying that she is not really holding any weight to her words either. So the question is, why does she have just no confidence in what she's saying? That would be the question then without hindsight. Obviously the answer now is that the reason she has no confidence in it is because it was all fake, but they didn't have that benefit of hindsight then. It should have been a red flag. I think it was. It would have been if I were there. And let's continue watching.
One or two maybe. It could have been three. I don't want to say I had 3 conversations with her.
No. Like at her work or at their house or...
No, I'm thinking that he obviously must have told me where she worked. I'm thinking it was a hospital somewhere in LA. And I could have been, again, what year was that?
Interesting. So while she's recollecting again, you see her eyes relax and they go into that classic state of remembrance that I've talked about before. Then as soon as it starts to come around to where she has to remember other details, you can see her eyes widen up and she's once again not recalling anymore. She's smoke screening. It's unfortunate.
Where was I working? 92 or 93, there was a big earthquake. No, when was the big earthquake? April of 92, because I stopped teaching DARE.
So she just had a whole bunch of tangents again there, all filled with detail, all relative to the timing of the incident itself. But once again, as soon as we get to the incident itself, everything's blank. This could be considered at the time, say they didn't know. This could be considered relation to trauma. People who have gone through a traumatic event will oftentimes not be able to remember the details of that traumatic event as their psyche tries to protect themselves from that trauma, from that difficult psychological processing that has to take place. There will be gaps in memory. But that's not the case, as we know, but it would be something that they would have to consider then. So as they're asking all these questions and understanding where Stephanie is going with her specific, very twisted and oftentimes fuzzy narrative that she's delivering, I'm sure that is one of the things that they considered at the time. However, it didn't fit with the rest of her psychological profile that they have, because in law enforcement, you have a psychological profile that people have on file. It's part of your file. So that wouldn't fit in with that. And it would be absolutely a red flag for these investigators.
I think I stopped teaching deer sometime in 92.
When you said like...
So she has a very long expression of this recollection look, and it's very static. That's part of it, is that as emotion plays out and as psychological processing plays out across the face, it's not a static situation. It's a very dynamic situation. Emotions don't last on the face for extended periods of time. They just simply don't. If they do, they're beginning to become forced. There's always changes in those emotions. It can be the general same idea. If somebody is very sad, they will look sad. They will look like they're in torment. But their face isn't just like constantly, I'm just sad. Even in university, I was watching a clip of this couple. They were found out to have murdered all their children, but they were at a press conference and their expressions were static the entire time. They tried to hold this static expression of grief the entire time, and it felt off, but people then weren't aware, and it wasn't until a little bit later that it came out that they were actually the culprits. And so immediately, non-verbally, that stands out as an oddity, and it's not irregular, and you can see it here. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and stop this here. I've been recording for a while here, so this video is going to be okay anyways. Non-verbally speaking, Stephanie Lazarus was a train wreck all the way around, and it was both intentional and you could see some seepage here and there. But what really set her apart as odd was her memory, her very intentional memory. In areas she had so much detail. She understood so much, she could recollect so much, down to street names, locations, talking about details of places in Hawaii, so on and so forth, all contemporary with the crime. But as soon as it gets to the crime itself, all of that detail goes away. Now, it didn't fit into her psychological profile that she was suffering from a traumatic event centered specifically around that. And even if it had, even if it was evident that she was suffering from trauma around that case, the question would then be raised again, why is she suffering from trauma from this case individually, this case that she has already been tied to? So that in and of itself was a red flag. More or less, Stephanie dug herself her own grave in this, and the investigators eventually unearthed everything, and she is now serving her sentence.